Chapter 1. Can healing the wounded make one stronger? On a pitch-black rainy night, a group clad in the attire of Konoha ninjas, adorned with white armbands, raced along the jagged mountain path. Why must I, a mere logistics personnel of the medical unit, be thrust onto the battlefield? Is this truly reasonable? A young boy with ebony hair complained as he sprinted, a medical kit cradled in one hand, directed towards the middle-aged man beside him. Enough, Chiba! The middle-aged man, visibly exasperated, turned slightly and retorted with irritation. Do you think I desire this? This is a direct order from the third Hokage himself. If you have objections, take them up with him. Oh, Chiba muttered, his lips curling in frustration. Choosing silence thereafter, he felt like an unfortunate pawn that in truth, he was not of this world. In his previous life, he had been burning the midnight oil preparing for the medical licensing examination when, in a turn of fate, he lost consciousness and awakened as the Chiba, spoken of by the middle-aged man. Alas, they say those who urge others to pursue medicine face divine retribution. Now presented with a second chance, Chiba naturally chose to study medicine once more. However, unlike the renowned Uchiha or the Hyuga clans, he had become an ordinary commoner devoid of any bloodline. Apart from possessing a striking appearance akin to that of the esteemed readers, he had no particular talents, and his best chance of survival lay solely in becoming a medical ninja. After 2.5 years of arduous training, Chiba finally attained the status of a medical ninja. Yet, fate dealt him a cruel hand as he found himself amidst the fervor of the Second Great Ninja War, now compelled to rush to the front lines. Boom! 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 The deafening sounds of explosions shattered Chiba's thoughts. Regaining his focus, Chiba gazed ahead, where thick smoke billowed into the sky, accompanied by flashes of fire and distant sounds of combat. Are we nearing the battlefield? Chiba's complexion paled as he clenched his fists, anxiety gnawing at his heart. In both his past and present lives, this was his first encounter with a battlefield, and to claim he was unafraid would be a blatant lie. Do not worry, Chiba. The middle-aged man halted, placing a reassuring hand on Chiba's shoulder. Konoha has established a defensive line up ahead. We will only need to treat the wounded within its confines. The true war zone is still far from here. Upon hearing this, Chiba's expression darkened, and he pointed towards the distant flames. Do you truly believe that, Captain Yawahara? Yawahara Hiroshi's lips twitched, his expression faltering. This is what I was told. Does it matter whether I believe it or not? The two exchanged a moment of silence. Sighing inwardly at Chiba's youthful visage, Hiroshi lamented the fate of his squad, filled with newly graduated ninjas, uncertain of how many would survive this wretched war. All right, let's continue onward. Hiroshi steeled himself, uttering a final command before leading the group further along the path. The sounds of battle and the smoke ahead began to subside, yet the scent of blood grew increasingly pungent, assaulting Chiba's senses. He felt as though he was stepping deeper into the abyss of hell. With his slender arms and legs, if he were to encounter an ambush, the likelihood of him being the first to fall was exceedingly high. Surely, I cannot perish here, Chinya thought, gritting his teeth as his legs felt increasingly heavy, akin to being weighed down by lead, and he struggled to catch his breath. He was unwilling to accept this fate. In his previous life, he had met an untimely demise amidst the ruthless competition, and now, having been granted the chance to live again, he had yet to accomplish anything. He refused to fade away into obscurity. Ding. The current environment meets the criteria for system activation. Binding the rescue and heal system. Binding failed. According to Protocol 1, ignore risks and enforce installation. At that moment, an emotionless electronic voice echoed in Chinya's mind. Initially taken aback, Chinya's expression quickly transformed into one of ecstatic joy. A system. After a full millennium, his golden finger as a transmigrator had finally arrived. However, what on earth was the rescue and heal system? System, what capabilities do you possess? Can you ensure my survival on the battlefield? Chinya inquired uncertainly in his mind. Ding. As long as the host successfully treats the wounded, a reward will be granted, including but not limited to bloodline limits, forbidden techniques, ninjutsu, attribute points, etc. The richness of the rewards depends on the qualifications, strength, and severity of the injuries of the patients. Did I ask that so? So as long as I save others, I can gain benefits, and the stronger the individual, the greater the reward? Understanding the system's function, Chinya nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Although the system seemed somewhat lacking, unlike those in other novels that could instantly grant the host unparalleled powers, it was still better than having nothing at all. At last, he felt he had some semblance of confidence to survive in this chaotic world. Ding. As a binding reward, the host has acquired all medical ninjutsu 10 enhancement permanent, as well as 1 use of the skill miraculous revival. Binding rewards. Indeed. Upon reading the system prompt, Chinya's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had a premonition that if he could skillfully employ miraculous revival, it might propel him to great heights. Alas, if only Senju Hashirama had lived a few decades longer, I would have certainly treated him. Chinya thought to himself that a few moments earlier, directly ahead of Chinya and his companions, in a densely shadowed grove, a squad of Konoha ninjas stood at the ready, silently drawing their weapons at that moment. A brown-haired youth stepped forward, volunteering, Oro Kimura Sensei, allow me to lead the charge against those two sand ninja squads ahead. Orochimaru, the team leader, nodded slightly in approval of his disciple's suggestion. Without further ado, the youth was none other than Shiju, the grandson of Senju Hashirama, currently the strongest ally of Konoha. Yash, Shiju responded energetically, leaping from the grove and swiftly darting towards the location of the sand ninja squads, closely followed by several other Konoha ninjas. Shijuken, you have grown increasingly valiant, Orochimaru observed, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he whispered softly, just loud enough for himself to hear. Though he initially accepted Shiju only due to Tsunade's request, his bond with the child gradually deepened. Beware, it's an explosive tag. As Shiju plummeted once more towards the ground, an almost imperceptible thread was subtly tugged, connecting to a multitude of explosive tags laid as a trap by the sand-hidden. Ninja, the trap was suddenly triggered. Boom, boom, boom. The chain reaction of explosions was astonishing. The flames engulfed Shiju's figure in an instant, while the terrifying shockwave overturned two Leaf Village ninjas who had closely followed him. With a soft thud, a crystal necklace fell at Orochimaru's feet. He stared blankly ahead, his mind overtaken for the first time by a strange emotion. In the aftermath of the brief explosion, 7 or 8 sand-hidden ninjas leaped from their hiding spots, grinning sinisterly as they charged towards the ambushed Leaf ninjas. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Orochimaru-sama, what should we do now? The frantic shouts of his subordinates filled the air, yet Orochimaru seemed oblivious to their distress. I promised Tsunade I would take good care of you, SHU. In the chaotic battlefield, the absence of Orochimaru's coordination caused the team members to descend into utter disarray. They'll provide cover. You all focus on evacuating the injured. Damn it, everyone, follow me. Let's annihilate these sand scum. Kill, kill, kill. For our brother Shiju. Where the hell are the medics? Are they crawling here? Why aren't they here yet? Chapter 2. Everyone stand back. I'm about to go all out. I am Hiroshi Noera. The 13th medical team is in position. Where are the injured? Why did it take you so long to arrive? Hurry, follow me. Many of our brothers need urgent care. By the time Chiba and the others arrived on the battlefield, the fighting had already ceased and the wounded were gathered in a single tent. While relocating the injured could potentially cause secondary injuries or even fatalities, it was far better than leaving them to perish on the battlefield. At the very least, they could preserve their corpses. Thank goodness, we don't have to perform medical ninjutsu amidst the chaos of battle. Many medical ninjas, including Chiba, breathed a sigh of relief. It hurts so much. My hand is gone. Ugh. Aw. As Chiba followed Hiroshi Noera into the tent, the anguished cries intensified his resolve. In order to survive in this turbulent world, to avoid being at the mercy of others, I must possess sufficient strength. Let me see. Chiba surveyed the injured, searching for someone worthy of his healing technique, mystical palm, as he urgently needed to enhance his self-preservation abilities on the battlefield. After a thorough examination, his gaze fixated on a stretcher, unable to divert. That is, despite the boy on the stretcher being charred and nearly reduced to ashes, Chiba recognized his identity. Senju Shiju, the only unfortunate child in the original storyline to perish due to explosive tags. Chiba's excitement surged instantly. Shungshu has inherited a quarter of the Senju bloodline, and with death looming near, is he not the perfect candidate he has been seeking? Kaleidoscope. Sage body. Here I come. Chiba hastened towards Shengshu's stretcher, his eyes nearly gleaming with fervent tea that moment. However, a figure suddenly interposed himself before Chiba, murmuring, Chiba, change your target, do not concern yourself with him for now. Yahiro Hiroshi, a seasoned veteran, had noticed Shungshu the moment he entered the tent and had discreetly assessed his condition. The extent of the burns on his body approached 80, and his organs had been reduced to a pulpy mass due to the explosive shockwave. It was nothing short of a miracle that this young man still clung to a breath of life. He was beyond saving. Had it not been for his unique status, he likely would not have been brought back as an injured party, but rather would have been dealt with on the spot. Listen, Chiba, Yahiro Hiroshi urged quietly. There's so many injured here. Choose another person and spare yourself the trouble. Tea present. Shungshu was nothing less than a hot potato, and he had no desire for his team to take on such a burden. Captain Yahiro, I understand your concerns, but I genuinely believe I have a chance to save him. Please allow me to try. Chiba forced a smile, wishing to avoid any pretentious displays and merely aiming to secure his reward and survive yet. His youth seemed to present numerous obstacles. You sigh. Observing the earnestness in Chiba's demeanor, Yahiro Hiroshi let out a heavy sigh, recalling his own stubbornness in the past. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately stepped aside. Thank you, Captain Yahiro. Chiba strode past Yahiro Hiroshi, reaching Shengsha's stretcher and opened his medical kit as a facade, directing all his focus onto the system. Captain, he's merely a novice in medicine. What confidence could he possibly have? Will you permit him to act recklessly like this? At that moment, a medical ninja approached Yahiro Hiroshi, voicing his displeasure. It was evident that others, beyond just Yahiro and Chiba, were aware of Shengsha's identity yet. Everyone chose to remain taciturn regarding it. Seeing Yahiro Hiroshi silent, the medical ninja continued. What if Lady Tsunade holds us accountable for this? Our team will undoubtedly face repercussions. And then, silence, Butao. Yahiro Hiroshi interjected sharply. Healing and saving lives is the essence of a healer. If you lack the courage to act, do not hinder others from fulfilling their duties. With so many injured awaiting treatment, do you have time to stand here and chatter? Yes, I understand, Captain Yahiro. Butao's face alternated between shades of green and white before he sulkily retreated to tend to the injured, while Yahiro Hiroshi coldly exited the tent, evidently preoccupied with other matters. Meanwhile, as Chiba pondered how to employ miraculous recovery, a chilling voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Who allowed you to touch Lord Shengsha's body? A sense of dread enveloped Chiba. He felt as though he were being watched by a venomous serpent, a prickling sensation crawling up his spine. Could it be? Chiba slowly turned around, and a cold, stern face came into view. The golden slit pupils were filled with an icy demeanor, and the overwhelming scent of blood wafted through the air. Orochimaru. Seeing the most twisted figure from the Hokage series materialize from his memories into reality, standing before him with a sinister gaze, Chiba's heart skipped a beat. Lord Orochimaru, I. Before Chiba could articulate his thoughts, Orochimaru coldly interrupted. Get away from Rope Tree. Given the current state of Rope Tree, even Tsunade would be helpless. This wretched individual merely sought to exploit Rope Tree for his own theatrics. Orochimaru had encountered far too many opportunists like Chiba. He would never permit such lowly vermin to tarnish Rope Tree's body. This is going to be entertaining. Beside them, Wugong wore a gleeful expression, eager to witness Chiba's misfortune. Many shared his sentiment. Chiba was simply too young, a mere teenager claiming superior medical skills, capable of feats that eluded adults who could possibly believe him. They could only feel an instinctive disdain and aversion towards this child. The air was thick with tension. Orochimaru had just slaughtered a dozen sand shinobi, and his murderous aura enveloped Chiba like a tangible force, nearly suffocating him. How dare you? Chiba gritted his teeth, refusing to budge. He understood that such a rare opportunity, once lost, might never return. He could very well not survive to face another chance. He could not give up. Noticing that Chiba did not yield but instead stood his ground, a flicker of intrigue crossed Orochimaru's eyes. Even ordinary jonin might struggle to withstand his pressure, yet this youth dared to remain. The first tenet of our medical ninja code. Chiba clenched his jaw, suppressing the tremors in his body, striving to keep his voice steady, is that we must never abandon treatment until we confirm our comrades are deceased. He met Orochimaru's gaze and pronounced each word deliberately. Therefore, Lord Orochimaru, please do not impede my efforts to save him, will you? Nanny. At Chiba's declaration, the entire scene fell into stunned silence. Some injured individuals even forgot their pain, wide-eyed and incredulous, staring at Chiba. They all shared a singular thought. Is this kid seeking death? How dare he defy the emotionless Lord Orochimaru? Even Orochimaru himself was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Chiba added, I know what you think of me, but it matters not. I cannot simply stand by and watch my comrade perish without making any attempt to help. With the system backing him, Chiba resolved to act without restraint. Having delivered his resolute statement, he completely ignored Orochimaru, turning once more to the stretcher where Rope Tree lay. He feared that if he delayed even a moment longer, Rope Tree's life would slip away. Today, this reward is mine for the taking. Even if the planner intervenes, they cannot stop me. I swear, Chiba thought, gritting his teeth. Orochimaru fell into silence. From the depths of Chiba's eyes, he discerned a profound reverence for life, a realization that profoundly moved him. Possessing an acute insight into the human heart, he recognized that the youth before him was genuinely intent on saving Shu. This matter is entirely your personal undertaking. At that moment, fearful of being implicated, Wugong attempted to distance himself from Chiba amidst the crowd. If something were to happen to Lord Shiju, because of you, silence. Do not disturb him. Orochimaru interjected coldly. Turning away, Wugong stood dumbfounded. Just moments ago, Orochimaru had seemed eager to eliminate Chiba. How had his disposition shifted so dramatically? They say women are fickle, but Orochimaru has become more capricious than any woman. This is all your fault. Chiba. Wugong's expression soured, as though he had just ingested a bitter pill. Yet, he dared not direct his ire at Orochimaru, thus channeling all his grievances toward Chiba. Had it not been for Chiba, how could he possibly have faced reprimands from Captain Yahara and Lord Orochimaru? Shengshu is undoubtedly doomed. I shall see how you manage the aftermath, Wugong seethed, casting a fierce glare at Chiba's retreating figure. Chapter 3. Abundant Rewards. This system truly excels. Chiba simply did not regard Wugong at all. He intended to first secure the rewards for himself, and then deal with the old man Deng upon his return. System. Utilized miraculous revival. Chiba rested his hands upon the body of the rope tree, his mind singularly focused on the system interface, silently reciting. Ding. The host has consumed one usage of miraculous healing, and the skill is now in effect. A mysterious emerald green chakra materialized within Chiba, flowing through his hands and continuously streaming into the body of the rope tree. Has he mastered the art of palm technique? This young lad has actually grasped the essence of palm magic. Behind Chiba, Wugong, who was observing his every move, was initially taken aback, feeling a twinge of jealousy, but soon broke into a cold smile. This lad possesses remarkable talent, yet alas, he is a fool. The art of healing, known as healing palm technique, involves stimulating the patient's injuries with chakra, thereby consuming the patient's vitality to enhance the healing capabilities of the wounds. At present, SHK was already on the brink of death, his feeble life force flickering like a candle in the wind. Chiba's gust would not rekindle the candle but would extinguish it completely. What a fool! With your talent, had you followed the proper path, you could have easily ascended to the role of a squad leader, Wugong mused inwardly. Yet here you are, foolishly showcasing your rudimentary medical skills before the esteemed. And now you've jeopardized not only your promising future but perhaps even your life. Wugong felt a sense of satisfaction, as if he had avenged a great grievance. He began to envision the scene in which, after SHK lost all vital signs, Chiba would be met with the wrath of Orochimaru, who would crush him mercilessly. What is happening? Wugong secretly glanced at Orochimaru, only to be astonished to find that, instead of fury, a hint of delight flickered across Orochimaru's face. SHK. Wugong's instincts were not misleading. Orochimaru was gazing at SHK on the stretcher with eager anticipation. In his perception, SHK's once broken body and lifeless chakra were gradually revitalized under the nurturing energy that Chiba had unleashed. It was akin to a withered tree blooming anew in spring. Cough. 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 Suddenly, a barely audible cough emerged, growing increasingly loud, resembling the frantic wheezing of a bellows. Many were drawn to the commotion, casting their gazes towards the source. They witnessed SHK on the stretcher, suddenly convulsing violently and coughing uncontrollably, as if he were about to expel his very lungs. SHK, rather than being alarmed, Orochimaru was filled with joy, instantly appearing beside SHK. Previously, SHK's trachea had been severely burned by the heat of an explosion, and the mucous membranes of his respiratory tract had suffered extensive necrosis, rendering him utterly voiceless. The fact that he could now produce such a robust cough signified that he had indeed been revived by the young boy before him. How is this possible? Wugong wore a look of disbelief. As a medical ninja, he fully understood the implications of SHK's current reaction. Wugong was baffled. How could SHK, who had been on the verge of death, possibly be saved by Chiba's healing palm technique? Puffing, SHK remained unconscious, still in a state of delirium. Yet his increasingly steady breaths were proof enough that he had come back to life. After sustaining such grave injuries, it was astonishing that he had truly been revived. Indeed, it was rather humbling. Having spent the better part of his life as a healer, Wugong realized that his commitment to medical ethics paled in comparison to that of a mere child. Chiba, this lad, has truly imparted a lesson to us all. Well done, Chiba. At that moment, someone in the crowd led a chorus of applause, and even the lightly injured joined in the celebration for Chiba. While everyone believed that SHG was doomed, it was Chiba's unwavering resolve under pressure that salvaged a young life. One must ponder. Who among the assembled would not wish for a dedicated medical ninja like Chiba to attend to them in their time of injury, even if the situation were truly dire? there remains a desire for at least an attempt at rescue. Chiba, you are indeed our paragon. Wugong's smile was more of a grimace. Yet he forced out a semblance of a grin, feigning praise for Chiba. How infuriating, truly infuriating. The thought that Chiba would not only evade punishment but might also garner the favor of influential figures was almost more unbearable than Wugong's own demise. Had I known Ju could be saved so easily, I would have eagerly showcased my prowess before Lord Orochimaru. Wugong was filled with regret. In the spotlight, Chiba remained unperturbed by the accolades, standing calmly in place, which only heightened the admiration of those around him, unfazed by praise or scorn. This young man is destined for greatness. In truth, Chiba was merely astonished by the system's generous rewards, too preoccupied to pay heed to the reactions of the crowd. Goodness. Goodness, goodness. Alas, Chiba lacked the refinement of education, his exclamations echoing in simplicity. Although the system had previously stated that utilizing miraculous healing would guarantee exceptional rewards, this was indeed exceedingly remarkable. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Ninja bloodline and perfect chakra control. Thousand-hand bloodline. Perfect chakra control. This system truly rewards those who excel in its mastery. The Thousand Hands bloodline undoubtedly needs no elaboration, for it stands as one of the most esteemed bloodlines, rivaling that of the Uchiha clan. Once one possesses the Thousand Hands bloodline, it is sufficient to catalyze a transformative leap in Chiba's innate talents, propelling him from the realm of the ordinary to that of the extraordinary. Furthermore, the reward of perfect chakra control leaves Chiba breathless with excitement and his heart racing uncontrollably. Perfect chakra control. This bestows upon the host a mastery of chakra that rivals that of Indra himself. It is no wonder that Chiba is overwhelmed with exhilaration. After all, Indra was the very first human to wield chakra in combat. His comprehension and application of chakra are nothing short of unparalleled, elevating him to the status of a deity of ninjutsu. To put it simply, with a supreme understanding of chakra, a single unit of chakra in Chiba's hands can unleash double, or even tenfold, its original might. The system is truly remarkable. Chiba now felt an overwhelming urge to release his excitement with a cry. Ding! The system has commenced the distribution of rewards. With this prompt, a warm current surged from the depths of Chiba's soul, transforming into countless threads that permeated his being, incessantly reshaping every fiber of his muscles and bones. Simultaneously, a multitude of images flooded his mind, memories of refining and utilizing chakra, as though he had lived through each moment himself. The distribution of rewards has concluded. Please continue your noble efforts in saving lives. The existence of the system is indeed remarkable. As he experienced this dual transformation and enhancement of both body and memory, Chiba could not help but express his amazement. Not long ago, he was a feeble being devoid of combat capability. Yet now he felt as if he could dance and sing tirelessly throughout the day. Your name is Chiba, is it not? At that moment, Orochimaru, having confirmed that Rope Tree was out of danger, narrowed his eyes and spoke in a hoarse voice. The sound of Orochimaru's voice pulled Chiba back to reality. He focused intently, noticing Orochimaru gazing down at him, the golden slits of his pupils flickering with a mysterious light. The medical ninjutsu you just employed is not the sage art, is it? Orochimaru licked his lips, his tone ambiguous as he inquired. Could you enlighten me on how you managed to revive Lord Rope Tree? What an inconvenience. Chiba felt a chill in his heart from Orochimaru's words. He sensed a hint of impending danger. Chiba understood that he had drawn the attention of Orochimaru. If he could not provide a reasonable and satisfactory explanation, he feared he would be in peril. Timeline. The death of Rope Tree is vague, known only to have occurred in the early stages of the Second Shinobi World War. For the sake of the narrative, the timeline has been adjusted to the latter part of this war. Chapter 4. The True Great Clan of Konoha. However, even while treating Rope Tree, Chiba had anticipated that he would attract Orochimaru's scrutiny, thus he remained unperturbed. To alter his destiny, this was an acceptable price to pay. Indeed. Lord Orochimaru. Chiba, in a moment of inspiration, asserted, what I just utilized was not the palm sage technique, but rather a brand new medical ninjutsu that I have refined. Oh? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru displayed an intrigued expression, slightly nodding and encouraging Chiba to elaborate. Even the gentlest chakra entering his body would provoke a rejection response, which is precisely the mechanism behind the palm sage technique. It stimulates the cellular activity at the site of the injury to achieve healing. Given the dire condition of Ju just moments ago, employing the palm sage technique could have potentially obliterated his fragile circulatory system. Chiba spoke with a serious demeanor, weaving a tale of audacity. Thus, an idea struck me. If I could regulate the vibrations of the chakra infused into SHJu's body, aligning them with the frequency of the chakra within him, perhaps I could circumvent the body's rejection response and directly mend his injuries. I admit, there is an element of risk in my hypothesis, Chiba concluded, reflecting on his bold claim. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Orochimaru licked his lips, remaining silent as his golden slit-like eyes scrutinized Chiba, sending a shiver down the latter's spine. Fortunately, the modifications made to Chiba by the system were exceedingly discreet. After a thorough examination, Orochimaru noticed no anomalies. This is a genius, Orochimaru mused internally, forming his assessment of Chiba. The youth not only possessed a scientific understanding of the human system, but also exhibited a mastery over chakra that could potentially surpass even that of this elite jonin. Chiba, I find you quite admirable. Orochimaru's interest piqued. He directly inquired, would you be willing to become my disciple, Orochimaru? Become your disciple, only to return and be sliced for your research? Without a moment's hesitation, Chiba politely declined, saying, Lord Orochimaru, I currently have no intention of taking on a master. May I take some time to consider your offer? Orochimaru, perceiving the underlying meaning in Chiba's words, chuckled softly. Not everyone possesses the privilege of becoming my disciple. To give it some thought, my proposal remains perpetually open. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the onlookers, who evidently struggled to comprehend why Chiba would reject the opportunity to connect with the Hokage lineage. Was it true that Chiba had merely wished to save Ropetree? Such integrity! I find myself in humble admiration, one remarked. We have misjudged his intentions, another sighed, reflecting on their earlier assumptions. Damn it, damn it, damn it, exclaimed Wugong, consumed by jealousy. Lord Orochimaru, Chiba is unappreciative. Choose me as your disciple instead. After the commotion subsided, Chiba scarcely afforded himself a moment to catch his breath, relentlessly hurrying towards the next injured individual. Do not inquire. The urgency is simply to procure supplies. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a system error in appearance. System error. The host's attractiveness has reached its maximum limit, and the reward has been altered to a mere increase of 1 in length. Upon reading the system notification, Chiba felt a twinge of concern. Having already exceeded the standard in looks, how would he ever find a partner in the future? Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring fire release, small fireball technique. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host. After a series of treatments, Chiba received only trivial rewards, leading him to a melancholic realization. It is not the quantity that matters, but the quality. Such remarkable chakra control, a genius indeed. It is truly enviable. Orochimaru withdrew his gaze from observing Chiba and silently resolved that once this war concluded, he would devise a means to secure Chiba for himself. Goodness, Chiba, you truly managed to save someone? Hiroshi Noara exclaimed in astonishment as he re-entered the tent, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. However, what astonished him even further lay ahead. What? Lord Orochimaru has proposed to take you as his apprentice? And you actually declined? Why would you not cherish such a splendid opportunity? If you were unwilling, you could at least have passed it on to me, Hiroshi Noara remarked half-jokingly. Chiba scratched his head and chuckled. Noara, I harbor no grand ambitions. I simply wish to excel as a medical ninja and continue my endeavors in saving lives. So, you are Chiba? In a short while, just as Chiba was preparing to seek his next patient, an arrogant voice emerged from beside him. Chinya furrowed her brows slightly and lifted her gaze, only to see a man clad in a chunin vest striding towards her with an air of arrogance. I am Inoue Shinin. I have heard that your medical skills are commendable. Follow me. My sister requires your assistance, the man commanded with an imperious tone. It was evident that Chinya's recent act of saving SHJu had spread to other tents. This fellow, Chinya thought, feeling quite displeased with Inoue Shinin's haughty demeanor. Nevertheless, adhering to the principles of a healer, she patiently inquired, what is the patient's condition? How grave are the injuries? Is immediate treatment necessary? Why are you asking so many pointless questions? If it weren't urgent, would I be seeking you out? Inoue Shinin retorted brusquely. Just come with me. My sister's face has been scarred by a kunai, and I've been waiting for ages without a single medical ninja arriving. I had to come find you myself. Chiba felt somewhat dazed. Aside from the wound on her face, does your sister have any other serious injuries? What do you mean, aside from the wound on her face? Inoue Shinin was displeased. A girl's face has been injured. Is that not serious enough? How outrageous. Chiba's delicate face darkened completely. Inoue Mahiro, is it? I have no time to indulge your frivolity, so I kindly ask you to leave. I still have other patients to attend to. You dare to refuse me?" Inoue Mihiro was taken aback by the audacity of this mere teenager, and his voice instantly turned icy. "Do you comprehend what the name of the Inoue clan signifies in Konoha? The people of Chiba have become utterly exasperated. What is this arrogance from the Inoue clan? A family that didn't even merit a mention in the original storyline, hardly worthy of being mere background? Allow me to reiterate, depart. Do not impede my efforts to assist those in greater need." Chiba, unable to contain his frustration, spoke with irritation. "You bastard. Did I just grant you the privilege of my patience?" Inoue Shinin's expression darkened as he pointed an accusatory finger at Chiba and shouted, "How dare you, a nameless commoner, speak to me in such a manner? I believe this young man has a point." A figure approached Chiba, calmly addressing Inoue Shinin. "If you have no further business here, it would be wise for you to leave promptly and cease your ruckus, as it hinders others from their duties." "You." Inoue Shinin was about to unleash his fury, but upon noticing the small flame emblem on the stranger's chest, his bluster evaporated instantly. In Konoha, while the Inoue clan possessed some influence, they were but a minor family in the eyes of this individual. Yes, you are quite right, esteemed sir. I shall take my leave immediately." Inoue Shinin bowed to the figure and turned to depart, only to be halted once more. "Wait, before you take your leave, shouldn't you apologize to this young man?" "Indeed. You are correct. My apologies, young man, for my earlier demeanor. I, Shinin, sincerely offer my regrets." Inoue Shinin hastily bowed to Chiba, his previous arrogance transformed into humility. Before he sheepishly exited the tent, May I ask who you are?" Chiba cast a sidelong glance at the figure, and for a fleeting moment, he perceived the shadow of Uchiha Itachi upon him. "Greetings, I am Uchiha Fugaku," the figure said, bowing slightly with genuine sincerity. "My friend's condition is rather precarious. Could I trouble you to take a look?" Chapter 5. Why have you changed your wife, Fugaku? Uchiha Fugaku, the last clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Known as the god of generosity, the devoted son. While the world is aware of Itachi's leniency, few recognize that Fugaku is also a formidable character. As Chiba regarded the young man, who was only slightly older than himself, a multitude of thoughts flitted through his mind before he finally nodded in assent. "Very well. Please tell me about your friend's condition." As they briskly made their way to another tent, Chiba inquired, "My friend inhaled a toxic gas during a confrontation with Sunigakure, and has been in a deep coma ever since. The medical ninjas on my side are utterly helpless," Fugaku lamented, sighing. He somewhat regretted not utilizing his privilege as the Uchiha clan's young leader to bring two skilled medical ninjas to the battlefield. "It appears this so-called friend is of great significance to Uchiha Fugaku," Chiba mused silently. "Dr. Chiba, this is my friend, Uchiha Mayu." Under Fugaku's guidance, they arrived at a modest tent, within which lay a comatose woman, clearly the target of Chiba's medical assistance. "Ah, a private room. One must commend the Uchiha clan for such treatment," he remarked. Uchiha Mayu appeared to be the same age as Fugaku, with a gentle demeanor and an attractive figure. Chiba quickly began his examination, meticulously probing her condition. The patient's skin and mucous membranes exhibited a cherry-red hue, her pupils were dilated, and her vital signs were faint, clear indicators of poisoning. Chiba once again leaned closer to Uchiha Mayu's mouth and nose, attempting to detect any unusual odors that might indicate the type of toxin present. "The situation concerning your friend is indeed quite precarious." After a thorough examination, Chiba arrived at a conclusion. Uchiha Mayu had been afflicted by an exceedingly complex poison, which had permeated her internal organs and could potentially lead to complete organ failure at any moment. The individual responsible for concocting this toxin possessed remarkable skill, as the poison had fused with Mayu's chakra. Given her already fragile state, any attempt to extract the toxin from her body could very well hasten her demise, unless it were possible to meticulously and delicately remove all traces of the poison without causing her harm. The challenge posed to the medical ninja's mental fortitude and chakra control would be extraordinarily daunting. It is little wonder that the medical ninja present felt utterly helpless. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Fugaku's heart sank. "Dr. Chiba, do you possess a means to save Mayu?" Chiba nodded confidently and remarked, "Of course." With the mastery of perfect chakra control, he could now effortlessly wield advanced medical ninjutsu that had previously eluded him. In truth, the principles underlying these medical techniques were familiar not only to Chiba but also to all medical ninjas during their training. However, understanding the principles is one thing. Executing them is quite another. The complexity of these medical techniques lies not in the theory, but in the meticulous control of chakra. It is akin to the simplicity of detonating an atomic bomb with a single neutron striking a uranium nucleus. Clear in principle, yet exceptionally rare in execution. Without further ado, I shall begin. After notifying Fugaku, Chiba commenced to remove Uchiha Meiyu's garments, revealing her fair and exquisite skin. Chakra scalpel. A sharp surge of chakra manifested in Chiba's hand, slicing through Uchiha Meiyu with the precision of a scalpel, creating a clean incision at her afflicted site. The next step, the extraction technique. This technique demands exceptional mastery over chakra, requiring the practitioner to perceive the chaotic chakra within the injured party to identify the source of the toxin. However, for Chiba, this maneuver posed no challenge whatsoever. With deft control, pure strands of chakra flowed through the incision he had just made, entering Uchiha Meiyu's meridian system. Meanwhile, Meiyu, still in a state of unconsciousness on the stretcher, instinctively furrowed her brows, emitting a soft, pained whimper. "Dr. Chiba, is Meiyu all right?" Fujitake inquired. His voice tinged with concern, though he hesitated to disturb Chiba, choosing instead to speak softly. "Ah, the human meridians are quite delicate. Sudden intrusion by foreign matter can indeed cause pain, which is entirely normal." Chiba was entirely focused on channeling chakra into Meiyu, disregarding Fuyu, and casually offered an explanation. "Fuyu?" While the reasoning was sound, the way it was articulated by Chiba rendered it peculiarly unsettling. "This is easy." Chiba devoted himself to dual tasks. On one hand, he meticulously extracted the toxins from Meiyu's body, enveloping them with chakra before drawing them out, while on the other, he employed medical ninjutsu to heal her injured areas. As the toxins were gradually removed, Meiyu's once pallid complexion visibly transformed, taking on a healthy flush. "Splendid, Meiyu," exclaimed Fayek, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes as he observed the improvement. Chiba let out a long sigh, his face reflecting signs of fatigue. Despite his high mastery over chakra, the exertion he had experienced with Meiyu had taken a toll on his body. Had it not been for the Senju bloodline he possessed, he would likely have collapsed by now. Suddenly, a notification sounded. "Success in treatment. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Uchiha-style shadow dance." In that moment, Chiba's previously listless spirit was instantly revitalized. After all his efforts, he had finally received a reward of substance. Although he felt a twinge of regret for not obtaining a bloodline limit, he acknowledged that his aspiration to don the Susanoo was postponed, yet this reward was still commendable. Uchiha-style shadow dance, a B-rank taijutsu, characterized by combat steps as graceful as a dance. It is said to have originated from a certain Madara, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers, highly practical and compatible with various sword techniques. "Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Chiba," exclaimed Fugaku, visibly excited as he looked at Meiyu, who was finally showing signs of improvement on the hospital bed. Earlier, a multitude of medical ninjas had been at a loss, and he had approached Chiba with a mindset of desperation, only to find that Chiba had indeed resolved the toxins plaguing Meiyu. Chiba closed the system interface, waved his hand, and with a cheerful smile remarked, "It's not difficult at all. In fact, I find joy in it. To be on the safe side, let me conduct a thorough examination for your friend. Of course, please proceed." Fujiyama promptly replied. While examining Meiyu, Chiba casually inquired, "Brother Fujiyama, she must hold great significance for you, does she not?" "Ah, indeed, Meiyu is the love of my life." Fujiyama gazed tenderly at Meiyu on the hospital bed, his eyes filled with affection. "Revive, my beloved. What on earth?" Chiba paused momentarily, a bewildered expression crossing his face as he turned to Fukuyama. "If my memory serves me right, isn't your wife named Uchiha Makoto?" Chiba endeavored to conceal his curiosity, feigning nonchalance as he inquired, Brother Fugaku, are you acquainted with Makoto Uchiha?" "Indeed, she is the sister of Mikage," Fugaku replied, nodding slightly, his gaze shifting to Chiba with a hint of intrigue. "Dr. Chiba, do you also know Makoto?" "Oh, well." Chiba found himself at a loss for words. He gestured towards the beautiful figure on the bed and deftly shifted the topic. "Brother Fuyue, the toxins within your friend have been thoroughly eradicated, and there will be no further issues. He simply needs to rest and recuperate." "Excellent," Fuyue replied with a slight nod, his expression turning serious as he addressed Chiba. "Brother Chiba, such a great favor cannot go unacknowledged. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out within the Uchiha clan." The manner in which Fuyue referred to Chiba had subtly transitioned from Dr. Chiba to Brother Chiba. Chiba, being so youthful yet possessing such profound medical skills, undoubtedly exhibits immense potential. What is even more remarkable is the absence of any familial background. In Fugaku's mind, he has already regarded Chiba as a worthy acquaintance to cultivate and ally with. Should he succeed in bringing Chiba under the auspices of the Uchiha clan, it would be even more advantageous. Chiba's existence could undoubtedly provide an additional layer of security to the lives of the clan members. Very well. I shall express my gratitude to Brother Fugaku in advance. Chiba smiled and nodded at Fugaku, acknowledging this favor. Chapter 6. Delving into the battlefield, encountering crisis. After a brief respite, Chiba departed from Fugaku's tent, once again embarking on his noble journey of healing. However, by this time, most of the critically injured had already been treated, and the remaining lightly wounded provided little in the way of substantial rewards. It seems I must focus on treating those of notable stature in the future, Chiba contemplated silently. Having attended to all the wounded, the sky began to lighten. A ray of dawn piercing through the veil of night, heralding a brilliant morning. The medical ninjas were utterly exhausted, gathered within a tent where some indulged in hearty meals. Others seized the moment to rest, while many engaged in light-hearted banter. At this juncture, Konoha had yet to reform its medical ninjas, most of whom followed a specialization path, rendering them quite vulnerable in combat. Everyone felt fortunate that this mission had not coincided with the ongoing war, resulting in no casualties within the team. You cannot fathom. An elder reminisced, just a moment ago, I was sharing laughter with my old comrade, and in the next instant, he was reduced to ashes by a sudden fire jutsu. I narrowly escaped the same fate. Chiba remained silent. For the strong, war is merely a stage for glory and ambition, a means to fulfill their aspirations. Yet for the weak, it is a hellish arena that can strip them of everything at any moment. By the way, Chiba, I never realized you were so exceptional. Hiroshi Yahara exclaimed, noticing the somber mood among the team. What a pity. If my daughter weren't so young, I would consider you as a potential son-in-law for the Yahara family. He laughed heartily. With those words, laughter erupted among the team, instantly lightening the atmosphere within the tent. Captain, if I were you, I would hasten to secure that marriage proposal. Chiba has garnered the favor of influential figures, and his future is undoubtedly bright. Hey, don't go matchmaking. Everyone in Team 13 knows Chiba only has eyes for beautiful older sisters, showing no interest in younger girls. Chiba, you aren't that young anymore. Why are you still single? How about I introduce you to someone? You know, a fair-skinned, stunning beauty with long legs. Faced with the good-natured teasing of his teammates, Chiba sighed quietly. If he had a beautiful sister to worry about, he wouldn't feel this burden. But the daughter of Captain Yahara? Chiba mused. As he had always assumed Captain Yahara had a son named Shinosuke. Could it be that Captain Yahara's daughter was Rin? He suddenly recalled that Obito, Rin, Kakashi, and Guy were all born during the Second Shinobi World War, which had now persisted for several years. Their ages certainly seemed to align. Many readers reference Watergate as a point of age, accompanied by the new work Watergate Chronicles by Akamatsu. This depicts Watergate during the Second Shinobi World War, now capable of confronting two Jinchuriki from Iwagakure. This is certainly not an 8-year-old. Just as the crowd was engaged in jovial banter, a figure rushed in, shattering the cheerful atmosphere. Team 13, I have just received directives from higher-ups. You must promptly proceed to the next battlefield. The once boisterous gathering fell into an instant silence. Understood, Hiroshi Noera responded gravely after taking a deep breath. The communication officer nodded and replied, Thank you for your hard work, Team 13. Sighs of reluctance escaped the group as they exited the tent, feeling utterly exhausted, save for Chiba, whose chakra had nearly fully recovered, allowing him to genuinely appreciate the strength of the Senju bloodline. Once the team was settled, Hiroshi approached Orochimaru respectfully, saying, Lord Orochimaru, could you please assign someone to escort us to the next battlefield? Orochimaru slightly nodded. I have arranged for 3 squads. They will escort you the entire way. Upon hearing this, Hiroshi's expression soured. Only 3 squads? Unlike our initial journey through the controllable territories of Konoha, we are now venturing into the battlefield, where the danger is exponentially greater. 3 squads is all I can mobilize. Prepare yourselves and depart, Orochimaru replied calmly. As the commander of this battle zone, his primary concern was the overall situation of the area, not the safety of a group of medical ninjas, even if one among them was a prodigy. For true geniuses do not perish easily. They rise stronger from adversity. Those who fall without a fight are not true geniuses. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Realizing there was no room for negotiation, Hiroshi gritted his teeth in agreement. Under the escort of 3 Konoha squads, the medical ninjas of Team 13 set out once more, swiftly traversing through a dense forest towards the next battlefield. I wonder if I will encounter any interesting individuals at the next location, Chiba mused. Since acquiring the system, his initial anxiety had dissipated and his mindset was subtly shifting. Damn you, Chiba. A venomous glare was fixed upon him from behind. Wugong seethed with hatred. His promotion to vice captain of Team 13 had seemed certain, but Chiba's emergence had obliterated his hopes entirely. He had been meticulous and cautious, fearing to offend his superiors for the sake of that position. Yet tonight, not only had Chiba stolen his thunder, but he had also incited disdain from both team leader Noera and Lord Orochimaru. Was there any chance he could still attain that vice captaincy? Wouldn't it be better if Chiba were to perish? After hearing the old man's tale, an insidious thought took root in Wugong's heart. Had Chiba still been alive, the position of team leader would certainly not have been his. However, if the opposite were true. Suddenly, a ninja ahead raised his arm, signaling the group to halt. Is something amiss? Hiroshi Yahara inquired softly, his hand already resting on the hilt of his katana. As the leader of a squad, Yahara possessed a certain level of combat prowess. Something feels off. It is too quiet here, the ninja who had halted the group remarked gravely. Too quiet? Upon this reminder, Yahara became acutely aware. Indeed, it was unclear when the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds had vanished, leaving only the faint rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. Damn it, it's those Suna brats again! A leaf ninja exclaimed as he spotted a thin wire concealed among the grass, spitting on the ground in frustration. I won't make the same mistake twice. Brothers, prepare for battle. The 3 leaf squads swiftly dispersed, shielding the medical ninjas of Team 13 behind them. Their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings. The enemy's numbers could be substantial. After making a rough assessment, the leading ninja turned to the others. We will do our utmost to protect you, but should we become entangled in battle, we may not be able to attend to each of you. Please, take care of yourselves. The expressions of the medical ninjas in Team 13 shifted, and even Chiba felt a twinge of unease. Though he had received numerous rewards, his training had solely focused on healing techniques, not on the art of killing. Everyone, remain calm. Yahara bellowed, issuing orders. As we practiced, form pairs back to back. Keep watch over each other, and be wary of any enemies breaching our defenses. Understood, Leader Yahara. Under Yahara's guidance, the group managed to steel themselves, fumbling to retrieve their weapons, which they typically left as mere decorations, and pairing up with their comrades. The opportunity has arisen. Wu Gang's heart raced in his chest. He suppressed his excitement, quickly jogging to Chiba's side, striving to maintain a natural expression. Chiba, how about we team up? Chiba cast a glance at Wugong, nodded, and revealed a sincere smile. All right, Wugong-senpai, I shall rely on you a great deal. Hee, what a fool. Observing Chiba's unguarded demeanor, Wugong inwardly scoffed. Chapter 7. The agony of Chiba. With his back turned to Chiba, Wugong stealthily withdrew a scalpel from the medical kit, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Wind release, wind cutter technique. However, before Wugong could devise a plan to have Chiba perish at the hands of the Sand Ninja, a series of howling wind blades surged toward them from the dense forest. Earth release, earth flow wall. The 2 leaf ninja reacted swiftly, their hands forming seals in rapid succession. With a strike to the ground, 2 massive circular earthen walls swiftly rose, intercepting the oncoming wind blades. Swish, swish, swish. In the moment the wind blades were thwarted by the earth flow wall, a dozen sand ninjas leaped forth from the thicket, charging fiercely towards the leaf side. Clang. As the distance between the 2 factions diminished, the ninjas instinctively drew their weapons, opting for close combat. Clash. The blades collided, sparks flying. In a mere instant, 3 or 4 individuals from both sides collapsed, unable to rise again. The Sand Ninjas, with a numerical advantage, swiftly tore through the defensive line established by the Leaf Ninjas, with 3 or 4 of them recklessly charging straight towards the medical ninjas in the rear. Bastards, you shall not touch my comrades. Hiroshi Noera roared, gripping his katana tightly as he advanced to confront a Sand Ninja. Chiba, watch your back. Wugong maintained his position behind Chiba, preventing him from retreating. Only when a Sand Ninja charged at them did he suddenly step aside, feigning panic as he shouted, Chiba glanced slightly to the side and beheld a Sand Village ninja wielding a long blade charging towards his position, mere steps away. How bothersome. I truly have never learned how to kill, Chiba thought, feeling a sense of irritation. Across from Chiba, the Sand Ninja cast a glance at the white armband on Chiba's arm and sneered. What a pity. Under normal circumstances, I might have spared your lives, but now, you shall obediently meet your demise. He felt no pressure in confronting a few ordinary medical ninjas, especially this young lad before him, who appeared inexperienced in combat. While other medical ninjas at least pretended to wield a weapon, this boy stood frozen, forgetting even to draw his sword. It was likely that if a blade were handed to him, he would lack the courage to use it. Sand style, initial gale slash. The sand ninja stepped forward, his figure instantly appearing beside Chiba, his long sword slicing through the air like a fierce wind, aiming to cleave him in two. As the blade descended, the sand ninja was suddenly taken aback. He felt no resistance. His seemingly foolproof strike had missed. Uchiha style, shadow dance step. In that fleeting moment as the sand ninja closed in, Chiba lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his form gliding gracefully behind the opponent, as if they were engaged in a duet. Not good. Although Chiba held no weapon, the sand ninja instinctively sensed danger, his body bristling with alarm. However, before he could turn around, a tender little hand had already pierced through his chest. Chakra surgical blade. Nanny. The sand ninja's pupils dilated in shock as he looked down, his eyes gradually losing their luster. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary boy had mastered the profound A-rank ninjutsu known as chakra surgical blade. Even more astonishing was the boy's ability to grasp the rhythm of battle with such precision, executing his moves with remarkable decisiveness. Chakra surgical blade. Chakra surgical blade. Die. You scoundrel. Chiba, being inexperienced in battle, inevitably felt flustered and was uncertain whether the opponent was alive or dead, relentlessly continuing to poke with her small hands. Poke, poke, poke. Though Chiba had never learned the art of killing, he could effortlessly discern the vital points of the human body even with his eyes closed. Each strike aimed directly at the shinobi's major arteries, swiftly transforming his opponent into a figure drenched in crimson. Chiba, in the midst of his torment, cried out in anguish. I am merely a medical ninja, devoted to healing and saving lives. I do not wish to take lives. Why must you force me? Why must you compel me? With each thrust, the blood of the Sunagakure ninja gushed forth like a fountain, splattering Chiba from head to toe. Yahara Hiroshi, having exerted immense effort to vanquish the enemy, turned to assess the condition of his comrades, only to be met with the sight of the blood-soaked Chiba. He was taken aback. When did Chiba become so formidable? Yet, it seems his mental state is somewhat compromised. Chiba, regain your composure. A life has already been lost. Yahara Hiroshi admonished loudly. Lychee? What do you expect me to do with Lychee? Chiba, while poking around, shouted in anger, Why must you force me? Why must you force me? Ah! Hiroshi Noera cried out. Help me, save me. The battlefield was in chaos, filled with the desperate cries of medical ninjas. Yet one voice stood out with an urgency that pierced through the din. This is truly cursed. Wugong felt that he had fallen into a streak of misfortune these past few days. He had been secretly reveling in having outsmarted Chiba. But no sooner had he made his escape than he collided with a sand ninja who had flanked him. Luckily, a spark of inspiration struck Wugong, and he pulled down an unsuspecting colleague to shield himself from the blade, thus buying himself time to cry out for help. Wugong, I'm coming. Hiroshi Noera, having freed his hands, was just about to assist Wugong when a resonant and commanding voice rang out. Wugong-senpai, I am here to save you. Following the sound, Hiroshi Noera saw Chiba had halted his prior actions and was swiftly rushing towards Wugong. Well, Chiba is indeed closer. I shall leave it to him. Realizing this, Hiroshi Noera abandoned the thought of rescuing Wugong and chose to sprint toward a sand ninja who was nearer to him. Wonderful, Chiba, quickly save me. As Chiba approached, Wugong felt as though he had spotted a savior, the joy in his eyes nearly beyond control. Fool, once you rescue me, I will. When Hiroshi Noera, in conjunction with his team, dispatched another foe and turned to glance at Chiba, he was astonished to find the sand ninja who had been pursuing Wugong lying motionless on the ground. Alongside him lay Wugong. I'm sorry, Captain Noera. I was still a step too late, unable to save Wugong-senpai. Noticing the sorrow in Hiroshi Nohara's gaze, Chiba spoke with a visage of guilt. Ah, this is not your fault, Chiba. This is the nature of war. Hiroshi Noera sighed, unable to chastise the promising junior he had come to admire. Chiba's unwavering dedication to saving lives and his selfless courage in the face of danger had already won the hearts of everyone present. Who could bear to blame such a good soul? Meanwhile, Wu Gang's earlier subtle maneuvers did not go unnoticed by many. So, who would dare to doubt me? Chiba flashed a sincere smile. Did Wu Gang truly believe he was blind to his incessant provocations, that he would not be riled? Chakra scalpel. A handful of sand shinobi charged into the medical ninjas, but were swiftly dealt with by the combined efforts of Chiba and his companions. They could hardly fathom that among the flock of innocents, there lurked an anomaly like Chiba. The sand shinobi tasked with entangling the Konoha team sensed the tide turning and quickly retreated, detonating several poison bags before vanishing into the woods. These scoundrels, a Konoha ninja muttered under his breath. The recent ambush had cost them 5 brothers, yet their adversaries were far from unscathed. We must leave this place immediately. At that moment, a Konoha ninja, having searched the body of a fallen sand shinobi, turned pale and shouted, "Run, everyone run." The medical ninjas of Team 13 had no other notable trait but obedience. Without a moment's hesitation, they began to flee. "What is it, brother? What did you discover?" Hiroshi Noera inquired as they ran. A Konoha ninja glanced back, his face grim. They were not carrying any soldier rations. These fiends likely have a stronghold nearby. At this revelation, Hiroshi's expression darkened. This meant that they, as a group of relatively defenseless medical ninjas, had likely stumbled into the enemy's den. Noera team leader, up ahead. A medical ninja sprinting in front halted abruptly, horror etched on his face as he pointed forward. Hiroshi looked ahead to see 30 or 40 figures emerging from the trees, grinning wickedly at them. Damn it, he thought. His throat dry and words failing him upon witnessing the overwhelming numbers of sand shinobi. Even the previously spirited Konoha ninjas fell silent. Though they appeared to have a sizable contingent, their actual combat strength barely numbered 10, while their opponents outnumbered them 4-fold. The disparity was insurmountable, and the grim reality set in. Would they perish here? No, I have yet to experience the taste of a man. I do not wish to die. Despair spread like wildfire in their hearts, and a few female medical ninjas could no longer suppress their sobs. The sand shinobi, however, were in no rush to attack. Leisurely closing in on their prey, seemingly relishing the slow, agonizing process of instilling fear in their enemies. They are still too weak. They encounter life and death crises far too easily. Chiba lamented inwardly. After painstakingly acquiring a modicum of self-preservation, he found himself ensnared in a situation from which escape seemed impossible. As an unnamed supporting character, was it truly so arduous to survive until the finale? No, I must run. Chiba surveyed his surroundings, intending to identify a suitable escape route. Planning to flee with Hiroshi Noera shortly. Being pursued and hunted down as a rogue ninja by the village in the future is certainly preferable to being slain here and now, right? After all, he possesses no home, no romantic entanglements, and no savings in Konoha. He is utterly unencumbered. While observing the enemy, Chiba's gaze suddenly sharpened. He astutely discerned that the sand ninjas, who had been relentlessly advancing moments ago, were now seemingly frozen in place. Each of them halting their advance as if ensnared by a binding jutsu, as though they were apprehensive of some ominous presence. Following the gaze of the sand-hidden ninjas, Chiba observed a tall figure that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, striding purposefully towards the direction of Konoha. This was an exceptionally handsome young man, clad in the vest of a Konoha jonin, with long silver hair casually tied behind him, and cradling a chakra short blade in his arms. The white flame-patterned armband, the silver hair, the short blade, could it be the legendary Konoha White Fang? At that moment, a voice filled with dread erupted from the sand-hidden side, instantly igniting the emotions of everyone present. Surely this must be a jest. Was not the Konoha White Fang stationed at the front lines? How could he possibly be here? Marvelous. It is Lord White Fang. We are saved. In that instant, the mere presence of the silver-haired man stunned nearly 10 sand-hidden squads, as if he possessed a mystical power, making both sides firmly believe that their fates had undergone a dramatic reversal. Is this truly Konoha White Fang, Ataki Sakumo? Chiba's heart was filled with a mix of shock and confusion. The narrative surrounding Shaw-Imo in Naruto was scant, leaving him perplexed as to why Shaw-Imo exuded such an astonishing aura of intimidation, lacking any significant status. Chiba was unaware that Shaw-Imo had almost single-handedly breached the defenses of Sunagakure, instilling terror and dread in the hearts of its shinobi. With a soft patter of footsteps, Shaw-Imo, under the awestruck gazes of those around him, strode confidently past the forces of Konoha, approaching nearly 40 Sunagakure shinobi with an air of nonchalance. I am pressed for time. Should you choose to depart now, perhaps half of you may survive, he stated, his tone both relaxed and assured, as if declaring an impending reality. Good heavens, is Kakashi's father really this ostentatious? Chiba silently scoffed. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly casual remark from Shaw-Imo that shattered the facade of calm maintained by the Sunigakure shinobi. Everyone, remain composed. Konoha's white fang stands alone. While we are 40 strong, the advantage is ours. They proclaimed, but why then did they flee in disarray? The Sunigakure shinobi lacked even the courage to draw their weapons against Showa-emo, scattering like frightened birds before his relentless advance, leaving Chiba utterly astonished. With a swift motion, Showa-emo unsheathed his short blade, nonchalantly securing the scabbard behind him, his speed increasing as he transformed into a mere blur. Hataki style, grain of rice. With a low exclamation, a flash of lightning erupted, illuminating the dimly lit forest. Chiba's eyes could barely perceive Shikumo's figure, only witnessing the thunder and blade light that spread like waves, almost instantly enveloping an area of several dozen meters. Correspondingly, the sand-hidden ninjas within that range fell one after another, without exception. So impressive. As Chiba gazed at the astonishing scene before him, his heart raced, a flame igniting within him, causing his blood to boil. Having traversed into this world for so long, this was the first time he had witnessed such high-level combat prowess. The visceral impact of this experience was something he could never have felt while watching anime. The confidence and composure radiating from Shikumo, along with his dazzling swordsmanship that overwhelmed the sand-hidden, captivated Chiba utterly. Although he was a medical practitioner, he yearned for such lethal prowess against his enemies. Well, at least it was half the expectation, so it wasn't a complete disappointment. While Chiba was still in shock, Shikumo sheathed his sword and returned. Elegant, exceedingly elegant. Lord Shikumo, were you not engaged in battle with the main forces of the Sand-Hidden? How did you come to be here? A leaf ninja approached with a look of surprise, reminiscent of a fan encountering their idol. No doubt about it, my wish from earlier has come true. A female medical ninja exclaimed, infatuated. I was just saying I had yet to experience the charms of a man. And the Sage of Six Paths delivered a perfect one right to me. I have urgent matters to attend to. With a single sentence, Shikumo dismissed the enthusiastic crowd, turning his gaze towards the medical ninjas. After a brief scan, his eyes settled on Hiroshi Noera. I heard from the communications team that your Group 13 has an exceptionally skilled medical ninja named Chiba. Is that you? Ah. Hiroshi Nohara's face flushed crimson. He knew that Shikumo had mistaken him for someone else. With Wugong deceased and the elder who had been recounting tales also gone, he was the only one left in Group 13 of a slightly older age, so it was no wonder Shikumo would make such an error. It's not me. Lord Shikumo, he is the Chiba you seek. Hiroshi Noera stepped aside, revealing Chiba's youthful visage. Shikumo, gazing at the half-grown youth before him, was momentarily taken aback. The exceptional medical ninja, reputed to possess skills rivaling Tsunade's, was indeed this barely adult child. Even Shikumo, with his vast experience, felt a moment of disorientation. However, he quickly regained his composure and, maintaining an even demeanor, addressed Chiba. Come with me. Chiba, I require your medical expertise. We shall discuss the rest on the way, but I still need to. Chiba exhibited a certain reluctance as he cast a sidelong glance at Hiroshi Noera, his eyes brimming with inquiry. Go on, Chiba. Noera nodded, encouragingly smiling. Since it is Lord Shikumo's request, it is quite possible that you are about to undertake a task that could influence the entire course of battle. This is an excellent opportunity for you to make your mark. Noera spoke with sincere conviction. With Lord Shikumo present, Chiba should encounter little peril. He genuinely felt pleased for Chiba. Leave the healing mission in another battle zone to us. Go with assurance, Chiba. Very well, Nohara-san, Chiba replied after a brief hesitation. Nodding in acquiescence, he raised his arm slightly, contemplating embracing Noera before departing, but felt a twinge of shyness with so many eyes upon him. You rascal. Don't be so sentimental. Lord Shikumo is waiting. Save your words for when you return to the village. Noera discerned Chiba's intention and playfully scolded him while patting his shoulder. Understood. You are the leader. I shall heed your words. Chiba ceased his hesitations and followed Shikamaru as they turned to depart. This was the last occasion he would behold Noera Hiroshi. Lord Shikamaru, will your withdrawal from the front lines not affect the course of battle? Chiba inquired curiously during their journey. The enemies in my vicinity have been largely dealt with. By the time the adversaries in other regions become aware of this, we shall have returned, Shikamaru replied, leading Chiba at a swift pace. Shikamaru noted with surprise Chiba's ability to engage in conversation despite the rapid speed. It seemed this young man possessed not only exceptional medical skills but other talents as well. Shikamaru discreetly accelerated until he reached the level of a Janin, and upon observing Chiba's slight struggle, he ceased to increase their speed. Chiba, shortly. I will require you to exert your utmost efforts to heal 2 individuals, Shikamura said, slightly turning to face Chiba. The fates of these 2 will significantly influence the trajectory of the ensuing battle. Chapter 9. To grasp? Perhaps 90%. Will it truly affect the entire course of battle? Upon hearing this, Chiba was somewhat astonished. However, Shikumo did not intend to elaborate further, so Chiba, recognizing the cue, refrained from probing and instead inquired, Lord Shikumo, are they gravely injured? Indeed, Shikumo replied with a slight nod, his tone tinged with reluctance. Both of them are exceptionally strong, and in the heat of battle, I could not afford to hold back. Ah, so they are foes who have crossed swords with Lord Shikumo, Chiba mused. Recalling the terrifying prowess Shikumo exhibited during their earlier encounter, it was evident to him that these 2 individuals were likely not merely gravely injured. They were probably on the brink of death, beyond the reach of conventional medical intervention. Previously, he had heard from his comrades in the medical unit that Lady Tsunade seemed to be engaged in a fierce duel elsewhere with Chiyo, one wielding poison while the other countered with antidotes, a spectacle of relentless combat. It was clear that Shikumo had little choice but to select him, this fortunate soul, for such a critical task. As they journeyed, the squad that had been left behind by Shikumo gradually regrouped. Surrounded by his comrades, Chiba felt an overwhelming sense of security. Goodness, they have even constructed makeshift infirmaries. Upon arriving at the war zone where Shikumo was stationed, Chiba marveled at the sight of the hospital. Who among them deserved such a high level of care? Follow me, Chiba. Without further ado, Chiba was promptly escorted to the specially erected intensive care unit. His role as a subordinate firmly established, Chiba surveyed the surroundings of the infirmary, his astonishment intensifying. The room remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by 2 candles flickering in each of the 4 corners. The floor was etched with an intricate array of dark incantations, subtly forming a 4-pointed star pattern that danced in harmony with the flickering candlelight, casting an eerie green glow. In the center of this formation lay 2 lifeless figures, encircled by a cadre of medical ninjas, tirelessly infusing vitality into the pair. Chiba cautiously stepped into the formation, and upon recognizing one of the individuals, a look of realization washed over him. Fiery red hair and the long robe of Tsunagakure, it was none other than Gaara's father, Raza. However, after a moment of contemplation, Chiba recognized the discrepancy. These 2 were actually the parents of Scorpion, the son and daughter-in-law of Chiyo. Once he grasped their identities, Chiba approached them, bending down to carefully assess their conditions. To his astonishment, he found their bodies riddled with wounds. A terrifying surge of lightning chakra ravaged their insides, continuously damaging their cells and tissues. Were it not for the relentless efforts of 7 or 8 medical ninjas infusing them with vitality, these 2, regardless of their physical resilience, would have already succumbed to death. As Chiba had previously surmised, mere medical ninjutsu was insufficient to salvage their lives. Such superficial remedies could only delay the inevitable decline of their life force. To truly save them, an exceptionally meticulous debridement surgery was required, coupled with equally precise and potent medical ninjutsu. Furthermore, these 2 steps must be meticulously coordinated. Any slight deviation could result in the complete extinguishment of the faint breath that remained in them. Aside from Lady Tsunade, there may be no one in the current Konoha capable of saving them, though I might be an exception, Chiba mused, his gaze drifting to the formation, which glimmered with an eerie green light. These 2 were acknowledged as powerful figures even by Kakashi, and with death looming near, the potential rewards for saving them would undoubtedly be substantial. Chiba rose from his seat, casting a steady gaze towards Shikumo behind him, and confidently spoke. Lord Shikumo, if I am not mistaken, the formation laid out in this room is intended for the application of the revitalization technique, is it not? As I have mentioned before, the current scarcity of medical ninjas in Konoha renders most medical ninjutsu unrestricted for them. If the medical team were to impart even one additional technique, it could potentially save hundreds on the battlefield. Although the revitalization technique is exceedingly difficult to execute, it is not classified as a forbidden art. Its underlying principles are rather straightforward. Yet the challenge lies primarily in the manipulation of chakra. Indeed, Shikumo nodded in approval. He had refrained from speaking earlier to ascertain whether Chiba could discern the purpose of the formation beneath their feet. This was a test of Chiba's capabilities. Tell me, if you were to perform the revitalization technique, would you be confident in your success? Shikumo inquired. Chiba fell into contemplation. The revitalization technique utilizes a portion of the wounded individual's tissue as a medium, altering the cellular composition under precise control to regenerate the damaged area. If the technique is successfully performed, it can yield effects akin to resurrection. However, the dilemma lies not only in the technique's complexity but also in the element of fortune involved. Thus, Chiba hesitated to guarantee Lord Shikumo that he could save both individuals. Lord Shikumo, are you suggesting that you can find someone more suitable than myself? Before Chiba could respond, an elderly medical ninja, nearly 60 and visibly agitated, burst into the room, his beard nearly bristling with intensity. Shikumo frowned. Previously, the elder had claimed a 50% chance of saving the two, a response that left Shikumo unsatisfied, prompting him to seek Chiba's assistance despite the longer distance. Chiba, what is your assessment? Shikumo turned to the silent Chiba, pressing for his opinion. I cannot offer you a guarantee, Lord Shikumo, but I possess a 90% certainty. Chiba disregarded the elder and responded with utmost candor, expressing that he merely sought the reward and had no intention of engaging in futile arguments. How ridiculous it is. Even I would not dare to claim the ability to save these two individuals, yet you boldly boast such audacity. Chiba's words only served to aggravate the elder further, as he pointed towards Shimo, saying, My lord Shimo, the essence of a medical ninja lies in their meticulousness and experience. This lad possesses neither. I suggest you have him leave at once. The elder's animosity towards Chiba was not without motive, driven instead by self-interest. Previously, he had assured Shimo of a 50% success rate, calculating that Shimo had no suitable candidates available, thus forcing him to resort to Chiba. Should the boy succeed, the elder would undoubtedly claim a share of the credit. If he failed, it mattered little, for he had already downplayed the odds and could easily shift the blame onto Shimo, who could have anticipated the emergence of a young upstart, seeking to usurp the elder's accolades. How could he not be incensed? Why is it that some individuals are so devoid of self-awareness? They lack the necessary skills yet insist on equating their tenure with competence. Chiba shook his head, scoffing at the old man. In the original narrative, this couple met their untimely demise. Their bodies returned to Sunagakure, becoming the puppets known as father and mother for the scorpion. What could be said about the old man's medical prowess? He was akin to the inept members of Konoha's F4, both incompetent and fond of games. The only difference was that he toyed with lives, while the latter squandered the might of Konoha. The rebirth technique is a laborious and time-consuming endeavor, regardless of who leads. The second participant may not endure until the next round of treatment. The old man continued to prattle on, listing reasons why Chiba was unfit, prompting Chiba to interject. How about this? Let us each save one person, and should either of us fail, we shall willingly accept the consequences. Faced with the assertive Chiba, the old man's expression shifted, the earlier bravado evaporating. Is this lad mad? What is the purpose of such a military pledge? Chapter 10, Resurrection. Astonishing rewards. The old man instantly regretted his words. He possessed both qualifications and abilities. Even without claiming this merit, he could continue to enjoy his lavish status. And there was no need to indulge Chiba's madness. He had no real confidence in saving these two. He merely wished to test his luck. With this thought, the old man's demeanor softened. He gazed at Chiba in feigned concern. Youngster, healing is no trifling matter. I merely intended to offer you some advice. Why must you be so imperious? Without waiting for Chiba's response, the old man turned to Shuoimo, bowing slightly. Lord Shuoimo, since this young one is so confident, I shall relinquish this rare opportunity to him. He is far more in need of it than I. Fear has indeed taken hold. Yet you speak with such lofty pretensions. It is truly nauseating. Chiba coldly remarked, Old sir, since you are so concerned about the younger generation, why not stay and oversee the proceedings? If any mishaps occurred during the treatment, you might lend your guidance. Upon hearing Chiba's words, the elder displayed a look of disdain. What is my status compared to yours? You wish for me to assist you? How naive. Just as the elder was about to decline, he caught a glimpse of the expressionless Shuangma beside him. His body trembled, and he immediately changed his tune, saying, No need for you to suggest it. I had the same intention. With the elder sufficiently intimidated, Chiba lost interest in him and turned to Shuangma. My lord Shuangma, please give the order for everyone to prepare. We will need their full cooperation shortly, as I intend to treat both individuals simultaneously. As Chiba had mentioned earlier, if the revitalization treatment were conducted separately, one of them might not endure. Hence, he planned to treat them together. Chiba, do you truly have confidence in this? Shuangma gravely reiterated. It was understandable for Shuangma to be concerned. Chiba was exceedingly young, and he had never witnessed Chiba's medical prowess firsthand. leaving him with considerable uncertainty. What a joke. The elder silently scoffed. This is the revitalization technique. Even if one were to rely on luck, they would dare to tackle only one at a time. This young man intends to manage two at once. Is he not out of his mind? Do you truly believe in this? Chiba smiled and said, Lord Shikumo. The reason I assert I possess a 90% certainty is that this technique requires a modicum of luck. However, I am 100% confident in my abilities. Very well, I trust you, Shikumo replied, casting a deep glance at Chiba before nodding without hesitation. Shikumo possessed a discerning eye for recognizing true potential. Just as he had discerned in the original narrative that Kai would eventually become Kakashi's formidable rival, he perceived that Chiba was genuinely self-assured. To doubt those one employs is folly. To trust those one engages is the hallmark of a true leader. Throughout the ensuing treatment, everyone followed Chiba's directives without question. As Shikumo commanded, yes, responded the assembled medical ninjas in unison, including the reluctant elder. Yash. Chinya stepped boldly into the inky darkness of the ritual. With his hands clasped together, tendrils of chakra flowed from his body into the ground, akin to droplets of water cascading into an ink pool. Stirring ripples that intertwined with the array beneath his feet. A sizzling sound emanated as the dark incantation within the formation seemed to awaken under Chinya's infusion of chakra. Writhing across the surface before coiling like tendrils and penetrating the bodies of the two individuals lying at the center of the array. Chiba closed his eyes, allowing his perception to extend along the technique, and the internal conditions of both bodies vividly manifested before his vision. Everyone, follow my lead and channel your vitality with unwavering determination. Do not cease. Chiba commanded emphatically. Yes. The crowd replied in unison, unleashing a myriad of medical ninjutsu, causing a verdant glow to illuminate the room. With the assistance of the others, Chiba meticulously began to cleanse the wounds within the two bodies, continuously stimulating the regeneration of cellular tissues at the injury sites. It was evident that this would be a protracted endeavor. Time slipped by unnoticed as the group tirelessly engaged in their rescue efforts, the green light within the room thickening to an almost palpable density. For the reward. The assisting medical ninjas had changed several times, yet Chiba, who was at the helm of the entire technique, remained irreplaceable and could only grit his teeth and persevere. Heal and regenerate. With a furious roar, Chiba unleashed the remaining chakra within him, which surged forth and permeated the formation. Simultaneously, the flesh at the wounds of the two individuals lying in the center of the formation began to writhe, visibly healing at an astonishing pace. As their injuries were thoroughly mended, Chiba could no longer sustain himself. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his lungs aflame with pain. Ding. Healing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a permanent enhancement of all medical ninjutsu 20. Ding. Healing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Sunigakure, secret technique of 100 poisons. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in his mind, and Chiba instantly felt invigorated. His waist no longer aching and his lungs devoid of pain. A permanent healing enhancement of 20. And the secret technique of 100 poisons. Huh? The secret technique of 100 poisons? Chiba was momentarily taken aback as an overwhelming array of memories regarding the taming of venomous creatures, the crafting of poison sacs, and the utilization of concealed weapons flooded his mind, totaling over 100 distinct types. Wait, I am a medical ninja. What purpose do these skills serve me? Chiba silently lamented. The rewards from the system were remarkably peculiar, internalizing directly into his being, which meant that Chiba had now become an adept in the art of poison. Alas, as a medical ninja, how would he ever require such abilities? Ding. The host has achieved resurrection through their own capabilities for the first time. As a reward for this accomplishment, the host has gained the right to utilize the skill Resurrection 1. Is there yet another achievement reward? Chiba was momentarily taken aback and hastily opened the skill description. Revive. This skill allows the resurrection of a deceased individual whose death occurred within the last hour and whose body remains intact. The host is guaranteed to receive superior rewards. Goodness, is the system truly serious? This is genuinely a resurrection. After reading the skill description, Chiba excitedly began to pound the ground with his hands. This ability is simply extraordinary. Not only does it grant an additional life to those around him, but it also promises splendid rewards. The last time he received a superior reward, he obtained the Senju bloodline and perfect chakra control. Surely, the rewards for resurrecting someone cannot be inferior to the last time. Can they? No wonder, no wonder. Observing Chiba's fervent enthusiasm, Shmon nodded thoughtfully. to find joy in saving lives and to feel immense joy in rescuing a single life. It is no surprise that this young individual possesses such remarkable medical skills at such a tender age. This is what is known as the benevolence of a healer. Goodness. This young man. The elderly man beside him was astonished, his eyes nearly bulging from disbelief. He had steadfastly remained in the ward, eager to witness Chiba's failure. Yet who would have imagined that this young man actually managed to revive two individuals? Absurd. Even if Lady Tsunade were present, she might not have succeeded in reviving both at once. Alas, life is not a novel. The elderly man is no mindless antagonist. As he previously contended with Chiba solely for personal gain, now, having witnessed Chiba's potential, he bitterly smiled and joined the other medical ninjas in praising Chiba. I was indeed short-sighted. You possess skills far beyond your years. I am humbled, for talents emerge with each generation. One cannot resist the passage of time. At this moment, Shikamaru, noticing the elderly man's discomfort, took the initiative to speak. Very well, aside from Chiba, let the others exit for now. Also, summon the guards at the entrance to bring these two under control. Understood. Accompanied by the other medical ninjas, the elderly man left the ward in a daze. Chiba, you have truly achieved a remarkable feat this time. Once everyone had departed, Ma turned his gaze to the two individuals lying in the center of the formation. A rare smile gracing his face. Chapter 11. The young sister of a friend, Tsunade. These two individuals are the son and daughter-in-law of Chiyo from Sunagakure. In the ward, Ma explained to Chiba, the third Kazekage has recently ascended to power, and significant authority in Sunagakure rests in Chiyo's hands. Now, with these two as hostages, the village will undoubtedly be cautious. I see now. Chiba nodded, finding that Suamo's words aligned closely with his own suspicions. What is the essence of war? It is for the sake of profit. Why would Hitaki Mo go to such lengths to save two adversaries? Undoubtedly, it is because their survival could yield greater benefits for Konoha, whether it be through forcing Sunagakure to cede territory or compelling them to surrender. You need not continue your medical missions in other battle zones. I will arrange for someone to escort you back to your previous area of duty, where you shall await further instructions, Suamo remarked with a smile. Thank you, Lord Suamo. Chiba's eyes sparkled with gratitude. The area he had previously occupied, overseen by Orochimaru, lay at the rear of the battlefield, where the enemy had been largely vanquished. Remaining there meant he could discreetly bide his time. Lord Suamo, are we nearing the end of our conflict with Sunagakure? Chiba inquired. No, Suamo replied, shaking his head, his tone stern. The number of casualties from Sunagakure is still insufficient. We must wait a while longer. A month later, within an independent tent in the battle zone overseen by Orochimaru, Chiba sighed, pondering when Team Uwara would return. Chiba languidly reclined on the bed belonging to Shinshu, idly twirling a scalpel in his hand as he observed Shinshu, who leaned on a cane, slowly meandering around the tent. Since their return, there had been no injuries for him to attend to, and thus caring for Shinshu had become his exclusive responsibility. TSK, one must say, the bloodline of the Thousand Hands truly lives up to its reputation. Despite nearly being reduced to cinders, Shinshu was already capable of moving about with such agility. Honestly, when the Great Pillar resorted to committing suicide with a shuriken, even the esteemed Madara believed him. Indeed, beauty can be quite beguiling. Chiba mused idly. Hey, Chiba, what are you daydreaming about now? Shinshu, breathless, leaned against the bedside, casually tossing his cane to the ground, and cheerfully remarked, Once I recover, I shall teach you the art of combat and cultivation. Not a chance. Chiba retorted without a second thought, shaking his head in refusal. As a medical ninja, what need have I for such frivolities? To learn them for self-defense, of course. Shinshu replied with a smirk. With your frail physique, when I am in good health, I could easily defeat 20 of you. Humph, Chiba scoffed, unwilling to yield. Were it not for the fact that you are currently unwell, I would have you pinned to the ground right now. Chiba, Shinshu. The lively banter between the two, fostered by their bond of life-saving camaraderie, was a common occurrence given their long-standing friendship. Just then, a commanding voice resonated throughout the camp. Orochimaru, come out here. It was the voice of the elder sister. Exchanging glances, Shinshu exclaimed with delight, Quick, Chiba, carry me outside. Chiba rolled her eyes and said, Why don't you prop yourself up with your own cane and go out? Are you devoid of hands and feet? I'm exhausted. Rope Tree retorted with indignation. Is this how you care for me? Do you dare me to report to my sister and have her deliver a punch that could end you? You rascal. Chiba found himself momentarily speechless. With a huff, he rose from the bed and, in a swift motion, scooped up Shoshu in a princess carry. dashing towards the entrance of the tent. Shoshu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Chiba, what on earth are you doing?" Chiba remained silent, his refusal stemming from a mere desire to engage in the peculiar whims of the vine tree. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as the two stepped out of the tent, followed by a figure soaring past them and crashing heavily into the nearby woods. "Vine tree," Chiba exclaimed. Could it be that the figure that just flew by is Lord Orochimaru? He voiced his uncertainty. "Indeed, it seems to be my teacher." Observing the familiar silhouette clinging to the tree, Jun nodded repeatedly. As Chiba turned around once more, a graceful figure had already approached him. Gazing down upon him with an air of authority, gulping nervously, he beheld a woman in her early 20s, adorned with flowing golden locks, her features exquisitely refined, and her figure strikingly alluring, radiating the undeniable charm of an esteemed heiress. Without a doubt, she was Tsunade, the elder sister that Ju had spoken of. "You must be Chiba," she remarked, casting a glance at the younger brother resting in Chiba's arms, narrowing her eyes before fixing her gaze upon Chiba's face. "Why yes, Lady Tsunade," he stammered in response. Chiba appeared somewhat anxious, as Orochimaru had just flown past him almost nose to nose, and the pressure emanating from Tsunade was indeed formidable. "Do not be nervous, Chiba. My sister is quite kind," Shinshu remarked with a smile. Tsunade furrowed her brows and reprimanded, "Stop with the foolish grinning, Shinshu. I will address your issues later." "Oh." Shinshu obediently closed his mouth, sensing that once his injury healed, he might find himself in trouble again. Tsunade withdrew her scrutinizing gaze from Chiba and spoke solemnly. "I have heard of your deeds. Thank you for saving my brother. Consider it a debt I owe you." "Very well, I shall be at your service if needed." Chiba readily accepted, recognizing that excessive politeness could be off-putting. Accepting favors could instead foster a closer bond. "Indeed, you are quite agreeable. You suit my tastes." Tsunade expressed satisfaction upon hearing Chiba accept her favor. "As long as you find me capable," Chiba mused silently. "Now, tell me about Shinshu's current condition." "Of course, Lady Tsunade." The war between Konoha and Sunagakure had concluded, which was why Tsunade could return from the front lines. Shikumo's multiple surprise attacks had thoroughly demoralized Sunagakure's forces, and with hostages in hand, they were compelled to concede to Konoha. The conflict between the Wind and Fire nations had reached a temporary cessation, with the Land of Fire emerging slightly victorious. In a conference room within the Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, sat calmly on the platform, leisurely smoking his pipe while awaiting the arrival of attendees. Although the war with Sunagakure had ended, the confrontation with Wagakure's army continued, necessitating the strategic meeting he had convened. The attendees comprised Konoha's core strength, including Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, who were collectively referred to as the legendary Three Ninjas by Hanzo the Salamander. Thus, when a youthful face appeared in the conference room, many expressed surprise. "Chiba-kun. We meet again," Orochimaru greeted with a smile. "Chiba, you are here as well," Tsunade exclaimed unabashedly. Even Shikumo, usually aloof, nodded slightly in acknowledgement of the newcomer. This elicited further astonishment among the unacquainted as a collective thought arose. Who is this fellow, to command such attention? Indeed, due to his remarkable contributions during the war against Sunagakure, specifically, reviving the parents of Scorpion, Chiba had also been invited to this strategic meeting. Lord Orochimaru, Lady Tsunade, Lord Shikumo. Chiba respectfully greeted them before taking a seat in a quiet corner, aware that he was merely present to fill the ranks. "Now that everyone is here, let us commence." At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up from the platform. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Tsunade abruptly rose to her feet, exclaiming loudly, "I have a suggestion to make. This war has unveiled numerous issues, and I believe it is imperative to reform the medical ninja of Konoha, ensuring that each squad is equipped with a combat-capable medical ninja." "Tsunade, we have already deliberated on this matter," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, rubbing his temples with a hint of exasperation. "We are currently engaged in battle with Wagakuure. Where do we find the time and energy for reform?" "What did you say, you old fool?" Tsunade glared, her eyes wide, slamming her hand on the table in anger. "If we do not implement reform swiftly, it will only lead to more sacrifices." A brief silence enveloped the conference room. No one spoke in support of Tsunade, not even her two childhood friends. After all, on the opposing side was the third Hokage. "Well, I support Lady Tsunade's opinion." A hesitant voice emerged from the crowd. A young man with long azure hair was about to rise in support of Tsunade when a faint voice echoed from the corner. Chapter 12. Tsunade and Chiba, I cherish your life's delay. Swiftly, everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, curious to see who had the audacity to openly oppose the third Hokage. Chiba? Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment. She had anticipated Jiraiya or Orochimaru, but it was her brother's friend, a mere boy, who stood to support her. Humph, so you have objections to me, do you? Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed from the podium, his expression darkening as the aura of authority surged forth. Being questioned by a 13 or 14-year-old boy in front of Konoha's senior members would provoke ire in anyone, even Hiruzen. Witnessing the third Hokage's anger, the audience fell into a hushed silence. Even the long-haired man who intended to support Tsunade quietly abandoned his thoughts. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of emptiness lingered in the man's heart. However, Chiba, at the epicenter of this tension, did not falter. He took a deep breath, a complex expression flitting across his face. Captain Yawara, if you were here, you would undoubtedly agree with this proposal. If it were not to shield our comrades who lack combat capabilities, you would not. Chiba suppressed the tumult of his thoughts and, with a serious expression, spoke. 3 generations of Hokage. How could I possibly harbor any grievances against you? You were entrusted with your duties in the direst of times, commanding our forces to secure victory after victory, guiding Konoha out of the quagmire of war. Every citizen of Konoha holds you in the highest esteem, through countless traversals. Flattery remains untouched. While such words might fall flat when spoken by another, they resonate profoundly when uttered by a youth brimming with sincerity. Indeed, what a clever little rascal! With a contented puff from his pipe, Hisashi no longer harbored any intentions of reproach. Instead, he smiled and inquired, "Do share your thoughts." Chiba nodded and remarked, "From a broader perspective, your assessment is undoubtedly correct. However, I believe Lady Tsunade has some valid points as well. From the perspective of a medical ninja." Chiba began to enumerate the benefits of optimizing the structure of the Konoha teams and establishing a new training mechanism for medical ninjas. On the stage, Hisashi listened attentively, nodding slightly at Chiba's eloquent discourse. Indeed, he possesses considerable talent and social acumen. He is quite a promising candidate. Unfortunately, due to his advanced age, he felt ill-suited to take on a disciple. Yet, the thought of his 3 eccentric apprentices ignited a desire within him to start anew. None of those young scamps regarded him with the respect he deserved, unlike the promising youth before him. Orochimaru, start anew? Would you like my assistance? Lord Sarutobi. As the meeting concluded, Chiba hastily exited through the back door of the conference room. Impulsive, indeed. Chiba felt a pang of regret. He had impulsively risen to his feet in a moment of fervor. Alas, impulsiveness is a devil. "Hey, Chiba, wait for me." At that moment, the melodious voice of Tsunade echoed from behind him. Chiba was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether he had inadvertently triggered some unforeseen plot. In his previous life, he had been preoccupied with his studies, only obtaining a cursory understanding of the Naruto narrative, thus remaining oblivious to the romantic entanglement between Tsunade and Dan Kato, which had commenced during tonight's meeting. In the original storyline, it was Dan Kato who had stepped forward to support Tsunade. However, that role had now fallen upon him. Just moments ago, even Orochimaru and Jiraiya had remained silent in the presence of the elder. "Thank you for your support, Chiba," Tsunade remarked, quickly catching up to him. And together they strolled through the dimly lit alleyway under the cloak of night. Chiba shook his head and sighed, saying, "You need not thank me, Lady Tsunade. To be frank, my decision to step forward was not solely for your sake." Chiba appeared somewhat despondent, stirring the tender emotions deep within Tsunade's heart. It was precisely because she had nearly lost Shinji that she had been so agitated during the meeting. "Chiba, it seems you have lost someone of great significance, haven't you? Please, accompany me for a while. Let us converse," Tsunade remarked, observing Chiba's despondent demeanor. "All right," Chiba nodded, following Tsunade to a secluded spot. At this moment, Tsunade was in her early 20s, embodying the pinnacle of beauty and physique, with a generous yet modest bosom and a waist so slender it could barely be grasped. Chiba stole a few glances, feeling his heart race. He truly had no defenses against the allure of the beautiful older sister. The two were not particularly familiar, and it was impossible to be candid right from the start. Their conversation commenced within the realm of medicine, a field they both understood. In the world of Naruto, medical knowledge is founded upon chakra, far less intricate than that of Blue Star. Regardless of what Tsunade discussed, Chiba was able to speak eloquently, offering profound insights. After all, having memorized so many texts in his past life, he was brimming with knowledge. Chiba's vast reservoir of knowledge undoubtedly left Tsunade quite astounded, her gaze upon him transformed markedly. So, do you have any aspirations, Chiba? Tsunade inquired abruptly. Not really, Chiba pondered, feeling his mind devoid of thoughts. If I had to say something, I wish to possess formidable strength, to no longer endure the pain of parting life and death, and to peacefully grow old with the one I cherish. I see. Tsunade replied, her tone feigning indifference. That sounds rather heartwarming. At your age, you must have someone special in mind, right? Not yet. Chiba's delicate face instantly fell. Lady Tsunade, why do you insist on bringing up such sensitive topics? I apologize. I seem to have touched a sore spot. She laughed heartily, her laughter causing Chiba's heart to flutter. If you weren't the same age as my brother, perhaps we. Beneath the tranquil night sky, gazing at Chiba's somewhat youthful visage, Tsunade felt a twinge of nostalgia. After all these years, she never anticipated that the object of her first affection would be a friend of her brother. Here, as a token of gratitude for saving my brother, I present you with this necklace. With that, Tsunade retrieved a crystal necklace from her bosom and offered it to Chiba. This necklace was a cherished heirloom from her grandfather, which she had originally given to Rope Tree to inspire him to become Hokage. However, after an unfortunate incident involving an explosive tag, Rope Tree had become superstitious, insisting that the necklace was a harbinger of misfortune and refused to wear it. Thus, the necklace found its way back to Tsunade. Why are you still standing there? Accept it. Tsunade's slender hand waved in the air, completely oblivious to Chiba's increasing trepidation. I saved your brother, and yet you wish to harm me. Chiba had heard tales of the cursed necklace in the Hokage story, claiming that whoever wore it met a grim fate. Even the protagonist, Naruto, had nearly succumbed to its curse. As a mere background character, he could not bear such a destiny. Lady Tsunade, would you consider offering a different reward? Before Chiba could finish his plea, Tsunade furrowed her brows, her small fist clenching in displeasure. The necklace held profound significance for her, and if it weren't for her feelings toward Chiba, she would never part with it so easily. Come here, Tsunade exclaimed, reaching out to pull Chiba closer. In her presence, Chiba felt utterly helpless, his body spinning uncontrollably before he found himself bewilderedly nestled in her embrace. How wonderfully soft. In the next moment, an indescribable softness pressed against Chiba's back, causing him to momentarily forget about the cursed necklace. By the time he regained his senses, Tsunade had already fastened the necklace around his neck. Chiba, all right. Tsunade clapped her hands, releasing Chiba. After appraising him, she nodded in satisfaction. This necklace looks quite lovely on you. That's a joke. With this face of mine, anything would look good. Chiba sighed inwardly, contemplating how he could discreetly remove it later. However, at that moment, Tsunade clenched her small fist, producing a crackling sound, and cast a menacing glare at Chiba. I warn you. If I catch you secretly taking off that necklace, I shall deliver a fatal blow. Chiba, I understand, Lady Tsunade. Chapter 13, Mito Kage. Farewell Tsunade. A few days later, in the Hokage office. Hey old man. Tsunade nonchalantly perched on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, proclaimed. I believe Chiba should be appointed as the head of the trial medical reform. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen, exasperated by Tsunade's boldness, set down the documents in hand and replied with reluctance. While I also hold Chiba in high regard, he is merely a genin when assessed by combat standards. This may not be appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? Tsunade snorted, crossing her arms defiantly. After all, Marisa Koga was also just a genin. Cough, cough. Hiruzen, having taken a sip of tea, was abruptly choked by her words. Marisa Koga was a man recognized even by Tobirama-sensei. Had it not been for his self-imposed punishment, Koga would have undoubtedly excelled among the Genin. How can Chiba possibly compare? Once he regained his composure, Hiruzen shook his head and said, All right, Tsunade. I shall consider your suggestion, but I believe Chiba requires further experience. He lacks connections and influence. Hastily placing him in such a significant position could attract unnecessary troubles. Humph. I tire of your ramblings, you old fool. Tsunade leapt off Hiruzen's desk, leaving behind a parting remark as she strode out of the office with confidence. Rebellious disciple. A rebellious disciple indeed. Hiruzen felt a pang of frustration in his chest. He picked up the pipe from the desk and took a couple of hard puffs before retrieving a crystal ball from the drawer, intending to vent his feelings. It seems Hiruzen has been swayed, or perhaps he is merely yielding to Tsunade's influence, observed Mito Kage, who had been listening attentively. He recognized that Hiruzen was contemplating the trial medical ninja reform, though the decision regarding who would lead it remained unconfirmed. Given Tsunade's outburst, it was highly likely that Hiruzen, with his character, would ultimately acquiesce and choose that commoner named Chiba. Well then, I shall take my leave, Hiruzen. Noticing Hiruzen pulling out the crystal ball, Mito Kage tactfully excused himself and closed the door behind him. Upon exiting, Mito Kage adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of ambition flickering in his eyes. It was important to note that his daughter was also a medical ninja. The position of leader would serve as a perfect stepping stone for her ascent within the higher echelons of Konoha, the Mito household. This is an excellent opportunity. But the third has already tentatively chosen someone. As one of the higher-ups, it would not be prudent for me to recommend you directly. Mito Kage sat in the main seat, observing his daughter's eager expression, and spoke in an official tone. However, if that commoner named Chiba were to voluntarily relinquish this opportunity, I might be able to maneuver on your behalf with Hiruzen. The daughter of Mito Gate Tsukihime, nodded heavily and exclaimed with delight, I understand your intention, father. This means that with a little maneuvering, we can persuade that commoner to willingly relinquish the position of responsibility, thereby making it hers. Seeing that his daughter comprehended, Mito Gate and cautioned, remember to bestow upon them ample benefits, ensuring the matter is handled with elegance, lest we tarnish the reputation of the Mito Gate family. Yes, father, Mito Gate Tsukihime replied. Sighing, she lamented, alas, it seems I must return to the battlefield once more. How tiresome it is. Chiba lay on his small bed, sighing inwardly. He possessed both striking looks and exceptional medical skills, making it impossible for him to evade a confrontation with Yanin. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air, prompting Chiba to leap from his bed and open the door. Who are you? He inquired. Standing outside was a woman with chestnut hair, who, upon seeing Chiba, slightly raised her chin and spoke with an air of pride. I am Mito Monsuki, the leader of the 7th group in the medical class. And I suppose I am your superior. From the Mitomon family? Chiba felt a twinge of confusion. This woman appeared to possess some peculiarities, and he was uncertain about her intentions for seeking him out. I have come to propose a mutually beneficial arrangement, she declared. Without awaiting Chiba's invitation, Mito Dorsuki strode confidently past him, surveying her surroundings before casually remarking, your abode is rather modest. Chiba's expression turned cold. Indeed, his home was quite small, merely around 20 to 30 square meters. Yet this house was the sole memento left to him by his parents after their sacrifice. Speak plainly, what is the transaction? Chiba, having lost his patience, asked directly. These commoners are truly impolite, he muttered to himself before Mito Gate Tsuki displayed a gracious smile. It is this way. I hope you will voluntarily withdraw from the election for a certain position. In exchange, I can fulfill some of your needs. Fulfill my needs? Chiba scrutinized Mizutomo Suki with a disdainful expression. While her appearance was passable, her unremarkable physique left much to be desired in fulfilling his needs. Can mere words suffice? Humph. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Chiba's peculiar gaze, Mizutomo Suki shifted her posture and proposed, how about this? I shall offer you 2 million taels. Chiba shook his head, prompting Mito Tsukimi to furrow her brows in displeasure as she spoke. Why? Not to mention that this position may not necessarily belong to you. Haven't I offered you sufficiently favorable terms? Indeed, they are quite generous. Chiba spoke with an air of nonchalance. Even a person of your stature must pay a considerable price for such a significant position, yet you expect me to relinquish it. How can this possibly be considered a mutually beneficial arrangement? Mizukido Minsuki found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Chiba smiled silently, reminiscent of Mito's moon, who wielded her connections with a sense of superiority. In his previous life, he had encountered many such individuals. While everyone else toiled to secure their positions through examinations, others could simply waltz in with a mere nod of acknowledgement. He was taken aback by the severity of the situation in the shinobi world. First Hokage. We cannot rely on connections to become Hokage. Second Hokage. Understood, brother. Third Hokage. Yes, master. Fourth Hokage. Indeed, grandmaster. Fifth Hokage. Certainly, grandfather. Seeing that Chiba remained unmoved, Mito's moon's tone turned frigid. You should think carefully, Chiba. What you are rejecting is the Mito clan. Huh? Does the Mito clan believe they can bully others with their influence? Chiba scoffed disdainfully. Enduring humiliation in the past was one thing, but now, endowed with a golden opportunity, he would not allow himself to be bullied any longer. Let me make it clear, he declared, even if members of the Sarutobi clan come, they must pay. Mizunomoto Suki initially thought the negotiations had fallen through, but Chiba's sudden twist nearly took her breath away. For your esteemed clan, this position might merely serve as a small stepping stone, but for someone of my humble origins, it represents a chance to alter my destiny. Observing the bewilderment on Mizunomoto Suki's face, Chiba sorrowfully proclaimed, I will set the price at 10 million ryo, no negotiations. Impossible. Mizunomoto Suki replied in a low voice. An A-rank mission typically amounts to only several 100,000 ryo. I can offer you a maximum of 5 million ryo. Very well, it's a deal, Chiba responded cheerfully. The amount was inconsequential to him, as he had no intention of honoring the agreement. Why refuse free money? If not for his current limitations, he would have relished the opportunity to hang the haughty Mizunomoto Suki upside down and give her a thorough beating. Alas, far too many have met untimely ends at the hands of their own kind in the world of shinobi. Before I possess the strength, I must endure. Chiba thought to himself. Very well, 5 million ryo it is, Mizunomoto Suki said, casting a condescending glance at Chiba. I advise you to abandon any inappropriate thoughts in Konoha. No one dares to toy with the Mizunomoto clan. Even the Senju and Uchiha clans are relics of the past, she continued leisurely. Perhaps you should visit the Uchiha clan's territory and shout thrice that they are a thing of the past. See if those red-eyed fiends don't come out with swords to eliminate you. They are quite capable of such acts. After silently mocking her for a moment, Chiba smiled. That is only natural. I understand the rules of accepting payment for services rendered. Chiba did not take the threat posed by Mito Mangetsu to heart. After saving another 100 or so quality patients, he would render Konoha's F for a mere relic of the past. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after bidding farewell to Mito Mangetsu, before Chiba could even return to his bed, the sound of knocking echoed once more. Has it come so soon? Chiba, under the impression that he was about to receive a generous gift, exuberantly opened the door, his face adorned with a radiant smile. Oh, you seem quite delighted to see me, young Chiba, remarked the golden-haired woman at the threshold, her momentary smile illuminating her exquisite features. Lady Tsunade. Chiba was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing with fervor. Indeed, upon seeing you, my sister's mood has also brightened, Tsunade said, playfully patting the astonished Chiba while grinning. Chapter 14. Tsunade. Chiba. Let us take a gamble, Lady Tsunade. Have you come to see me for a particular reason? Chiba inquired, regaining his composure. Yes, there are a few matters to discuss. Follow me, Tsunade replied, tilting her head slightly to beckon Chiba to accompany her. As they walked together, they soon found themselves at a training ground in Konoha. Chiba glanced around, filled with confusion, and inquired, Lady Tsunade, what is the purpose of bringing me here? Before he could complete his sentence, Tsunade abruptly turned and struck, her fist crashing towards Chiba's face with a resounding boom in the air. Chiba's heart raced as he beheld the fist approaching him with alarming swiftness, his pupils dilating in shock, and a chill sweeping through him as every hair on his body stood on end. An instinctual warning coursed through him, declaring that should this blow connect, it would spell his demise. Shadow dance, with the tips of her toes barely grazing the ground. Chiba ascended into the air like a delicate leaf, narrowly evading the oncoming straight punch and gracefully landing elsewhere. Lady Tsunade, what are you doing? Chiba inquired, his voice laced with uncertainty as he seized the fleeting moment of her airborne maneuver. Could it be that she had discovered his clandestine peeking that fateful night? Bang! Tsunade disregarded Chiba's question, propelling herself forward like a cannonball aimed directly at him. Huh! She exclaimed, pivoting midair to lift her knee, unleashing a fierce kick towards Chiba's cheek. Shadow dance step. Faced with Tsunade's formidable force, Chiba felt no courage to defend himself and swiftly evaded, her leg brushing perilously close to his shoulder. The gust it created stinging his skin. What the hell, Lady Tsunade? Why is every strike aimed at my face? Chiba exclaimed in astonishment, remarking on the terrifying might of Tsunade. Anyone who even grazed her was doomed. With a swift motion, Tsunade executed a whip-like kick that missed its target. Utilizing the momentum, she soared into the air, spinning gracefully before raising her other leg high, resembling a battle axe as it descended towards Chiba's head. Another strike? Chiba's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, prompting him to swiftly shift his body aside. Tsunade's leg swung through the air, missing its target and crashing into the unforgiving ground of the training field, creating a deep crater. Spiderweb-like cracks spread audibly around the impact site. Chiba, under the relentless onslaught of Tsunade, felt like a fragile leaf adrift in a tempest. Had it not been for the Senju bloodline and the shadow dance technique, which endowed him with agility far surpassing that of an ordinary chunin, he would likely have been utterly ravaged by Tsunade's ferocity. Is Lady Tsunade testing my combat abilities? Chiba pondered, a flicker of understanding dawning in his mind. In light of this realization, once again evading Tsunade's assault, Chiba's figure retreated sharply as one hand reached towards his concealed pouch of ninja tools. The sand-hidden, secret technique of 100 poisons not only elevated Chiba to the rank of a master of toxins, but also endowed him with an array of throwing techniques for various concealed weapons. In preparation for the impending war, he had meticulously assembled a special pouch of ninja tools. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chiba deftly withdrew several shuriken, his wrist flicking as the gleaming projectiles hurtled toward Tsunade. Upon closer inspection, one might discern that beneath each shuriken's shadow lay a subtle dusting of violet powder. Oh, this is intriguing. Tsunade arched an eyebrow, her foot striking the ground with force, causing the stone floor to shatter explosively, the rising debris perfectly intercepting the incoming shuriken. Chiba, one might say that the intensity has exceeded acceptable limits. Wouldn't you agree? Tsunade refrained from further intervention. Instead, she casually picked up a handful of shurikens from the ground, after delicately rubbing her fingers over the purple powder that clung to them. A look of approval graced her countenance. Indeed, had it been another individual, they might very well have already succumbed to the effects by now. Chiba gasped for breath, offering a wry smile. Lady Tsunade, you truly startled me just now. Ha. It is only through the element of surprise that one can authentically simulate your responses on the battlefield, Tsunade replied, her laughter echoing with warmth. Now that I see you possess the ability to protect yourself, I feel at ease. If you remain cautious on the battlefield, even an average jonin may struggle to keep you in check. As she spoke, Tsunade adjusted her somewhat disheveled robe, regaining her composure. I cannot defy Shinosuke. He insists on heading to the battlefield. I intend to assign you both to the same team, so you can look out for one another. Is that agreeable? This arrangement of pairing Chiba with Shinosuke marked Tsunade's initial endeavor to reform the role of medical ninjas, and she harbored high hopes for Chiba. Of course, Lady Tsunade. Chiba nodded in agreement. After all, he was bound for the battlefield, and following Shinosuke might offer a semblance of safety. Moreover, they were good friends. Please, do not call me Lady Tsunade. It feels rather distant, Tsunade said, her smile returning upon Chiba's acquiescence. We are not vastly different in age. You may simply address me by my name. Eh? Chiba was taken aback. Logically, even if he were to change how he addressed her, he should refer to her as Sister Tsunade following Shinosuke's lead. How could he call her by her name? Wouldn't that muddle their relationship? Nevertheless, since Tsunade insisted, Chiba mustered the courage to respond, very well, Tsunade. Ah, how obedient. Tsunade exclaimed, pulling Chiba into a warm embrace, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Earlier, I provided you with specialized training. Want you invite me over for a meal? Shinosuke mentioned you were quite the cook, and I would love to experience it. Would that be permissible? Of course, it would be my pleasure. Chiba hurriedly nodded, fearful of declining. Ha 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 ha. Tsunade laughed heartily, observing the bashful expression on Chiba's face. She suddenly found her younger brother to be quite delightful, allowing her to tease him openly, and his shy demeanor was utterly charming. Chiba family. As Tsunade stepped into the room, her delicate nose twitched twice, and her expression suddenly darkened, sending a shiver down Chiba's spine. What is it, Tsunade? Chiba stammered. There is the scent of a woman's perfume in your room. Tsunade clenched her silver teeth. This fragrance belongs to that foul woman, Mido Tsukiyo. Nanny. Chiba was astonished. It is said that women can be fearsome, but he never anticipated that female ninjas could be even more terrifying. To think she could discern the scent clinging to someone. Lady Tsunade, the situation is as follows. Chiba, fearing that Tsunade might strike him in a fit of anger, hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired. That insufferable woman, Mido Mengetsu, certainly knows how to play her cards. Upon hearing his explanation, Tsunade let out a cold laugh. You need not concern yourself with this matter, Chiba. Simply accept the money she offers you, and leave the rest to me. Very well. Chiba nodded heavily, a slight pang in his nose. The sensation of having someone to rely on was truly delightful. In return, he resolved to prepare a sumptuous meal for Lady Tsunade later. Half an hour later, Chiba had arranged a table full of dishes. Despite the simplicity of the ingredients, they were a feast for the senses, bursting with flavor and aroma. After all, being a citizen of the Celestial Empire, who wouldn't possess a few culinary skills? How fragrant. Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she sat at the dining table, eagerly picking up a piece of braised potato to savor. However, she was caught off guard by the heat. covering her mouth as she emitted a series of muffled sounds akin to the lively rhythm of Konoha. Delicious. Chiba, you truly possess remarkable culinary talent. After swallowing the potato, Tsunade couldn't contain her enthusiasm and rushed to sample the other dishes, stuffing her cheeks to the brim, her face puffed up adorably. Lady Tsunade. Please refrain from cramming more into your mouth. It's almost reaching your throat. Chiba remarked helplessly. If Chiba were bound to a romantic system, he would undoubtedly see the incessant notifications of affection level 1 flashing above Tsunade's head. Once the delectable meal concluded, Tsunade gazed at Chiba with an expression that was both enigmatic and profound. Chiba, let us engage in a wager, she suddenly proposed as he was cleaning the dishes. I have notoriously poor luck. I always lose when it comes to gambling. I bet that you cannot, clatter. Before Tsunade could finish her sentence, Chiba dropped the dishes he was holding, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Lady Tsunade, if you wish for my demise, you need not go to such lengths to convey it. Chiba cast a glance at the crystal necklace hanging from her chest, her expression filled with indignation as she thought. Are you just stacking death buffs on me? Chapter 15, The Land of Rain, A-rank mission the following day, at Konoha Hospital. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring fire release. Great fireball technique. How unfortunate. Why reward me with such a useless thing? Chiba muttered a low curse and turned to another hospital bed. Useless thing? The patient on the bed looked utterly bewildered, wondering how this doctor knew the affectionate nickname his wife had for him. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Oh, has it finally yielded results? Upon seeing the latest system notification, Chiba felt a surge of excitement. After treating so many patients, he had finally received a B-rank ninjutsu. Possessing perfect chakra control, it was not difficult for him to create his own ninjutsu. However, to develop a highly practical technique that surpasses ninjutsu refined through countless generations in a short span of time was beyond Chiba's current capability. This endeavor required creativity. Much like Chiba's ability to adeptly utilize various mathematical formulas, yet when tasked with creating one from scratch, well, perhaps today's efforts in saving lives should conclude here. Chiba nodded in satisfaction, preparing to leave, but as he reached the entrance of the hospital, he encountered SHU, who had come looking for him. I'm not sure what to say to you, Chiba, SHU remarked. We are about to head to the battlefield in the Land of Rain as reinforcements. Yet you still find the time to help out at the hospital? Do you understand the heart of a healer? Chiba rolled his eyes and strode forward. Hey, Chiba. Wait for me. SHU hurriedly caught up and positioned himself in front of Chiba, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Guess who our other teammate is? Who? Chiba asked, cradling his head, lacking enthusiasm. It's Miraboshi Keisuke. SHU exclaimed, shaking Chiba's shoulders with excitement. He is that incredible lower ninja specializing in water techniques. Miraboshi Keisuke? This time, Chiba was genuinely astonished. Keisuke was a legendary figure in Konoha. In his youth, his impatience led to the tragic demise of two comrades, prompting him to vow to the second Hokage, Shinjitobarama, that he would remain a lower ninja for life, despite possessing abilities that surpassed those of an ordinary upper ninja. Throughout his lengthy career as a lower ninja, he had partnered with numerous renowned shinobi, including the second and third Hokages, White Fang, and the legendary Sannin, earning the amusing moniker of Eternal Lower Ninja due to his knack for riding on the coattails of others. But doesn't Keisuke-senpai only take on lower-ranked missions? Chiba questioned, somewhat perplexed. I thought this old man only engaged in casual matches, avoiding ranked battles. SHU waved his hand dismissively, wearing a smug expression. Keisuke-senpai is like a half-apprentice to my great-grandfather. My sister personally reached out to him. How could he possibly refuse? Come on, are you made of plastic? Don't pretend with me. Chiba retorted with an irritated punch to SHU. A week later, in the Land of Rain. As a battleground for the power struggles of several great nations, this land seemed perpetually weeping, with a steady drizzle falling incessantly. Three figures advanced swiftly through the rain-soaked night, splashing water and leaving ripples upon the flooded ground. I can't believe we've already been assigned an A-rank mission upon our arrival. It seems the situation here is quite dire, SHU said, tightening his rain cloak with a hint of excitement in his voice. Chiba cast a fleeting glance at SHU but remained silent. This marked his inaugural mission as a combat unit and to commence with an A-rank task. He felt a twinge of apprehension. However, having witnessed the brutal reality of combat firsthand during his previous encounter with Wugong and his companions, He now bore no psychological burden regarding taking a life, although neither Konoha nor Iwagakure had any intentions of escalating to full-scale war. The skirmishes in the Land of Rain had ignited genuine hostilities between the factions. Responding to SHJ was a middle-aged man, rugged and weathered, who carried a large pot on his back. This elder, resembling a character from a Ninja Turtle saga, was none other than their companion for this venture, Marahoshi Kokai. Despite being merely a genin, Kokai was remarkably well-informed, possessing knowledge about the current battlefield dynamics that surpassed even that of Chiba and SHJ. Kokai-senpai. Since both SHJ and I lack your wealth of combat experience, might you consider leading us in the forthcoming operation? Chiba proposed earnestly. Led you? Kokai momentarily halted, a look of hesitation crossing his face. Indeed, please begin by analyzing the mission for SHJ and me. SHJ chimed in, echoing Chiba's sentiment. Very well. Thank you both for placing your trust in me. Kokai forced a wry smile. Having been regarded as a mere genin for so long, he had unconsciously accepted that designation. Yet, as he gazed into the expectant eyes of the two youths, he was reminded of the admiration he once inspired in his own peers, prompting him to straighten his posture. Our village's intelligence unit, codenamed Miko, recently intercepted vital intelligence from Iwagakure. However, during our extraction, we were pursued by an Iwagakure squad. Our mission is to relay this intelligence back to the communications unit. It is crucial to note that, given the significance of this information, the pursuing Iwagakure squad may very well include members of the Iwagakure demolition team, Kokai cautioned. The Iwagakure demolition team? Chiba's expression darkened with concern. The demolition team is akin to Konoha's Umbu, comprising the elite of the elite, including members like Deidara and Kuro. Wait. At that moment, SHJ discerned a critical oversight. Is our mission solely to relay intelligence? What about our comrade from the intelligence unit? In a narrow valley strewn with jagged rocks, 5 or 6 shadowy figures darted like phantoms under the moonlight, each radiating a palpable aura of menace, their eyes fixated on a fleeing woman ahead. Among the 6, all donned Iwagakure uniforms, though one bore a darker hue, indicative of the specialized attire of the Iwagakure demolition team. You wretched thief, you dare abscond with Iwagakure's intelligence? A furious IWA ninja bellowed, leaping into action. He sprinted along the steep rock face, landing a short distance behind the woman and striking the ground with considerable force. Boom, boom, boom. The dense stone spikes erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, causing the entire earth to tremble with a resounding roar. The woman in front hurriedly dodged, narrowly evading the thrust of the earthen spear, but the quaking ground momentarily threw her off balance. Earth-style, rock spike. A swift-eyed rock ninja formed hand seals and unleashed a sharp stone spear that aimed directly at the unsteady woman ahead. Ugh! She gasped as the spear grazed her thigh, stripping away a significant chunk of flesh. Yet in the next instant, the wound on her thigh miraculously healed as if it had never existed. Boom, boom, boom. The rock ninjas, who had anticipated her fall, miscalculated, launching their ninjutsu at the spot where she had been, while she, seizing the opportunity, accelerated suddenly, once again widening the gap between herself and the rock ninjas. Damn it, muttered one of the rock ninjas under his breath. Are you a spy or a medical ninja? How can you possibly wield such advanced healing techniques like shadow healing? Moments before the attack, she had predicted her targeted position and quickly concentrated a significant amount of chakra there, allowing the wound to heal instantaneously upon its emergence. Do not rush. Patience is key when hunting prey. She has little chakra left to expend, spoke one member of the rock demolition team, who had remained silent until now. Yes, Lord Keigu. Several rock ninjas responded, regaining their composure. As Keigu had noted, after a series of evasions, the woman's stamina was nearly depleted, and the scene before her began to blur. If only I can complete this mission, the children will have new clothes to wear, she murmured to herself, seemingly trying to rally her spirits through her words. Upon mentioning the children, a flicker of light returned to her once dull eyes, akin to a parched traveler suddenly spotting a stream in the desert. Lord Danzo had promised her that if she succeeded in this mission, he would provide a substantial donation to the orphanage, enough for the children to live carefree for a long time. The thought of the children's satisfied smiles upon receiving new clothes brought an involuntary smile to her face, even in the face of despair. But just then, the ground beneath her feet suddenly exploded, rocks and debris flying everywhere, and she was swept away by the terrifying shockwave, crashing heavily against a nearby stone wall. Cough, cough. The woman fell to the ground in disarray, blood gushing uncontrollably from her mouth. Thud, thud. Kong Wu, accompanied by a group of rock-hidden ninjas, slowly encroached upon her. Their indifferent gazes fixed on the fallen figure. Children, the director may not return. I hope you all grow up safe and sound. As she beheld the murderous intent radiating from the rock-hidden ninjas, the woman gradually closed her eyes, a sorrowful smile gracing her face. For the sake of the orphans. She had been compelled to risk her life time and again. She was truly exhausted and wished for a moment of respite. Chapter 16. Explosive Bloodline. Crisis of the Rope Tree Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Just as the woman awaited her fate with closed eyes, a colossal fireball hurtled towards her, crashing directly into the ranks of the rock-hidden ninjas before her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 rock ninjas swiftly evaded. Not even a corner of their garments grazed by the fireball. Well, it seems the great fireball technique indeed cannot harm anyone. It can only serve as a flashy entrance effect, Chiba mumbled quietly. Someone is above. It must be leaf ninjas, 2 brats and a turtle. One of the rock ninjas shouted, pointing up the mountain. No further explanation was needed. These 3 were none other than the Chiba team, racing to the scene. Has Leaf's reinforcement arrived? The woman lying on the ground felt a flicker of hope reignite within her, yet she was too fatigued to even move. Lying weakly as she awaited her fate, in her blurred vision, 3 figures swiftly descended the steep mountain wall, drawing closer and closer. Earth Release, Stone Spike. Earth Release, Rock Spear. The rock ninjas reacted swiftly. 2 of them formed hand seals, launching long spears crafted from rock that hurtled towards the 3 who had just leaped from the mountainside. Clang, clang, clang. Maruxing Gujia pivoted, spinning the iron pot on his back like a top, colliding with the oncoming rock spears, effortlessly deflecting them all in a single breath. Leaf Style, Willow Illusion, Sword Technique. Upon landing, Gujia disregarded his 2 companions from Chiba, drawing a long blade from behind him as he charged fiercely towards the rock ninjas. What is this? One of the rock ninjas widened his eyes in shock. The long blade wielded by Gujia appeared to multiply before his very eyes, transforming into hundreds upon thousands of willow branches dancing in the wind, while Gujia's form vanished amidst the flurry of blades. Do not focus on the blade in his hand, Kong Wu shouted, having discerned Gujia's technique. The opponent had seamlessly integrated illusion into his swordplay, using the swirling blade to cast Jinjutsu, such a brilliant tactic. With a swift motion, Gujia flashed past the rock ninja, his long blade slicing precisely across the foe's neck before returning to a horizontal position before him. Damn it, kill them! Witnessing his companion collapse, one of the rock shinobi's eyes instantly filled with rage, disregarding the fainting woman nearby, wishing to tear the 3 adversaries before him to shreds. I shall deal with him. You 2 handle those youngsters, KG declared, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Kai. Understood. The remaining 3 rock shinobi replied in unison, gathering their strength as they charged towards Chiba and his companion from various directions. Senior Kai, what are you doing? We must adhere to our prior battle plan. SH exclaimed, his complexion shifting as he shouted towards Kai ahead. Yet, Kai's grip on the hilt of his sword tightened, his focus solely on the enemy KG, completely oblivious to SH's urgent cries. How outrageous. Chiba's expression was equally grim, as a sudden realization struck him. It seemed that this elder, upon encountering an equally matched adversary, would engage in a fierce battle to the death, disregarding his own life. In other words, he was reckless, which explained why he only accepted covert missions. Ju. I understand. Chiba and Ju exchanged a glance, positioning themselves in front of the Miko to shield her as they braced for the impending assault of 3 rock ninjas. Although the mission dictated that they merely return with the intelligence, none could ascertain whether the information resided on the woman or within her very mind. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Chiba clapped his hands against the ground, and a formidable earthen wall, towering at least 4 or 5 meters high, rose thunderously between the 2 parties. Etched upon its surface was a large, comical dog's head. What the hell is this? One of the Awagakure ninjas muttered, though he had never encountered this expression that belonged outside the world of ninjas. Nonetheless, he could sense the overwhelming mockery emanating from it. Earth Release, Cracking Earth Palm. The 3 Awagakure ninjas, exhibiting impeccable coordination, simultaneously bent down and struck the ground. The chakra of Earth Release surged through, and the towering wall instantaneously shattered, sending debris flying in all directions. The trio of IWA ninjas maintained their momentum, leaping over the scattered rubble, and charged directly towards Chiba and his companion. So fast. Chiba was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that his opponent would breach the earth flow wall in the blink of an eye. He had just hoisted the woman onto his back and had yet to secure her properly. Wind release, great breakthrough. He swiftly formed a one-handed seal, his cheeks puffing out dramatically, and unleashed a violent gust towards the rock ninja charging at him. With a whoosh, the rock ninja momentarily faltered, allowing Chiba to swiftly tie the shaman securely to his back and channel healing ninjutsu through his own body to tend to her wounds. True strength lies in resilience against adversity. Chiba, with his chakra fully under control, declared that every part of him could be utilized for healing techniques. Even his very essence could serve the purpose of aiding another's recovery. With a metallic clang, Chiba drew his long blade from his waist to confront one of the rock ninjas, while the remaining two chose to attack the now encumbered Chiba. Earth release, earth spike. One of the rock ninjas executed a familiar maneuver, causing the ground to tremble as a barrage of stone spikes erupted from beneath Chiba's feet. Shadow dance step. Chiba, carrying the woman, suddenly exerted his legs with great force, lifting himself off the ground and escaping the range of the Toulon gun's attack. However, at that moment, another IWA shinobi awaited him with a long blade. A sinister smile etched upon his face, positioned directly beneath where Chiba was about to land. "You little brat, I shall have you. Ha, behold my poisonous secret technique." Suspended in midair, Chiba had nowhere to pivot and could not alter his landing position. Yet, he remained unfazed and promptly crushed the poison pouch concealed in his hand. The IWA shinobi, caught off guard, exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" With a resounding bang, the poison pouch erupted, releasing a cloud of purple powder that enveloped the unsuspecting IWA shinobi below, transforming him into a mere shadow of his former self. Cough, cough, cough. The knife-wielding IWA shinobi was rendered speechless. He could not fathom that Chiba, while burdened with an injured companion, would audaciously detonate a poison pouch, indiscriminately affecting friend and foe alike. Meanwhile, Chiba, who had ingested the antidote beforehand, remained unperturbed, deeming the paralyzing toxin inconsequential, especially since the woman he carried had already lost her ability to move. Any further exposure to the toxic mist would have minimal impact on her. Naturally, the woman had no objections, as she had already succumbed to unconsciousness. With a soft thud, she fell silent. Chiba landed smoothly, and before he could address the sluggish movement of the knife-wielding IWA ninja, another IWA ninja swiftly dispersed the poisonous mist, positioning himself protectively in front of his comrade. TCH. Quite a quick reaction. Chiba seized the opportunity to survey the battlefield. SHU was still engaged in a fierce struggle with his opponent, while on the other side, Cookie-Eye and Keigo were locked in an intense confrontation. As a member of the Iwagakure Explosive Corps, Keigo possessed a bloodline limit known as explosive release, enabling him to concentrate chakra and detonate objects struck by his hands. Cookie-Eye, wielding the technique of water release, 6, found himself in a somewhat advantageous position due to the presence of rain, skillfully exchanging blows with Keigo in a spectacular display, truly a visual feast. Chiba nodded slightly. "This is acceptable. Senior Gujia is restraining the opponent's strongest force. All that Shinshu and I need to do is unleash the explosive release, Ground Thunder Fist." Just as Chiba's thoughts raced, Kongwu delivered a powerful blow to the ground, sending debris soaring and obscuring the view between Chiba and Gujia. In the next moment, Kongwu, who had been engaged with Gujia, suddenly appeared behind Shinshu, his fist clad in specialized combat gloves raised high. Shinshu, observing Shinshu completely unprepared, Chiba's heart surged with fury. Before Kongwu's explosive release, Shinshu's body appeared as fragile as porcelain, likely to shatter into countless pieces at any moment. Senior Gujia. In a moment of sheer desperation, Chiba's frantic cries echoed, and the only one capable of swiftly rescuing Shoju was the masterful user of water release, Gujia. Chapter 17. The Weakness of Explosive Release, Altering Tactics. Shoju. Almost simultaneously, Gujia became acutely aware of Shoju's peril, as if struck by a thunderbolt, his mind blank. Years ago, his reckless ambition had led him to confront a formidable foe alone, abandoning two weaker companions, resulting in their untimely demise. The scene before him bore a striking resemblance to that fateful day. Gujia's eyes reddened in anguish. "Water release, water barrier," he exclaimed, his hands forming seals. Desperately channeling his water release, unleashing a torrent of water that surged like a waterfall, creating a formidable shield behind Shoju. How is this possible? Kongwu's pupils dilated in disbelief. In the absence of nearby lakes, Gujia had only formed 2 seals, yet he could produce such a substantial water release. Nevertheless, this would not hinder my explosive release. Kongwu growled, maintaining his striking posture, his focus unwavering as he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Shouju behind the water barrier. This is bad. Even Shouju, despite his usual slowness, sensed the tremendous commotion behind him. Yet, the rock ninja in front of him swung his blade, coordinating perfectly with Kongwu to form an encirclement, leaving no opportunity for escape. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Shouju's heart raced with urgency, yet in that fleeting moment, he found himself unable to evade the rock ninja of comparable strength. Boom! In the next instant, Kongwu's fist struck the water barrier with tremendous force, the explosive chakra surging from his arm. With a resounding crash, the water barrier shattered into feeble streams that pattered ineffectively to the ground. Kongwu's figure barely hesitated. He twisted his waist, and in the next moment, his fist descended once more toward the ensnared Shouju's back. Water release, wave strike. At this critical juncture, Gujia traversed the water flow generated by the water barrier, sliding swiftly to stand before Shouju. One hand shielded Shouju while the other brandished a blade toward Kongwu's forearm. Humph. Kongwu's expression shifted sharply as he quickly adapted, sidestepping the incoming long knife and pivoting to deliver a powerful kick to Gujia's shoulder. Bang! The force of Kongwu's kick was immense, a cracking sound emanating from Gujia's shoulder. In the midst of the wave strike, Gujia stumbled with Shouju in his arms, careening away. What a swift turn of events, all transpiring in the blink of an eye. Chiba, in a state of frantic urgency, swiftly shook off the 2 rock ninjas and rushed to the disheveled figures of Shiboku and Koji, landing before them. With a powerful gesture, he slammed his hands against the ground. Earth-style, multiple earth flow walls. Chiba roared, and 3 massive earthen walls rose abruptly, providing temporary respite for the group. Indeed, this was an A-level mission, exhilarating to the core. Shouju gasped heavily, still shaken, immersed in the emotions of survival. Are you all right, Shouju? Gujia, disregarding his own injuries, grasped Shouju's shoulders. At that moment, Shouju's figure intertwined with the images of his companions in Gujia's mind, causing his throat to constrict as tears streamed down his face. I'm fine. Shouju looked at Gujia, whose face was streaked with tears, puzzled and concerned. Are you okay, Senior Gujia? I'm fine. I'm fine. As he gazed at the worried faces of Chiba and Shouju, Gujia's tears continued to flow uncontrollably. In his daze, he seemed to once again see the 2 companions from his youth. Pull yourself together, Gujia. Everyone is counting on you. The voices of his friends echoed in his ears once more. I will protect them and ensure that past mistakes are never repeated. Gujia wiped away his tears, his gaze resolute. Suddenly, the heavy earthen wall collapsed, and Kongwu charged forward with 3 subordinates. I've discovered the weakness of that explosive ninja. The trio strategically retreated as Gujia rallied. It seems he can only detonate targets with his hands and must concentrate his chakra fully. Indeed, Chiba nodded confidently after reflecting on the situation. The opponent paused briefly after dispersing the water barrier, likely gathering strength for the explosion. Otherwise, Shouju would have perished long before Gujia could assist. Similarly, when the enemy had the perfect opportunity to use explosive techniques against both of them, he refrained from doing so when he kicked Gujia. It was likely not out of choice, but rather inability. Shouju's eyes brightened with excitement. So, if we can restrain his hands and prevent him from using his explosive techniques, this scoundrel will be rendered powerless. Exactly. Chiba nodded, turning to Gujia. Senior Gujia, we need to coordinate our efforts in the upcoming battle. You cannot act alone any longer. Rest assured, I understand. Gujia responded with solemnity. Shouju and Chiba exchanged glances. Then let us switch opponents. Shouju and I will hold off the explosive ninja while you swiftly deal with the other 3 rock ninjas. Thud. Chiba untied the ropes binding him and forcefully hurled the unconscious woman toward the ground not far away. Similarly, Gujia flung the iron pot from his back, perfectly covering the woman beneath it. The explosive release ninja was exceptionally formidable. Binding him would require the utmost effort from both Chiba and Shouju, as the presence of this woman would only hinder Chiba's speed in drawing his blade. If they were to fail, the woman would meet the same fate. Hence the stakes were not high. The 3 of them simultaneously pivoted, forming a triangular formation as they spread out to confront the 4 pursuing Iwagakure ninjas from different angles. Humph, not running anymore, are you, little mice? Sneered one of the Iwagakure ninjas. They're strong. Everyone be cautious and do not underestimate them. Keiko admonished. Shuriken. Shadow clone technique. Gujia leaped into the air, forcefully launching a shuriken with his uninjured arm, then formed hand seals to execute the technique taught to him by Saratobi. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The shuriken multiplied in the air, transforming from 1 into 2, then 2 into 4, and in an instant, it became hundreds. Filling the air with the deafening sound of 1,000 birds in flight, densely raining down upon the 4 Awagakure ninjas. Another illusion? One of the Awagakure ninjas gritted his teeth as he beheld the overwhelming barrage of shuriken. No, this is not an illusion, Keigo exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he realized. This is a technique of the 3rd Hokage. Each shuriken is a tangible entity. Each one possesses lethality. Quickly evade. However, Keigo's warning came too late, or rather, even if they had been forewarned, it would have made little difference. Hundreds of shurikens surged forth, creating a flawless encirclement, leaving the Awagakure ninjas with no means of escape. Explosive release, landmine fist. Keigo struck the ground fiercely, raising a cloud of earth and stone that shielded him from the majority of the incoming shuriken. But the other Awagakure ninjas lacked his capability. Earth release, earth flow. One Awagakure ninja was still forming hand seals when his body was pierced by the relentless shuriken, the unfortunate soul who had previously been afflicted by neurotoxin, moving sluggishly. Clink, clink, clink. The other 2 Awagakure ninjas, one desperately parrying with a blade, while the other hid behind his comrade's body, using the lifeless form as a shield. Damn it, Keigo cursed, his body shooting toward Gujia like an arrow released from a bow. If he did not restrain Gujia, his subordinates would be utterly defenseless before the enemy. Not a chance, your opponent is us. Ju and Chiba naturally would not allow Keigo to achieve his goal. The 2 advanced from either side, combining their efforts to assault Keigo. Thousand Hand style, blade draw slash, chakra scalpel. The duo moved nimbly, their figures weaving around Keigo as their long blades and chakra blades incessantly struck toward his arms. Despite several attempts to unleash explosive release, Keigo found it nearly impossible to execute due to the interference from Chiba and Ju, leaving him thoroughly frustrated. Water release, water dragon bullet. On the other side, Gujia formed hand seals to summon a roaring water dragon, which directly launched the 2 rock ninjas into the air, causing them to crash heavily against the mountainside. The sight filled Kongwu with dread. His heart plummeted as he realized that he might meet his demise here today. Chapter 18, Orochimaru, Kill Jiraiya. With the 2 rock ninjas dispatched, Gujia and Qianyi joined forces, and the trio launched an assault on Kongwu simultaneously. Unable to employ explosion release, Kongwu found himself no different from an ordinary jonin. Faced with a single opponent supported by 2 allies, he quickly found himself overwhelmed, with numerous openings appearing in his defense. With a swift motion, Gujia's long blade struck with precision and ferocity, plunging deep into Kongwu's chest as his fists fell away from his sides, leaving him vulnerable. Drip, drip. Blood flowed down the length of the blade as Kongwu slowly collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with a profound sense of unwillingness. His grand ambitions had yet to be realized. There were still so many things left undone. To ensure finality, Qianyi swiftly delivered a decisive blow to Kongwu's head, abruptly extinguishing any flicker of resistance. This place is unsafe. We must depart at once, Gujia urged. Understood. Fire release, great fireball technique. Chiba responded with a nod and unleashed several fireballs upon the ground, incinerating the corpses of the Rock-Hidden clan, striving to obliterate any trace of their presence. Chiba discovered that if the fireball technique could successfully strike a target, its power would indeed be formidable. Mastering the art of sorcery. After the trio relocated the young woman to a secure location, Chiba placed his hands gently upon her chest, beginning to infuse her with chakra to replenish her depleted energy. No, Chiba, where do you think you're placing your hands? The jealousy in Ropesha's eyes turned crimson. Having grown up without ever having touched a girl, how could Chiba presume to do so? What is wrong with my hands? Qianyi spoke with conviction. It is well known that mastering mystical arts requires one to place their hands upon the patient's chest to release healing energy. This is precisely how I saved you initially. Humph. Shatai blushed slightly, retorting with a cold snort. Deceiving a brother is one thing, but do not mislead yourself. I can hardly be bothered to expose your trivial schemes. Sitting nearby, Gujia cooked ingredients in his portable iron pot, chuckling as he observed the playful banter between the two. Accompanying these lively companions, he felt as if he had been rejuvenated once more. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the A-rank medical ninjutsu shadow healing elimination. Oh, A transformation has occurred? Following the treatment, the system notification chimed, and Chienya's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A-rank medical ninjutsu. It seems this woman is extraordinary. Likely not an insignificant individual. Shadow healing elimination. An auto-healing ninjutsu that anticipates the location of impending harm and performs healing before the enemy's attack, minimizing damage. However, why has Tishi awakened yet? Chiba felt somewhat perplexed. The system had already displayed a prompt indicating successful treatment, and the heartbeat felt completely normal. So why had the person not yet awakened? Why doesn't this person remove their hand? The woman on the ground expressed her helplessness. In truth, she had regained consciousness long ago, but in order to avoid embarrassment, she had decided to wait until Chiba moved his hand before she awakened. However, she had not anticipated that after such a prolonged period of unconsciousness, he still showed no intention of shifting his hand. Could you please remove your hand? With no other option, the woman slowly opened her eyes and spoke in a soft tone. Excuse me. Excuse me. Chiba hastily withdrew his hands, scratching his head awkwardly while offering an embarrassed apology. Might it rain today? The woman paid no further attention to Chiba, instead scrutinizing the three of them before unexpectedly posing a perplexing question. It will not rain today, but it will surely pour tomorrow, Ju answered without a moment's hesitation. Your insight is accurate, the woman nodded, then removed a mask from her face with a serious expression, declaring, Greetings, colleagues. I am a member of the Konoha Intelligence Unit. Codename Miko. Goodness, Yashir Yunayu. Upon recognizing her appearance, Chiba could not help but exclaim. With her golden hair, azure eyes, black-rimmed glasses, nun's habit, and white stockings, she embodied an intellectually alluring woman. In his previous life, Chiba held a profound admiration for the esteemed Yakushi Nanu, which enabled him to instantly recognize her. At that moment, he felt akin to a fervent fan encountering their idol, resulting in a slight loss of composure. Do you recognize me? Nanoyu inquired with a perplexed expression, donning a pair of glasses seemingly from nowhere. Although Nanoyu was not particularly renowned in the Naruto universe, her adopted child, Yakushi Kabuto, was well known to anyone familiar with the series. Yes, I resided in an orphanage for a while. Later, I heard that a new director took over, which piqued my interest. Chiba replied, regaining his composure. Wow, Chiba, so you were an orphan? Exclaimed Nagashi, astonished. Nagashi, if you can't articulate anything sensible, kindly keep your mouth shut. Chiba retorted irritably. In the world of Naruto, how many parents are actually alive? It is not uncommon for 3 individuals to fail to form a complete parental unit. Please inform us of the intel acquired from a Wagakure. After Chiba cast a glance at Shinshu, he turned to Yanoyu and said, We must swiftly relay the intelligence back. Understood, Yanoyu nodded, his expression grave. I cannot ascertain the accuracy of the information, but I personally believe there is an 80% chance it is true. You must judge for yourselves. It appears that a Wagakure is plotting a conspiracy against the 3 Sannin, having set a trap near Iwatayama in the southern rain country with the intent to eliminate them all at once. What? Upon hearing this, Shinshu's countenance changed dramatically. My sister and the others might be in danger? It seems we will not be enjoying this meal after all. Looking at the delicious broth simmering in the pot, Gukiai sighed bitterly. At this moment, the 3 Sannin represented the strongest among the new generation of Konoha, second only to Shikubo. Their existence was of immense significance to Konoha, and their loss was unacceptable. By the way, there is another matter you must heed, Yanoyu cautioned. The Iwagakure ninja with explosive release, known as Kugo, holds a special identity. He is the nephew of the 3rd Tsuchikage. Given the current Tsuchikage's vengeful nature, if he discovers that you were responsible for Kugo's death, you may find yourselves in considerable trouble. I am still the grandson of the 1st Hokage. He is inconsequential. Shinshu, feeling urgency, insisted, Let us depart quickly, Chiba, Gukiai-senpai. In the southern rain country, within the Iwatayama Mountains, a dimly lit cave concealed Orochimaru, who silently used earth release to block the entrance. Then turned to face his 2 companions. Jiraiya lay on the ground, barely conscious and covered in blood, having succumbed to severe blood loss. Beside him, Tsunade desperately employed medical ninjutsu, though to little effect. The Wagakure had likely plotted this ambush for some time, forcing the 3 of them to take refuge in the cave, their lives hanging by a thread. Give up, Tsunade. Orochimaru's gaze turned cold as he spoke softly. A Wagakure's earth release will soon collapse this mountain. We cannot hesitate if we wish to escape. We must leave immediately. But Jiraiya, Tsunade protested, continuing to perform the healing technique, her worry palpable. In his current state, It is impossible for us to carry him away, which is why I am using medical ninjutsu. Enough, Tsunade. Orochimaru raised his voice, his tone icy. This is a time of war. We cannot jeopardize our survival for uncertain outcomes. If you persist in your obstinacy, it will lead to our annihilation. Since you cannot bear to make the decision, let me take Jiraiya's journey upon myself. With that, Orochimaru drew a kunai from his robe, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Chapter 19. Chiba's girlfriend? Tsunade's fury, you scoundrel. If you dare take another step forward, I will kill you. Tsunade turned, her expression vigilant as she stared at Orochimaru. She understood that he was not merely making idle threats. He was indeed capable of such an act. As the two engaged in a heated dispute, the gravely injured Jiraiya regained consciousness. With great effort, he raised his arm and extended 2 fingers towards Orochimaru, slowly gesturing a peace sign. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. You won't strike, Orochimaru. Seeing this, Tsunade's lips curled slightly as she remarked, Jiraiya wholeheartedly trusts you, and this trust is sufficient to deter you from acting against him. How tiresome, Orochimaru muttered through clenched teeth, raising his kunai once more. Yet, his legs felt as heavy as lead, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not move an inch. Suddenly, a deafening rumble echoed as the cave they occupied began to tremble violently, reminiscent of a dragon awakening. Accompanied by a cacophony of crashing sounds, the earth shook and boulders tumbled down. Orochimaru casually deflected a falling rock and peered out through the fissures in the mountainside, only to be met with a sight of numerous IWA ninjas clad in brown attire and ochre vests. It appeared they had no intention of searching for the 3 legendary ninjas. Instead, they were collectively employing the earth release, crumbling earth technique, aiming to obliterate the entire mountain range. See, I told you to make a decision sooner, Orochimaru retorted coldly to Tsunade. Now, it seems we are all destined to perish here. How could this happen? Tsunade gritted her teeth, gazing at the throngs of IWA ninjas outside, her expression steeped in despair. A rough estimate suggested that at least 20 squads of IWA ninjas were present. If the 3 of them were at their peak, combating such numbers would be manageable. At the very least, they could have made a safe retreat. But now Tsunade clenched her fists, feeling an overwhelming chill coursing through her. A sense of helplessness enveloping her heart. The last time she felt such despair was when facing the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. Both then and now, the prospect of victory seemed utterly elusive. It's all my fault. If it weren't for my rescue, you wouldn't be trapped here. Jiraiya murmured with a bitter smile from his position on the ground. What good does that do now? Orochimaru shot him a sidelong glance, his voice icy. We should focus on how to break free. Watch out. Enemy attack. Kill them. Just as the 3 found themselves at a loss, the once organized IWA ninjas outside suddenly fell into disarray. What is happening? They exchanged glances and looked outside. A group of leaf ninjas, clad in black combat attire and green vests, sliced through the ranks of IWA ninjas like a spearhead. Leading the charge was a brown-haired youth, who, while advancing, shouted, Sister, Teacher Orochimaru, Brother Jiraiya, we've come to rescue you. Reinforcements had arrived. Tsunade's face lit up with joy. They wouldn't have to sacrifice anyone after all. Jiraiya's pupils constricted, his gaze drawn to the dark-haired youth beside the rope tree. A boy racing across the battlefield with a medical kit may usher in unprecedented destruction or tranquility for the ninja world. Jiraiya's eyes were fixed intently on the boy, as the prophecy of the great sage Toad echoed once more in his mind. Could it be him? Jiraiya murmured, having become somewhat obsessed with the prophecy. He believed that the entirety of his life's purpose was to find the child of prophecy spoken of by the great sage Toad and to provide him with the proper guidance. Everything else paled in significance. Across the entire narrative, Jiraiya was indeed the only one in the ninja world who actively summoned his summoning beasts for assistance. Yet, was this boy truly a medical ninja? After observing for a while, Jiraiya found himself uncertain. The youth wielded a chakra blade, striking with deadly precision to pierce the heart. Executing his actions without hesitation, could this really be the work of a healer? His brutality seemed to rival even Tsunade's. Rope tree, danger. I shall rescue you. Orochimaru's face twisted with concern as he watched Rope Tree delve deeper into enemy lines. Rope Tree, I will never allow you to be in peril again. With a swift motion, Orochimaru leapt from the cave, arms flailing in a scientifically calculated rush towards Rope Tree. Cough, cough. This is the first time I've witnessed such a plethora of expressions on Orochimaru's face, Jiraiya mused in astonishment. You should say less, Jiraiya. Tsunade refrained from joining the fray, despite her deep concern for Rope Tree and Chiyo. After all, Jiraiya was in a state that required her unwavering protection. The three ninjas were over there. By charging into battle, Orochimaru inadvertently revealed Tsunade and Chiyo's location, prompting a dozen IWA ninjas to rush towards the cave. Boom, boom. Tsunade stood at the cave's entrance, delivering two powerful punches, one for each of the first two IWA ninjas that lunged at her, sending them off to the afterlife. The formidable strength of the Senju clan is no laughing matter. They possess the remarkable ability to precisely manipulate chakra, concentrating it to unleash a powerful burst capable of effortlessly shattering solid rock, let alone the fragile human body. We have arrived, Lady Tsunade. Under the masterful cover of water released by Kakashi and the overwhelming path cleared by Orochimaru, Chiyo, SHU, and Hinaya overcame numerous obstacles and finally breached the cave. Lady Tsunade, leave Lord Jiraiya's treatment to me. As soon as they entered the cave, Chiyo beheld the fallen form of Jiraiya. Rewards. 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 In an instant. Chiba's eyes sparkled with concern, fixating solely on the injured Jiraiya, completely disregarding Tsunade, who stood beside him with outstretched arms, intending to offer a comforting embrace. Hey, big sister. Aren't you usually the one who despises this sentimental display? Women are truly full of contradictions, he quipped. Unfazed, SHU, puzzled by Tsunade's gesture, happily embraced her, only to be met with a teasing grin. Ouch, big sister, take it easy. Tsunade remained silent, tightening her grip to the point of nearly suffocating SHU. I'll lend a hand as well, volunteered Yanoyu, who had been following along. Known as the Walking Priestess, she excelled in medical ninjutsu, and, if not for the looming threat of Danzo, would have preferred to pursue a career as a healer. Big sister, let's leave Jiraiya-sama in Chiba's capable hands and head off to battle, SHU suggested with a grin. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, glancing at the nearby Kuji. It was only when she saw him nod slightly that she felt reassured about both Chiba's medical skills and Kuji's combat prowess. Alright, let's go. Before exiting the cave, Tsunade turned back to Chiba, noticing him and Yanoyu working closely together to attend to Jiraiya. Damn it, this is infuriating. Tsunade's frustration surged, and she stomped forward, cracking the thick, rocky ground beneath her feet. SHU, tell me, who is that woman beside Chiba? Tsunade inquired curtly as they charged into the enemy ranks, the siblings fighting side by side, her annoyance palpable. Oh, her? She's just Chiba's little girlfriend. SHU replied nonchalantly after dispatching an IWA ninja with a swift strike. Ever since Chiba touched her, she's been pursuing him, wanting him to take responsibility. After all, SHU thought, why would a member of the intelligence unit, upon completing her mission, not return to report, but instead follow the battle? With a stoic expression, Tsunade delivered a powerful punch, shattering the skull of another IWA ninja. As she gazed at the gruesome sight, SHU felt a chill run down his spine. What's up with big sister? Why is she acting so strangely? SHU murmured, women are truly troublesome. Chiba is much easier to deal with. Chapter 20, Jiraiya's request. Meanwhile, in another part of the cave, Jiraiya observed Chiba, who was diligently working to save him. A flicker of thought crossed Jiraiya's mind. Could this young lad possess medical skills that rival those of Tsunade? He sensed that Chiba was leading the entire rescue effort, while the seemingly more experienced Yanoyu was merely providing support. Chiba's precise control over chakra and his effortless mastery of medical ninjutsu deepened Jiraiya's gaze. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ninjutsu Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp, and Fire Release, Flame Bullet. Following the healing, the system notification rang out, and Chiba instantly wore a satisfied smile. Is it any wonder they are among the legendary Sannin? A mere fatal injury has yielded 2 ninjutsu. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp, a technique that creates a vast swamp beneath the enemy's feet, ensnaring them until they are submerged. Fire Release, Flame Bullet, a surprise attack utilizing an unusual flame, emphasizing an unexpected fire technique. I wonder if the system rewards my skills solely within the confines of my 3 chakra attributes, fire, earth, and yang. Chiba contemplated thoughtfully, a pensive expression gracing his features. The power inherited from the Senju bloodline primarily manifests in the form of physical constitution. Not every member of the Senju clan possesses both water and earth chakra attributes. Thus, Chiya has not acquired the water attribute. I wonder if the system can bestow upon me new chakra attributes otherwise. How shall I employ the bloodline limit to heal and save others in the future? Although Tsunade and Orochimaru are not in their peak condition, with the assistance of the reinforcements from Konoha, They effortlessly dealt with a number of nameless IWA shinobi. The battle concluded swiftly, with Konoha undeniably emerging victorious. Thwarting Iwa's plot to annihilate the three ninjas, the remaining Konoha shinobi took charge of the battlefield cleanup, while Tsunade led SHU back to the cave to assess Jiraiya's condition. Despite Orochimaru's cold demeanor, he too returned to the cave, quietly observing Jiraiya. Jiraiya, it's a relief to see you well. Upon witnessing Jiraiya's rosy complexion and his lively banter with Chiya and the others, both Tsunade and Orochimaru felt a sense of relief wash over them. Lady Tsunade, now that you've returned, I shall take my leave to assist outside. There must be numerous injured in need of care, Chiya stated promptly upon their return. Having exhausted his resources, Jiraiya planned to seek new supplies elsewhere. You inconsiderate brat. I just returned from the battlefield, and you don't even bother to express concern for me before rushing off. Tsunade's frustration flared anew at Chiya's words, her previously relaxed fist tightening once more. I'll accompany you. Chiya, Yano, you spoke softly, also rising to her feet. A thunderous noise reverberated through the air as SHU, bewildered, turned to see his sister's grim expression as she retracted her fist, leaving a gaping hole of 3 to 4 meters in the previously smooth wall. What's with my sister lately? Why is she so quick to anger? Could it be that she's entering menopause? SHU pondered, swallowing hard. It's no wonder she doesn't want to spend time with me. It seems she's captivated by that little enchantress. Tsunade's golden hair billowed as her icy gaze flitted between Chiya and Yano, exuding a palpable low pressure. Have I offended Lady Tsunade in some way? Chiya quivered, sensing the ominous intent directed at him. Hold on a moment, Chiya, Jiraiya, propped against the stone, mustered his strength to rise. Chiya, you have yet to take on a mentor, correct? He approached Chiya slowly, extending a hand with a smile. What do you say? Would you like to become my disciple? Ah, what? Chiba was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though the scene before him was somewhat familiar. Jiraiya, what chaos are you causing here? Tsunade spoke with irritation. Chiba is a medical ninja, if he is to take on a master. It should be to learn medical ninjutsu under my guidance. What business do you have in this matter? It's utterly inappropriate. Despite her annoyance, Tsunade understood she must consider Chiba's future. Following her would undoubtedly be his best choice. At that moment, Orochimaru chuckled softly, leisurely interjecting, speaking of which, I had previously expressed my interest in taking Chiba-kun as my disciple, but alas, he turned me down. Well, Chiba, you certainly have a way with people. Suk teased with a grin. To have my sister and the others vying for you. You truly are worthy of being my brother. He actually. Nanaka stared at Chiba in astonishment, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. The three legendary ninjas, regardless of their prowess or status, were the pinnacle of existence in Konoha. And this young boy managed to earn their simultaneous recognition. Countless individuals yearned to become disciples of the legendary three or to be direct successors of the Hokage. Yet he had outright refused Nanaka's acknowledgement, only deepening her curiosity about him. What is this? Chiba found himself inexplicably thrust into the spotlight, feeling bewildered. He had no idea why Jiraiya had suddenly taken an interest in him, and now Tsunade and Orochimaru were joining in the commotion as well. Chiba contemplated that he could pen a novel titled, Naruto, the three legendary ninjas of Konoha compete to take me as their apprentice. Apologies, Lord Jiraiya, but I currently have no intention of becoming your disciple. Faced with Jiraiya's outstretched hand hovering in midair, Chiba could only express his sincere regret. He genuinely admired Jiraiya. After all, few Naruto enthusiasts would harbor disdain for such a grand hero. However, Chiba possessed a system, and becoming a disciple might not yield any tangible benefits, but rather increase the risk of exposing his abilities. No need to apologize. It was my impertinence. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, then placed it behind his head, bursting into hearty laughter. Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Chiba, snorted disdainfully, and chose to remain silent, intending to converse with Chiba privately later. That being said, Chiba, I have another matter to entrust to you. Soon, Jiraiya's smile faded, and his gaze became intense as he fixed it upon Chiba. I plan to commission you to undertake an important task. Jiraiya was uncertain whether Chiba was indeed the prophesied child spoken of by the great sage Frog. Hence he intended to put Chiba to the test. What task? Please elaborate. Upon hearing of the significant mission, SHU's interest was piqued, his eyes gleaming as he leaned closer to Jiraiya. Jiraiya remained silent, instead directing his attention toward the nearby Hanabi, his intentions unmistakable. Esteemed lords, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Hanabi understood and gracefully bowed to the three legendary ninjas before striding past Chiba and heading toward the cave entrance. We are not of the same world. You bask in the sunlight while I remain ensnared in darkness. Hanabi did not glance back, sighing at Hanabi's departing figure. Chiba felt a twinge of melancholy. He truly admired the silver-haired beauty. With a resounding clap, Tsunade could no longer contain her irritation and delivered a swift strike to Chiba's head. In response to Tsunade's powerful blow, Chiba promptly collapsed to the ground, not uttering a sound, truly embodying the spirit of a stoic warrior. Young people have such resilience. They can just fall asleep, Jiraiya mused, while Orochimaru recalled some less-than-pleasant childhood memories, both retreating slightly to distance themselves from Tsunade. Hey sis, why did you hit my brother? Ju protested indignantly, boldly confronting Tsunade with a defiant stance. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, letting out a dismissive huff, causing Ju to instinctively back away 2 steps, trembling as he raised his arms defensively. Sis, you can hit me. But if you strike my brother, then you cannot touch me again. A voice echoes in the heart. Brother? Yet, the phone remains silent. Baka. In a swift motion, Tsunade delivers a powerful blow, causing Ju to collapse immediately, lying in unison with his good brother. Jiraiya, what do you intend for Chiba and the others to assist you with? Tsunade inquires, her brows furrowed as she gazes at Jiraiya while the two lie unconscious. Rest assured, it is not a perilous task, Jiraiya clarifies. Currently, I am unable to attend to it myself. So I plan to have them watch over those 3 children for a while. Chapter 21. The unexpected appearance of Brother Chow. Is Conan changing careers? Truly troublesome. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Orochimaru coldly remarks, I have always said that they should have been eliminated back then. It would have been a mercy for them. Enough, Orochimaru. I do not wish to hear such words again. Jiraiya, usually mild-mannered, erupts in anger. Do as you please. Involving yourself in every trivial matter will only bring you harm. Disinterested in the ensuing conversation, Orochimaru casually leaves the cave with a dismissive remark. I have no objections to that, Tsunade responds, her brows relaxing upon hearing that there is no danger. However, she then questions with curiosity. But why are you suddenly so concerned about that young fellow, Chiba? It's merely a conjecture, Jiraiya replies ambiguously. Once I have confirmed it, I will inform you. Very well. Tsunade slightly nods, stealing a glance at the unconscious Chiba, a flicker of tender possessiveness glimmering in her eyes. You little rascal. There is nothing I desire that I cannot obtain. I will have you in my grasp sooner or later. Tsunade is aware that, given their current standing, Chiba likely has not considered such possibilities. Yet, it matters little. After a few years, the age difference will be inconsequential. What? We are to take care of children. Ju and Chiba, being heirs of the Senju bloodline, soon awaken. Upon hearing the specifics of the task, Ju is instantly infuriated, shouting, this wouldn't even qualify as a D-rank mission in Konoha. How can this be deemed an important task? Chiba remains silent, wearing a contemplative expression. Jiraiya's mention of taking care of 3 children surely referred to Nagato, Conan, and Yahiko. But what could be the underlying intention behind Jiraiya's request? Due to the disparity in information, Chiba pondered for a while but could not discern any clear reasoning. Listen, Ju, Jiraiya said as he affectionately ruffled Ju's hair. Smiling, I assure you, this is a very important mission. I will have the village classify it as an A-rank task. What do you say? Well, that sounds reasonable. Ju replied, somewhat begrudgingly, with a pout that reflected his dissatisfaction. Jiraiya then turned his gaze to Chiba, who nodded in agreement. I have no objections, Lord Jiraiya. Just give the orders. Meanwhile, Kokai remained silent, embodying the role of a mere brick, moving wherever he was needed. Seeing this, Jiraiya's face broke into a satisfied smile. Excellent. Then I entrust those 3 children to you. If you have the time, please guide them in their training. Right this way, he indicated, leading the trio with a shadow clone. Chiba and the others arrived at an unassuming hill, where, concealed behind it, stood a small wooden cabin. Who is there? A youthful, slightly anxious voice emanated from within the cabin, as it seemed someone had heard the commotion. The door swung open, revealing a boy with short orange hair, appearing no older than 6 or 7, holding a kunai and stepping out cautiously. Whoa, it's Yahiko! Chiba almost exclaimed at the sight of the orange-haired boy. Indeed, it was Yahiko, the unfortunate child who had co-founded the Akatsuki, only to meet his demise and be transformed into the Deva path of pain. Though he had long suspected this, Seeing Yahiko in person still stirred excitement within Chiba. "It's me, Yahiko," the boy replied. Jiraiya's shadow clone took a couple of steps forward, affectionately tousling Yahiko's hair. "You've already learned to protect your comrades. Well done, Yahiko." "Hee. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei." Yahiko beamed with joy, then turned to shout back into the cabin, "Konan, Nagato, hurry out. It's Jiraiya-sensei." Shortly after, two more children emerged from the cabin. Both of similar age to Yahiko. One was a little girl with bluish-purple hair styled in buns, and the other was a bashful boy with red hair, peeking through his bangs. "Konan, Nagato, come here. Let me introduce you," Jiraiya called out warmly, waving to the two children. Once they approached, he began to introduce everyone to one another. Chiba was not paying attention to Jiraiya's words. Instead, he was lost in thought, staring at the innocent faces of Nagato and his companions. Who would have imagined that a few children, merely 6 or 7 years old, would 2 decades later become influential figures, stirring the winds of the ninja world? A fleeting thought crossed Chiba's mind. If he were to eliminate these 3 now, would the Akatsuki organization cease to exist in the future? However, he quickly shook his head and dismissed the notion. After all, meddling with the known narrative and steering it towards an unpredictable course would serve him no benefit. Furthermore, Uchiha Obito likely had surveillance in the vicinity to monitor and protect Nagato. "Brother Chiba, may I learn medical ninjutsu from you?" Just as Chiba was drifting into his reverie, a sweet, youthful voice broke through, bringing him back to reality. "Oh." Chiba lowered his gaze and realized that Xiao Nen had somehow approached him, gazing at him with an expression full of anticipation. 3 question marks appeared on Chiba's face. "Sister, you are destined to become the future White Tiger of Dawn, a force so formidable that even a hardened warrior like Kakazu would weep in despair upon resurrection. So, why do you wish to learn medical ninjutsu?" Chiba asked, a hint of confusion in his smile. "Because Yahiko and Nagato often get injured. I want to master medical ninjutsu so that I can take good care of both of them." Konan replied without hesitation. "All right, no problem," Chiba said, finding no reason to refuse, and readily agreed. Meanwhile, Nagato and Yahiko had squeezed over to Guka and Ju, chattering excitedly around them. Clearly, the boys were more intrigued by the cool and combat-oriented ninjutsu. Ju was somewhat overwhelmed, while the usually taciturn Guka answered every question, genuinely enjoying the lively presence of the children. "It's wonderful to see you all getting along harmoniously. It puts my mind at ease," Jiraiya remarked with a smile nearby. Teaching the 3 youngsters ninjutsu served 2 purposes: to empower them for self-protection and to enable Nagato to harness the power of the Rinnegan. Konan's initiative to learn medical ninjutsu pleased Jiraiya as well. Who knows, perhaps in the future, she could assist even more children. Aware of his reluctance to part from the 3 children, Jiraiya discreetly dispelled his shadow clone when no one was watching. "Ah, Teacher Jiraiya is so cunning," he sneaked away. Yahiko exclaimed, throwing himself into Ju's arms in despair. Yahiko, the youngest and most vivacious of the trio, was blissfully unaware of social anxiety and was naturally friendly. "You rascal." Ju's face puffed up in irritation, barely suppressing the urge to give Yahiko a good thrashing. At this moment, Yahiko was 6 years old, Konan 7, and Nagato between 7 and 8. Seeing this, Chiba couldn't help but chuckle. In the past, it was Ju who tormented him. Now at last, someone was there to give Ju a taste of his own medicine. Nagato and Guka fell silent again, their presence nearly indistinguishable, as if they were carved from the same mold. Then, "Brother Chiba, I look forward to your guidance in the future," Konan said, extending a hand towards Chiba, her big eyes sparkling with mischief, resembling a cunning little fox. "Certainly." Chiba gently shook Shennon's small hand, and a new idea swiftly blossomed in his mind. The 3 children before him were undoubtedly exceptional talents. How delightful it would be to obtain rewards from them. However, they were currently unscathed. It would hardly be appropriate to severely injure the 3 little ones for the sake of treatment, would it? Yet, perhaps it was not entirely out of the question. Hiki. Chiba narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the 3 individuals before him, and began to earnestly contemplate the feasibility of this plan. "Chien, Brother Chiba?" Xiaonan shuddered slightly, feeling somewhat uneasy under Chiba's peculiar gaze. Chapter 22. Developing the System, New Directions for Advancement. Water Release, Water Bullet Technique. In a mere week, under the guidance of Gujie, the 3 young ones engaged vibrantly in practicing the water release ninjutsu. Chiba perked up his ears, eavesdropping nearby. Currently feeling akin to a eunuch in a brothel, where desire wells up in tears before words can escape. Although he had grasped the principles of numerous water release techniques, the absence of water affinity chakra rendered his impeccable chakra control futile. Naturally, Chiba was not the type to inflict harm for mere rewards. He would never truly beat the three little ones to a pulp. Oh dear, Mayahiko, you splashed water all over my face. Haha, I aimed right for your face. Take another shot, Nagato. The trio, initially serious, soon transformed their earnest ninjutsu practice into a playful water gun battle. Kuji did not intervene, merely observing the children's antics with a smile. Master Tobarama, when you taught me water techniques, did you not watch over us with the same fondness I have for these children? Why are you ganging up on me? Whined the mischievous Mayahiko, who was quickly overwhelmed by the combined efforts of Nagato and Konan, his cries echoing. As he maneuvered away like a snake, he shouted towards the nearby tree where Shoju feigned sleep. Shoju, help me. They're picking on me. Not a chance, Shoju replied lazily, refusing to open his eyes. He had matured into an adult. Such childish squabbles were beneath him. You scoundrel, Shoju. I gave you my first time, and this is how you repay me? Is that even a first time? Hanging from a tree doesn't count. Shoju sprang up from his perch in irritation. Oh no, oh no. With that, those chasing after Mayahiko grew in number, amplifying his cries for help. Seeing that Kuji had ceased his instruction, Chiba fell into deep contemplation once more, pondering how he might extract the essence from these three promising little sprouts. After a while, a spark ignited in his eyes as he realized he had been ensnared in a misconception. Psychological trauma? Wasn't that a form of injury? So many succumb to death due to mental afflictions. Could alleviating another's psychological scars not be considered saving lives? Nagato and the others were all war orphans, surely afflicted with PTSD, having witnessed or experienced threats to their own lives or those of others, resulting in severe mental disturbances. Chiba felt it was essential for him to give it a try. If he could receive rewards for healing other psychological traumas, then he would have yet another method of acquiring goods. After dinner, the three little ones were asked to line up and sit before Chiba. Brother Chiba, why have you called us here? Shounen inquired, somewhat puzzled. Rope Tree and Gujia also approached with curiosity, eager to discover what Chiba had in store. It is as follows. Chiba slowly began. After spending this time together, I have come to realize that the three of you are quite unwell. And rather severely at that. The trio responded with bewilderment. In a sudden burst of indignation, Yahiko leapt to his feet and exclaimed, How dare you? Chiba, we are in perfect health. We relish our meals and are in prime condition. Mid-sentence, Yahiko abruptly recognized the inappropriateness of his words and hastily added a sheepish smile to complete his statement. Chiba, without a hint of anger, smiled and nodded, saying, Indeed, your bodies are remarkably healthy, yet within those healthy forms lies a heart riddled with countless wounds. There is no need to hastily reject this notion. Nor should you feel ashamed. The emergence of psychological issues is not your fault. The true blame lies with the war, with those who are driven by ambition. Chiba's voice was calm and gentle, enveloping the three little ones in a soothing embrace akin to a warm spring breeze. All right. Allow me to assist you in navigating your thoughts. In a past life, Chiba had acquired considerable knowledge in psychology, all in pursuit of obtaining a certification as a psychological counselor. Guiding the three youngsters to lower their defenses and confront their psychological issues proved to be a rather effortless endeavor. At this moment, Chiba truly comprehended the profound truth behind the phrase knowledge is power. It is worth noting that a significant number of individuals in the ninja world suffer from TSD. Many of them were thrust onto the battlefield immediately after completing elementary school, witnessing the demise of family, friends, and comrades. How could their mental state possibly remain unscathed? In such circumstances, a few misguided words could easily lead to their descent into darkness, particularly for someone like Nagato, who had never even attended elementary school. Whether the speaker was virtuous or malevolent, anyone could easily sway him with mere rhetoric. Hence, only by confronting these issues head-on can one establish a sound core belief. There are numerous therapeutic approaches for TSD, and for this initial treatment, Chiba opted for the most commonly employed method, cognitive behavioral therapy. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations, host. You have achieved. Just as Chiba was engrossed in conversation and the three little ones nodded in agreement, the system's notification chimed unexpectedly, leaving Chiba utterly bewildered. Psychological healing is a long-term endeavor, and Chiba had braced for a protracted battle. How could it be that success had already been attained? Chienya hurriedly opened the system notification. After carefully examining the detailed information, she realized that the target for the reward she was to provide assistance to was not the trio, but rather Marux and Gyuk. Chiba turned around in sudden realization, only to see Gujie, who had been leaning against the wall, with tears streaming down his face. The last time he had saved Shingshu during battle had already helped Gujie untangle his emotional knots. Now, after Chiba's guidance, Gujie finally chose to let go and fully reconcile with his past self. It seems that, in the system's view, healing other psychological wounds is also regarded as a form of saving and aiding the injured. This method truly proves effective. The eyes of Chiba shone with an alarming brightness. Upon successfully treating Gujie, the reward he received was a remarkable new chakra attribute, water. This indicates that my previous conjecture was indeed accurate. Through the system, I can gradually replenish my chakra attributes and even comprehend the powers of the bloodline limit. In Chiba's perspective, this reward is even more generous than the one obtained for saving Jiraiya. Does this imply that the prolonged duration required for psychological treatment results in correspondingly superior rewards? Chiba harbored a faint suspicion, casting a more fervent gaze towards Nagato and the others. These three youngsters are destined to become renowned figures in the annals of Hokage history. If he could heal their psychological scars, what bountiful rewards might he reap? Perhaps Yahiko's Wind Affinity, Konan's Dance of Shikigami, or even Nagato's Rinnegan. Chapter 23, Nagato's Rampage. A turn in the battlefield. There shouldn't be any absolute beings nearby, right? Chiba withdrew his fingers from the ground, contemplating with a hint of uncertainty. Although he possessed a keen sensitivity to chakra, the spore technique of Kuro and Shiro was exceedingly elusive, leaving him hesitant to express absolute certainty. Another week had passed. The three young ones diligently followed Gujie and Ju during the day for their training, while at night, they immersed themselves in psychological knowledge under Chiba's guidance, receiving profound ideological education. Perhaps, in a few years, when Uchiha Madara once again sought out Nagato, he would be utterly taken aback to discover that Nagato had transformed into a staunch Red Warrior. No matter how Madara attempted to sway him, Nagato would remain steadfast. The mere thought of it brought a mischievous smile to Chiba's face. After the daily psychological lessons concluded, Konan would often visit Chiba's room for additional instruction in medical ninjutsu. However, her insatiable thirst for knowledge was exceedingly overwhelming. "All right, Konan, let us call it a day," Chiba said, feeling somewhat fatigued as he observed her eager expression. He was truly exhausted and longed to collapse into slumber. "Oh, Chiba and I, please indulge Konan just a little," Konan implored, wrapping her arms around Chiba's arm and leaning against him in a playful manner. In the past, she, along with Nagato and Yahiko, had lived a precarious existence. And now that they finally had the opportunity to learn and change their fates, her thirst for knowledge was only natural. "You're still young. I fear you may not grasp the knowledge I intend to share," Chiba replied with a hint of reluctance. Konan is not little anymore. "Chiba and I, please allow me to try," she exclaimed, her big eyes sparkling with determination. All right. Sigh, I truly find myself at a loss with you." Chiba let out a long sigh, realizing that he would likely have to stay up late once again tonight. Another day had passed. After finishing his teachings with the three little ones, Gujie went to the nearby river to fish. Shinshu remained at home, accompanying Chiba as he provided psychological guidance to the trio, discreetly noting some of the techniques to apply later on Tsunade. After all, with her frequent bouts of irritability, who would believe that she doesn't have some psychological issues? Shinshu silently mused. "Now, let us proceed to the next step," Chiba gently instructed. "Try once more to recall those painful memories, identify the negative beliefs and emotions within them, and follow my finger for the eye movement exercise." This time, Chiba methodically employed the eye movement desensitization therapy. Observing the three little ones attentively meditating as they followed his guidance, Chiba felt a surge of delight. Thus far, the treatment had progressed remarkably well. At this rate, he would soon reap rewards from their progress. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. "Adu!" Nagato's calm visage suddenly contorted, and he began to scream uncontrollably, clutching his head. "What?" Chiba's pupils abruptly contracted. He had not anticipated that despite numerous sessions of psychological counseling, Nagato's emotions would still instantaneously surpass their threshold, on the brink of eruption. Ding! In an almost imperceptible moment, the crimson hair that had concealed half of Nagato's face suddenly billowed upwards, revealing a pair of purple eyes that exuded a frenzied madness. "This is bad, everyone quickly." Chiba barely had time to alert everyone when, in the next moment, accompanied by Nagato's agonizing roar. An astonishing repulsive force suddenly radiated outward from him. Boom. The terrifying shockwave, akin to an explosion of an explosive tag detonating at close range, surged past, sending Chiba and the others hurtling through the air. They were violently ejected from the splintered remains of the dilapidated wooden house, crashing heavily into the distance. Water release. Water barrier. Chiba forcefully suppressed the surging chakra within, his fingers dancing swiftly in the air as he rapidly formed two seals, astonishingly executing the water release technique he had clandestinely learned from the ancient texts. With a resounding splash, a circular wall of water rose instantaneously, enveloping the four individuals within its embrace. The gentle current softly cradled their falling bodies, aiding them in a gradual descent to the ground. Those eyes. Chiba, did you just see those eyes? As soon as they touched down, Ju seized Chiba's shoulder, emitting a peculiar cry reminiscent of a monkey. They were purple, a swirl of purple. For so long, Nagato had concealed his eyes beneath his bangs. And this was Ju's first encounter with Nagato's gaze, leaving him utterly astonished. Nagato, are you alright? Upon landing, Konan and Yahiko, disregarding everything else, rushed towards Nagato, who knelt amidst the ruins of the wooden cabin, a visage of agony etched upon his face. Chiba and Ju exchanged a glance and proceeded towards Nagato, though the astonishment on Ju's face had yet to dissipate. What exactly was that force? Was it a dojutsu? No, how could such an incredibly terrifying ocular technique exist? Ju murmured softly. I apologize. I lost control once again and nearly harmed everyone. I am truly sorry, he said, his head bowed in shame, bangs once more obscuring his eyes as he expressed his remorse to the group. What are you apologizing for, Nagato? This is a positive development. At that moment, a hand rested gently on Nagato's shoulder, and the soothing words left him momentarily stunned. A positive development? Nagato raised his head in confusion, only to find Chiba gazing at him with a warm smile. Yes, it is indeed a positive development. Chiba nodded and settled beside Nagato, wrapping an arm around her shoulder as he spoke. Human emotions resemble a vast river. Mastering one's emotions is akin to managing the flow of water. It is more effective to guide than to restrain. The more one suppresses, the greater the likelihood of turmoil. Our task is to construct a dam within this river, ensuring we are not overwhelmed by our emotions, allowing the waters to flow steadily and granting us control over our feelings. The trio, including Nagato, nodded in agreement, while Ju, seated nearby, merely smirked, thinking that Chiba certainly had a knack for charming the young ones. Emotions harbor immense power. Remember the anger you felt moments ago. Nagato, do not fear it. Instead, strive to master it, transforming it into a tool for your benefit. When you can wield your anger with ease, that astonishing force will become a formidable weapon in your defense of your companions. With that, Chiba patted Nagato's shoulder and gestured toward the three beside them, speaking earnestly. Do not carry any psychological burden, Nagato. See, no one harbors resentment towards you. On the contrary, we are filled with concern and trust in you. We all believe in your capabilities. Minasan, everyone. Nagato felt a surge of emotion. Raising her head, her gaze swept over the trio, and she realized, just as Chiba had stated, that their faces reflected only worry, devoid of any fear or blame. Keep pushing forward, Nagato. I have great faith in you. Chiba gently patted Nagato's shoulder and remarked with a smile, only those who have experienced suffering can treat others kindly. Understanding pain allows one to mature and better protect others. Yes, I understand, Brother Chiba. Nagato replied, nodding earnestly. Under Chiba's encouragement, he quickly regained his composure, even becoming more optimistic than before his outburst. Seeing this, Chiba secretly breathed a sigh of relief, discreetly wiping away an imaginary bead of sweat from his forehead. Being a psychologist in this world was truly perilous. One had to contend with temperamental children, and a moment's lapse could lead to dire consequences. He had felt immense pressure sitting beside Nagato, genuinely fearing that the latter might unleash a powerful attack unexpectedly. At that moment, Gujia returned, carrying 2 large fish, and paused thoughtfully as he gazed at the area where the wooden cabin once stood. I must be getting old. My memory is failing me. I could have sworn the cabin was in this direction, he pondered. After enjoying dinner together, Chiba provided Nagato with further psychological support. Nagato had identified the triggers of his traumatic pain. As long as Chiba could assist him in desensitization and in reconstructing positive recognition and emotional feedback, Nagato's PTSD would be considered healed. With rewards tantalizingly close, Chiba resolved to exert even more effort. Just then, Shinshu hurried over, a serious expression on his face. Interrupting the two, Chiba, there's been a change at the front lines. We need to return immediately. Chapter 24. The assassination plot against Chiba. A change at the front lines? We must return swiftly? Chiba furrowed his brow upon hearing Shinshu's words, feeling an instinctive resistance. To be frank, he could already envision the abundant rewards beckoning him. And at that moment, he had no desire to leave. Is the source of this information reliable? Gujia inquired as he approached. Of course. The message was just relayed to me by the communication monkey, Shinshu affirmed. The communication monkey was a unique spirit beast from Flower and Fruit Mountain, responsible for long-distance messaging. Those who could contract a communication monkey hailed from noble lineages, and anyone capable of transmitting messages to Flower and Fruit Mountain must undoubtedly be from Konoha. Chiba, Senior Gujia. Let us depart quickly. Since we have contacted the communication monkey, it must be an urgent matter. Shinshu insisted, eager to leave, having lingered here for over half a month. He felt restless and anxious to move on. I find this somewhat peculiar, Chiba mused. Chiba furrowed his brows and remarked. Our team is currently engaged in an A-rank mission at the division, so even if there are issues on the front lines, why have they specifically summoned the three of us back? Ah, you're overthinking it, Chiba, replied SH-Ju, draping an arm around Chiba's shoulders with a smile. This summons is certainly not solely directed at the three of us, but rather encompasses all the teams from Konoha that are currently deployed. Well, you do have a point. Perhaps I am being overly cautious, Chiba conceded. After a moment of contemplation, Chiba nodded. Since Shimura Danzo is not here, there should be no one in Konoha who would harm their own, correct? Despite his deliberations, Chiba still felt a twinge of unease, and thus furrowed his brow as he turned to SH-Ju. SH-Ju, why don't you relay this matter to Lady Tsunade and the others? Let us seek their counsel before proceeding. All right. SH-Ju scratched his head in response and set about the task. However, after waiting for quite some time, the trio received no reply from Tsunade and the others. With no alternative, the three had no choice but to proceed to the battlefield, as any deviation from orders without special circumstances would be regarded as treachery. Chiba, SH-Ju, and Uncle Kai, you must take care. Upon learning that the three were returning to the battlefield, the three little ones looked on with expressions of reluctance and concern. Rest assured, we will return swiftly. After bidding farewell to the three young ones, the trio tidied themselves briefly and set forth on the path back to the front line. Meanwhile, in a separate locale, not long ago, in the southern region of the Land of Rain, a small battlefield was set up where Awagakure faced off against Konoha. Hundreds of Konoha ninjas gripped their weapons tightly, bracing for the imminent threat, their atmosphere steeped in tension. Among the neatly arranged ranks of the Awagakure army, only one figure emerged, slowly advancing toward them. More precisely, it was a diminutive old man, standing merely 1 meter and 30 centimeters tall, with completely white hair and beard. In the midst of the robust Konoha ninjas, he appeared almost absurdly toy-like. Yet, this elderly man, with a stature akin to that of a child, walked toward them with an air of nonchalance, rendering the hundreds of Konoha ninjas utterly breathless with awe. This was Noki, the current Tsuchikage of Awagakure, the only existing wielder of the bloodline elimination ability. In the presence of such a formidable figure, possessing the power of flight and large-scale offensive capabilities, mere numbers became inconsequential. My patience is limited. I shall say this one last time. Noki raised his hand, conjuring a small transparent cube, and casually declared, Surrender the culprit responsible for my nephew's death, and I might grant you a chance at survival. Because of his immense power, Noki could brazenly disregard the rules, demanding blood for blood. Buzzing sounds filled the air as Noki shook the transparent cube in his hand, releasing tendrils of obliteration energy. Many sensory ninjas merely scanned it briefly, only to be overwhelmed by the terrifying energy contained within, causing their legs to tremble. No one doubted Naka's words. One sensory ninja stammered, What he says is true. That technique has surpassed my comprehension, and should it be unleashed upon us, we would likely be obliterated in an instant. He chuckled softly. Observing the silent and fearful leaf ninjas, Anoki let out a cold laugh. He withdrew his dust release technique, signaling the Awagakure army behind him to remain back. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to rest. There is no impenetrable wall in this world. Identifying the murderer of Kagaya was not a challenge for him. Now, he merely needed to await the leaf's surrender of the individual, after which he would execute them. Should they refuse to comply, he would soar to the rear of the leaf forces, employing dust release combined with the Awagakure army to annihilate all of Konoha. At this moment, the main forces of Konoha were engaged in the primary battlefield, leaving none here capable of counterbalancing his might. Surely no one would risk delaying the battle for the sake of 3 insignificant pawns. Meanwhile, within the communications department of the Konoha battlefield, chaos reigns supreme. As leaders, we must prioritize the greater good. This action is not a concession to the enemy, but a necessary sacrifice to spare our forces from the Tsuchikige's intervention. Nonsense. A concession is a concession. When has Konoha ever relied on the enemy's mercy to survive? 2 senior officials erupted into a heated argument, their differing views reflecting the discord among the majority present. War inevitably claims lives. The previous squad tasked with luring the enemy, consisting of 18 members, was entirely sacrificed yet succeeded in eliminating dozens of IWA ninjas. Such sacrifices are worthwhile. The first senior official argued passionately. Perhaps those 3 would willingly sacrifice themselves for Konoha's benefit if present. Is this not the essence of our will of fire? One must acknowledge that later, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to prevent further conflict, chose to hand over Hyuga Hayashi to Kumogakure, which was also a manifestation of the will of fire. What utter nonsense! Is it truly called profit when it is garnered through the betrayal of one's own? That is disgraceful. The second senior official, an elderly man with graying hair, could no longer contain his temper. He rolled up his sleeves and landed a punch on the first official's face. This is strategy, not cowardice. The 2 officials commenced to brawl, while the remaining members floundered in disarray, their voices mingling in the communications department like a bustling market. I believe we should not surrender anyone but instead seek assistance from Lord Shikumo, who is closest. Is that of any use? Unless the Hokage himself intervenes. Who can halt Inoki, especially with a group of vigilant IWA ninjas at his back? Among the crowd, a leaf ninja with a small mustache glanced at the files of the 3 individuals and complained, "Are the lives of the noble clans worth more than ours? It was they who instigated this situation. Why should we bear the consequences?" The mustache ninja's words quickly garnered support from many. Another leaf ninja, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Even if we wanted to surrender them, they are not even in our possession." Observing the success of the crowd's incitement, the little mustache ninja's eyes glimmered with delight. Pleasantly surprised by the ease of this task. Who possesses the authority to reach out to that prince? We could devise a way to lure them over, couldn't we? The little mustache ninja proposed. What do you mean by lure them over? That sounds rather harsh, interjected a Konoha ninja. We merely intend to summon them to inquire about their thoughts. Perhaps they would willingly sacrifice themselves. Your point is valid. Shall we proceed with this plan then? The scene now returns to the present. The trio from Chiba raced at an exhilarating speed, finally arriving at the battlefield where their division was stationed. Brothers, we have come to support you. Where are the enemies? Even before they reached their destination, Shinshu exuberantly shouted upon seeing the dense formation of friendly troops ahead. Little did they expect that after such a long run, the battle had yet to commence. Were they perhaps awaiting the grand display of prowess from the esteemed Shinshu? Shinshu, be cautious. Something seems amiss. Chiba's footsteps slowed as he quietly cautioned, and Gu Jie's expression turned exceedingly grave. From their vantage point, there appeared to be no enemies ahead. Yet, hundreds of Konoha ninjas stood in formation, weapons in hand, eerily frozen in place, as if possessed. This was decidedly abnormal. Swish, swish, swish. Upon hearing the sound of Shinshu, the multitude turned in unison, their gazes a mixture of surprise, regret, and indifference. Each pair of eyes regarding the 3 with the cold detachment reserved for the deceased. Indeed, something felt amiss. Even the slowest among them, Shinshu, instinctively took a step back, unnerved by the strange stares of the crowd. At last, you have arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time. A hoarse voice echoed from the center of the battlefield. The regimented Konoha army parted as if nudged by an unseen force, revealing a diminutive figure seated on the ground. Boom. The moment Chiba discerned the identity of the individual, it struck him like a thunderbolt. And the words of Yano reverberated once more in his mind. His name is Kugo, the nephew of the 3rd Tsuchikage. Given the vengeful nature of the current Tsuchikage, should he discover that it was you who killed Kugo? This was a trap, a cunning stratagem. Chiba spoke with a bitter expression. We have been betrayed by our own, stepping unwittingly into a veritable hell crafted specifically for the 3 of us. Chapter 25. The Shadow's Oppression, Hopelessness. How could this happen? Upon hearing Chiba's words, Ju's face drained of color, appearing as pale as parchment. You all. Ju's eyes burned with indignation as he gazed ahead, yet no one acknowledged his stare. The leaf ninjas averted their eyes, turning their attention elsewhere. Although they had not anticipated that the higher-ups would truly capitulate to the enemy, the occurrence of such an event deflated their fighting spirit, which had once been resolute in facing the adversary, now resigned to this grim reality. Ah, so this is how it is. Kai sighed heavily, stepping forward 2 paces. His unassuming figure interposing itself between Ju and Chiba. A touching scene indeed. Naki's silhouette hovered slowly, gliding leisurely above the ranks of the Leaf Army, as if leisurely inspecting his own troops. Damn it. Many Leaf ninjas clenched their weapons tightly, their faces contorted with humiliation, yet they gritted their teeth, suppressing the urge to lash out. What more could they do when the higher-ups had ordered the recall of these 3? To vent their frustrations by dragging their comrades into a futile and meaningless death alongside these 3? The oppressive aura emanating from Naruto grew increasingly potent as he approached, crashing down upon Chiba and his companions like a tempest. Glug. Chiba struggled to swallow, feeling as though his heart was gripped tightly by a colossal hand, rendering even the act of breathing a daunting challenge. Is this the overwhelming power of a shadow-level expert? It is an oppressive force that stifles any semblance of resistance within me. Given Chiba's current strength, the notion of engaging in battle with a shadow-level opponent was utterly absurd. Even the thought of escaping from their grasp felt like a futile dream. Thus, was this truly a deadlock? Chiba found himself in a predicament where the disparity in strength was overwhelming, rendering him unable to perceive any means of escape. So, have the 3 of you slain Kanwo? Soon, Daimyo appeared before the trio, surveying them from a superior vantage point. TSK, 2 mere children, and 1 cripple. How am I to proceed against you? Daimyo stroked his beard, feigning a semblance of difficulty. How about this? I shall only employ a single technique. Should you manage to survive, I will grant you clemency. What say you? Fool, do you fancy yourself amusing? Chiba silently cursed. Ha. Noting the trio's silence, Daimyo scoffed and waved his hand dismissively. Why so serious? I was merely jesting. As the leader of a village, it would be beneath me to personally bully you youngsters. Such behavior would tarnish my reputation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Daimyo continued, let us do it this way. For each life lost, let one of you offer themselves in recompense for my nephew's demise. This seems rather equitable, does it not? Only one of us. Ju glanced back at Chiba and Cookie Eye before resolutely stepping forward. I am the one who killed your nephew. Let the responsibility rest upon my shoulders. He felt that their dire circumstances were largely due to his own foolishness. If his life could be traded to ensure Chiba and Cookie Eye's survival, he deemed it a worthy exchange. Let me take the lead. You both are still young and should strive to live on. Cookie Eye interposed himself, once again positioning himself in front of the other 2. Chiba closed her eyes, painfully uttering, Shushu, Gujies Sr., please cease your quarrel. Observing the interaction among the 3, Daimyo raised his arm, feigning the act of wiping away tears, and insincerely remarked, such a touching display. I am almost moved to tears by your sincere emotions. He was utterly. Chiba abruptly opened his eyes and pointed an accusatory finger at Inoki, exclaiming, he is merely toying with us. From the very beginning, he never intended to spare us. Shinjutsu offered a wry smile, replying, I understand, Chiba, I truly do. But what if he has no what if? Both Chiba and Inoki interjected simultaneously. To maintain such courage under the oppressive shadow of a village's influence, I must regard you with newfound respect, the old man thought. At that moment, the smile on Inoki's face vanished, his aged features contorting into a ghastly visage reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. You guessed correctly, indeed. I have been amusing myself at your expense. As a reward, allow me to send you on your way ahead of schedule. Inoki's gaze swept over the 3. His voice rasping as he declared, you 3 shall accompany my nephew in death. Meanwhile, in the central region of the Land of Rain, Tsunade had just extricated herself from a battlefield. Seizing a moment to gather intelligence through summoning techniques en route to the next confrontation, she froze upon receiving 2 alarming messages. Shinjutsu and Chiba are in danger. Jiraiya, we must return to the south at once. Tsunade exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she turned to her bewildered companions. Tsunade, you cannot leave. Jiraiya grasped her arm, shaking his head slowly under her incredulous gaze. The next outpost is crucial for Konoha. We cannot simply turn back. Konoha? To hell with it. Tsunade cursed for the first time in her life, forcefully breaking free from Jiraiya's grasp, ripping the forehead protector from her brow. She exerted enough strength to crumple the steel emblem of the Leaf Village into a crude mass. If Chiba and Shinjutsu perish, I shall become a rogue ninja. Let those who wish to protect Konoha do so. I'm no longer participating. She hurled the protector to the ground in a fit of rage. Tsunade, do not be reckless. We must consider the greater good. Jiraiya's expression shifted as he gazed at the fallen protector, intent on dissuading her. Just then, the silent Orochimaru stepped beside Tsunade, declaring, Tsunade, I will accompany you back. Tsunade, Orochimaru, you too. Jiraiya's face paled as he observed his two companions standing in opposition to him. I shall ask you one last time. Will you join us in returning? Tsunade, her patience waning, replied coldly. You may go. I will guard the front lines for Konoha. After a brief silence, Jiraiya spoke resolutely. Indeed, he had deep feelings for Tsunade. However, in his heart, the village of Konoha held far greater significance. Otherwise, in the original storyline, he would not have uttered the words, if you betray the village, I will personally take your life. Perhaps I have been too impulsive, Orochimaru. Let us depart. Tsunade cast a lingering glance at Jiraiya before turning away with Orochimaru, while Jiraiya quickened his pace towards the forward stronghold. Everyone moved onward. With no one looking back, the scene shifts to the southern battlefield. Just release, original world severance technique. In the sky, Inoki clasped his hands, and a small, translucent cube flickered into visibility, leaving Chiyo below feeling utterly despondent. Could it be that, merely to deal with the three of us, he would resort to such a technique as original world severance? Chiba silently chuckled to himself, realizing that this technique of dust escape was sufficient to obliterate their three bodies. Even with the trump card of revival in his grasp, he felt utterly powerless. Alas, what a pity it was. Gazing at the transparent cube in Ohayaki's hand, Chiba sighed deeply. Despite possessing a system that promised great potential, who could have anticipated that just as his life was beginning to sparkle, it would come to such an abrupt halt? Chapter 26. The Rescuing White Fang, born leader buzzing. With a casual flick of his wrist, Ohayaki sent the petite cube floating gently towards the trio that contained energy perfectly sufficient to envelop them. To try to struggle a bit, it would certainly brighten my mood. Ohayaki sneered. It seemed he was intentionally toying with Chiba and his companions, for the transparent cube descended at an agonizingly slow pace, like the sword of Damocles, hovering ominously above their heads. Quick, evade. Despite knowing that Ohayaki sought to toy with them, Chiba and his companions dashed away with utmost urgency. Futile struggles. Ohayaki crossed his arms, coldly observing the scene. With their speed, Chiba and his friends stood no chance of escaping the grasp of realm separation. Clang. At that moment, a flash of lightning erupted from a distance, slicing through the sky and accurately striking the transparent cube aimed at Chiba and his friends. In the next instant, a cacophonous sound akin to 100 birds chirping erupted, reverberating in the ears of those nearby. Kiki style, 100 birds sharp spear. This was a spear composed of dozens of delicate bolts of lightning, resembling a swarm of mosquitoes transformed into thunder, violently colliding with the transparent cube in a whirlwind of speed. Boom. The equilibrium within the transparent cube was shattered, instantly detonating in a dazzling display of electric brilliance, unleashing annihilating energy powerful enough to reduce matter to atomic state. Book of Array. Bang. The annihilating force of realm separation was discharged into the air. Yet the terrifying energy generated by the explosion remained, surging toward the ground and sending Chiba and his companions flying away. Cough, cough, cough. Chiba fell to the ground in disarray, his internal organs shaken to the core, as he turned and rushed upon the earth. The situation for Rope Tree and Gujia was scarcely better than his own. At that moment, Ohyuki's attention was already diverted from Chiba and the others. He slightly turned his gaze to behold a silver-haired man approaching like a swift ribbon, landing directly before him. Kikuchi Tsukumo, he mused, if my memory serves me correctly. That is indeed your name, is it not? Observing Tsukumo's weary visage, Ohyuki inquired with a hint of perplexity, in your prime. You would have had no chance against me. Are you here now seeking your demise? Lord Tsukumo has arrived. Lord Tsukumo is here. A murmur rippled through the ranks of the Konoha forces, expressions on their faces varying widely. Chiba, the white fang of Konoha has come. We are saved. Rope Tree scrambled to Chiba's side, grasping his arm with fervor, tears streaming down his face in a mixture of relief and joy. Hush, keep your voice down. Let us retreat for now and observe how events unfold. Chiba managed to calm down Shoju, and the two of them set up the ancient instrument that had strained their old backs. Taking advantage of the moment when Noki was momentarily distracted, they began to quietly retreat. Lord Tsuchika chuckled. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shumo spoke with neither arrogance nor submission. I have come merely to inquire whether you, Lord Tsuchika, intend to personally intervene in the conflict in the Land of Rain. Upon hearing Shumo's words, Noki furrowed his brow briefly, but it soon relaxed. Of course not. I am here solely to avenge my nephew. These three are merely pawns you from Konoha have put forth to placate my wrath. The ongoing battles between the fire and earth countries in the Land of Rain were fundamentally a struggle for its resources. However, should Noki personally engage, The nature of the conflict would shift dramatically, expanding the scale of war and potentially leading to a situation where neither side could afford to relent. In the face of someone like Shimo, Naoki could not treat him as he would those lesser adversaries, thus he carefully articulated his stance. So, he truly dares not take action against us? Murmured the Konoha ninjas to one another. You must be mistaken, Shimo continued, regardless of status or reason. Konoha will never surrender any of our compatriots. Should you wish to harm them, you would be declaring war against all of us present. Oh, is that so? Naoki replied with a cold laugh. You are so certain that I would not dare to act. I could easily slay dozens. And do you believe Sarutobi Hiruzen would fight me over such insignificant lives? No, 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 Lord Tsuchikage. Shimo shook his head. As I said, if you wish to kill them, you must eliminate us all. Haha, I believe it is you who jest, Shimo. Naoki laughed heartily in the air. Why not turn around and ask those behind you how many would willingly lay down their lives for those three? Nearby, the hearts of Chiba and his companions sank. It's over. I feel that we are doomed, Chiba lamented inwardly. If these people were willing, they would not have been deceived into this predicament. Moreover, Chiba questioned whether he himself would be willing to sacrifice for a few strangers. They would, Shimo asserted with unwavering conviction. For if we surrender these three today, tomorrow it could be us. If we turn a blind eye to our fellow compatriots, we will inevitably find ourselves isolated and defenseless. These three are of an age akin to the parents and children of most present, empathizing with them. No one would willingly sacrifice their own kin for the sake of appeasement. Certainly, the most crucial point is that Shuo Mao drew the short blade White Fang from behind him and coldly proclaimed, should anyone dare to betray their own kin, there will be no need for the Earth Shadow to act. I shall be the one to sever their existence. After speaking, Shuo Mao turned, his frosty gaze sweeping across the assembly of leaf ninjas like a chilling blade. I have spoken. Who stands in agreement, and who opposes? The leaf ninjas fell silent, their voices stifled by fear. After a prolonged moment, one reluctant leaf ninja stepped forward, shouting, I am in favor. During my battle against the Sand Hidden, it was Dr. Chienya who saved my life. I shall repay my miserable existence to him. Another added, and I, an old man, have also received aid from Dr. Chienge. It shames me not to have stood up sooner. The young Xingtian had previously shielded me from harm on the battlefield. I feel disgraceful for not having the courage to speak up for him just now. With one leading the charge, a steady stream of leaf ninjas began to rise in support. I can no longer endure this. My son is of similar age to them. Seeing them reminds me of my own child. Even if I perish, I could never stoop to the treachery of selling out the innocent. Indeed, we fight valiantly on the battlefield so that the children of our village may grow up in peace. How could anyone heartlessly surrender a child who has just begun their journey and achieved merit? I stand with Lord Shuo Mao. I too stand with him. I shall risk everything today. With each individual who stepped forward, the expression on Naka's face darkened, while Shuo Mao's smile grew ever broader. Did you hear that, Earth Shadow? Shuo Mao turned once more, the short blade pointing ominously towards Naoki, his gaze searing as he declared, So, you of the Rock Hidden intend to wage total war against my leaf? Before Shuo Mao's words could fully settle, the leaf ninjas behind him raised their weapons and joined in a fervent roar. Battle! 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 Their unified and resounding voices echoed through the air. Chienya. It seems we may not have to sacrifice ourselves after all. Xingtian, who had quietly circled behind Shuo Mao, once again embraced Chienya, wiping his tears and snot all over him. But do not be overly optimistic, Xingtian. Chiba's expression remained grave. Their survival ultimately depended on whether the Tsuchikage would save face. Chapter 27. Betraying Grandfather? Just await death. In midair, Anoki's demeanor fluctuated between dark and bright. He had not anticipated that Hatake Tsukumo could unify the hundreds of Konoha shinobi so swiftly with mere words. This young man's proficiency in manipulation was no less impressive than his own. Had I known, I should not have given him the opportunity to speak. I should have struck down those three immediately. Anoki lamented. However, as the leader of a village, he represented the honor of a Wagakure and could not act capriciously. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps approached from behind, followed by a chorus of shouts. Nara Shikaku is leading reinforcements. Uchiha Fugaku is coming to the rescue. In the ranks of Konoha, a shinobi could not help but doubt his own hearing. What on earth? Did I hear that correctly? Damn it. Even the Uchiha clan has arrived. Let us go for it. The Konoha ninja were invigorated, their spirits soaring like they had been infused with adrenaline. What a remarkable Hatake Tsukumo. As Konoha's teams merged into the formation, Anoki cast a deep glance at Tsukumo, realizing he could no longer strike at those three today. Suddenly, a thought crossed Onoki's mind, and a strange smile crept onto his face. Strategizing from behind the scenes and commanding the three armies, Hatake Tsukumo. I see you possess the potential to become Hokage. The position of the next Hokage is undoubtedly yours. Onoki's heartfelt exclamation resonated in the ears of every Konoha shinobi present. That Tsuchikage has praised me excessively. I am unworthy of such high regard, Tsukumo replied, his expression changing at the words. Onoki was publicly elevating him to a dangerous pedestal. Humph, Onoki scoffed, then shifted the conversation. You may protect them for a moment, but can you safeguard them for eternity? As for future matters, you need not trouble yourself. Tsuchikage. Tsukumo countered sharply. Very well. Onoki nodded slowly, looking down at Tsukumo. Today, my personal involvement is indeed beneath my station. Consider this your victory. However, I have not been defeated. Onoki's words were laden with meaning as he gradually rose into the air, not sparing a glance at Chiba and the others. Departing without a backward glance. Tsukumo-sama, how could I survive without you? After the chaos, Noboru fell to his knees before Tsukumo, clutching his leg and weeping. Get up. Do not embarrass yourself here. Chiba forcefully pushed aside the conspicuous bundle of ropes and then bowed respectfully to Shomo, earnestly expressing, Thank you, Lord Shomo. Had it not been for your intervention, we would have faced peril today. Chiba's hands continued to tremble, the tension and thrill between life and death still tantalizing his nerves. Onoki, I shall remember today's grudge and repay it 100-fold in the future. Weakness is the original sin, and Chiba's resolve to grow stronger became even more steadfast. He was unwilling to endure such helplessness again. Haha. Tsukumo patted Chiba on the shoulder, playfully teasing, No need to thank me. Consider it a favor owed. Make sure to repay me in the future. At that moment, Tsukumo was unaware that his jest would eventually become prophetic. I truly owe you one today, Tsukumo, remarked the elder Gyuk, who was also nursing his back. There's no need to be so formal, Senior Gyuk. You were the one who guided me in the past. Tsukumo replied with a smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tsukumo's expression turned serious as he warned, I cannot linger here. You must be cautious. Onoki will not let this go easily, and you may become his next targets. I understand, Lord Tsukumo, Chiba responded with a grave countenance. Just then, a figure suddenly surged through the crowd, rushing before the three of them and bowing deeply without a word. Old sir, what are you doing? Please, rise. It was an elderly man with white hair and beard, and Shoko hurried forward to assist him. Children, I apologize for putting you through such a despairing ordeal, the elder. The very same high-ranking commander who had previously exclaimed, To hell with the fire, lamented as he grasped Shoko's hand, tears streaming down his face. But I had already taken down another commander. We truly did not order your recall. Someone must have acted without authority, shamelessly engaging in such treachery for self-preservation. Wait, you took down another commander? Chiba stared in astonishment at the elder. Rest assured, after we repel the rock shinobi from this place, I will find a way to bring him to justice and deal with him as a traitor. I only hope you do not hold Konoha accountable, the elder choked out. Do not let the actions of such a despicable individual tarnish your view of our village. Seeing the elder weep uncontrollably, Chiba and Shoku exchanged glances, their anger somewhat alleviated. Yet Chiba found it increasingly difficult to harbor any goodwill towards Konoha. In the southern battlefield, at the Rock Hidden base, Onoki declared, I must return to Rock Hidden. And Shikumo will likely not linger here much longer. Once he departs, you will launch a full-scale attack on Konoha. Onoki instructed his subordinates, put a bounty on those three. Whoever can kill one will be rewarded with 100,000. If anyone can capture all three alive and bring them to Rock Hidden, I will reward them with 10 million. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Shikumo came and went in haste, taking with him some of the Konoha teams that had come to bolster their presence. Chiba and the others chose not to depart recklessly or follow Sakamoto to the main battlefield, for such actions could prove perilous. Consequently, Uchiha Fugaka took the initiative to request to lead a team to remain behind and safeguard Chiba and his companions. Slay. Annihilate the wretched offspring of Konoha. To hell with those scoundrels from Iwagakure. As Sakamoto had anticipated, shortly after his departure, Iwagakure launched a fierce assault on Konoha. Under the mounting pressure, even the ninjas from Konoha's communications department were compelled to engage in combat. Ju, can you ascertain who sent you the message? Chiba inquired softly from the rear of the battlefield. He had not left for another reason. He aimed to personally deal with the rogue responsible for deceiving them into a death trap, sparing that esteemed elder the trouble. Chiba's moral perspective is remarkably straightforward. He disregards any factions or allegiances, targeting those who wish him harm without hesitation. This approach seems viable. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rope Tree responded, "That individual has established contact with Wagwashan through a specialized technique. For the time being, there should still be residual energy emanating from him. Kill, kill, kill." The rock ninja ahead had already disrupted the formation of Konoha, roaring as he charged towards Chiba and his companions. Humph. Observing the scene, Chiba snorted disdainfully and declared, "I will provide cover for you alongside Senior Gujia. You must swiftly extract that individual." "Understood." Rope Tree replied, biting his fingertip to summon his communication monkey, intending to trace the location of the person who had contacted him. Water release, water cannon technique. Chiba formed a series of hand seals, and a projectile composed of condensed raindrops whistled past, sending a rushing IWA ninja flying. Gyuk, watching from the side, was momentarily stunned. Earth release, rock spear. An IWA ninja formed hand seals, and 3 elongated spears of stone swiftly surged toward the trio. Water release, water barrier. Calmly, Chiba altered his gestures, and a stream of water surged forth, effortlessly deflecting the 3 approaching long spears. Is it merely an illusion? The way this child employs the technique of water concealment seems strikingly familiar, Gujia pondered once more. The elderly man unsheathed the long knife from his back, grimacing in pain due to his aching waist, adopting an exceedingly contorted posture to intercept 2 rock shinobi charging towards the rope tree. Whoosh! Just as Chiba and his companions were focused on the advancing rock shinobi, a shuriken stealthily launched from behind them, aimed at Chiba's vulnerable back with an exceptionally cunning angle. Nanny! Chiba was drenched in cold sweat. Driven by instinct, he swiftly evaded the lethal shuriken, barely escaping its deadly grasp. Cursed be it. He pondered why he had been betrayed by his own, only to realize that there was a traitor among the ranks. Chiba's countenance was exceedingly grim. Had he not been a master of hidden weapons, acutely attuned to the trajectories of various concealed armaments, he might have fallen victim just now. Rope Tree, Elder Gujia. Do not solely focus on what lies ahead. Be vigilant of what lurks behind as well. After Chiba's reminder, he glanced once more at Shengshu. Have you found that fellow? Shengshu? Indeed. On the other side, Shengshu had already dispelled the spirit communication technique. He raised his hand and pointed to a nearby location, quietly affirming with a confident expression, "It's that big-bellied one over there." Chiba followed the direction indicated by the rope tree and spotted a rotund figure fleeing incessantly from the battlefield's rear, causing considerable trouble for the nearby leaf ninjas. At this distance, that shuriken from earlier might very well have been thrown by this individual. In Chiba's heart, a judgment quickly formed as he gazed upon the somewhat disheveled figure, a cold smile emerging on his face. "Very well, I shall take care of the remaining matters." Gujie remained silent, pretending he had heard nothing. Meanwhile, SH Ju took the initiative to caution, "Be careful, Chiba. Do not let anyone catch you off guard." "I understand." Chiba replied with a slight nod. He was already contemplating how to eliminate that individual unnoticed and without a trace. Chapter 28. The overly disciplined Fujiwara with the assistance of SH Ju and Gujie. Chiba dealt with the attacking rock shinobi while seamlessly approaching the corpulent member of the communication team. This fellow's panic does not appear to be feigned. Could it be that he is not the insider, but rather a fool misled by others? After observing closely, a look of confusion crossed Chiba's face. There are hidden weapons. Just as Chiba pondered this, a leaf ninja ahead suddenly shouted a warning. In the next instant, a poisonous pouch dropped amidst the crowd, releasing a hissing purple gas that enveloped the nearby leaf ninjas. While others swiftly retreated from the swiftly forming toxic mist, Chiba not only did not evade but instead leaned in, taking a deep breath. Hiss, ha, hiss, ha. Is this the poison of Sunagakure? As Chiba chewed on the detoxification pill, he savored the flavor of the toxic gas. While it may seem that all toxins are similar to the average person for Chiba, an expert steeped in toxicology, particularly in the nuances of Sand's hidden poisons, a mere whiff sufficed for identification. It is akin to a woman discerning the shade of a lipstick or a man recalling the names of Ultraman. It appears that the Sand Village, reluctant to accept defeat, seeks to channel its grievances against Konoha through the hand of the Rock Village. Chiba's lips curled into a slight smile. The most effective method to conceal the traces of a crime is to blend them seamlessly with the scene. On a battlefield saturated with the lethal poisons of the Sand Hidden, to poison a lone individual using the very techniques of Sand Hidden would surely leave even Conan bewildered. With a swift motion, concealed beneath a shroud of toxic mist, Chiba produced a specially crafted kunai. its handle wrapped with bandages laced with a translucent powder. Be careful. Another hidden weapon. A leaf ninja shouted. Another poison pouch was launched, and seizing the moment, Chiba hurled the kunai, which soared through the air and struck the airborne pouch with precision. Boom. The poison pouch erupted, and under Chiba's enhancement, a purple mushroom cloud blossomed, expanding the toxic mist reached to 2 or 3 times its previous size. Goodness, what kind of force is this? Even the rock ninja who released the poison pouch was momentarily taken aback by the towering mushroom cloud. Is there something wrong with you sand-hidden people? Creating such a contraption is an act of mutual destruction, isn't it? Unbeknownst to the rock ninja, the toxic mist was merely a fade. Its potency had been significantly diluted to nearly negligible levels. Cough, cough, help me, I'm dying, cough, cough. Under Chiba's precise assault, the corpulent communicator found himself enveloped in the noxious haze. He coughed violently, frantically pleading for assistance from those around him, entirely unaware that he had not been poisoned at all. In his panic, he failed to notice a shuriken gliding silently along the ground, swiftly slicing through his exposed ankle. Plop. Another lifeless body was added to the battlefield, akin to a droplet falling into a river, creating not even the slightest ripple. Indeed, merely a fool, Chiba mused. Chiba subtly shook his head before feigning panic as he dashed out of the poisonous fog, reuniting with Gujia and Shouju. Look, it's those 3. Kill them and bring back their heads for the bounty. As the battlefield descended into chaos, an increasing number of rock shinobi surged towards the rear of Konoha. Upon recognizing the faces of Chiba and his companions, the rock shinobi's eyes gleamed with excitement. A bounty of several million ryo was no trifling sum, even for elite shinobi. If you wish to claim my head, you must first prove your worth, Shouju shrieked. Meanwhile, Chiba, while stabbing his foes, agonizingly questioned, I do not wish to kill. Why must you force my hand? Why must you force me? The elder Gujia, ruthless and taciturn, grinned maniacally as he wreaked havoc. Despite appearing defenseless before Inoki, the trio's combined strength was indeed a match for ordinary rock shinobi. Patriarch, that fellow named Chiba appears quite peculiar, a Uchiha pointed out to Fugaku from across the battlefield. Gesturing towards Chiba, doesn't his footwork resemble that of our Uchiha clan? Oh. Fugaku turned his gaze to Chiba, his eyes spinning with 3 dark tomo. Although Chiba had modified the shadow dance steps to conceal its essence, the Sharingan still adeptly captured the unique power trajectory inherent to the technique. Indeed, it is our clan's shadow dance steps. After observing for a moment, Fugaku nodded slightly, affirming the observation. How curious, how could he have learned our clan's footwork? The Uchiha murmured in confusion. Naturally, he learned it from our Uchiha clan. Though Fugaku remained silent, a suspicion began to form in his mind. Without the Sharingan, Chiba must have extensively observed the shadow dance steps to grasp its principles. This technique, characterized by its light and agile movements, was primarily practiced by the women of the clan. Coupled with the previous inquiry from Chiba about whether he knew Makoto, Fugaku pieced together several key elements: extensive observation, femininity, and Makoto. With these insights, Fugaku felt as though he had unraveled a profound mystery. Makoto had previously claimed not to know Chiba. They were merely from the same graduating class. This implied that Fugaku had suddenly constructed an answer in his mind. Indeed, this was a tale of unrequited affection, where a girl had never noticed a boy, yet the boy had quietly admired the girl from afar. The girl in question was Makoto, and the boy was Chiba. With this realization, a smile crept onto Fugaku's face. He felt he knew how to align Chiba with the Uchiha clan's aspirations. The war raged for several hours without a victor, with both Konoha and Iwagakure suffering heavy casualties. Ultimately, both sides tacitly chose to cease hostilities, beginning the arduous task of clearing the battlefield. Although Chiba and his companions appeared utterly disheveled, they had not sustained any serious injuries and had successfully endured until the end. It is not an exaggeration for Chiba to assert that the 3 of them, as lower-ranking ninjas from the Hidden Leaf, gathering together without causing widespread destruction is quite a feat in itself. Chiba, my clan has several members who are quite severely injured. Could I trouble you to come and assist us? Fujitaka approached Chiba with a sincere expression shortly after the conclusion of the war. Of course, no problem at all. Please lead the way, Brother Fujitaka, Chiba replied readily. Fujitaka had remained behind primarily for Chiba's sake, and given the relatively high casualty rate of the Uchiha clan, Chiba felt both a moral and emotional obligation to assist Fujitaka. Inside the tent designated for caring for the injured members of the Uchiha clan, Chiba, after sustaining both severe and minor injuries, methodically began attending to the wounded. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring fire release. Phoenix Fire Technique. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring fire release. Dragon Fire Technique. A series of system notifications chimed, leaving Chiba somewhat disheartened. Surely. Is it true that the Uchiha clan possesses no other techniques apart from fire release? Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Uchiha Mad Laugh. Chiba. My goodness. Is the system considering that the Uchiha 4 are old, weak, sick, and disabled, thus including him, a healer, among them? Sigh, never mind, let us maintain a calm demeanor. After all, healing is akin to charity. All right, Brother Fugaku, just as I was about to take my leave after tending to several injured Uchiha, Fugaku, who had been silent for quite some time, suddenly spoke up. Chiba, you are not a child anymore. Have you contemplated matters of marriage? In the world of Naruto, Chiba's age is indeed no longer youthful. Even Itachi had already embraced the joys of filial piety at such an age. Not at the moment, Chiba replied. Somewhat puzzled by Fugaku's intentions, Fugaku nodded and spoke again. In that case, have you considered one of the maidens from our Uchiha clan? I have, but Chiba conceded that he might have indeed perused a couple of volumes featuring Uchiha Makoto. However, the individual posing this inquiry happened to be his future husband, which left him in a rather precarious position. How could he possibly admit to harboring thoughts about his partner's wife? Surely, Fugaku would unleash his fury and invoke his Susanoo to deliver a formidable reprimand. Witnessing Chiba's flustered demeanor only served to solidify Fugaku's suspicions. Thus, he leaned closer to Chiba's ear and whispered, how about when we return, I arrange for you to meet Makoto? You two could get to know each other better. Chapter 29, Calamity, Leave Our Camp. What? Chiba looked at Fujiwara in disbelief. The words he had just uttered were so astonishing that they rendered him momentarily speechless. Could there truly exist a man of such remarkable self-discipline in this world? Perhaps only that gentleman who braved the rain without an umbrella could compare. Was this even permissible? Chiba gazed at Fujiwara, uncertainly inquiring. Of course, my dear Chiba, Fujiwara replied with a knowing nod, a teasing smile gracing his lips. As long as your feelings are genuine, I am more than willing to act as a matchmaker for you and Makoto. With that, Chiba left the Uchiha tent in a daze, utterly bewildered by the events that had just transpired. What had just happened? Chiba attempted to clarify his thoughts. Just moments ago, Fuyue had inquired whether I desired a wife, even suggesting that if I merely uttered the words, he would send his own spouse to me. In truth, Chiba understood that due to his small butterfly, the prospects for Fuyue and Makoto were utterly extinguished. Yet, contemplating this still ignited a peculiar thrill within him. Doctor, please come with me urgently. My friend remains unconscious and requires immediate assistance. Ah, yes, of course. While Chiba was momentarily dazed, a small bearded ninja rushed over in a state of agitation, and thus, Chiba was led away to a distant tent designated for the care of the wounded. Alas, I am afraid your friend is beyond saving. After an urgent medical intervention, Chiba shook his head, his expression laden with regret. The individual on the bed had succumbed to two conflicting poisons, having missed the optimal window for rescue. The severe toxicity had ravaged his internal organs. After all, not everyone possesses the constitution akin to that of Senju or Uchiha, capable of enduring a fatal injury for 3 days and nights. It was a miracle this man had even survived until Chiba's arrival. Quack! You are of no use. The small bearded ninja feigned a dramatic display of grief and fury, directing an accusatory finger at Chiba. Were it not for your offense against the Tsuchikage, we would not have lost so many brothers today. And now, you have caused my friend's demise. You are a harbinger of disaster. His voice rose in volume, swiftly drawing the attention of nearby ninjas, their gazes toward Chiba turning hostile. Each of them had lost kin and comrades in the day's battle, their pent-up rage seeking a target, and Chiba's presence became an ideal outlet for their ire. Even though they knew that, regardless of Chiba's involvement, conflict with Awagakure would have erupted, they instinctively directed their resentment towards him, such as human nature. You are a calamity. We do not welcome you in our camp. Get out. The small bearded ninja escalated his tirade. The other Konoha ninjas remained silent, yet they silently positioned themselves behind the small bearded ninja, casting cold, disdainful glances at Chiba. Your friend's condition was already dire. I have done all I could, Chiba attempted to explain. However, the small bearded ninja would not hear it. Interrupting in a fit of rage, you lie. My friend was just fine moments ago. It is you, you scoundrel, who has brought about his ruin. Just fine moments ago? Chiba furrowed his brow slightly as he glanced at the lifeless body of the injured man on the bed. then turned his gaze to the mustachioed ninja. Gradually, the tension in his brow began to ease. This is a premeditated medical disturbance. Chiba has already sensed that something is amiss. The encampment of the Uchiha clan is not close by, and it is improbable that there would be no medical ninja along the way from the very beginning. They were targeting him. There are already many in the camp who hold grievances against me, and this fellow has skillfully cast a shadow upon my reputation. I must quickly find a way to extricate myself from this situation or else. After a moment of contemplation, Chiba feigned exasperation and declared, "Impossible. My medical skills are beyond reproach. Your friend exhibited severe symptoms just now, and it is undoubtedly due to your failure to accompany him throughout, which resulted in the missed opportunity for timely intervention." Upon hearing Chiba's words, before the little mustached ninja could respond, the Leaf Village ninjas behind him could no longer contain themselves. What nonsense! This little doctor speaks with his eyes wide open. Just moments ago, Rin Sanlang was clearly by his friend's side. Not seeing any doctor arrive, he left to find one. What more is there to say? Can't you see this fellow is already frantic, obviously fabricating tales in an attempt to shift his own faults onto others? It's one thing to be inept in medicine, but to also lack integrity. Why should we protect someone like this? I truly feel for the brothers who sacrificed themselves. One by one, the Leaf Ninjas stood atop their moral high ground, pointing fingers at Chiba. Did you hear that? The little mustached ninja spread his arms wide and chuckled coldly. I was with my friend the entire time. Everyone in the tent can attest to that. What else do you have to say now? How peculiar indeed. Chiba feigned confusion, saying, "Your friend has been poisoned by 2 toxins, and his organs are in acute failure. You have been by his side the entire time? Surely you must have noticed something amiss?" I did not allow the mustachioed ninja to speak, and Chiba continued, strangely. "If your friend was poisoned on the battlefield, he ought not to have survived this long unless one of the toxins was administered recently, while you were tending to him. Did you observe any suspicious individuals approaching? One of the toxins was administered recently?" The implication of the doctor's words struck a chord, and in an instant, the expressions of the Konoha ninjas turned peculiar as they regarded the mustachioed ninja. "You are absurd. Are you implying that I poisoned my own friend?" The mustachioed ninja blurted, his face flushed with indignation. "In this entire camp, who is unaware of the bond one share with my friend? It is clear that your medical skills are inadequate, and yet you seek to shift the blame onto me. The many deaths in our camp today are all due to your incompetence," he reiterated vehemently. The onlookers, observing the confrontation between the two, were left in a state of uncertainty. By the way, didn't someone mention that this Chiba fellow possesses commendable medical skills? However, the camaraderie between Rin Sanlang and his companion was exceedingly strong. They were as inseparable as one entity, even sharing the same romantic interest. Enough of the charade. Chiba remarked coolly, gazing at the mustachioed ninja, whose expression was a mixture of grief and anger. "You merely administered an incurable poison to your friend and summoned me here, hoping he would perish under my care. Yet, your limited understanding of toxicology fails to grasp that simultaneously being afflicted by these 2 poisons would render your friend incapable of surviving from the battlefield." The mustachioed ninja, eager to defend himself, found his words cut off by Chiba. "Hold your tongue for a moment. If you insist that my medical skills are lacking, then bring in another physician. They would render the same verdict." At this juncture, a flicker of panic finally crossed the mustachioed ninja's face. "Admit it, from the very beginning. You sought to have me exiled from the camp." Chiba did not afford Little Mustache a moment to react and seize the opportunity, stating, "Based on your motives, I have reasonable suspicion that you are an insider planted by a Wagakure within Konoha." At that moment, a member of the communication team exhibited a look of sudden realization. "I just recalled that it was Rin Sanlang who persistently urged us to deceive Chiba and his group into returning. How amusing." Rin Sanlang had regained his composure and replied coldly, "It is clearly your lack of medical expertise that has led you to attempt to turn the tables on me. Who does not know that your medical team is united, and finding a scapegoat to mask your errors is hardly a challenge? I, Rin Sanlang, have diligently served Konoha for many years. How could you tarnish my reputation with just a few words? Am I not known to all present here, far better than you? An outsider?" With just 2 sentences, Rin Sanlang deftly countered Chiba's assault, first undermining the impartiality of the medical ninjas, and then playing on emotional ties, successfully drawing most of the Konoha ninjas back to his side. In an instant, numerous Konoha ninjas glared at Chiba, feeling deceived by him. "Indeed, I am the insider. What if you have guessed it?" Rin Sanlang observed Chiba, who stood alone, ostracized by all, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. "The poison has already been disposed of, without evidence. What can you do to me? Chapter 30. Could it be Lady Tsunade? Your confidence stems from the belief that I cannot prove your poisoning, does it not? In the face of Rin Sanlang's mocking gaze, Chiba calmly responded. If his earlier suspicions were mere conjectures, he was now 100% certain that this individual before him was indeed an insider for a Wagakure, with such remarkable on-the-spot reflexes. Who would believe he was not a professionally trained operative? These baseless accusations are merely figments of your imagination. Rin Sanlang sneered, adamantly denying any wrongdoing. Oh, is that so? Chiba laughed. I have conducted some research on toxicology. What you have employed is a poison from Sunigakure known as glistening fat. It is a liquid. Pale yellow and tasteless. Merely applying it to the skin can be fatal. Chiba gazed intently into Rin Sanlang's eyes and uttered a series of candid truths, intending to persuade his counterpart to accept the forthcoming fabrications. Indeed, Rin Sanlang's expression subtly shifted, for Chiba had accurately named the very poison he employed. This particular toxin is highly volatile in the air and turns blue upon contact with alcohol. Chiba did not afford Rin Sanlang any time for contemplation. He retrieved a bottle of alcohol from the medical kit, slowly twisting off the cap, and inquired, "Did you poison me? Is there any residue of toxins on your hands? We shall ascertain the truth through examination." A sudden shockwave hit Rin Sanlang's mind. He found himself at a loss, uncertain whether Chiba's words bore truth, desperately needing time to dissect his statement. Alas, the assembled ninjas, seasoned warriors of countless battles, instinctively hesitated, unwittingly revealing Rin Sanlang's predicament. By the time Rin Sanlang grasped the gravity of his situation, the Leaf ninjas had already unsheathed their weapons and lunged towards him. Cursed fate. Faced with the onslaught of formidable foes, Rin Sanlang found himself utterly defenseless, swiftly pinned to the ground. How did you know? Rin Sanlang's face contorted with strain, his veins bulging as he struggled to lift his head, intermittently questioning Chiba. According to their intelligence, Chiba had scarcely engaged with the toxins of Sunigakure. How could he possess such profound knowledge of their toxicology? This was the very crux of Rin Sanlang's downfall, and he yearned for clarity. I entrust him to you. Now, I wish to depart. Might you grant me a passage? However, Chiba disregarded Rin Sanlang entirely, addressing the cluster of Leaf ninjas blocking the tent entrance. Chiba! Chiba! Answer me. Rin Sanlang writhed on the ground, realizing that sometimes the emotional torment inflicted by indifference can be far more devastating than insults or mockery. Chiba was utterly disregarded, as if his dignity was being ground into the floor, much like his face was pressed against it at that very moment. I apologize, young Chiba. We were momentarily confused, misled by others. Please do not take it to heart. A Konoha ninja awkwardly spoke, with others hastily echoing the sentiment. It was understandable. In response to the apologies from the Konoha ninjas, Chiba smiled and asked, "So, may I pass now?" While he could comprehend their remorse, he held no fondness for those who had mindlessly criticized him moments before. The group of Konoha ninjas exchanged glances, ultimately parting to grant Chiba passage as they watched him depart. Damn it, this is all your fault. One Konoha ninja, feeling a pang of shame as he observed the boy's solitary figure, kicked Rin Sanlang with frustration. He chastised himself. Realizing how wrong he had been to misjudge such an earnest child, he felt he would have to slap himself awake that night. Returning to his own tent, Chiba's expression grew grave as he conveyed the recent events to SHJU and Keikai. Who knows how many traitors are hidden within a Wagakure? This place is no longer safe. We must relocate swiftly, he remarked, furrowing his brow. After a moment of contemplation, Keikai slowly nodded in agreement. I concur with your assessment, Chiba. However, it is merely the three of us, and should we encounter a Wagakure pursuers along the way, I have considered that issue. Senior Keikai, I plan to have Brother Fugaka lead a team to cover our retreat, Chiba replied. Even if a Wagakure were formidable, it is improbable they could infiltrate the Uchiha clan. To put it humorously, the Uchiha are known for their humility and approachability. They can seamlessly integrate even with those outside their clan. Indeed, this may result in a debt of gratitude to Fugaku. I wonder if he will insist on making me and Makoto repay it. What a predicament. After discussing with Keikai, Chiba suddenly sensed something amiss, as if someone were absent from their tent. Wait, SHJU, did you forget your sound card at home? Chiba cast a sidelong glance at the silent rope tree and asked with a hint of irritation, "It was my reckless decision-making that placed everyone in danger. I shall never take the lead again." Uncharacteristically, Rope Tree refrained from engaging in their usual banter and, with a despondent expression, began to explain, "You, my friend." Chiba felt a slight headache, aware that SH had been affected by the previous deception. Just as he pondered how to console SH, a familiar silhouette abruptly dashed into their tent. Lady Tsunade? Sister? Indeed, it was Tsunade, who had come searching for them, with Orochimaru silently trailing behind, visibly relieved. I'm so glad you are safe. Upon seeing Chiba and SH unharmed, Tsunade's beautiful eyes glimmered with emotion as she instinctively rushed forward and enveloped Chiba in a warm embrace. Tsunade, the sudden embrace took Chiba by surprise, leaving him momentarily dazed. Not only was Chiba bewildered, but SH was also at a loss. What is happening? My brother is right here, yet she chooses to embrace Chiba first? SH's eyes sparkled with insight. After a considerable pause, Tsunade's excitement gradually subdued. Realizing her impulsiveness, she quickly released Chiba, her fair face flushed with embarrassment. Observing this, Orochimaru wore a knowing smile, while the inconspicuous Kakashi also displayed a maternal grin. On her way here, Tsunade had contemplated numerous thoughts. What if she never saw Chiba again? What if he were gravely injured and paralyzed? In that case, she would be the one taking action. Oh dear, how mortifying. Ultimately, she recognized the urgency of expressing her feelings. If one loves someone, one should boldly declare it, leaving no regrets. At least, that was her mindset during the journey. However, upon finally encountering Chiba, especially with her brother standing beside him, Tsunade's resolve faltered. What if Chiba found her too old? What if SH failed to understand her feelings? Tsunade's gaze evaded Chiba's, a stark contrast to her usual bold demeanor, as she now felt a surge of anxiety. It can be said that affection often renders one shy, even for the usually forthright Tsunade. Could it be that Lady Tsunade feels this way? Observing Tsunade's bashful demeanor, Chiba's heart raced, and a daring hypothesis formed in his mind. Tsunade, could it be that you? At the same moment, SH's expression shifted to one of sudden understanding, as he eagerly interjected. Has SH figured it out? Tsunade gasped, a wave of embarrassment flooding her, leaving her tingling all over, her body betraying her composure. Chapter 31. A reunion with Conan, Danzo's fury. It's all my fault for being so obvious in my excitement. Tsunade felt both bashful and vexed. If her brother discovered that she had developed feelings for his friend, he might think her a predator after his prey, complicating her future interactions. While feeling a mix of shame and indignation, Tsunade's heart secretly harbored a flicker of anticipation. If Shinji were to openly express her feelings for Chiyo, it would reveal their attitudes toward each other, whether Shinji would accept it and whether Chiyo had any affection for her. After all, she could only endure this embarrassment for a brief moment. Thereafter, she could unabashedly cherish her feelings for Chiyo. This thought somewhat alleviated the embarrassment and anger brewing within her. Thus, she gazed at Shinji and feigned calmness as she inquired, Shinji, what is it you wish to say? Big sister, you were intentionally trying to provoke me just now, weren't you? Shinji remarked with an expression that suggested she had seen through everything. Huh. Tsunade stared at Shinji in astonishment, suddenly realizing that in her flustered state, she had underestimated her younger brother's intellect. What further darkened Tsunade's expression was Shinji's next revelation. Because I made a mistake this time. You deliberately chose not to embrace me, but rather to hold Chiyo, to express your dissatisfaction and concern for me. With hands on her hips, Shinji huffed. I know you've long grown weary of having me as your brother. You desire someone as clever as Chiyo to take that role, don't you? Tsunade's lovely face instantly clouded over. Now, not only were they not lovers, but Chiyo had essentially become her brother. You see. I have hit the nail on the head, haven't I? Your expression is so grim, as if you want to hit me, Shinji smugly declared, believing she had uncovered Tsunade's hidden thoughts, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Shinji. Wait. Sister, are you really going to strike me? I only have you as a sibling. If you beat me to death, I'll be gone. I'm hitting you precisely for that. I'll teach you not to be so clever. Take that. Ah, sister, that's off limits. Yame tea. Shinji's cries echoed through the tent and nearby. Orochimaru could only shake his head in exasperation, revealing a fond smile. Shinji, Kuin is as foolish as ever, but he shifted his gaze to the bewildered Chiyo, who stood frozen in confusion and subtly nodded. This was perhaps for the best, compared to Jiraiya, who was wholly devoted to achieving peace in the ninja world. Neglecting matters of the heart, this young man might indeed be a better match for Tsunade. Yet, it seemed he was rather oblivious to romantic feelings, mirroring the foolishness of Tsunade and Shinji from the Senju clan. It left one wondering when the two would finally come together. So, does that mean I misunderstood just now? Chiyo pondered, Observing the beaten Shinji and the furious Tsunade, his mind a muddled mess. Lady Tsunade only embraced me to provoke Shinji, and afterward felt it was inappropriate. Hence her embarrassment. With this logic falling into place, Chio felt a twinge of disappointment. He had thought Lady Tsunade harbored feelings for him. However, upon reflection, Chiba felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, SHU had timely interrupted him. Otherwise, had he publicly asked, "Does Tsunade have feelings for him?" he might very well have been the one to suffer the consequences. "Good brother, thank you for taking the hit for me. Having you by my side is my solace." Observing SHU, who was wincing in pain yet unable to escape, Chiba was genuinely moved. In matters of the heart. As a bearer of the Senju bloodline and a lifelong singleton, Chiba lamented, "I cannot distinguish, I truly cannot discern." 10 minutes later, Tsunade clapped her hands, her demeanor rejuvenated. In stark contrast, SHU lay on the ground, utterly despondent, his face swollen to the size of a steamed bun, resembling a plump fish bereft of dreams. It must be said that having a brother who could alleviate her stress and express her emotions was quite advantageous for Tsunade. "Chiba, on the way here, I heard that there are insiders from a Wagakure attempting to sabotage you, trying to expel you from the camp?" After regaining her composure, Tsunade inquired. Indeed, such a situation did exist. Chiba nodded in agreement, saying, "We feel that this place has become unsafe, and we plan to have Uchiha Fugaka lead us to another location." Hissing, Orochimaru interjected, "The Uchiha may not be entirely trustworthy. It would be better if Tsunade and I escort you." "That would be most ideal," Chiba promptly responded, recognizing that the two before him were evidently superior choices compared to Fugaku. "Without further ado, let us set out at once," Tsunade remarked, casting a glance at the incapacitated rope tree and addressing the others within the tent. Under the protection of Tsunade and Orochimaru, Chiba and his companions quietly departed the camp, intending to return to the small hill where Nagato and his companions resided. This secluded spot had been meticulously chosen by Jiraiya, offering both privacy and self-sufficiency in their daily needs. With Tsunade and Orochimaru concealing their movements, they need not worry about being tracked or exposed. It was relatively safe. "We shall escort you to this point. We must hasten back to the battlefield to assist Jiraiya," Orochimaru stated as he halted upon sighting the small wooden cabin not far ahead. "You are to remain here, diligently fulfilling your A-rank mission. Do not wander off. You may leave only once the battle has concluded. Understood?" Tsunade said, gazing reluctantly at Rope Tree and Chiba, her concern evident in her admonition. "Rest assured, Lady Tsunade." "We understand," Chiba replied, noting Rope Tree's sulky demeanor as he ignored Tsunade's words. It struck him as odd that Tsunade seemed to regard the unreliable Rope Tree as a child. In truth, Chiba would have preferred to stay in one place, waiting for the end of the Ninja World War. Were it not for the current inability to return to the village, he would have longed to head back to Konoha directly. Once Tsunade and Orochimaru departed, once again, Chiba and his companions returned to the familiar little cabin. "Chiba and I, Nobuki and I. And Senpai Kyuk, you are back." Upon seeing the three, the little ones rushed forward with immense joy, shouting to head first into Chiba's embrace. "Chiba and I. Sharon has missed you so much." "Hee, I have missed you all dearly as well." Chiba smiled as he gently ruffled Minami's hair, contemplating the rewards that awaited Nagato and his companions, which he had been eagerly anticipating. Yet, the thought of having to exhaust himself every night to meet Minami's needs left him feeling somewhat weary. Therefore, he resolved to take this period to immerse himself in self-improvement and enhance his abilities. The system had granted him numerous skills, and he realized he needed to dedicate time to consolidate these rewards, for reliance on the system would not serve him well. He intended to utilize his impeccable control over chakra to experiment with the fusion of fire and earth chakra natures, aiming to develop the bloodline limit lava release. Naturally, he also intended to claim the rewards from Nagato and his associates. After all, it would be foolish to disregard the system's offerings. He eagerly anticipated what rare skill he might acquire this time. In the dimly lit hall of Konoha's Umbu, a figure draped in a white cloak sat atop a high platform, his expression shifting between light and shadow, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, the figure spoke. "Does Noki intend to use my ally Shimura Danzo's blade to commit murder? What do you think?" The voice of Danzo echoed throughout the hall. Yet none of the neatly kneeling root ninjas dared to respond, each one silent as a grave. "Humph, a bunch of mute fools," Danzo scoffed, turning his gaze to the woman kneeling before him. "Miko, do you have any further intelligence to report?" "None, Lord Danzo," Yaneyu replied expressionlessly after a brief silence. She refrained from disclosing the information regarding the three Sanin's simultaneous interest in Chiba's talents. She did not wish for the bright young boy to fall under Danzo's watchful eye, descending into darkness as she had, with no escape. Such matters would not be publicly proclaimed by the Sanin. Neither Kage nor SH Jutsu would speak carelessly, and Danzo should not be able to glean this information through other channels. Very well, you may withdraw. Danzo gestured dismissively to Yuneyu. I have assigned you a new task. Prepare to depart when ready. Yes, Lord Danzo. Yuneyu replied, her knuckles turning pale as she bit her silver teeth in response. All of you may leave as well. I wish to be alone. Once alone, Danzo furiously crumpled the documents in his hands, hurling them to the ground. What a formidable figure, Hatake Tsukumo. He commands the battlefield and has won the hearts of the people, gaining the support of the Uchiha and Nara clans. Does Hatake Tsukumo aspire to usurp the position of Hokage from me? With a furious grip, Danzo crushed the armrest of his seat to powder. Tsukumo, you had best not obstruct my path, otherwise. A cold glint passed through Danzo's eyes. He had already committed numerous unspeakable acts in pursuit of the Hokage position. Adding a few more would be of little consequence. Chapter 32, Astonishing Rewards. Chiba can fly. When one immerses themselves in a singular task, time seems to flit by with remarkable swiftness. This was precisely the case for Chiba, who devoted all his energy to Conan. Chiba, you're so quick. Is it already time to stop? Alas, Conan, I have given you everything I can. There is truly nothing left to offer. Unbeknownst to them, 3 months had slipped away unnoticed. Faced with the exceptionally gifted Conan, who sought knowledge with unquenchable thirst each night, Chiba swore he had exhausted all his teachings in medical ninjutsu. Well, if that is the case, I shall let you be for tonight. Chiba, I will come to seek you again tomorrow night. Giggling at Chiba's startled expression, Conan covered her mouth, her laughter reminiscent of a cunning little fox. You cheeky little thing, daring to tease me, are you? Realizing he had been playfully duped by a mere child, Chiba, in a fit of exasperation, scooped up Conan and playfully swatted her bottom. No, Chiba, I promise I won't do it again. Conan's face flushed crimson as she pleaded for mercy. Ding. Healing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Dance of the Paper. At that moment, the system notification rang out abruptly, leaving Chiba frozen in place, utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? Chiba glanced at his hands, then at Conan in his embrace, momentarily perplexed. For 3 arduous months, he had devoted himself unreservedly to providing psychological counseling to the trio, yet he had been unable to alleviate Conan's mental struggles. How could this be? What was the underlying principle? Chiba, why are you ignoring me? Are you truly upset? Conan timidly turned her head, noticing Chiba's silence, which left her feeling anxious. I shouldn't have frightened you earlier. If you could just hit me a little harder this time, please don't be mad at me. Can you please talk to me? Conan's cascade of grievances finally snapped Chiba back to reality, and he gently ruffled her hair, feeling a pang of affection. Silly child, who said I was angry? I am quite pleased right now. With the acquisition of such a formidable skill, Dance of the Paper, which allowed him to transform his body into countless paper fragments, gliding and reshaping freely like a butterfly in a magnificent dance, how could Chiba possibly remain indifferent? Dance of the Paper not only rendered him immune to physical attacks, but also compensated for his lack of area of effect offensive capabilities. Most importantly, it bestowed upon him the coveted ability to fly, something few ninjas in the shinobi world could claim, with Noki being the only one able to do so at present. Having been awestruck by the sight of Conan descending from the heavens with her ethereal white wings while watching Naruto, he now possessed this extraordinary ability himself. With further development, he could even master the technique of the God of Paper, wielding the power to transform 600 billion explosive tags into an ocean of destruction. Just the thought of it painted the world in vivid hues. Magnificent, utterly magnificent. Moreover, this skill suits me exceptionally well. Chiba nodded in satisfaction. As a medical ninja, it was entirely reasonable for him to transform into a celestial angel with white wings. At this moment, he truly embodied the essence of a paper figure. Are you really not angry, brother Chiba? Xiaonan inquired, her large eyes blinking as she furtively observed Chiba's expression. Of course not. When have I ever deceived you? Xiaonan? Chiba playfully pinched Xiaonan's cheeks and replied with a smile, hee, that's wonderful. Seeing that Chiba was genuinely not upset, Xiaonan finally felt relieved and happily nuzzled against Chiba. Observing this, Chiba suddenly came to a realization. Perhaps a stable and intimate relationship is the crucial element that the 3 little ones have been missing in their growth. It is what they yearn for the most and the key to unlocking their psychological issues. With this in mind, why not consider giving Akihiko and the others a good thrashing tomorrow to see what happens? Chiba pondered while stroking his chin, a contemplative expression gracing his face. After all, isn't it said that to strike is to show affection? Perhaps administering a beating could yield the desired rewards. Indeed, it is worth a try. For several consecutive days, Chiba nearly succeeded in ending the lives of Yahiko and Nagato, yet ultimately failed to secure any reward and thus had no choice but to abandon his efforts. Indeed, even if SHJU and Keikai had not intervened, it was unlikely that he would have truly harmed the two young ones. This indirectly attests to the effectiveness of the psychological guidance he provided to the trio, at the very least. Nagato has learned to regulate his emotions and refrain from succumbing to uncontrollable rage. Chiba harbored reasonable doubts, suspecting that Yahiko, much like the foolish Shuki, might not possess any psychological issues at all. Meanwhile, Nagato bore an overwhelming internal anguish, rendering it difficult for him to find resolution in the short term. Simultaneously, on a small hillside that afforded a clear view of the cabin, two ethereal figures, clad entirely in white, began to materialize from the ground as if they were mere apparitions. These were two humanoid beings with striking green hair. Had Chiba laid eyes upon them, he would undoubtedly recognize their identities as White Zetsu. Oh dear, how bothersome. That fellow's perception is far too acute. Ever since his arrival, we can no longer eavesdrop on little Nagato and the others, one of the White Zetsu complained, noticing that its companion seemed disinterested. This White Zetsu attempted to initiate conversation once more. By the way, it seems that fellow is continuously instilling hope in little Nagato. Should we not intervene? Intervene? Why would we do that? Its companion glanced at it, a sinister smile creeping across its face. Isn't this rather splendid? Hope is akin to a bubble. The larger it grows, the more painful it becomes when it bursts. Let him provide Nagato with hope, and when the time comes, we shall obliterate it ourselves. How delightful. Oh dear, I never realized you were so twisted. Sure, someone is approaching. Quickly, hide. A disturbance was heard from afar, and the two White Zetsu once again vanished underground, leaving no trace of their existence. Jiraiya, what the hell? Shuki, you absolute fool. Outside the cabin, upon spotting a familiar figure approaching, Chiba halted his sparring with Shuki. However, Shuki showed no signs of relenting, delivering a punch that landed squarely on Chiba's handsome face. Don't look at me like that, Chiba, Shuki proclaimed, grinning with pride. In battle, unexpected situations are bound to arise. Brother Shuki is merely teaching you a lesson. Take note, you idiot. Your foolishness knows no bounds. Chiba had activated his formidable physique, instantly healing the wounds on his face, and then turned to look at Jiraiya, who was laughing heartily beside him. Lord Jiraiya, what brings you here? Could it be? Observing Jiraiya's beaming expression, Chiba felt a flicker of suspicion in his heart. Chapter 33, Konoha, an unexpected encounter with youth indeed. Jiraiya stepped forward, patting Chiba on the shoulder. You all have worked hard during this time. The war between Konoha and Iwagakure has concluded, and you may return to Konoha now. Finally, upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Chiba let out a sigh of relief. With the rivalry between Iwagakure and Konoha at an end, the Second Shinobi World War had reached its conclusion, heralding several years of peace in the ninja world, allowing him to focus on his own growth. However, at that moment, Jiraiya suddenly shifted his tone, saying, "But don't celebrate too soon. I have some unfortunate news to share." What bad news, Brother Jiraiya? Shinshu inquired, leaning in with a hint of trepidation. Oanoki has placed a bounty on the three of you at the exchange for gold. Both you and Elder Kuka have a bounty of 500,000 ryo, while Chiba's bounty is half of yours. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Shinshu's anxiety dissipated instantly, erupting into laughter. Chiba, you worthless fellow, only 250,000. Ha ha. Curse you, Shinshu. Chiba felt a sense of melancholy, yet he found himself unable to refute the notion that he appeared somewhat worthless, with a bounty that barely amounted to zero. One Asuma. Nevertheless, he decided to adopt a more optimistic perspective. After all, this could be considered his inaugural step onto the Grand Line. Ah, are you all leaving, Brother Chiba? At that moment, three little ones returned from fishing with Gujie. And upon hearing the news of Chiba and his companion's departure, their faces instantly reflected a mixture of reluctance and affection. Having spent so much time together, they had forged a deep bond, particularly with Chiba, the psychologist, to whom the little ones felt an even more profound and special attachment. Chiba pondered that if Nagato were to embark on a path of crime in the future, he would undoubtedly secure a place among the 6 paths of pain. Likely as either the animal path or the human path. Well, it's plausible to elevate a character who never appeared in the original narrative to a supporting role with actual screen time. Chiba mused to himself. Brother Chiba, will we meet again in the future? Conan tugged at Chiba's sleeve, tears glistening in her eyes. Of course we will, Conan. Please don't cry. Kazuya knelt down, gently wiping the corners of Conan's eyes, saying, when you grow a bit older, you will become remarkable figures in the ninja world. And then we shall have plenty of opportunities to meet. Brother Kazuya, you must keep your promise. When I grow up, I will come to find you. Conan's tears flowed uncontrollably as she could no longer hold back and threw herself into Kazuya's embrace, sobbing. Darn it, as one ages, it becomes all too easy for dust to enter the eyes. SHJ, standing nearby, rubbed his eyes, his voice thick with emotion. Do you even hear the words coming out of your mouth? GG interjected. SHJ, I shall forever cherish your visage and laughter in my heart. Safe travels. I will miss you. Yahiko chimed in, his voice rising in distress. Nagato approached GG, speaking softly, Senior GG, please take care of your health upon your return. Dress warmly and avoid exposing your waist. Farewell. Under the tearful gazes of the 3 little ones, Kazuya and his companions gradually departed. Under Jiraiya's guidance, they located the nearest Konoha team and joined the main force on their journey back to the Land of Fire. A month later, in Kazuya's home in Konoha. After resting for so long, I finally feel a bit revitalized. After exhaling deeply, Kazuya, who had lain in bed for a week, resolved to step outside and stretch his legs. Click. Chiba opened the concealed compartment beneath the floorboards and retrieved a small box, within which lay 10 banknotes, each valued at 500,000 taels. This sum of 5 million taels was precisely the benefit fee previously sent to him by the emissary of Mido, Tsukakase. How much should he take? Chiba extracted 2 banknotes, hesitated for a moment, then returned one, ultimately departing with 500,000 taels in hand. Chiba's objective for this journey is to visit the orphan of the leader of the Noera family. With the war recently concluded, the streets of Konoha are not bustling. Rather, they bear a certain desolation as villagers hurry past, scarcely pausing to linger. Please, sir, grant me another chance. I assure you, I will not botch the mission again. Enough. Do not beg me. Consider it a plea from me to you. Leave at once. Our team does not welcome you. I implore you to seek another squad. As Chiba strolled along, his attention was suddenly drawn to a commotion around the street corner. Being a person who relishes the excitement of such affairs, he quietly approached. In the corner, a middle-aged man with black hair, clad in a form-fitting green outfit and adorned with a yellow scarf, was bowing repeatedly to a young ninja. This spirited attire belongs to Might Guy, the father of Might Guy. Chiba, observing from the shadows, revealed an expression of astonishment. He had not anticipated encountering such a remarkable individual during his leisurely stroll. Please, I beg you, I truly need this mission. My son is about to start school, and I require, Might Die, hands clasped in supplication, beseeched the young ninja, disregarding his own dignity. Get lost. Your needs are of no concern to me. The young ninja, having lost his patience, retorted curtly. I was a fool for allowing someone as dim-witted as you to join our ranks. Not only did we earn no commission, but I also had to personally cover the losses incurred by the caravan. If you do not leave now, I will not hesitate to send you to the Konoha Police Department. Go and speak with those Uchiha scoundrels. Faced with the young ninja's merciless reprimand, Might Die's face turned pale. He continued to bow and offer his respects, yet the other showed no sign of compassion, impatiently shoving him away. Scram. Do not bother me again. If you do, I will ensure you cannot survive in Konoha. With that, the young ninja strode away, leaving Might Die in a state of despair. Might Die was a civilian who had joined Konoha during the tumult of war. Lacking education and ninja skills, he possessed only brute strength, rendering him unable to pass the Chunin exam, thus becoming the subject of ridicule among many ninjas as a perennial genin. As an unwanted ninja unable to secure quality missions, Might Die could only take on menial tasks, such as finding lost pets or helping carry heavy objects, barely scraping by. However, his son, Might Guy, was soon to begin school, and if he could not afford the exorbitant fees, his son would be bound to a servitude contract with Konoha. Might Die would never allow such a fate to befall his child. Yet, as a penniless and inept ninja, how could he possibly gather the necessary funds for such high tuition? Akai, what am I to do? Even someone as resolute as Might Guy found himself momentarily adrift, his anguish manifesting as he clutched his hair in despair. Come on, rally yourself. Youth is not a time for complacency. After a brief pause, Might Guy inhaled deeply, compelling himself to muster his spirits, preparing for yet another attempt. Yash, let's seek our fortune elsewhere. Though he was acutely aware that no one would be inclined to join him, that the ninjas would spare no effort in ridiculing him, and that his dignity would be trampled time and again, he persevered. For the sake of his father, and for the beloved Kai, he embraced every hardship with fervor. For protecting those he cherished was the very essence of his youth. Yash, my youth has ignited. Let us embark, die. Just as Might Guy executed a swift somersault, intending to traverse to a new location on his hands, a somewhat youthful voice called out from behind him. Mr. Might Guy, may I have a moment of your attention? Chiba spoke with a hint of uncertainty. To be candid, he was somewhat envious of Might Guy's 8 gates technique, and he intended to engage with him to see if he could somehow acquire it. Chapter 34. Have you heard of the 8 gates? Excuse me, who are you? Might Guy propped himself up with his hands, turning his head to face a youth he had never encountered before. The reason for his surprise was that someone so strikingly handsome would surely have left an impression if he had seen him before. My name is Chiba. I overheard that you seemed eager to take on a task, and I happen to have an excellent commission available. Would you be interested? Chiba inquired with a smile. Absolutely. Young man, I am indeed interested. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Might Guy flipped over with excitement, grasping Chiba's hand as if it were a lifeline. Whatever the commission may be, you can entrust it to me, youth guy. I assure you that I will devote myself wholeheartedly to its completion. Might Guy's enthusiasm reddened his neck. The young man before him exuded such charisma that it was evident he was not someone in need of money. Might Guy felt optimistic about securing the funds for Lee's tuition. My home is nearby, come. Let me invite you for some tea, and we can sit down and chat leisurely. Might Guy was exceedingly warm, unwilling to release Chiba's hand, insisting on bringing him to his residence. Might Guy's home was situated on the outskirts of the village, its walls worn and dilapidated, giving an impression of imminent collapse. Wait a moment. You call this a short distance? It's 20 kilometers. Once inside, Chiba plopped down on the tattered sofa and lifted the tea that Might Guy had poured, feeling somewhat resigned. Just as he took a sip, Might Guy rubbed his hands together eagerly and asked, So, young man, what is this excellent commission you mentioned? Chiba, in silent exasperation, set down his teacup. At this moment, he finally comprehended the reason behind Maida's inability to secure any commissions. When the boss opens the door, you get into the car. When the boss is young, you treat him like an elder brother. When the boss offers tea, you refuse to drink. Yet, when the boss is sipping tea, you seize the conversation. Who would want to employ someone like that? It is merely inviting discomfort upon oneself. Chiba discreetly shook his head and remarked, I have heard that your physical skills are quite commendable and reasonably priced. I intend to hire you to guide me in my physical training once a week, with a remuneration of 100,000 taels per month. What do you think? Although Might Guy seemed somewhat inferior compared to Kai, who nearly kicked his way to an epic conclusion. His ability to unlock the 8 gates and vanquish the formidable 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist certainly indicated that Might Guy possessed exceptional talent and was a worthy candidate for healing. A ninja like him, who solely practiced physical skills and lacked financial resources, must have numerous hidden ailments requiring treatment. However, should he hastily propose to treat him, it would raise suspicions of ulterior motives. Thus, Chiba planned to establish a contractual relationship first, and then seize the opportunity to offer his assistance, which seemed a more prudent approach. Absolutely, no problem at all. Upon hearing the promised remuneration of 100,000 taels, Might Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement, leaving no room for dissent, and he readily accepted the offer. Observing this, Chiba stifled a chuckle and refrained from rushing to speak. Instead, he engaged in casual conversation with Might Guy. After a while, Chiba casually mentioned, Senior Guy, I am actually a medical ninja, and I have noticed some minor issues with your health. Would you allow me to examine you? In an instant, upon hearing Chiba's words, Might Guy sprang up from the sofa as if propelled by springs. No need for that, young one. I can manage without your examination. The honest and straightforward man was flustered, sweating profusely, as he repeatedly waved his hands and incoherently declined. Perhaps I should forego this commission, find someone else. I truly have no money. My child's education requires a great deal of funds. Might Guy understood that the examination by a medical ninja like Chiba, followed by tailored treatments, would undoubtedly incur significant costs. It was possible that not only would he not receive the promised 100,000 taels, but he might also end up having to pay out of pocket. Oh, Guy, you are truly Navi. Such a golden opportunity would not be bestowed upon you. A mere low-ranking ninja. At that moment, my guy was filled with regret, perceiving Chiba as one of those unscrupulous doctors who employed deceptive tactics to extract exorbitant medical fees. After wasting half the day, he resigned himself to misfortune and wished to expedite Chiba's departure. Senior guy, please do not misunderstand. It is not as you think. Chiba discerned Maidai's sentiments, feeling a twinge of sadness, and promptly began to clarify. I am not a fraud. To be honest, I am not in need of money. I simply feel a compelling urge to engage with potential patients, to accumulate experience and refine my skills. Chiba continued. How about this? I will assist you with an examination and treatment, and you can reduce my fee accordingly. This way, I gain practice while you address some underlying health concerns. It shall be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Maidai hesitantly inquired, so, merely reducing your fee would cover the entire medical expenses? Truth be told, Maidai was well aware of his numerous health issues. However, in his quest to save money, he was reluctant to consult a physician. After listening to Chiba's words, he felt a flicker of excitement. Upon reflection, it seemed unlikely that this young man would attempt to deceive someone who, at first glance, appeared to be devoid of wealth. Was he drawn to his age? Or perhaps to his lack of personal hygiene? Indeed, Shinya nodded and said, if it weren't for the fear that you might misconstrue me as a charlatan, I would have offered to treat you free of charge. I genuinely derive great joy from healing others. That simply won't do, young man. We cannot allow you to toil in vain. Maidai quickly waved his hand in refusal. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, I shall only charge you 60,000 taels, considering the remaining 40,000 as my contribution towards your medical expenses. Please do not regard it as insufficient. How could that be? Then it's settled, Shinya replied with a smile. Now, please lie down so I can examine you. Very well, Maidai acquiesced, lying down. After their prior interaction, he instinctively sensed that the young man before him was not malevolent. Buzzing sounds filled the air. Chiba placed his hand on Maidai's acupoint, as chakra delicately infiltrated Dai's meridians, initiating an examination of his condition. This hidden injury is quite significant. If it can be healed, the reward will be substantial. In Chiba's heart, there was a surge of excitement. Without further ado, he commenced the treatment for Dai. As each hidden injury was meticulously healed, a look of astonishment spread across Dai's face. Initially, he had approached this with a mere sense of experimentation. After all, Chiba appeared so youthful, and he himself had stated that the patient needed to practice and accumulate experience. How skilled could his medical expertise truly be? However, as the concealed and stagnant injuries within his body were unblocked, Dai felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if he had regained a decade of youth. Young man, your medical skills are truly remarkable. I seem to have taken advantage of you. Dai couldn't help but voice his admiration, having been thoroughly impressed by Chiba's abilities. Chiba smiled silently, continuing with the treatment. Time passed unbeknownst to him, and gradually, Chiba retracted his chakra, at which point the system's notification chimed. Ding! Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring physical enhancement. Simultaneously, a warm current surged into Chiba's body, incessantly fortifying his bones, meridians, and flesh. Is it merely a physical enhancement? Chiba felt a tinge of regret, not because the reward of body strengthening was inadequate, but rather because his initial expectation had been to acquire 8 gates of Duinjia, which inevitably left him somewhat disappointed. After all, mastering the 8 gates of Duinjia would signify that he could seize an opportunity for a counterattack in any circumstance, while also preventing numerous chakra suppression techniques. Alas, it seems the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment, he mused. Well then, Senior Dai, let's conclude our conversation for today. Whenever you have the time, please come find me at the address I mentioned. Having not received the desired reward, Chiba stood up, preparing to take his leave. Very well, Dai said, also rising to his feet. However, as he stood, he suddenly froze in place. Just moments ago, lying down, he had not felt quite as pronounced as he did now. Standing up, he sensed his body felt weightless, as if he were standing upon clouds, agile beyond measure. The joints that had previously moved with a slight stiffness now felt utterly free. This young man had managed to cure the hidden ailments within him. These afflictions had plagued Dai for many years. Even a hospital visit would hardly suffice, costing not merely 40,000, but perhaps even 400,000. Yet now, Dai looked at Chiba with profound gratitude, his eyes glistening. Young man, I, Dai, shall surely impart my knowledge of martial arts to you. Yes, of course. I shall rely on you, Senior Dai, Chiba replied with a smile, somewhat absent-mindedly. By the way, young man. Just as Chiba was about to push the door open and depart, Dai suddenly called out to him with a newfound resolve, lowering his voice. Have you heard of the 8 Gates of Duinjia? Upon hearing those 4 words, Chiba's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, his heart racing intensely. In just a few fleeting minutes, his emotions had soared and plummeted like a roller coaster. I believe I've heard a senior mention it. It seems to be a technique that stimulates the body's latent potential, allowing one to unleash tremendous power in a brief span of time. After giving a pretentious response, Chiba feigned ignorance and turned to Maida Dai, inquiring, Senior Dai. What prompts you to suddenly mention the 8 Gates of Duinjia? Chiba appeared to be calmly awaiting Might Guy's response, yet her heart raced with excitement, nearly bursting from her chest. Since I have promised to diligently teach you the art of physical techniques, I shall certainly uphold my word. I intend to impart the first gate of the 8 Gates of Ryaku to you. Might Guy, unencumbered by any complexities, spoke straightforwardly. Yes, splendid. Chiba was overwhelmed with excitement. He had never anticipated that, instead of receiving the 8 Gates of Duinjia through the system's rewards, he would instead gain the opportunity to master it from Might Guy. This sense of regaining something lost, akin to emerging from darkness into light, filled him with unbridled joy. Although Might Guy had only promised to teach him the first gate, once he grasped the methods and principles of the 8 Gates, he could rely on the system's rewards to unlock the remaining 7. But why would Senior Guy offer to teach me the 8 Gates without me saying anything? Chiba pondered, somewhat perplexed. In truth, individuals like Chiba, who possessed a certain cunning, often struggled to comprehend the mindset of straightforward individuals like Might Guy. In Might Guy's worldview, the effort others expended for him must be reciprocated with equal fervor. He believed in giving back more than he received, for that was the essence of his youth. Chiba not only cured his hidden ailment, but also provided him with a stable source of income, alleviating his urgent predicament. The debts of 40,000 taels were simply insurmountable. The only asset that Dai could present was the 8 Gates of Duinjia technique. This technique was not exclusive to the Might family, thus imparting the foundational first gate to Chiba as a gesture of gratitude seemed fitting to Dai. After all, mastering the 8 Gates of Duinjia is notoriously challenging. Even the first gate may remain inaccessible to Chiba. Within every individual, there exist 8 gates that restrict the flow of their chakra. Chiba once again settled onto the worn-out sofa, while Maida Dai, with a serious demeanor, began to elucidate. The concept of the 8 gates is to unlock these portals, thus liberating oneself from the constraints imposed on chakra, allowing for a physical prowess that far exceeds one's inherent capabilities. However, along with the acquisition of such power, the user's body inevitably sustains damage. Therefore, prior to the activation of the 8 gates, it is imperative to undergo extraordinary training to enable the body to withstand the burdens of opening these gates. Chiba nodded repeatedly, well acquainted with this segment. During Xiao Li's Chunin exam, he couldn't resist activating his cheat for 5 minutes, resulting in his account being suspended for 500 episodes. When discussing his area of expertise, Might Guy shed his usual reserve and effortlessly elaborated on the intricacies of the 8 Gates technique to Chiba. After his explanation, Might Guy guided Chiba in locating the 8 Gates within his own body. Indeed, it is precisely at that point where the majority of meridians converge in the left hemisphere of the brain, that is the first gate, the opening. You may attempt to push against the gate with your chakra and feel its presence. For the time being, I will subject you to rigorous physical training. Perhaps one day you shall succeed in opening the opening. Midway through his speech, Might Guy suddenly felt it inappropriate, fearing he might dampen Chiba's enthusiasm, so he hastily added, Even the first gate is a formidable challenge to open, my young friend. It took me several years to achieve it. However, before Might Guy could complete his thought, a sudden and intense surge of chakra erupted within Chiba, leaving Guy's jaw suspended in midair, his entire being frozen in astonishment. It seems I may have inadvertently opened the opening. Chiba felt somewhat embarrassed. He had merely followed Maida's guidance in an attempt, only to effortlessly unlock the first door. He was still seated on the sofa. To his utmost sincerity, he truly had no intention of putting Maida in an awkward position. Senior Dai? Senior Dai? Chiba called out several times before Might Dai finally regained his composure. He grasped Chiba's hand fervently, his words tumbling over each other in excitement. Once, just once, and I shall unlock the 8 gates. Young one, would you consider taking me as your master? I shall impart to you the entirety of the 8 gates technique. To be a disciple? Chiba, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Why is it that everyone seems eager to take him as a disciple? No. What I mean is, Might Guy suddenly realized that as a perennial genin, he was not qualified to be Chiba's teacher. His face flushed instantly, and he hurriedly explained, "What I mean to say is that you are a prodigy in physical techniques. If you dedicate yourself to mastering them, you are sure to shine brilliantly in the ninja world in the future." A prodigy in physical techniques? Perhaps. Chiba replied noncommittally. After all, considering his Senja lineage, enhanced physique, and perfect chakra control, mastering even the first gate of the 8 gates of opening was hardly a challenge for him. After a series of exchanges, it was already late. Having agreed on the next meeting time, Chiba rose to take his leave. Before departing, he disregarded Might Guy's protests and insisted on leaving behind the 50,000 Ryo note. What a remarkable young man. Might Guy clutched the note tightly, watching Chiba's retreating figure, moved to tears. Although Chiba claimed he was not in need of money, it was evident how difficult it would be for someone his age to amass such a sum. Yet, upon learning of Guy's difficulties, Chiba insisted on advancing his tuition fees, bestowing upon him his hard-earned savings. "Young man, your immense kindness shall forever be etched in the hearts of the Might family." The following day, Chiba casually pocketed a 50,000 Ryo note and ventured out once more. Regrettably, aside from encountering a stunning young lady with a 36D figure, he did not come across anyone of note. Sensing Chiba's gaze, the young lady approached, stating that her cat could perform splits and inviting Chiba to her home to witness it. She added, with a flirtatious smile, that since he was so handsome, she would make an exception and charge him only 10,000 Ryo for the entry fee. Without a moment's hesitation, Chiba declined. What a joke! What kind of cat is this? Just a glance, and it's so expensive. Arriving at the Noera residence, he gazed at the plaque hanging on the door, and once again, the cheerful laughter of team leader Noera echoed in his mind. "Ha ha ha, if it weren't for my daughter being so young, I would have considered you as my son-in-law. You rascal, stop being so sentimental. We can discuss everything when we return to the village." Team leader Noera, you have broken your promise. Chiba murmured softly while rubbing his swollen cheeks. Though he had always referred to Hiroshi Noera as team leader, since joining the medical team, he had been under Nohara's care. And in Chiba's heart, Hiroshi was akin to a mentor. Knock, knock, knock. Pushing down his thoughts, Chiba took a couple of steps forward and rapped on the door of the Noera home. "Coming. Please wait a moment." A youthful voice called from within. And soon the door swung open, revealing a little girl who looked to be only 3 or 4 years old peeking out. With her short brown hair and large, expressive dark brown eyes, she appeared lively and adorable, her chubby cheeks adorned with 2 purple streaks. Upon seeing Chiba, the little girl curiously inquired, "Hello, I am Rin Noera. May I ask who you are?" Regarding the timeline issue, although there may seem to be generational discrepancies, the age difference between Yahiko, Obito, and the others is merely 1 or 2 years. Minato is significantly older than them. Here are 2 points to consider. 1. In the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, Obito died at the age of 13, according to Masashi Kishimoto's works. At most, 1 year later, Yahiko died at 15. 2. Subsequently, 1 year later, Minato perished during the Nine Tails incident at the age of 24. Additionally, in Kishimoto's Minato biography, by the late stages of the Second Shinobi World War, Minato was already capable of assisting Jiraiya in confronting the 2 Jinchuriki from Iwagakure. Readers can roughly calculate their ages based on the following. Nagato and Konan are around 7 to 8 years old, Yahiko is 6, Obito and Kakashi are 4 to 5, while Rin is 3 to 4. And Minato is approximately 14 years old. Chapter 36. The most unique Chunin exam in history to think that team leader Nohara's daughter is indeed Rin Noera. Even though Chiba had suspected this in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a bit dazed upon meeting Rin. Team leader Noera, I fear I can no longer be your son-in-law. I worry that Obito will return and scatter my ashes. However, Obito should still be just a little brat now, right? I could take him on with 1 punch, haha. After a moment of self-deprecating humor, Chiba's spirits lifted somewhat. At this juncture, we find ourselves at the twilight of the Second Shinobi World War. Naira Rin, a few years younger than Yahiko, has yet to commence her schooling, much like that rascal Obito. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze continues his research on the tailed beast spheres, developing the Rin-Nek Rike Kahiki Shunjiraya Shiki, a technique aimed at safeguarding Kushina, and has not yet become Master Minato. Greetings, I am Chiba. Chiba ceased his daydreaming and managed a faint smile as he waved at Noera Rin. Chiba? That name sounds remarkably familiar. A contemplative expression crossed Noera Rin's delicate features. After a moment, she tapped her little head and exclaimed, Brother Chiba, you are a member of my father's team. aren't you? I've heard my father mention you. The leader, Noera, has spoken of me? Chiba was momentarily taken aback, then, with a touch of emotion, inquired, did team leader Noera say that I am his most esteemed member? Noera Rin shook her head, her expression earnest as she replied, no. My father mentioned that he has never had such a foolish child under his guidance and added that you often infuriate him to no end. Chiba, observing Chiba's speechlessness. Noera Rin stifled a chuckle and began to ponder the intent behind Chiba's demeanor. Ahem. Well, this is the money that team leader Noera had previously entrusted to me. Chiba cleared his throat twice before retrieving the 50,000 taels banknote from his pocket and presenting it to Noera Rin. The team leader had once expressed that if there came a day when he could not return to the village, he wished for this sum to be entrusted to his family. Now, he was here to fulfill that promise. Gazing at the substantial banknote before her, Noera Rin hesitated, refraining from reaching out to accept it. He must have had a very close relationship with his father. She pondered for a moment, then lifted her chin, her eyes glistening with a hint of imploring emotion. Chiba brother, this amount is far too great for me. I am still young and would not manage it well. Could I ask you to hold on to it for me a little longer? If it is not too much trouble, perhaps you could use it to purchase some necessities and visit me when you have the time? Very well. Faced with the pitiful demeanor of his leader's daughter, Chiba found it difficult to refuse. After all, in the presence of Rin and Conan, such endearing girls, he regarded them merely as younger sisters, devoid of any ulterior thoughts. Indeed, he had no inclination for petite tablets. His preference lay with strikingly beautiful older sisters who possessed a captivating allure. Thank you, Chiba brother. Are you busy at the moment? If not, would you like to come in for a cup of tea before you leave? Ah, yes, that would be lovely. Thank you. Rin. As dusk began to fall, Chiba bid farewell after spending some time at the Noera residence. On his way, he encountered the earlier young lady again, who was wandering about the street, adorned with a pair of fluffy cat ears atop her head. Ah, so this is what the acrobatic cat refers to. Chiba was greatly astonished. To avoid succumbing to temptation, he hastened his return home. Hey, Chiba. Just as he was rummaging for his keys, a figure suddenly emerged from behind him and gently tapped his shoulder. What on earth? Chiba was nearly struck with cardiac arrest from fright. He abruptly turned around to find Tsunade standing there, hands clasped behind her back, gazing at him with a cheerful smile. Sister Tsunade, what brings you here? Is there something you need? As he spoke, a thought seemed to dawn upon him, prompting a sudden change in his tone. With a swift motion, Tsunade's radiant smile vanished in an instant. Shinju, you truly deserve a beating for this. I shall remember this strike on your behalf. Suppressing her urge to strike back, Tsunade managed to conjure a smile once more, raising her voice slightly, endeavoring to infuse a gentler tone. What's wrong? Is it not permissible for me to visit you without a reason? Of course, it is. Chiba, oblivious to Tsunade's peculiar demeanor, gestured towards his modest abode of approximately 20 to 30 square meters and chuckled. My home is quite spacious. You are always welcome to visit. Tsunade smirked. Such a cramped space hardly allows for any grand pursuits. Upon entering the room with Chiba, she promptly addressed the matter at hand, stating, All right, enough of the pleasantries. I indeed have something to discuss with you. With that, she produced a piece of paper from her bosom and placed it firmly upon the nearby table. This is the registration form for the Chunin exams. I have signed you up for this upcoming assessment. The Chunin exams? Chiba was taken aback. Not to mention that the most formidable force of Konoha consists of mere genin, there was no need for him to lower his status to that of a CH nin. As a medical ninja, why would he participate in the CH nin exams? This was not some years into the future, as a non-combatant. Wouldn't it be more advantageous for him to steadily ascend the medical hierarchy based on his merits? What kind of expression is that? Seemingly perceiving Chiba's thoughts, Tsunade instantly forgot the need to maintain her gentleness, and, with a hint of irritation, tapped Chiba on the forehead. I've already told you. I want you to be the head of the medical reform project. If you fail to meet the combat personnel's assessment standards, how can my plans possibly proceed? Now, enough of this chatter. I'm hungry. Hurry to the kitchen and prepare something for me to eat while we talk, Tsunade commanded. Prepare something while we talk? So I'm to do as you say, huh? You truly excel at delegating. Faced with Tsunade's unequal demands, Chiba, filled with righteous indignation, acquiesced. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Chiba responded affirmatively and swiftly entered the kitchen. Sometimes, being atop someone else can be a source of amusement. There is no need to be overly concerned with one's pride, Chiba reassured herself. A few moments later, Chiba had prepared a sumptuous meal, and as the two of them savored their dinner, they began to discuss the upcoming Chunin exams. Chiba, Do not be under the illusion that your abilities will allow you to effortlessly pass this examination, Tsunade remarked during a brief pause to serve herself. This Chunin exam is particularly unique. Do not blame me for not warning you. Be cautious, or you may find yourself in dire straits. Upon hearing this, Chiba furrowed his brow. Truth be told, he had thought that this Chunin exam was merely a formality. After a moment of contemplation, he took the initiative to inquire, what makes it so special? Tsunade-sensei? Since Tsunade had already taken the time to prepare for him, he was determined to give it his all. A little effort could secure him a respectable position in Konoha, allowing him to live more comfortably in the future. You truly are the boy I have chosen, Tsunade said. Pleased to see Chiba's humility and willingness to learn. She set her chopsticks down and, with a serious demeanor, stated, before I answer your question, let me pose one to you. Do you understand the true purpose behind each village holding the Chunin exams? I do. Chiba nodded in agreement, stating that the Chunin exams, while ostensibly designed to select superior ninjas, actually serve as a legitimate platform for the various ninja villages to engage in competition and strategic maneuvering. Numerous significant figures would attend to observe, assessing the national strength of each country. Only by demonstrating true prowess could one seize lucrative commissions from the hands of other villages. You speak wisely, Chiba, Tsunade acknowledged, slightly inclining her head before raising a finger to elucidate further. This Chunin exam marks a new round of rivalry following the cessation of wars among the nations. Each major ninja village is eager to prove itself, which is why the exam permits casualties and restrictions on the participants have been significantly relaxed. That is one aspect. Furthermore, the Hidden Mist village, usually isolated, has unexpectedly declared its intention to participate in this joint Chunin exam. After a brief pause, Tsunade's expression turned grave. This will be the first time in history that all 5 great ninja villages participate in the Chunin exams. Chapter 37. Konoha. We directly deploy nuclear weapons. The Hidden Mist village is acting out of character, and for the first time in history, all 5 great ninja villages are participating? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Chiba felt a shiver of apprehension. Was this upcoming Chunin exam a preordained event? Or had his own actions as a mere butterfly instigated unforeseen changes? Or was it perhaps a direct challenge aimed at him? Could it be that Inoki wishes for the Rock Village to eliminate me? Is Uchiha Madara attempting to use the Hidden Mist to do me in? Wait. I believe I haven't offended the Reikage or the Kazekage. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Chiba reassured himself that perhaps he was overthinking, as his participation in the Chunin exams was likely beyond the contemplation of most. Unaware of Chiba's paranoid musings, Tsunade raised another finger and continued, moreover, due to years of conflict and the aforementioned reasons, many individuals who should have long been promoted to Chunin have yet to ascend, remaining nominally as Genin. In other words, this Chunin exam will be a veritable mix of talent. Encountering someone with the strength of a Jonin among the participants would not be surprising. With Tsunade's explanations, Chiba grasped the situation. This was nothing short of vicious competition. Clearly, some individuals already possessed the strength of Chunin or even Jonin but were denied the title, merely labeled as Genin of their respective villages to bolster their standing in this Chunin exam. You fish for glory, I fish for glory. Copper becomes Super Shadow in an instant. Chiba subtly shook his head. Tsunade was indeed correct. For various reasons, this upcoming Chunin exam was bound to be exceptionally thrilling. With the removal of restrictions and the allowance of casualties, the examination grounds would likely transform into a battleground where ninjas from the great shinobi villages would engage in fierce combat. What was even more alarming was that the opponents faced would have a minimum rank of Chunin, with no upper limit to their strength. But why do I feel a sense of exhilaration? Chiba gazed at his own hands, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. He could not fathom the source of this excitement. After all, he was a peace-loving medical ninja. Chiba, I have shared everything I needed to with you. Now, the decision rests in your hands. Chiba? Noticing his persistent silence, Tsunade initially assumed he was merely hesitant. Yet she was constrained by her own plans to dismiss his participation. Consequently, Tsunade rose and gently lifted Chiba's chin, meeting his gaze earnestly. Do not burden yourself with any psychological weight. Chiba, this Nin examination is fraught with peril, and a moment's carelessness could cost you your life. Even if you are reluctant to participate, I will support your choice. What Tsunade did not express was that should Chiba opt out of this Nin examination, her medical reform project stood a significant chance of failing. Although she had invested considerable effort into the initiative, abandoning it now would be regrettable. Yet, it paled in comparison to Chiba's well-being. Meanwhile, Chiba's face had turned crimson. Family, who truly understands? Tsunade cupped his chin, their cheeks nearly touching, and Chiba could feel her breath against his skin, accompanied by a faint yet alluring fragrance. To make matters worse, Tsunade was leaning into him, and a mere glance downward delivered an overwhelming visual impact. How could I possibly give up, Sister Tsunade? That would render your hard work futile. Drawing upon an astonishing resolve born from his long-standing singlehood, Chiba struggled to divert his gaze, managing to speak with difficulty. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more precious the catch. The probability of encountering a gravely injured genius on the battlefield far exceeds that in a hospital, and considering my few hidden cards, merely a small-scale skirmish should pose no threat to my safety. I am quite eager to be part of this excitement. Thank you for supporting me, Chiba. Though Chiba had ulterior motives, Tsunade remained oblivious, believing he chose to join the examination solely for her sake. Her eyes glistened with moisture, and in a moment of heartfelt emotion, she enveloped Chiba in her embrace. MMM. Sister Tsunade, I can't breathe. Chiba struggled violently in her hold, muffled pleas for help escaping his lips. What? Do you wish for another moment in my embrace? Very well, I shall indulge you, Tsunade replied, completely missing the point as her grip on him remained unyielding. It was one thing to be atop me earlier, but now you insist on forcing me. Please let me go. Chiba thought, his expression one of indignation. The following day, at Chiba's home. Chiba, I hear you plan to participate in this CHNIN examination? Allow me to offer a word of caution. The waters here run deep, you fool. As SHJU leaped onto Chiba's window, he stumbled upon seeing what Chiba was doing, tumbling headlong back out. Goodness, there's still a month until the CHNIN examination, and you're already preparing? The rope tree rose from the ground, astonished, exclaiming in surprise. It is rare to see such things. Chinya, holding a book, cast a sidelong glance at the rope tree, silently thinking how unworldly it was. In their celestial realm, students often studied for an examination a year, or even 3 to 5 years in advance. You cherry blossoms are truly lacking. Chinya, I suggest you simply accept your role as a lower ninja. Your comrades will not look down upon you. Observing Chinya, who was preparing for the exam, a flicker of concern crossed the rope tree's eyes, yet it nonchalantly remarked, Get lost, don't disturb my studies. Chiba languidly muttered a curse, her gaze never straying from the pages of the book. The first stage of the CHNIN examination was a written test, a formidable challenge for most. Yet Chiba intended to approach it with a casual and playful attitude. After a while, SHJU could no longer restrain himself and remarked, It seems to be getting lively outside. The crowd has certainly increased. Well, considering that Konoha is hosting this CHNIN examination, it is only natural that preparations are underway. Chiba replied nonchalantly. Chiba appeared to be engrossed in a book, yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the upcoming assessment. Aside from his conventional combat techniques, such as Shadow Dance and Chakra Surgical Blade, he currently possessed 3 hidden trump cards, the 8 Gates of Duinjia, the Dance of Paper techniques, and a yet-to-be fully developed Lava Release. He hoped to avoid revealing these cards unless absolutely necessary, contemplating that if push came to shove, he would first resort to the 8 Gates. The Lava Release and the Dance of Paper techniques were far too unique, both serving as vital means of survival, and Chiba was reluctant to expose them during a mere assessment. Over the course of the ensuing month, he planned to train under Senior Dai to master the physical techniques associated with the 8 Gates, and he would also seek the assistance of Senior Gujie to learn a few more water release techniques. Additionally, whenever time permitted, he might occasionally visit the hospital to try his luck at the prizes. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, amidst great anticipation. This year's CHNIN exams, the first to feature the participation of all 5 great ninja villages since their establishment by Senju Tobarama, commenced as scheduled. Come on, brothers from Konoha. Let's achieve remarkable results. We must uphold our honor and not allow those foreign ninjas to outshine us. Amidst the cheers of the onlookers, Chiba nervously stepped into the written examination hall, feeling a strange sense of nostalgia reminiscent of his high school entrance exams. Goodness, Konoha's higher-ups have some dignity. Upon entering the examination hall and surveying his fellow candidates, Chiba could not help but let out an expletive. Whom did Chiba behold? In this generation, there stood Inuzuka Kiba, Akimichi Choza, and Nara Shikaku. These 3 had already distinguished themselves during the Second Shinobi World War, their harmonious collaboration potent enough to rival a squad of elite jonin. And who else? The old man Marahoshi Kosuka, ever burdened by his iron pot, had also arrived. Observing the elder's furrowed brow and unwilling expression, it was evident he had been coerced by the higher-ups of Konohagakure. Truly, An individual capable of contending with dozens of IWA shinobi is not merely a chunin. Are the lower ranks of Konoha truly this formidable? Well, despite the eccentricity of these individuals, Chiba could still endure. Yet, what he found most intolerable was the striking golden hue amidst the crowd, accompanied by a vibrant red that blazed like fire. Chiba pondered that if he were among the higher echelons of other ninja villages, he would undoubtedly rebuke the leaders of Konohagakure. Are you out of your minds? During a mere military exercise, you had the audacity to deploy nuclear weapons? Chapter 38, The Forest of Death, a brutal competition. Is this not a form of underhandedness? Chiba expressed a few complaints, but upon reflection, he found it quite understandable. After all, this assessment was organized by Konoha, and if someone were to breach their territory, how could Konoha maintain its standing in the ninja world? Surely, they must enlist a few formidable characters for protection. There is no need for elaboration. That glimmer of gold unmistakably belonged to Minato Namikaze. Although Master Minato has yet to master the art of creating Rasengan, those in the know understand the significance of his potential. Moreover, one cannot overlook Kushina Izumaki, the host of the Nine Tails. Do your best, Minato-kun. I shall take my leave now. Rest assured, little Kushina. Unexpectedly, Kushina turned and walked away, and Chiba realized he had overthought. She was merely there to send her boyfriend off for the exam. When will I ever have an adorable girlfriend? Chiba gritted his teeth in frustration. Just then, sensing Chiba's gaze, Minato turned his head slightly and flashed a subtle smile. Wow, so handsome. Chiba hastily averted his gaze. For Masterman's charisma had reached a level that captivated both genders. It seems that caution is warranted for the upcoming assessment. Chiba silently reminded himself, since Konoha has become so shameless, it is likely that other ninja villages are not much better. And perhaps they too will bring in a host of J-nin to partake in the examination. While Chiba pondered this, several pairs of eyes were discreetly observing him. But they quickly averted their gaze, failing to draw Chiba's attention. Senior Kyuk, are you also here to participate in the ch-nin exam? Chiba inquired as he approached Kyuk before the examination commenced. Ah, don't even get me started. Lord Third insisted that I come, Kyuk replied with a furrowed brow. He truly wished to remain a lowly genin. How could he be tasked with obstructing candidates from other villages? All unrelated personnel, please exit promptly. Candidates, take your seats and refrain from whispering. We shall now begin distributing the examination papers. With the examiner's authoritative shout, the previously raucous examination hall fell into an immediate hush. As candidates settled into their designated spots and commenced their responses, the written assessment consisted of 10 exceedingly challenging questions, yet for Chiba, it was merely a matter of ease. He didn't even need to search for the strategically placed J-nin in the examination hall who had prepared the correct answers. 15 minutes remain until the conclusion of the exam. Please utilize your time wisely. Without a doubt, Chiba has successfully passed the initial written examination. The second assessment will take place at the 44th training ground of Konoha, notoriously known as the Forest of Death, under the supervision of the examiner Orochimaru. Hissing. Allow me to elucidate the rules of this assessment. Outside the vast primordial forest, Orochimaru gazed upon the 100 candidates who had passed the preliminary test. A peculiar smile gracing his lips. Shortly, I shall distribute 100 scrolls, each inscribed with the insignia of the 5 great ninja villages, randomly into your hands. To pass the examination, you must gather 5 distinct scrolls and deliver them to the designated location within 5 days. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the candidates began to murmur among themselves. So, this assessment is not like the previous group battles. It is a battle of individuals from the very start. The elimination rate is alarmingly high. Only a maximum of 20 among the 100 can succeed? Wait. At this moment, a ninja from the grass village raised his hand, interrupting Orochimaru, and indignantly inquired, why is there no scroll bearing the insignia of the grass village? Orochimaru, still smiling, politely responded, I'm afraid you are unworthy. The surrounding candidates from the 5 great ninja villages burst into laughter. The grass village ninja's face flushed crimson, and though he wished to retort, he ultimately retreated into the crowd in embarrassment. It is worth noting that this assessment imposes no restrictions on methods. You may form teams at your discretion and unleash your full potential, even turning against your comrades if necessary. I shall only acknowledge the scrolls. Furthermore, Orochimaru remarked with a sinister grin, this assessment permits murder. Even if one maliciously slays another, there will be no repercussions upon exiting. Once Orochimaru completed the declaration of rules, even among comrades from the same village, glances exchanged bore a hint of suspicion. Amidst the crowd, one ninja remarked with a sardonic tone, Heth. Such arrangements seem designed to ensure we from the 5 great ninja villages engage in a bloody clash. The original matching format has escalated to a ranking system, and now the entire format has morphed into a battle royale. With no rules and rampant slaughter, every scroll acquired is random, meaning that every encounter during the assessment could lead to conflict with others. The candidates have distinctly divided into several factions, subtly forming small groups based on their respective ninja villages. It appears this assessment will indeed be intriguing. Minato Namikaze smiled faintly, displaying no signs of concern. Oh, what a bother. This will require some cerebral effort, sighed Kikuchi Nara. Minato, given the unique circumstances this time, let the 4 of us form a team to avoid encountering those who band together, suggested Choji Akimichi, munching on chips while leaning against his companion, Ino Yamanaka. Sounds good. Shueimin readily agreed and stood alongside Jaludai. Even Shueimin and their team have formed a group. Perhaps I should seek a trustworthy companion as well? Chiba caressed his chin, his gaze wandering among the crowd. After a meticulous observation, he discerned several familiar faces among the teams from other ninja villages. However, due to the passage of time, their appearances differed somewhat from those depicted in the manga, leaving Chiba uncertain of their identities. I must remember these individuals. They are potential high-level SSR candidates, Chiba mused inwardly. Just as he was surveying his surroundings, a voice filled with excitement resonated from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a girl with violet hair approaching him. Chiba, is that really you? For a moment, I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. The girl exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. I thought you had gone straight to the medical class after graduation. What brings you to the Chunin exams? Chiba pondered. What was her name again? Oh, I believe it is Yuzuki Yuhi. Chiba could scarcely recall the girl's name. He only remembered that she had once pursued him, but he had rejected her due to their tender age. Now, it appeared that she had matured, almost possessing a figure of considerable allure. The sun began to set. Chiba smiled gently, expressing his intention to transition from the medical division to another position, yet he needed to meet the combat personnel's assessment criteria, which is why he sought a stroke of luck. I see, Yuzuki said, nodding thoughtfully, then hurriedly inquired. So, have you formed a team yet, Chiba? Why not join ours? It's been so long since graduation. Could it be that she still has feelings for me? Chiba pondered, observing the earnest expression on the girl's face with a hint of confusion. Previously, he lacked a system, and aside from his good looks, he had no notable qualities. He couldn't comprehend what made him worthy of a girl's affection. Just as Chiba was about to politely decline, another person approached, forcefully interrupting their conversation. Yuyue, our team is already sufficient. There is no need to invite anyone else. This was a robust young man who appeared to be around 17 or 18. Exuding an aggressive demeanor, seemingly displeased with Yuyue's unsolicited invitation to Chiba. Ryohei, Chiba is a medical ninja. His inclusion would enhance our survival probability, Yuyue explained. Forget it. I heard your conversation just now. The man named Ryohei cast a cold glance at Chiba and retorted, you know how coveted positions in the medical team are. It's impossible for anyone to voluntarily transfer away. Implicitly, he clearly cannot thrive in the medical team, which is why he is participating in the Chunin exam. How proficient can he be in medical techniques? And as for moving to a better position, a mere child without a clan emblem? Does he even deserve it? Yuyue was momentarily at a loss for words, having grasped Ryohei's insinuation. At that time, Chiba was indeed rather mediocre in all aspects. Could it truly be as Ryohei suggested, that his lack of competence was the reason? Moreover, what right did someone who had never taken a life possess to join our ranks? Noticing the silence of Yuzuki, Ryohei continued. Our team has no need for a burden devoid of combat prowess. Never taken a life? Lacking combat capability? Is he referring to me? Chiba felt somewhat bewildered. Ryohei, you are correct. After a moment of silence, Yuzuki nodded, casting a guilty glance at Chiba as she said, I am truly sorry, Chiba. I desperately need to succeed in this assessment. I have heard that this Chunin exam is exceedingly challenging, and I require a capable partner. Not a first love who would divert my attention. Having made her choice, Yuzuki dared not meet Chiba's gaze any longer and hurriedly turned away. Kid, do not let me catch you entangling with Yuzuki again. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our village ties and eliminating you. Ryohei proclaimed coldly. Resembling a lofty figure passing judgment, his confidence stemming from an unwavering belief in his own strength. Among his peers in the Chunin exam, it was inconceivable that anyone could surpass Ryohei. His aspirations extended beyond merely passing this assessment. He aimed to achieve fame through a resounding victory, in this very contest. Chiba, is it possible that the one entangled is him? Faced with Rihei's childish behavior, Chiba is at a loss for words. Is it his fault for being as handsome as the readers? Must they seek a sense of superiority from him? Just now. He didn't even have the chance to utter a word before being swept into this melodramatic farce. Rihei, is it? Chiba smiled. When the assessment begins. If the opportunity arises, I shall showcase my medical skills to you. No need for that. I would rather not see you again. Liang Ping scoffed, dismissively turning away and hastily catching up with the steps of Mitsuki Siyu. Chiba gazed at his retreating figure, murmuring to himself, no. I cannot move past this hurdle in my heart without inflicting a few fatal wounds upon you. It seemed he could temporarily disregard the formidable Konoha F4. But how could a mere Karamai dare to threaten him, as if he had never taken a life before? Chapter 39. Undercurrents and Hidden Motives at the Same Moment. Outside the Forest of Death, the ninjas from various hidden villages were deliberating strategies, and numerous glances fell upon Chiba. In the Awagakure camp, a leading IWA ninja pointed directly at Chiba and unabashedly declared, "Do you see that kid over there? Once we enter the forest, if the opportunity arises, eliminate him." Boss, do you really need to instruct us on that? An IWA ninja licked his lips with a sinister grin, adding, "But brothers, do not dare to snatch him from me. The bounty of 250,000 Ryo belongs to me. Do not underestimate the opponent." The leading IWA ninja cautioned, "We strike together," leaving no chance for the enemy to retaliate. On the Sunagakure side, it was oddly peculiar that a group of sand ninjas had gathered, with a red-haired boy, not even 10 years old, seemingly at the helm. The one named Chiba, should we encounter him during the examination, do not engage him. Instead, offer him appropriate assistance. The red-haired boy commanded. "But he is from Konoha, my lord?" A sand ninja questioned, bewildered. "Are you doubting my orders?" The red-haired boy turned his gaze upon the questioning sand ninja, his calm eyes reflecting an undeniable authority. "And no, I would never. We shall all follow your commands." The sand ninja stammered, unable to hold the boy's gaze, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He recalled a former colleague who had questioned the young master, only to be turned into a puppet by both the young master and his father. Behind the red-haired boy stood a youth with short, reddish-brown hair clad in a mesh underlayer and black ninja attire, his eyes glinting with malice as they fixated on the boy. This youth, named Rasha, though nominally a genin, possessed strength rivaling that of elite Jainin, serving as a trusted aide to the third Kazekage. If the chance arises, eliminate Chiyo's grandson. Rasha recalled the third Kazekage's parting words, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his eyes as he watched the red-haired boy's silhouette. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law ought to have perished in that battle. However, to everyone's astonishment, Konoha managed to revive them, driven by her selfish desires. Chiyo exchanged resources belonging to the Sand Village to bring them back. This incident alerted the third Kazekage and Rasha to a looming crisis. Presently, Chiyo's family almost monopolizes power in Sunagakure, rendering the esteemed Kazekage a mere figurehead. Even more troubling is the fact that Chiyo's grandson, Sasori, is an exceptionally rare puppet genius. Having engaged with puppetry for merely 6 months, he astonishingly can manipulate 4 or 5 puppets simultaneously in combat, even enhancing the village's foundational puppets. Many within the village laud Lord Chiyo for having a worthy successor. Indeed, if this legacy continues unchallenged, will Sunagakure not ultimately be dominated by Chiyo's family? For individuals like Rasha, hailing from humble beginnings, would it not become impossible to ascend to higher echelons and achieve recognition? If Chiyo's descendants remain unscathed, the existence of the third Kazekage becomes a farce, and the position of the fourth Kazekage shall forever elude me. Rasha? After several deep breaths, Rasha's gaze returned to tranquility. Yet the murderous intent within him intensified. Though Sasori is formidable, he is merely a match for his peers. Before Rasha, Sasori resembles a small scorpion in the desert, easily crushed underfoot. Hiss! The prepared candidates may now come forth to collect their scrolls. At this moment, Orochimaru gently clapped his hands, drawing the attention of all present. Upon receiving their scrolls, they could enter the examination grounds. Swish! Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, a group of young ninjas quickly approached, forming a team to receive their scrolls before hastily rushing into the Forest of Death. Clearly, they aimed to delve deeper into the forest, ascertain the environment, and seize the initiative. Naturally, some confident candidates, upon acquiring their scrolls, ventured into the forest alone. Thus, as each candidate entered, the once tranquil forest began to stir with hidden currents and lurking dangers. Senior Gukiai, you still lack a team? Shall we form a duo? Chiba did not rush inside. Seeing that Gujia was left behind just like him, he approached with a cheerful smile. Gujia nodded, revealing a warm smile. When the time comes, I'll hand over the scroll to you. I have no need for it. The two reached a mutual understanding and made their way to Orochimaru to collect the scroll. Do your best, Chiba-kun. Be careful not to perish, Orochimaru reminded with a gentle smile. Thank you very much. Chiba replied, graciously accepting the scroll. Chiba and Gyuk stepped over the iron fence, entering the forest of death. The dimly lit woods loomed like a massive, crouching beast, concealing its fangs, awaiting the intrusion of its prey. Gyuk, do you believe that under the current examination rules, half of the candidates can survive? Chiba suddenly inquired, sensing something within. It is difficult, Gyuk mused for a moment before slowly shaking his head. By the way, Gyuk, what scroll did you obtain? Chiba glanced at the scroll in his hand and asked. Without uttering a word, Gyuk simply tossed the scroll towards Chiba. Thud. Chiba extended his hand to catch the scroll. And upon unfolding it, his brow furrowed in perplexity. Your scroll bears the same leaf village insignia as mine? If the scrolls are distributed at random, the likelihood of us acquiring identical ones is merely 1 in 125. Could it be that? Just as Chiba pondered this, for silhouettes leaped through the forest, hastening toward them with remarkable speed. Who could it be? Chiba and Kukka swiftly dispersed, preparing for battle. Do not be anxious. It is only us. We merely wish to convey something to you. 3 figures halted in the forest, among them a strikingly handsome figure, who smiled as he stepped forward. It was Namake's Minato. If I am not mistaken, the scrolls in your hands are both Konoha scrolls, are they not? Minato inquired with a smile. Indeed. The 4 of you also possess Konoha scrolls. Chiba retorted. Correct, Minato affirmed with a nod. We suspect that the scrolls obtained by the candidates from each major ninja village correspond to their respective villages. It seems they are quite intent on ensuring we engage in conflict. Even the scrolls have been tampered with to provoke a clash among the candidates from various villages. Chiba remarked with exasperation. The machinations of these higher-ups are quite transparent. Their schemes are almost palpable to us candidates. With candidates from the same village holding identical scrolls, it implies that to collect all 5 scrolls and achieve victory, one must eliminate at least 4 candidates from other villages. Indeed, Minato nodded. Thus, I advise you not to turn against your fellow villagers. If possible, it would be best to lend each other assistance. Understood. Thank you for your warning, Namake's Minato. Well then, we shall take our leave. Farewell. The 2 groups parted ways, considering that the number of scrolls each needed to secure passage rendered large gatherings counterproductive. Boom, boom, boom. Kill him. Water style. Before long, as Chiba and Kukka leisurely ventured deeper into the woods, they were suddenly met with the sounds of fierce combat erupting to their left. Which ninja village is this? So eager to fight right at the onset of the assessment. Unafraid of being outmaneuvered, Chiba jested. Perhaps it is a sudden skirmish, or the opponents are simply confident in their abilities, not fearing any hidden threats, Elder Kukka analyzed. Shall we go take a look? Yes, let us investigate. Chiba and Kyuk exchanged a glance, swiftly coming to a decision. Perhaps they would soon reap the rewards of their first scroll. In the original narrative, Scorpion became a Chunin at the age of 8. And the timeline of his parents' demise was altered by Mauchio for your reference. Chapter 40. Chiba rescues. Unexpected twist moments ago, in the Forest of Death. 4 or 5 candidates clad in the attire of the Mist Village ninjas journeyed deeper into the woods. Among them, a young man with short black hair and no eyebrows stood out conspicuously. He bore sharp teeth, a cross-shaped scar on his right cheek, and his ears and neck were wrapped in bandages, with red stripes painted around his mouth. Hey, why are you all so close to me? The young man suddenly realized he was subtly encircled by several companions and instinctively warned, his voice low with caution. Oh, come on, Juzong, you're being overly cautious. We agreed to form a temporary alliance. Another chimed in. Exactly, standing this close to you is merely to eliminate you. In an instant, the previously jovial Mist ninjas turned hostile, brandishing weapons that had been concealed, striking fiercely at the youth known as Juzong. Bastards. Even with his guard up, Juzong found it impossible to evade all 4 blades stabbing from different angles. He narrowly avoided a fatal blow, but a kunai pierced deeply into his left side. Water release, water pillar technique. Juzong gritted his teeth against the pain, forming hand seals and unleashing a massive water sphere towards the ground. Get back. One of the Mist ninjas shouted as the others hurriedly retreated. Boom. In the next moment, the water sphere crashed to the earth, exploding with a thunderous roar. its torrent engulfing the very spot where they had just stood. Truly remarkable, the iron-blooded Juzong, even gravely injured, could still execute such a grand water release technique. Observing Juzong, who clutched his abdomen, his hands stained crimson, a mist ninja chuckled mockingly. In ordinary circumstances, such an injury would not be fatal. However, in the current perilous battlefield, it was sufficient to cost Juzong his life. Chunshui, we agreed to eliminate the outsiders first. Why attack me as soon as we entered? Juzong questioned, his expression darkening. Apologies. Juzong, the mist ninja named Chunshui replied with a grin. Lord Mizukage decreed that only one among us may survive, and you are far too formidable. Thus, we must first join forces to deal with you. Born in the blood mist, this is simply unavoidable, another mist ninja added with a laugh. Damn you all. Juzong seethed through gritted teeth, his abdomen still bleeding profusely, the dizziness from blood loss rendering his legs weak. Bang! Shizong plunged his formidable blade into the ground. Propping himself up, gritting his teeth in a bid to intimidate the surrounding mist ninjas who were eyeing him hungrily. Shizong was nearing his limits. Let us strike swiftly and eliminate him to avoid prolonged complications. One of the mist ninjas urged his companions. Your words are more pleasing than your actions. If he is indeed faltering, why don't you lead the charge? Why waste breath here? When a companion failed to take the bait, the mist ninja turned to Chunshui and said, Chunshui, you are the strongest among us. Why not take the lead and we will support you? Get lost. If I charge forward, you will surely stab me in the back, Chunshui retorted sharply. The group exchanged heated words for a time. Yet none were willing to take the lead, hoping to reap the benefits without putting themselves at risk. At this moment, Shizong, having sustained injuries, posed less of a threat, and their temporary alliance became increasingly tenuous. Surround him. Do not let him escape. Let us wear him down with ninjutsu. Chunshui proposed. Water release. Water shuriken. Water release. Water cannon. The mist ninjas reached a consensus once more, forming seals as torrents of water projectiles surged toward Shizong like cannonballs. Water release. Water barrier. With no other choice, Shizong formed hand seals, conjuring a barrier of swirling water to barely deflect the incoming assault. Damn it. The depletion of his chakra exacerbated Shizong's injuries. A wave of weakness crashing over him. He bit down hard on his tongue, the pain and taste of blood jolting him back to focus. Look. He is truly on the brink now, haha. Chunshui's face broke into a satisfied grin. Defeating the prodigious Shizong would be a significant achievement. Hurry and kill him. I want to use his blood to enhance my soldier pills. The other mist ninjas, while unleashing their water techniques, laughed maniacally. A testament to the twisted spirits bred under the ruthless rule of the third Mizukage. Damn it. Is it truly my fate to perish here today? Shizong clenched his teeth in defiance, trapped by a premeditated ambush and the combined might of several foes, with no glimmer of escape in sight. Who goes there? Show yourself. Just then, as despair enveloped Shizong, the attackers suddenly shifted their expressions, scattering and casting wary glances toward the trees on their right. Unfortunately, they had been discovered. From the forest emerged two figures, an elder and a youth, Gu Jie and Qinya, who had come to observe the unfolding drama. Is that truly Shizong? Qinya observed, his gaze filled with fervor as he beheld the beleaguered Shizong, ensnared by 4 mist ninjas. Shizong, one of the first members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village, was a master of the beheading blade. This man could wield the tailed beast balls as if they were mere ping-pong balls, capable of holding his ground against 20 of the Rain ninjas semi-divine. Hanzo the Salamander. He was a figure of formidable prowess, rivaling even the likes of Danzo, who had once pierced Susanoo with kunai. Regardless, they are rather remarkable minor characters in the Naruto series. Now that he is injured like this, if he recovers, the rewards will undoubtedly be plentiful. Chiba mused with anticipation. Initially, he intended to wait until PP Shikizo was more gravely wounded, ideally on the brink of death, before swooping in to seize the opportunity. However, he was unexpectedly discovered by a band of mist ninjas. TCH, turns out it's just an old man and a brat, one of the mist ninjas scoffed. Did your Hokage not teach you the folly of meddling in others' affairs? It can easily lead to your demise, another mist ninja sneered. Of course, one could hardly blame them, for the appearances of Chiba and Koji were indeed quite deceiving. Shall we eliminate them, Chiba? Are we to make a move? The atmosphere was tense as both parties stood poised for confrontation, granting Shikizo a moment to catch his breath. Shikizo scanned his surroundings, seeking an opportunity to break free. But his weakened legs betrayed him, revealing that such an endeavor was beyond his current strength. These 2 leaf brats. Springwater's expression darkened upon realizing that Chiba and Koji had no intention of leaving, seemingly determined to intervene. This is a private matter of our mist village. You leaf ninjas should refrain from interfering. After a prolonged stalemate, to avoid further complications, Springwater begrudgingly suppressed his temper and conceded. How about this? You keep your distance and do nothing. Once this fellow meets his end, the scrolls on him will be yours. What do you say? The scroll Shikizo carried was the mist-hidden scroll, which would be of no use to them. So it was better to promise it to these two in exchange for their non-interference. As for whether they would be compensated or confronted later, that was a matter to be decided at their discretion. My apologies, Chiba retorted, unfazed by Springwater's proposition, pointing at Shikizo. This person is under my protection. To Chiba, the scroll held little significance. What he truly sought was the reward. Nanny? Springwater and the other mist ninjas were momentarily taken aback, as was Shikizo, who gazed at Chiba with a mixture of complexity and disbelief, pondering why this individual would choose to aid him. Damn it, how audacious. You seek death. One of the mist ninjas erupted in fury, directing his ire at Chiba and Koji. Springwater's expression also turned frigid. It seems you are resolute in courting death. Very well. You shall accompany Shikizo on his final journey. The four mist ninjas gradually shifted positions, widening the gap between themselves and encircling Chiba and Shikizo together. Slowly advancing toward the two, Chiba and Kyuk remained silent, showing no intention of departing as the mist ninjas drew ever closer. Kyuk swiftly unsheathed the long blade concealed behind the iron pot, while Chiba flexed his wrists to prevent strain from the impending intense hand seals. This is my opportunity, exclaimed Hishigaki Shizaku, caught between the two parties, his eyes fixed intently upon them. In the midst of this eerie stillness, the distance between the two groups diminished, and the aura of impending violence grew palpable. A fierce battle was on the brink of eruption. Suddenly, an unexpected disturbance arose from the nearby woods, where the rustling of leaves broke the silence. All eyes turned towards the source, revealing the fleeting silhouettes of four sand ninjas, evidently drawn by the earlier commotion. Are they from Sunagakure? Harusui's tension eased. As long as they weren't from Konoha, it could not have been better. The animosity between Konoha and Sunagakure was well known. Oh, my brothers from Sunagakure, your timing is impeccable. Harusui signaled his comrades to remain still, adopting a look of surprise as he shouted towards the sand ninjas concealed within the trees. Let us eliminate these two Konoha nuisances together and divide their scrolls, shall we? After making his proposal, Harusui cast a scornful gaze at Chiba and Kyuk, smirking wickedly. You didn't heed my warning to leave earlier, and now it seems you cannot escape. So, do hurry and meet your demise, serving as stepping stones for my ascent. In Harusui's perspective, allying with the sand ninjas, even while maintaining a cautious distance, meant that against 8 opponents, Chiba and Kyuk were undoubtedly doomed. He was confident that the sand ninjas, already harboring grievances against Konoha, would not refuse his proposal. However, as the 4 sand ninjas emerged from the woods, ready to accept Harsui's offer, they paused upon recognizing Chiba's visage. The one poised to agree found himself momentarily breathless. Isn't this the Chiba that the young master spoke of? Initially, they had indeed considered joining forces with the Mist Ninjas to eliminate the Konoha ninjas first and then turn on each other, but now uncertainty clouded their minds. The 4 sand ninjas exchanged glances, their hesitation unmistakable. If they dared to attack Chiba, even if they managed to survive, the consequences upon returning would likely involve becoming puppets under the young master's control. What shall we do now? Should we turn back and pretend we saw nothing? One suggested. That's unwise. The young master specifically mentioned offering assistance. This seems like an opportune moment. Why not lend him a hand? Another proposed. Providing him with some support wouldn't hurt. It's unlikely that a conflict will ensue, allowing us to report back favorably to the young master. The 4 individuals instantly reached a silent consensus through their exchanged glances. Thus, under the watchful smile of Chunshue, who felt assured of victory, the previously defiant sand ninja took a deep breath and reluctantly declared, "Join forces? How absurd. I detest those who bully others with their numbers. Indeed, what is so impressive about being in a crowd? Now, be gone. Do not force our hand." The sand ninjas unsheathed their weapons, clamoring loudly. Wait, what? The confident smile of Chunshue faltered, leaving him utterly bewildered. Is it true that there are so many busybodies nowadays? Has the moral compass of ninjas elevated to such heights? Aren't you from the Sand Village, sworn enemies of the Leaf Village? Have you lost your minds? Why would you assist those from the Leaf? Chunshue jabbed the ground fiercely with his blade, questioning in a state of distress. I have no idea. The sand ninjas replied, equally perplexed. What is happening here? Elder Gujia, how could the sand ninjas possibly aid us? Surely, this must be a ruse. Chiba and Kyuk were equally perplexed, having prepared for a 1-against-4 confrontation, only to find that the sand ninjas had suddenly changed their stance. Kyuk, with a gentle smile, remarked, Fear not. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. And when water arrives, we shall bury it in earth. At worst, we can eliminate them all. The three factions found themselves in a stalemate. Originally intending to seize the chaos to escape, Pipa Shirzong was now forced to remain rooted in place, unable to flee nor stay. Chunshui's expression darkened. He could not comprehend what offense he had committed against the sand ninjas, nor could he fathom their refusal of such a mutually beneficial arrangement. Gritting his teeth, Chunshui attempted to negotiate. Brothers of Sunagakure, are you certain? Get lost. A sand ninja brandished his long blade, dismissively retorting. They could not attack Chiba and his companion and were pressed to encircle other isolated candidates, leaving no time to indulge Chunshui's hesitations. Chunshui, we should retreat, after all. Shirzong is incapacitated and poses no threat to us. Indeed, there are no medical ninjas here. Shirzong is as good as doomed. Faced with the formidable sand ninjas, several mist ninjas began to waver. Chunshui's expression shifted as he realized their temporary alliance was already fragile. Now, with morale crumbling, they had become a disorganized rabble, incapable of standing against Chiba and his allies. Damn it, I shall remember the two of you. After hurling a venomous remark towards Chiba and Kyuk, Chunshui began to retreat, plunging into the woods without a backward glance. The other three mist ninjas hesitated, with only one choosing to follow Chunshui, while the remaining two dashed off in different directions. With Shirzong incapacitated, their next targets had become one another. Plop. At that moment, the beleaguered Pipa Shirzong finally succumbed to exhaustion, his arm faltering as he leaned against his large blade and knelt upon the ground. Observing this, Chiba felt a sense of relief wash over him. Shifting his gaze towards the sand ninjas who had remained distant and devoid of any offensive intent. Why do you choose to aid me? Chiba inquired, perplexed. Chiba could discern that the demeanor of the sand shinobi had undergone a complete transformation upon their sighting of him. The reason for this was unnecessary for him to comprehend. One of the sand shinobi coolly remarked, though in truth, he too was oblivious to the cause. Indeed, all that was required of Chiba was to remember that he owed a favor to their young master. With that, the four sand shinobi swiftly leapt to the treetops, disappearing in a few agile bounds, exuding an air of confidence. Chiba was somewhat bewildered. Could you at least tell me who your young master is before you leave? What is this all about? Chiba lamented once more. Today, following the crooked-mouthed dragon King Liang Ping, he encountered the enigmatic Bruce Wayne, a young master who performed good deeds anonymously. At that moment, Gujia beside him patted Chiba on the shoulder and pointed at the collapsed Pai Pasher Zong on the ground. Chiba, it seems he is nearing his end. At this time, Pai Pasher Zong could barely steady his knife, surrendering to despair as he lay on the ground. Nearing his end? How utterly shocking! Chiba exclaimed with astonishment. Shirzong and Gujia? The two were utterly perplexed. Then what was the purpose of your earlier act of saving him? Hey, your name is Pai Pasher Zong, right? Chiba approached Biwa Jizong, bending down to say, I am a medical ninja. Your injuries are severe and require immediate attention. Allow me to assist you. Biwa Jizong turned his head away, coldly retorting, No need. I do not require your help. Whether this injured party needs assistance is not for you to decide. It is for the doctor to determine, Chiba replied with a cheerful smile. Impatient, Biwa Jizong insisted. I have already stated that I do not need anyone's assistance. Leave. Without waiting for Biwa Jizong to finish his sentence, Chiba delivered a powerful punch to his face. Contorting his features as he exclaimed, Have you been spoiled? I am here to save lives, and I certainly do not require your permission. But the one you are saving is me, is it not? I can manage on my own. Biwa Jizong's vision darkened, his head tilted, and he promptly fainted. I will not allow any injured person to forego treatment. This is my principle, Chiba declared passionately, his words filled with fervor. When Biwa Jizong regained consciousness, the three had relocated to a safe area, where Chiba was employing healing techniques on his wounds. Biwa Jizong began, but Chiba swiftly delivered another punch, knocking him out once more. In moments of healing, he found the incessant chatter of the injured most irksome, opting instead to render them unconscious for convenience. After all, possessing medical skills affords one a certain liberty. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the technique Power Strike. Chiba's spirits soared at this unexpected reward following his efforts. Let me take a look. Chiba's heart fluttered as he opened the skill introduction. Strong strike, with the same speed of execution, utilizing a special force technique. It inflicts 120 damage. Ah, what a splendid find. This body technique is perfectly suited to complement the 8 gates. After perusing the system's description, Chiba's eyes sparkled. Though it merely enhances damage by 20%, that slight margin could very well determine life or death in a critical moment. In a contest where both parties are evenly matched, delivering such a blow could incapacitate the opponent instantly. Just imagine if Might Guy had added this extra force when delivering a kick to Madara. No, I must return and master all the 8 gates. With the monstrous strength of the Senju clan, I could easily dispatch little Madara with a single kick. Chiba resolved silently. In spirited anime, martial arts reign supreme. Did you not see even the formidable Otsutsuki and Naruto rely on their fists in battle? Forget Otsutsuki's elbow strikes or Uchiha's grapples. As long as the dialogue is sufficiently fervent, no adversary can withstand the might of a fist. After indulging in a moment of self-deprecation, Chiba began to ponder anew. The attributes he possessed dictated the ninjutsu the system rewarded him with. Now that he had mastered opening the gates, the system had granted him a body technique. Could it be that the system's rewards correlate with my own state? Chiba speculated. Perhaps the stronger I become, the more I learn. And the system's rewards will become increasingly bountiful. Chapter 42. Chiba, he will perish. Indeed, strong strike suits me splendidly. I thrive on power. Ultimately, Chiba nodded in satisfaction, feeling that his efforts were not in vain. To save PP Shizu, he had delayed for half a day. And only 4.5 days remained until the assessment concluded. Not long after, PP Shizu awakened once more. The instant he regained consciousness, he instinctively covered his face and shouted, "Don't hit my face." Ah, so he no longer refers to himself as master now? The teasing voice of Chiba echoed. And it was only then that Biwa Shirzong realized that Chiba had long since left his side and was now seated with Gu Jie, enjoying a meal together. A flush crept across Biwa Shirzong's face as he instinctively propped himself up, only to be astonished to discover that the wounds on his body had completely healed. This fellow's medical skills, he mused, as he grasped the large blade beside him and attempted to swing it a few times. Although there was a twinge of pain at the site of his injuries, it in no way hindered his ability to move. After a moment of silence, Biwa Shirzong leaned towards Chiba and whispered, "I owe you my life. When you need it, seek me out, and I shall repay you." With that, he hoisted the blade onto his shoulder and turned away without a backward glance, determined to ensure that those scoundrels who had conspired against him would pay a bloody price. Why not repay me now, and I shall save you again? Chiba pondered silently. Of course, he merely entertained the thought. After all, he was uncertain whether the system would permit such underhanded actions. Perhaps he would seek out a certain wretched individual to test the waters later. I have taken note of this. After all, you must go after the people of Mist Hidden, so the scrolls on your person shall rightfully belong to me. Chiba did not look back, addressing the departing Biwa Shirzong without regard for whether he could hear. Saving a life surpasses the construction of a 7-tiered pagoda. It is quite reasonable for him to receive some compensation. After all, Biwa Shirzong is not a woman. What right does he have to offer treatment for free? At this moment, Chiba had already acquired 2 distinct scrolls. He merely needed to obtain the scrolls from Sunagakure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure to complete the assessment. Alas, the brothers from Sunagakure are so enthusiastic today that I feel reluctant to take action against them. Chiba sighed. Keikai cast a sidelong glance at Chiba but chose to remain silent. He thought Chiba was a decent fellow, albeit one prone to exaggeration. When it came time to act, he was more ruthless than anyone else, yet insisted he was compelled to do so. Suddenly, a firework burst forth in the dim sky, capturing the attention of both Chiba and Keikai. "Ah, Senior Keikai, that is our Konoha's signal for assistance." Chiba broke into a smile, pondering the identity of the individual who would attend an assessment while carrying a signal flare for assistance. Was this not merely a source of trouble for the comrades of Konohagakure? Should we proceed? It is likely a trap. While obscuring the traces left by the two, Gujia casually remarked, "It is not far. Let us go and take a look." Chiba rose from his seat, stretching his shoulders, and remarked, "If this is indeed a trap, then congratulations to them for catching a shark. I hope they possess the scrolls I require, haha." Meanwhile, not far away in the forest, Ryohei knelt on the ground, his face ashen, with his right arm severed at the shoulder, blood gushing uncontrollably from the wound. "Stop the bleeding, please." Beside Ryohei, Yuzuki was tearfully attempting to bind his wound, but no matter how many layers of bandages she applied, the blood would instantly saturate them. Why? Ryohei's eyes were vacant, seemingly entranced, oblivious to the pain, as he muttered the same word repeatedly. He could not comprehend why, despite possessing the strength of a nin, and being among the elite within that rank, he had confidently threatened Chiba earlier. Yet, here he was, unable to withstand his opponent. No, it was worse. He lacked even the slightest capacity for resistance. He hadn't even had the chance to draw his blade before his adversary had sheathed theirs, leaving his arm, and the knife he had not yet wielded, lying discarded on the ground like refuse. Why is there such a vast chasm between us, all being nin? Ryohei rose in a frenzy, pushing Yuzuki aside as he shouted desperately at the two mist ninjas nearby. Ryohei's pride had been utterly crushed. Thoughts of the woman he admired. The exam. None of that mattered to him now. He simply sought to understand why. Nin? Ha 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 ha. The two mist ninjas exchanged glances, as if they had just heard the most ludicrous joke, and burst into uproarious laughter. Haranomi, this guy is adorably foolish. One chuckled, nearly in tears from mirth. What an idiot. Mind your tone when addressing us, trash. Haranomi strode up to Ryohei, snorting disdainfully, and without hesitation, swung the hilt of his blade toward Ryohei's cheek. Thud. Before Ryohei could react, he was knocked to the ground, a fiery red mark blooming on his face, searing with pain. Listen well, trash. Haranomi drew his long knife, the blade glinting ominously as it hovered near Ryohei's face, filled with contempt. This nin exam is a slaughterhouse prepared for us elites. You, a worthless wretch, are merely a dog that has wandered into a den of wolves, daring to bark at us. Please, don't kill me. Ryohei, as if jolted back to reality by the earlier blow, emerged from his frenzied state. Faced with the specter of death, he flipped over and prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head toward Haranomi. I have already lured the leaf ninjas here for you. You have taken my scrolls. Spare me, please. I pose no threat to you. Ryohei, what on earth are you doing? The approaching Yuzuki halted in her tracks, her face etched with disbelief. Yes. Upon hearing Yuzuki's voice, Ryohei seemed to have an epiphany, hastily gesturing towards her with his left hand. Esteemed ones, I leave her to your discretion. Do with her as you will. I implore you, spare me. Ryohei, you scoundrel, what are you saying? Tears streamed down Yuzuki's cheeks as she gazed at Ryohei, her breath catching in her throat. Moments ago, she had the opportunity to flee, yet she chose to stay for the wounded Ryohei. But now, he was betraying her, using her as a bargaining chip for his own escape. How intriguing, truly fascinating, ha ha ha. The observing Mist Ninja laughed until tears streamed down his face, clapping his hands with a maniacal grin. Want to leave? Very well, but I have no interest in women, so here's the plan. Haru, with a twisted smile, tossed his knife to the ground and kicked Ryohei, saying, Now, go and kill that woman. Trade her life for yours. If she dies, you live. He then turned to Yuzuki. Hey, you over there, the same goes for you. If you eliminate this worthless fool, you shall survive. Yuzuki wiped her tears, her expression resolute. Dream on. We will never allow you to have your way. Ryohei, what are you doing? In the face of Yuzuki's shock, Ryohei unhesitatingly picked up the knife from the ground, staggering towards her. I'm sorry, Yuzuki, this is for our own good. One of us must survive. Ryohei murmured. I know you have feelings for me. Please, sacrifice for me just this once. I want to live. With a sudden burst of speed, Ryohei lunged at Yuzuki, the knife aimed viciously at her neck. Ryohei, they are merely toying with you, trying to incite us to slaughter one another. As she evaded his attack, Yuzuki screamed, Wake up! They will never let us go. That's impossible. They will spare me. Ryohei's face contorted in anguish as he relentlessly swung the knife towards Yuzuki, growling. In their eyes, I am but a dog. Yes, merely a dog. They will let me go. I, Ryohei, am just a dog. Ryohei, you fool, you've lost your mind. Yuzuki's beautiful eyes were filled with despair. She would rather perish at the hands of those two mist ninjas than be treated like a mere plaything. My comrades from Konoha, please do not come. We are not worth saving. As the evening sun bit down like a silver fong, Yuzuki Yuing felt a flash of resoluteness in her eyes. To perish at the hands of Ryohei would not be the worst fate. It could be seen as the price for her blindness. She was determined not to let her comrades from Konoha fall victim because of her, especially not him. For reasons unknown, the visage of Chiba suddenly emerged in her mind. Perhaps because he remained the cherished light buried deep within her heart. I am so sorry, Chiba-kun, for causing you pain before my demise. Tears blurred her vision, and Yuzuki Yuing was engulfed by regret, lamenting her choice of the beastly Ryohei. With her will to live waning, her steps faltered, and soon her body bore the marks of blood. O Sage of Six Paths, I do not ask for your protection. I merely beseech you to prevent Chiba from coming here. With his strength, he stands no chance against these two. He would surely perish. Chapter 43. Whose arena is it? After all, witnessing Ryohei's frenzied antics, Harusui's eyes flickered with a hint of pity. Alas, a dog so easily tamed is a rarity. It is regrettable that he cannot be taken back to the village, and they could only afford to amuse themselves in Konoha for a short while. Another Mist Ninja fixated intently on the brutal clash of the two and casually inquired, Harusui, are you certain those two will arrive? Let us wait and see. At this hour, there are likely few candidates left in the forest periphery. Harusui shrugged in response. Those two, burdened with the injured Takuzu, surely cannot venture far. If they see the signal, they might be lured here. After all, they are both saints in their own right. In addition to eliminating their teammates, Harusui and his companion aimed to slay 10 individuals from outside their village, lest they face death upon returning. Thus, having found a weakling like Ryohei, they set their sights on the seemingly less formidable Chiba and Kyuj as their targets. With only 2 of them remaining, they had no choice but to pick on easy prey, those who obviously appeared to be mere fillers like Ryohei and Chiba. Let us wait 20 more minutes. If they do not arrive, we shall kill these 2 and depart. Whoever survives until the end can claim the heads, regardless of whose they are, Harusui suggested. I have no objections, the other Mist Ninja replied with a grin. It is unfortunate that I am not from an outside village. Otherwise, I would gladly offer my own head to you, as someone like me is unlikely to survive until the end. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the woods, Kyuj bent down, parting the grass at his feet, revealing a thin wire adorned with an explosive tag peeking from the underbrush. Impressive, Senior Kyuj. It appears that we have indeed stumbled upon a trap ahead. As Chinya marveled at Gujia's season experience, she clasped her hands together to make a wish, hoping to encounter individuals from Sunagakure, Kirigakure, or Iwagakure ahead. The duo continued their journey under Gujia's guidance, deftly circumventing traps along the way, stealthily making their way towards the site where fireworks had previously burst into bloom. Before long, upon catching sight of a few figures in the forest ahead, Chinya's pupils constricted in surprise. To her astonishment, all 4 were acquaintances. Just as Chinya and her companion intended to continue their concealment, 2 Mist Shinobi suddenly turned their gaze towards them, hurling several shuriken in their direction. It was evident that in their recent progress, they had inadvertently triggered some mechanism. With a swift motion, Gujia leapt in front of Chinya, drawing his blade and executing a precise flourish that deftly deflected the incoming shuriken. I can't believe you actually came, Springwater remarked with a twisted smile, licking her lips as she beheld Chinya and Gujia emerging from the woods. Not managing to eliminate you before has been a source of great frustration. Now, however, you have delivered yourselves right to my doorstep. What is happening? The unexpected turn of events revitalized the waning spirit of Yuzuki Sayaka, who had been struggling to maintain her composure. Turning her gaze, she was struck with horror upon realizing the newcomers were Chinya and Gujia. With every ounce of strength, she shouted, Chinya, run! It's a trap! Their strength! A sudden silence fell as a long blade pierced through her chest. Behind her was Ryohei, his face aflame with jealousy. Chinya, your cries are truly sweet, he bellowed, twisting the hilt of his blade in a frenzy. I'll make you pay for thinking of him. Perish, you vile woman. Ryohei, in his rage, completely disregarded the fact that had it not been for Yuzuki Sayaka's earlier aid in bandaging him, he would have perished long ago. All that now consumed him was a seething anger, an anger at being treated like a dog. Yet, too cowardly to strike at a formidable opponent, he unleashed his pent-up fury upon Sayaka and Chinya. With a vicious yank, Ryohei withdrew his long blade, brutally knocking Sayaka to the ground. He placed a foot upon her, tauntingly glancing at Chinya, reveling in his perceived triumph. Behold, he thought, Ryohei stands strong. Isn't it effortless to trample this pair of wretched lovers beneath his heel? This unregulated and unrestricted trial had long since revealed the most repugnant aspects of Ryohei's character. He was indeed despicable. Observing Ryohei's smug expression, Chinya's countenance darkened, as did Gujia's. Ryohei, this wretched scoundrel, lacked the courage to strike at foes, but was mercilessly swift against his own allies. I have lured you to this point, and I have slain this woman. My life, I shall reclaim. Liangping kicked Maoyuexiang once more and began to retreat slowly. Observing that the 2 Mist Ninjas showed no intention of attacking him, Liangping finally breathed a sigh of relief. My lords, you must eliminate those 2, so they may experience the pain I just endured. With that, he picked up his arm and dashed into the woods, seizing the opportunity to escape while both parties were preoccupied with each other. Humph. Senior Gujia, let us strive for a swift resolution. Glancing at Liang Ping's fleeing direction and then at the unconscious Mao Weishiyang on the ground, Jianya spoke coldly. Although he held no affection for Mao Weishiyang, his ire was directed at Liang Ping, who had repeatedly provoked him. He now desired nothing more than to pursue and swiftly eliminate him. The four men stared fiercely at each other, their gazes clashing in the air, almost igniting sparks. Last time, you were merely fortunate to encounter a band of foolish sand ninjas. This time, I wonder who will come to your rescue. Chunshui sneered, gesturing towards the rushing stream nearby. Here, this is the territory of our Mist clan. I have painstakingly chosen this as your grave. Chiba and Kogai exchanged a glance, their faces exhibiting an expression of incredulity. Did this fellow truly comprehend the words he was uttering? Before them stood Kogai, a genius trained under the esteemed external water shadow, Senju Tobarama. This was no way to court death, recklessly delivering a weapon into the hands of the enemy. What expression is that on your faces? Beside Harusui, the Mist Ninja was perplexed, mistakenly believing he had been underestimated by Chiba and Kogai. He leaped into the air, landing in a nearby stream to perform hand seals. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of our Mist hidden water style. Water style, chaotic blade barrage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of water coalesced into sharp blades, resembling a flurry of scythes, hurtling toward Chiba and Kogai under the adept manipulation of the Mist Ninja. Water style, water barrier. In an instant, Kogai completed his hand seals, and a barrier of water surged forth. Simultaneously, Chiba darted to the side, charging toward Harusui. The fierce water blades were entirely intercepted by the water barrier, their chakra canceling each other out before dissipating into the stream. What? Water style. The Mist Ninja was taken aback, quickly altering his technique to begin forming seals anew. Yet, while he was just beginning, Kogai had already completed his own. Water style, water dragon bullet. A roaring water dragon surged from the stream, spiraling and ferociously snapping at the Mist Ninja, who was still forming seals. Damn! How can a mere leaf village Chunin wield water style with such finesse, even surpassing us from the mist? The Mist Ninja's expression changed drastically as he swiftly attempted to evade, but he was a moment too late. The oncoming water dragon struck him, launching him into the air, rendering him uncontrollable. Do not inquire. Simply know he was ensnared. Damn it! I should have never listened to that fool Harusui. Following this idiot has led me to ruin. This was the final thought of the Mist Ninja before Kagai's leaf-shaped blade sliced through his neck. With a thud, the body of the Mist Ninja fell heavily into the water, blood bubbling forth and swiftly staining the stream crimson. How is this possible? Harusui, engaged with Chiba, was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Kogai could eliminate his companion in mere moments. The crucial question remained. What on earth was that astonishing display of water style? Now do you understand whose territory this is? Chiba chuckled coldly, pointing to the ground as he declared, Here lies your burial ground. Chiba and Chunshui trod upon the flowing stream, racing across its surface, each executing various water techniques, countering one another with a splendor of splashing droplets. Water style, water blade. Water style, water cannon. Chunshui waved his hand, sending a barrage of water blades hurtling towards Chiba, who merely pressed his feet against the water surface, unleashing a series of water cannons that scattered the incoming blades effortlessly. Water style, exploding water wave. Water style, water barrier. With a roar, Chunshui summoned crashing waves that surged towards Chiba, yet the latter remained unfazed, swiftly conjuring a water barrier to deflect them with ease. Regardless of the techniques Chunshui unleashed, Chiba consistently countered with the simplest of water maneuvers, his mastery over water chakra leaving Chunshui inwardly astonished. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Chunshui's composure shattered. He could scarcely believe that his prideful water techniques were outmatched by a mere child from Konoha. Was this some sort of jest? Who among us truly hails from the hidden mist village? Impossible! I refuse to accept defeat at the hands of a child. With a furious shout, Chunshui leapt from the stream, suspended in midair, forming hand seals, and unleashed a barrage of water bullets towards Chiba. Water style, exploding water bullets. After firing, Chunshui landed but swiftly pivoted, fleeing into the distance without a glance back. In a one-on-one confrontation, he could not overcome Chiba, and with Kyuk already approaching, staying behind would be tantamount to courting death. Earth style, yellow spring swamp. Facing the oncoming water bullets, Chiba did not evade. Instead, he advanced towards them, striking the ground at the stream's edge, executing an earth technique he had never before employed. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the water bullets were about to strike Chiba, Hyuk appeared before him, wielding his blade to intercept the assault. Concurrently, Chiba infused the ground with earth chakra, which spread beneath Chunshue's feet. Splash! The ground beneath Chunshui transformed into a vast swamp, catching him entirely off guard. His legs buckled, and half of his body sank into the mire. Bastard! Chunshui cursed. Desperately struggling to regain his footing, yet trapped in the swamp, he found no leverage. The more he fought, the deeper he sank. Chapter 44. Acquiring Swordsmanship. Experimenting with Liamping, damn it. Why is a Konoha ninja so adept in both water and earth techniques? In the swamp, Chunshui grappled while cursing. Are all Konoha ninjas so neglectful of their duties? Well then, if I were proficient in what style, wouldn't you perish even more swiftly? Chiba pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Damn it, Chunshui thought, momentarily at a loss for words. He found himself unable to counter such logic. Who would have thought that I would not perish at the hands of Gulu Gulu or Pipa Shirzong, but rather at the hands of a mere child from Konoha? Before being completely engulfed by the swamp, Chunshui's eyes fixated on Chiba, as if intending to carry the memory of him into the abyss. With a soft plop. In the next instant, Chunshui was consumed by the mire. The few bubbles that surfaced and quickly vanished were the last remnants of Chunshui's presence in this world. After dispatching the two Miss Shinobi, the pair hurried to the side of Yuzuki Yuyue. Is there still hope for this girl? Liu Jie inquired anxiously as he surveyed the surroundings, glancing at the nearly lifeless Yuzuki Yuyue. It's hard to say. That scoundrel's strike with the blade was too vicious. All we can do is attempt to save her. Chiba examined the wound on Yuzuki's chest, his expression darkening. A penetrating injury to the chest is fatal for an ordinary person. Chiba carried Yuzuki on his back as they swiftly relocated to avoid attracting the attention of other candidates from different ninja villages due to the earlier commotion. They sought out a secluded spot, while Kogitsu concealed himself at a distance, remaining vigilant. Chiba utilized earth-style ninjutsu to carve out a temporary space, removing the garments of Yuzuki Yuyako to tend to her chest wounds. The Yuzuki clan, with its notable heritage in Konoha, likely would not offer a meager reward. Moreover, given their connection as classmates, Chiba believed it prudent to extend his assistance where possible. Sighing in relief, he felt fortunate that Yuyako's will to survive was strong. Her life had been spared. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Konoha Flow Sword technique Aburazuki Yoru. Aburazuki Yoru, like a dance. It draws forth countless ethereal crescent shadows with the blade, creating an elegant swordsmanship that blurs the line between reality and illusion. First the shadow dance. Now Aburazuki Yoru. Does the system wish for me to return in women's attire, tempting Shursui and Itachi? Chiba shook his head with a hint of resignation, however. He was nonetheless quite pleased with the reward of obscured moonlit night. Although Chiba is proficient in physical techniques and concealed weapons, he is utterly ignorant when it comes to bladed weapons. When confronted by adversaries skilled in swordsmanship, his lack of proficiency with long weapons puts him at a disadvantage. In the 21st century, the most sought-after individuals are those with a well-rounded skill set, and Chiba cannot afford to possess any weaknesses. Alas, it is uncertain whether he will ever have the opportunity to return to the Blue Star. His browsing history remains untouched. Senior Gujia, I entrust this matter to you. I must go and eliminate that repugnant individual. Chiba meticulously bandaged Yuzuki's wounds and donned his attire before finally rising to depart, making his way to Gyuk's side, whispering softly. In his grasp, he still held Yuzuki's katana. Very well. Gyuk understood that Chiba was harboring a sense of indignation and chose not to elaborate further, simply acquiescing. Within the forest, a solitary figure, missing an arm, clutched a severed limb and desperately sprinted towards the periphery. That wretched woman, Yuzuki. She must have been aware of the underlying details of this Chunin examination yet chose not to inform me, intending to use me as a mere shield. Without need for further exposition, the figure was none other than Ryohei. Even after having personally taken Yuzuki's life, he remained unsatisfied. Damn it, that vile woman. She caused me to lose an arm. She deserves to perish. If she doesn't die, who will? Ryohei seethed, grinding his teeth, uncertain if he would ever be able to reattach his severed limb. All of this was the fault of that accursed Yuzuki, who had ruined his promising future. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, several shurikens sliced through the air towards him. Ryohei hurriedly attempted to evade them, but his lack of balance, due to his missing arm, resulted in one of the shurikens embedding itself into his thigh. Ugh, who is it? Show yourself, you coward. In truth, Ryohei barely felt the pain anymore. An overwhelming surge of dopamine flooded his brain, igniting a frenzied rage within him. It's you. How could you possibly escape from those two Miss Ninjas? The figure of Chiba emerged from the forest, and Rihei was initially taken aback in disbelief, only to erupt into wild laughter afterward. I see now. You must have killed your companions as well, which is how you managed to salvage a dog's life. Ha! In response to Rihei's words, Chiba's voice was cold as ice. Konoha flowing sword technique, hazy moonlit night. Chiba unsheathed his katana, the tip of his foot touching the ground as he charged towards Ryohei. Swish, swish, swish. Chiba moved with grace, her posture exquisite, as she wielded her katana like a dancer, conjuring ethereal silhouettes that shimmered like a full moon before her. This was her technique, that wretched woman. Indeed, you share an intimate connection. Witnessing the familiar swordplay, Ryohei erupted in a fit of rage. Discarding his own arm and drawing forth the long blade from his waist. I told you I would kill you. I shall do so now. Yuzuki Sayaka had once confided in him that locating the sword gate of Horai would allow one to counter this technique, and he immediately discerned Chiba's sword gate. Lunging forward with his blade, I command you to perish by that wretched woman's technique. With a sickening thud, the sound of steel-piercing flesh resonated as Ryohei's weapon fell limply from his grasp. In shock, he looked down to see Chiba's katana had penetrated his chest. Fool. What does it matter if you perceive the flaw? Your speed cannot match mine, Chiba retorted coldly. Realizing Ryohei had caught on to his opening, Chiba retracted Horai and executed a swift, decisive thrust, too rapid for Ryohei to react. Why? Why are you all stronger than me? Ryohei howled in anguish. Why is even a mere child more formidable than I? I refuse to accept this. Silence. Chiba, exasperated beyond measure, struck Liangping with a swift blow, sending him crashing to the ground, rendering his voice instantly silenced. Go on, kill me. Liangping lay there, his heart heavy as ashes, spitting blood as he spoke. He felt like a worthless wretch, overshadowed even by a mere child of common birth. What purpose did his existence serve? To perish thus? Would that not be too lenient for you? Chiba remarked, his tone laced with malice. What do you intend to do? Liangping, who had initially closed his eyes, now opened them in terror. Observing Chiba approaching with a sinister expression, he instinctively sensed impending doom. I have a hypothesis, yet it has remained untested due to its cruelty. However, fate has now brought us together, and you shall serve as my subject for verification. Chiba wore a smile, yet in Ryohei's eyes, it resembled a malevolent specter grinning from ear to ear. Just as you once declared your intention to end my life, I too have silently vowed to mend your fatal wounds several times. Chapter 45, The Obsessive Twilight, delving into crisis. No, please, do not approach me. What are you planning to do? Bang. In Ryohei's alarmed gaze, Chiba swiftly drew his sword from its sheath, rendering him unconscious upon the ground, and then commenced his treatment. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining one in temperament. What an utter waste. Chiba's temper flared suddenly. He struck Liangping awake with 2 resounding slaps, and then plunged a knife brutally into his body. Ah! Liangping let out a blood-curdling scream, trembling on the ground like a castrated pig. For Chiba's blade had found its mark in a most sensitive area. Chiba incessantly repeated the harrowing cycle of healing and stabbing. Ryohei, caught in a tormenting limbo between life and death, found himself on the brink of losing consciousness, only for Chiba to forcibly drag him back, ensnaring him in a perpetual state of suffering. This dual torment, both mental and physical, swiftly drove Ryohei to the brink of complete despair. Tears and mucus mingled on his face as he anguishedly demanded, What on earth do you intend to do? What are you truly doing? Chiba remained silent, instead raising his hand to deliver 2 or 3 dozen strikes upon Ryohei, each blow deliberately avoiding vital areas, akin to carving a succulent chicken. The pain was excruciating. I am in agony. Please, just end my suffering. Observing Ryohei, who was now howling to the point of near silence, his body convulsing in torment, Chiba finally took his time to elucidate. I merely wish to validate a hypothesis using you. Surely, you cannot hold this against me, can you? For some time, Chiba had pondered the possibility of repeatedly harvesting rewards from a single individual, first bringing them to the brink of death, then restoring them, and repeating the cycle. However, after experimenting on the wretched Ryohei, Chiba discovered this approach was futile. The system's rewards could only be triggered once within a short time frame for the same individual. You are a monster, a devil. Ryohei gasped, his body trembling in dread as he desperately crawled away from Chiba, leaving a trail of blood and flesh in his wake. Chiba Shinzen, unable to bear the scene before him, covered his eyes and approached, delivering a swift resolution to Ryohei. Upon returning to his previous position, he found Azuki Yuyue had already awakened. Upon seeing Chiba, Yuyue's immediate reaction was to clasp her chest with a flushed face and, in a barely audible voice, inquire, "Did you bandage my wounds?" "No," Chiba replied, shaking his head as he gestured towards the side where Koji was. "It was Senior Koji who tended to your injuries." "Huh?" Upon hearing this, Yuyue's delicate face turned from crimson to a ghostly pale. Chiba was merely jesting with her. Observing Yuyue's expression of sheer terror directed at him, Koji, with a sense of resignation, clarified, "I already have a burden to bear. I shall not take on this one." "All right, it was indeed I who bandaged you. But at the time, everything was a blur, and I saw nothing at all." Chiba raised his hands and explained emphatically. This was not his first time bandaging a female patient. He spoke with practiced ease, showing no signs of embarrassment. "Thank you for saving me, and I'm sorry." Gazing at Chiba's handsome face, Akazuki Sayaka's beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears as she yearned to embrace him, only to be gently pushed away by Chiba. "Your wounds have yet to heal. Let us forego the embrace," he replied coolly. Sayaka's earlier outrageous behavior left him at a loss for words, and at this moment, he was not inclined to engage with her. "I'm sorry, truly sorry," she wept, looking at the distance that separated them. A profound sense of regret filled her heart. From Kogitsu, Sayaka learned of the mist ninja who had previously overwhelmed her and Ryohei, only to fall effortlessly to Chiba in mere moments. Compared to Ryohei, who was all show and no substance, Chiba was the one truly capable of safeguarding her. If only I had not given up on Chiba and had resolutely chosen him instead, perhaps now. Sayaka's heart twisted with regret. Chiba possesses both charm and a profound sense of responsibility. His medical skills are exceptional, and his strength is remarkable, far surpassing that of the despicable Ryohei. How could she have ever placed her trust in the words of that scoundrel? She had a golden opportunity to advance her relationship with the perfect Chiba. Yet she allowed her own actions to ruin it. This regret gnaws at her heart like a knife, twisting and turning, leaving her almost breathless. "Ah. So it seems my wound has reopened," she murmurs, glancing down to discover that her earlier agitation has caused the injury to split once more. "What are you doing?" Chiba felt somewhat speechless. As an ordinary person, you ought to take proper care of yourself instead of wishing to be like the monstrous Tsubaki Shizuku. Assuming that once your injury heals, you can spring back to life effortlessly. "Come here, allow me to bandage you once more," Chiba said reluctantly. Gujia, with great poise, discreetly distanced himself. Watching Chiba earnestly tend to his wounds, Yuzuki Sayaka grasped his hand and pressed it firmly against her chest. "Chiba, you have saved my life. May I offer myself in return?" Yuzuki Sayaka inquired, her face flushed. "I saved you, and yet you wish for a reward?" Chiba kept his head down, diligently attending to his tasks. The individuals he had rescued ranged from the esteemed Three Ninjas Prince to the esteemed director, Yanoyu. Even if a life debt were to be repaid, it certainly would not be owed to that foolish woman, Yuzuki Sayaka. All done, the bandaging is complete. As it was merely a matter of wrapping a bandage, there was no reward to speak of, hence Chiba's lack of enthusiasm. At this hour, there should be no other candidates lingering outside. It would be best for you to swiftly leave the Death Forest and withdraw from this assessment. Due to Ryohei and Yuzuki Sayaka, Chiba had already wasted considerable time, and he now yearned for her to depart without delay. "Are you concerned about me?" Yuzuki Sayaka gazed at Chiba's flawless profile, asking with a dazed expression. "Chiba, have you not sensed my impatience? Do you truly believe I am concerned about your mother? You are the first man to have seen my body." Azuki, blushing like the evening sun, rose onto her tiptoes and whispered into Chiba's ear, "You saved me, and from now on, my heart shall beat solely for you." Chiba felt a shiver run down his spine as he gazed at the infatuated expression on Azuki's face, silently questioning whether he had encountered a Yandere. "Let us depart." "Senior Gujia." Chiba wished to avoid further entanglement with Yuzuki and hastily called upon Kyuk to depart. Less than 4 days remained until the conclusion of the assessment. Chiba and Kogai began their venture deeper into the Forest of Death. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, the further they delved, the more palpable the eerie stillness of the forest became. Along their path, even the chirping of insects and the calls of birds were conspicuously absent. "Chiba, that girl from earlier seems to have taken a fancy to you," Kogai remarked in a low voice, teasingly. Although he had discerned Tsunade's affection for Chiba, he acknowledged that Chiba's status was somewhat lacking, making their union seem improbable. Conversely, The young lady from the previous little clan appeared to be a more fitting match for Chiba. "Oh, how you jest, Kogai-senpai," Chiba replied. Chiba cast a sidelong glance at Gujia. "It is only natural for girls to be enamored with someone as striking as myself. Her attraction is entirely expected. Possessing a visage as handsome as that of the esteemed reader, it is only logical that I would be pursued by the fairer sex. There is nothing to be particularly proud of." Gujia thought to himself that Chiba's current level of irritation was nearly on par with that of Shengshu. The two fell into silence once more, creating a distance of several meters apart as they traversed the forest, striving to make not a sound. However, as they passed through a dense grove of dawn redwoods, Chiba's expression suddenly changed. He shouted, "Be careful, senior. There is an ambush." In Chiba's perception, an astonishing surge of earth-based chakra was racing toward them with terrifying speed from nearby, arriving in an instant. The ground trembled beneath their feet, as if a great beast were stirring, eager to shake off all that was upon it. It was the rock ninja's earth-shattering technique. Such a magnitude of earth escape indicated that there were at least 4 opponents. Thanks to Chiba's warning, Gujia managed to stabilize himself immediately and quickly made a judgment based on his experience. Just as they intended to converge, the ground between them suddenly split apart, creating a chasm several meters wide that continued to widen. Simultaneously, towering dawn redwoods began to crash down, relentlessly falling toward Chiba and Gujia, with broken branches and leaves surging forth like a dark green tide, threatening to engulf them entirely. Chapter 46, 1v2, Chiba is ridiculed. Damn it. In this dire situation, Chiba had no time for contemplation. He cursed under his breath, twisting his body as one foot barely landed on the edge of the chasm. Whoosh. Chiba momentarily relinquished the notion of reuniting with Cookie Eye, lightly tapping the ground with his toes as he pivoted his form to evade the encroaching chasms and the heavy branches crashing down in succession. Similarly, Cookie Eye traversed like a nimble monkey amidst the tilting, fallen water firs, continuously striving to draw closer to Chiba. At that instant, 4 rock ninjas emerged from the earth nearby, positioning themselves between Cookie Eye and Chiba, one of whom unleashed a technique against Cookie Eye. The sharp, elongated spears fashioned from rock shot toward Cookie Eye with formidable force. He dared not confront them head-on, and reluctantly altered his course, further distancing himself from Chiba. Observing this, the 4 rock ninjas split into 2 groups, 2 pursuing Cookie Eye, and the other 2 advancing toward Chiba. "Chiba, be cautious. They aim to separate us and strike." Cookie Eye's voice echoed from afar. Chiba's expression grew grave as he refrained from responding, fully aware of the adversary's intentions. Chiba could sense the formidable strength of the 2 rock-hidden ninjas behind him. He needed to focus completely on dealing with them. Perhaps I could attempt to confine them with the Hell Swamp. No, that would be unwise. These are 2 rock-hidden ninjas. I shall resort to poison instead. Chiba mused silently. Fire release. Fireball. The 2 pursuing rock ninjas closed in rapidly. Chiba suddenly stomped the ground, momentarily suspending himself in the air, and hurled a poison pouch behind him, igniting it with a breath of flame. Boom. The poison pouch exploded with a resounding blast, and the initially half-meter-wide flames surged dramatically. The scalding airwaves infused with violet toxic mist, cascading towards the 2 rock ninjas. Wind release. Great breakthrough. One of the rock ninjas paused, his cheeks bulging as he expelled a howling gust of wind, creating an invisible barrier to fend off the approaching flames and toxins. However, as the fire and toxic mist dissipated, the distance between the 2 ninjas and Chiba had widened considerably. Noticing this, one of the ninjas commanded, "Hong-Tu, use that technique. Do not let that fool escape. Then you step aside. Earth release, earth flow." The ninja named Hong-Tu formed hand seals, instructing his comrade to move aside before he struck the ground with a powerful fist. Crash. The once solid ground shattered into countless fine grains of sand. And under Hong-Tu's chakra manipulation, it surged forward like golden waves, transforming into a massive hand reaching out towards Chiba. Earth release, earth flow wall. Chiba did not even glance back, just as the massive hand of yellow sand was about to grasp him. He formed hand seals with both hands and forcefully stomped the ground. Instantly, a sturdy earthen wall erupted behind him. Thud. The colossal hand of yellow sand collided solidly against the wall, shattering into a fine dust that scattered across the ground. What the hell, Tetsuzai? This kid just released Earth Style while running. Akatsuchi's eyes widened in astonishment. Had he not reviewed Chiba's profile, he would have doubted whether this boy was a ninja from their Awagakure. Such a seamless execution of Earth release requires an extraordinary mastery of Earth chakra. This kid's bounty is certainly understated. One must tread carefully to avoid an unexpected downfall. The rock ninja named Tetsuzai cautioned. Let us strike together. Do not concern yourselves with chakra consumption. Our priority is to subdue him first. Akatsuchi whispered. Earth style, earth pillar explosion. In response to the agile Chiba, both Akatsuchi and Tetsuzai simultaneously formed seals to unleash their earth release. In the next moment, a fissure spread from beneath their feet. As if it possessed a consciousness of its own, adeptly pursuing Chiba ahead. Goodness, it even tracks him. How infuriating. Noticing the anomaly behind him, Chiba repeatedly employed shadow dance to alter his position, yet the fissure adeptly adjusted its trajectory, following him with absurd precision. Boom. Just 10 steps away from Chiba. The fissure accelerated suddenly, catching up to him in a blink and erupting violently. Bang. The earth shattered, and a terrifying force surged toward him. Even though Chiba had anticipated and attempted to evade, he was still caught in the residual impact, momentarily losing his balance. As he regained his composure, the two rock ninjas had already closed in from both sides, charging at him. Alas, it seems he must confront them head-on. Chiba initially intended to shake off the two rock ninjas and rendezvous with Kyuk, but it now appeared to be an unattainable objective. Earth release, earth spike. Earth release, rock pillar spike. Both Hongtu and Tiejai unleashed their ninjutsu simultaneously, as long spears of stone erupted from beneath Chiba's feet and behind him, sealing off any potential escape routes. Shadow dance step. With battle readiness already in place, Chiba swiftly evaded the thrusting rock spears and boldly confronted the advancing Hongtu and Tiejai. Earth release, earth stone dragon. Tiejai formed hand seals, summoning a colossal dragon made of earth and stone that roared mightily, lunging ferociously at the oncoming Chiba. Earth release, earth flow wall. Chiba resorted to an old technique, lifting his foot to create a formidable earthen wall that halted the advancing earthen dragon. Yet, in the very instant the dragon and the wall dissipated simultaneously, a figure emerged through the swirling sands, appearing beside Chiba with astonishing swiftness. Earth release, rock fist technique. Red Earth exclaimed, his right arm inexplicably encased in solid rock, delivering a powerful punch to Chiba's ribs. Such incredible speed. Shinya was drenched in cold sweat. As he attempted to evade by shifting sideways, he swiftly bent his elbow and lowered his shoulder, shielding his vulnerable flank. Bang! Amidst the muffled sound, Shinya felt as though he had been struck by a carriage, a terrifying force piercing through his arm and directly penetrating his innards. Chiba, with a sweet taste in his throat, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Utilizing the momentum, he swiftly retreated, employing the shadow dance technique to evade the surprise attack from the Iron Temple on the other side. Konoha flow, hazy moonlit night. Chiba felt a tingling sensation in his arm from the impact. As he retreated, he swiftly drew his katana with his other hand and struck fiercely at the passing Tizai. Earth release, hardening technique. Tizai did not dodge or evade. Instead, he boldly extended his arms to meet the blade, attempting to seize Chiba's movement. Slicing through the air, the katana grazed Tizai's arms, producing a sound akin to scraping rock. The blade merely left 2 white marks on Tizai's skin, failing to penetrate. Seeing this, Chiba decisively abandoned his weapon and withdrew to avoid being flanked by both Tizai and Hongtu. Thus, the initial exchange between the two parties concluded, with Chiba not only failing to gain any advantage, but also feeling subtly pressured by his opponents. These two are remarkably resilient, and their speed is no trifling matter. Chiba pondered as he flexed his numbed arm. It was no surprise, those who dared to participate in this assessment, aside from the likes of Ryohei, were undoubtedly skilled individuals. The ninjutsu and taijutsu of these two rock ninjas were exceptionally refined, exhibiting strength at least on par with elite jonin, making them formidable foes indeed. With a casual motion, Tizai discarded the katana onto the ground and turned to the silent Chiba, mocking him. Little leaf brat, have you not eaten? Your strikes lack vigor. Your arms are as limp as noodles. Chiba let out a cold laugh and retorted, do you two truly believe that by exhausting your chakra, you have secured your victory over me? Are you not concerned that you might soon find yourselves strung along like beads? Ha ha ha. The two Iwanin exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Who do you think you are, you little brat who hasn't even sprouted all your hair? Softy, is your lower half as feeble as the upper? Surely you can't be that incapable. Indeed, even my 80-year-old grandmother possesses more strength than you. You weakling. As Hongtu and Tiejai hurled insults, they stealthily approached Chiba, intent on claiming his head in one decisive strike. With such proximity, Utilizing ninjutsu would not only be exhausting but also risk injuring their comrade. In a 2-on-1 scenario, physical combat was the optimal choice. Humph. You fools truly believe you have me cornered? Chiba chuckled coldly, fully aware that his adversary was deliberately attempting to provoke him, yet his heart brimmed with a heightened ire. Which man could possibly endure such derision? Coincidentally, he was in need of a scroll of rock concealment. Thus, Chiba resolved to unveil a trump card. Determined to vanquish the two scoundrels before him, thereby bringing honor to his village. You claim I am soft? Then I shall harden myself and demonstrate to you what it truly means to be a real man. Chiba's arms were crossed before him, and the chakra within him surged like a mighty river, instantly breaking through the first gate of the human body. The eighth gate of death, open. Chapter 47, Counterattack. The phenomenon approaching Chiba. With the opening of the first gate, a faint wisp of white smoke emerged from Chiba, a manifestation of the sweat vaporizing within him. Earth release, rock fist technique. At the moment Chiba opened the gate, the red earth surged to his side, raising a fist encased in rock. Intent on delivering a lethal blow to Chiba, alas, it was a moment too late. With the restrictions of the brain domain lifted, Chiba could now unleash 100 of his physical potential, dramatically enhancing both his strength and speed. A powerful strike. Chiba swiftly evaded the rock-solid fist of the red earth, twisting his waist to generate force, and pivoted to deliver a powerful punch towards the approaching Tizai from behind. Clang! Chiba's fist collided with the hardened body of Tizai, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Instantly, Tizai's expression shifted. The force. It is no exaggeration to say that apart from the son of the earth shadow, Tizai had yet to encounter anyone capable of matching his strength. Yet now, the power emanating from this young man's fist was on par with that of Lord Huang too, if not surpassing it. Tizai felt a tumult within his body, his blood surging as he was involuntarily propelled several steps backward. Whoosh! Chiba's figure moved like a phantom, closely shadowing Tizai, who had lost his balance, while Hongtu, in a fit of urgency, leaped back to mount an attack. Damn it, Tizai, get out of the way. Hongtu muttered under his breath. Yet, Tizai was entirely oblivious to Hongtu's plea, for Chiba's fist was already hurtling towards him, aimed directly at his face. Clang! Tizai raised his arms in defense, successfully blocking Chiba's blow. Although Chiba's strength was formidable, it was still insufficient to shatter his hardening. However, at that moment, an unforeseen twist occurred. Suddenly, Chiba's fist transformed into a stark white, and several sheets of paper, akin to peeling skin, erupted from his hand, instantaneously hurtling towards Iron Jai's eyes. With a swift sound, Iron Jai was completely unprepared for such a maneuver from Chiba at such close range. He had no time to evade. The razor-sharp paper sliced through his eyes, severing a chunk of flesh. Oh, my eyes! Iron Jai instinctively covered his face, and in the throes of pain, he could no longer maintain the steadiness of his chakra, causing the hardening technique to shatter effortlessly. In the very moment Chiba executed his paper dance technique, his other hand morphed into a scalpel, now poised to viciously strike at Iron Jai's throat. You think I'm a mere pushover? No, roared the enraged Hongtu, his eyes blazing with fury, yet all this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving him utterly incapable of rescuing Iron Jai from Chiba's grasp. It was as if he had never anticipated that Chiba, once subdued just moments ago, could annihilate Iron Jai in the fleeting span of a misstep. Iron Jai! Iron Jai! By the time Hongtu reached Iron Jai's side, a gaping wound had appeared on his neck, blood gushing forth, a clear sign that survival was no longer an option. Well, your friend is beyond saving, trust me. I am a medical ninja, Chiba remarked, observing the heartbroken Hongtu cradling Iron Jai's lifeless form. As he spoke, Chiba had already dispelled the 8 gates technique. After all, maintaining such an overload was quite taxing. With one adversary fallen, the tides of battle had shifted, now firmly within his control. This is precisely the outcome I desired. Chiba felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his recent fluid maneuvers, just as he had envisioned, in a situation where both parties are evenly matched. The one possessing an unexpected burst of power often prevails with ingenuity. As long as he eliminated the 2 adversaries before him, he could employ his seamless combination of techniques once more. Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Seizing the moment of Red Earth's distraction, Chiba stealthily formed hand seals, causing the ground beneath Red Earth and Iron Jai to transform into a treacherous quagmire, intent on engulfing them completely. Earth release, Hard Rock. With his eyes ablaze, Red Earth struck the mire, and in the next instant, the soft swamp was instantly covered by unyielding stone. Red Earth, now standing upon the rock, leaped forward, charging directly at Chiba. Earth release, rock fist technique. In his fury, Red Earth disregarded the consumption of chakra, his fist enveloped in stone, aimed viciously at Chiba's face. Shadow dance step. Given Red Earth's eagerness to engage, Chiba remained unhurried, skillfully maneuvering with serpentine agility, allowing Red Earth's furious strikes to miss their mark, gradually depleting his opponent's energy. You little brat, are you not seeking a direct confrontation with me? Seeing Chiba evade his attacks, Red Earth raged. Why are you dodging? Coward, come and fight me, you weakling. Does your woman know you are such a coward? Chiba remained unperturbed, for he possessed remarkable longevity and, moreover, lacked any romantic entanglements. Thus, while evading his opponent's blows, he chuckled and remarked, Hey, seeing you so furious, could it be that Iron Jai is your husband? In your relationship, who takes the lead, or do you alternate? Insulting others is a skill anyone can master. After all, Chiba had been an artist in his previous life, often found playing the piano in the realm of Zuin. How outrageous, he exclaimed. Red Earth, incensed by Chiba's taunts, lost all composure, his fists moving with increased speed, yet still failing to graze Chiba's attire. The outcome of this confrontation had been predetermined the moment Red Earth succumbed to his rage. Chiba deftly evaded the strike of Red Earth, seizing the moment when Red Earth was momentarily open and unguarded, delivering a precise incision to the thigh. He refrained from thrusting, wary of having his arm ensnared, and retaliated against. Blood spurted forth as Red Earth staggered, momentarily losing his balance. Observing the opportunity, Chiba swiftly struck again, this time targeting Red Earth's waist. You're weaker than my 80-year-old grandmother. Surely you're not losing your strength? Chiba sneered, returning the earlier taunts with disdain as he beheld Red Earth struggling to keep himself upright. You bastard! I will kill you. I will kill you. Red Earth's eyes were bloodshot, filled with fury as he glared at Chiba, his rage palpable as if he wished to devour him whole. In truth, the moment Iron Jai had perished, Red Earth had realized he ought to flee without delay. Yet witnessing his childhood friend meet such a grim fate before his eyes rendered him incapable of retreating like a coward. Even in death, he was determined to tear a piece from his adversary. Earth release, multiple earth flow. Red Earth roared, his fists crashing into the ground with tremendous force. A web of cracks swiftly spread over a distance of several meters, and the shattering earth transformed into roaring earthen dragons that charged violently towards the retreating Chiba. Ah, a desperate struggle, is it? Chiba mused, watching the onslaught of earth dragons like a net descending upon him, a smile curling on his lips. Earth release, subterranean voyage. In a moment of anticipation from Red Earth, Chiba utilized his earth chakra to liquefy the ground beneath his feet, submerging his entire form within. This technique was his self-derived C-rank earth jutsu, inspired by the A-rank technique, Yellow Spring Swamp. No, you can't do this. Face me, coward. Red Earth's hopeful expression froze, replaced by a desperate, furious howl. Face me. Face me. This isn't how it's supposed to be. This isn't how it's supposed to be. In Red Earth's mind, their conflict was meant to unfold as an epic showdown. A battle wherein even if he fell to Chiba, he would do so heroically, without regret. However, Chiba's underhanded tactics were clearly beyond his expectations, filling him with shock and rage. As Chiba concealed himself underground, the once-aimed earth dragons lost their targets and, like headless flies, blindly crashed into the ground, returning to the earth as mere clumps of dirt. Huffing heavily, Red Earth gasped for breath. That last strike had nearly drained him of half his chakra, and he now felt exhaustion creeping in. You faltered so quickly, weakling? The silhouette of Chiba emerged from the ground, casting a disdainful glance at the feeble Red Earth. You. Red Earth attempted to point an accusatory finger at Chiba, but in the next moment, his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, devoid of even the strength to move a finger. The sound of his fall echoed, yet he remained conscious, paralyzed on the ground, helplessly watching as Chiba approached him. Fool. One must employ intellect in battle. Given the principle that villains often perish due to their loquacity, Chiba swiftly ended Red Earth's life with a precise strike, all the while rifling through his belongings and providing an explanation to the lifeless body. I concealed poison within my hand when I inflicted that wound upon you. The toxin permeated your body. With your reckless expenditure of chakra, tell me, who else could possibly withstand such a fate? Alas, I truly do not wish to take lives. Yet you all compel me to do so. Chiba let out a quiet sigh. At this point, he had managed to turn the tables on both of the rock ninjas pursuing him. I suppose my bounty will increase again, Fortunately, Kakuzu only takes on substantial contracts, so he should be momentarily uninterested in a minor character like me. Chiba tucked the collected rock concealment scrolls into his bosom. Now, he possessed 3 distinct scrolls. Well, all that remained was to acquire the Sunigakure scroll and the Kumogakure scroll to successfully pass the assessment. I wonder how things are faring with old man Koji. I must hasten to rendezvous with him. Chiba stood up, casting his gaze around in an attempt to ascertain the direction. However, as he focused on a particular spot, his pupils dilated in shock at the astonishing spectacle before him. Such a grand scale of ninjutsu. Wait a moment. Why is it heading directly towards me? Chapter 48. The Grand Burial of Sand Gold. Chiba strikes in Chiba's line of sight. The sky nearby first darkened, only to transform into an extraordinary brilliance. A golden waterfall surged upwards into the heavens, glistening under the sunlight. This was a colossal wave of sand gold, and atop the tumultuous sea of sand, a figure was faintly visible, arms crossed, striding through the waves, surveying everything from a lofty perch. It cannot be mistaken. This is the magnetic sand gold of Russia. Chiba gazed at the astonishing spectacle not far away, filled with a sense of envy. This technique is truly magnificent. How I wish I could master such a skill. Witnessing such impressive ninjutsu, Chiba yearned to acquire it for himself. Naturally, it would be even more splendid if he could wield Susanoo. Rosa, not far away, manipulated a cloud of golden sand, occasionally sending tendrils spiraling towards the ground, evidently in pursuit of someone. However, after observing for a moment, Chiba suddenly sensed something amiss. Why was that golden sand heading directly towards him? Goodness, what is happening? Is this merely a coincidence? Chiba, filled with uncertainty, momentarily set aside all else, intending to evade Luosha for the time being. Shinya plunged deep into the woods, shifting directions repeatedly, yet each time he glanced back, the golden sand behind him mirrored his movements. The most astonishing instance occurred when the golden sand executed a complete 180 turn, drifting gracefully through the air, leaving Shinya utterly stunned. By heavens, brother Luosha, have I ever wronged you? Is this your way of bringing me a New Year-esque greeting with gold? Chiba muttered complaints under his breath while hastening his pace. Although he was missing a scroll from Sunigakure, his small stature rendered him unable to contend with the formidable opponent hovering above. Evading was his best option. Moments ago, Chiba had observed a red-haired youth frantically fleeing through the woods, occasionally utilizing the 8 puppet arms behind him to maneuver and evade the incessant barrage of golden sand spears raining down from the sky. Raza, how dare you target someone from our own village? Are you not fearful of the retribution from the 3rd Kazekage upon your return, or of being turned into a puppet by my parents? The red-haired boy, Scorpion, questioned coldly while dodging, his demeanor exhibiting an astonishing composure and maturity that belied his years. The more Scorpion maintained his composure, the more resolute Raza became in his intent to eliminate him. At that moment, Scorpion's body was riddled with numerous wounds, blood staining his garments. Had he not summoned the strength to bind his wounds together with chakra threads, he would likely have succumbed to blood loss. Magnet release, Sand Gold World technique. Raza was determined to deny Scorpion any respite. He raised his arms, and sharp spikes of sand gold erupted from the ground, hurtling towards Scorpion with ferocity. Previously, Raza had deployed a powerful sand burial technique, yet it had failed to claim Scorpion, who had countered with a secret technique scroll. Strategically, Raza resolved not to squander chakra until he had exhausted Scorpion's resources, opting instead to slowly wear him down. After all, he was not yet the 4th Kazekage of years to come. He had to remain vigilant against potential threats from other formidable candidates. You will regret this. I swear I will turn you into a puppet. A glint of malice flickered in Scorpion's eyes. Had it not been for his subordinate's desperate protection and the puppets his parents had prepared for him, along with multiple secret technique scrolls, he would have already met his demise. Scroll, Wind Departure Formation. Scorpion retrieved a scroll from his robes, unraveling its seal. The tips of the 2 puppet arms behind him exploded, revealing 2 dark tubes that unleashed a howling gale. Boom. The tempest momentarily halted the assault of sand gold, allowing Scorpion to surge forward, narrowly escaping the danger. Damn it. Scorpion's expression soured. The backup his parents had provided was dwindling, and his condition was deteriorating. If he could not devise a solution soon, he would undoubtedly perish here. Suddenly, Scorpion felt an instinctive pull towards Chiba's location. Prior to entering the Forest of Death, he had manipulated a few things regarding Chiba. As long as Chiba was nearby, he could sense his position. This way, if he encountered Chiba during the exam, he could lend assistance. But now, find that Chiba. Scorpion resolved instantly. The best way to turn the tide was to involve an outsider. At the very least, it would buy him some time. Time returns to the present. Chiba raced through the forest, yet the golden sandstorm behind him pursued relentlessly, akin to a ferocious hound, drawing ever closer. The people of Chiba are bewildered, and they cannot fathom why Rasha is fixated on him. Damn Rasha, do you take pleasure in tormenting me now that I am at my weakest? Should I ever achieve my lofty ambitions, I shall mount my steed and confront your Galro. Chiba, in a flurry of exclamations, had already envisioned himself as the future father of Gaara. Just then, he faintly heard someone behind him call his name. He turned around and gasped in astonishment. What on earth? The 8 spider lances. Emerging from the woods was a red-haired youth, supported by 8 legs. Following closely behind him was the terrifying storm of sand and gold, so close that Chiba could almost discern the features of Raza. The young scorpion? How could he possibly know me? And why is Raza pursuing me with such fervor? After a moment of contemplation, Chiba swiftly comprehended the situation, his frustration culminating in an outburst of expletives. Damn it, that scoundrel Scorpion, unable to escape from the relentless pursuit of Luo Sha, had inexplicably targeted him, an innocent bystander. In a desperate attempt to divert the blame and use him as a scapegoat. Chiba, hurry and save me, Scorpion shouted as he hastily dashed towards him. Chiba's face turned green. Who the hell are you? I don't know you, so keep your distance. In midair, witnessing the friendly interaction between the two, Luo Sha let out a cold laugh. No wonder you were just circling around. It turns out you have acquaintances in Konoha. I don't know him. I truly don't know him. Chiba, on the verge of tears, desperately attempted to explain himself to Rasha, but it was evident that Rasha was impervious to his words. Muttering to himself instead, since we have crossed paths, you two might as well perish together. To Rasha. Both the Scorpion and the ninjas of the Leaf Village were mere targets to be eliminated, rendering the situation trivial. They could simply be crushed together. Damn it. All of you from the Sand Village are fools. Chiba's face turned a shade of green with anger as he attempted to shake off the Scorpion pursuing him. No matter where he ran, the creature followed, and it was remarkably faster than him, though its 8 legs could not match the flight of the skies. They certainly outpaced his 2 legs by a considerable margin. Magnetic escape, sand gold spear. With a wave of his hand, Rasha, standing atop the golden sand clouds, conjured a dozen sand gold spears that took shape before him, slicing through the air with a piercing sound as they hurtled towards Chiba and his companion. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Chiba initially contemplated burrowing into the earth to evade detection, but upon further reflection, he realized that Luo Sha was adept at manipulating sand. It would be unwise to ensnare himself in a web of his own making, so he decided that the earthen wall would serve as a more reliable refuge. Bang! With a forceful stomp on the ground, Chiba summoned a formidable earthen wall that rose sharply, obscuring his figure and repelling all incoming golden sand spears. Seizing this opportunity, Chiba swiftly pivoted and maneuvered behind the protective barrier, while Scorpion hastily followed suit after evading the assault of the golden lance. Remain calm. Rasha must inject magnetic chakra into the ground to generate a substantial amount of golden sand. Chiba, holding onto his trump card, maintained his composure and began to strategize. Currently, while Rasha hovers in the air, he may be in a position of invulnerability, yet he can no longer produce additional golden sand. This implies that I merely need to be cautious of the golden sand descending from above. With this thought, Chiba glanced at Scorpion, who remained closely by his side, and his mind began to race. Scorpion's prowess was undeniable. Even the puppets he casually crafted in his youth had propelled Kankuro through the wind arc. Not to mention his remarkable ability to single-handedly annihilate an entire nation. As a pivotal member of the Akatsuki organization, saving him would undoubtedly yield a reward far surpassing that of rescuing Pipa Shirzong. As the tempest intensified, so did Chiba's desire for fortune, though this fortune was not to be equated with the trivial offerings beneath Tsunade. Having failed to strike, Rasha's brow furrowed in frustration, and his gaze towards Chiba grew increasingly grave. A true expert's initial move reveals all. Chiba's recent display of earth manipulation instantly dispelled Rasha's underestimation, prompting him to resolve to exert his utmost effort. Time was of the essence. 10 minutes had passed without subduing Scorpion, and it was likely that many had begun to take notice, leaving no room for a turnaround. It was time to unleash his full power. With hands clasped together, Rasha began to gather energy, determined to eliminate both the outmaneuvered Scorpion and Chiba in one decisive blow. Magnetic manipulation. The sky above Chiba and the Scorpion's head suddenly darkened. Under the relentless urging of Rasha, heedless of the depletion of chakra, a golden torrent that obscured the sun had already descended upon the two of them. What the hell? Just as I had barely stabilized, you're unleashing your ultimate move. Chiba's expression shifted dramatically. He no longer grappled with the dilemma of whether to intervene and save Scorpion. Without needing to rely on any hidden cards, he could command Luosha to bury her alive. You have forced my hand, Luosha, Chiba roared. And the chakra within him surged forth in an instant. Magnet release, gold dust funeral. With a powerful clasp of his hands, the viscous gold dust cascaded down like a raging waterfall, echoing like thunder, a tumultuous roar intent on engulfing the two below completely. Dance of the Paper Techniques. Full release. Chapter 49. The hidden card revealed, shocking the third Hokage. Earlier, in the Hokage's office. Old man, quickly switched to Chiba. Why are you still watching Minato and the others? Tsunade pointed at the crystal ball on the table, somewhat displeased. I assure you, Chiba will undoubtedly pass this examination. Tsunade, if I were you, I wouldn't be so certain. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Unlike the already matured Minato, Chiba was merely beginning to shine in the field of medical ninjutsu. His strength had yet to catch up. Should he falter in this assessment? At Tsunade's insistence, Sarutobi adjusted the crystal ball, switching the view to Chiba's location. Although Mito Minyan, who was watching beside them, was somewhat displeased, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Huh? Why is it all yellow? I can't see anything, Tsunade remarked, puzzled. Old man, has your crystal ball been tainted by your thoughts? No, that's not it. This is. In the next moment, Tsunade realized something, grabbing Sarutobi's collar and shouting. Old man, Chiba is in danger. Do something. Sarutobi sighed, replying, It's too late, Tsunade. Chiba can only rely on himself now. In the Death Forest. Facing the overwhelming tide of gold dust, Chiba shouted, and a pair of white paper wings unfurled from his back, enveloping him in a sacred glow. This guy. Observing Chiba's sudden transformation, Scorpion was taken aback, inexplicably feeling a sense of disorientation as if past and present were intertwining. What are you standing there for? Quickly. Hold on to me. What? As the surging gold dust rained down, Chiba swiftly embraced the bewildered Scorpion, launching into the air. Heading towards the weakest edge of the gold dust wave. Dance of the Paper Techniques. Paper rain. The wings behind Chiba unfurled in an instant, releasing a multitude of paper shards that shot forth like a flurry of arrows. The densely packed paper pieces whirled together, forming an impenetrable white shield that boldly collided with the descending golden sand. Clang, clang, clang. Infused with Chiba's chakra, each paper shard possessed a resilience akin to a blade, producing metallic sounds as they scraped against the heavy golden barrier, forcibly tearing a gap within it. In the next moment, seizing the opportunity while the golden sand had yet to mend, Chiba swiftly propelled himself and Scorpion through the narrow opening. Damn it! Raza's expression darkened. His instincts had proven correct. This suddenly appearing individual was indeed formidable, possessing the ability to escape the golden sand barrier and even traverse the skies. Magnetic release, golden sand tsunami. Raza released his grasp and dismantled the yet-formed golden sand barrier. He raised his arms, commanding the swirling golden sand to rise, coalescing into a grotesque maw, once again sweeping towards the fleeing Chiba and Scorpion. Humph. Dance of the paper, multiple paper shurikens. Chiba let out a cold snort. The paper fragments he had previously shot out returned to his wings, only to be launched once more, transforming into massive revolving discs that intersected and sliced through the oncoming tide of golden sand. Clang, clang, clang. Under the relentless cutting of the paper discs, the momentum of the golden sand tide slowed, and Chiba seized the opportunity to embrace the Scorpion and soar beyond the reach of the golden sands. Enough is enough, Rasha. You have repeatedly attempted to take me down. Do you truly believe that Chiba is so easily bullied? Chiba did not continue to flee while holding on to Scorpion. Instead, he lingered in midair, coldly gazing at the opposing Rasha. As he spoke, countless pieces of paper danced around him, trembling with an alarming frequency, as if brewing some terrifying technique. Meanwhile, Scorpion, cradled in Chiba's arms, had long been rendered speechless by astonishment. Initially, he sought merely to share the burden of firepower, never anticipating that Chiba would not only neutralize Rasha's most formidable attack, but also possess the ability to counter it. It is rather strange, Scorpion mused, that Chiba, only a few years my senior, excels in both medical skills and remarkable strength. Yet, in that moment, nestled against Chiba, Scorpion experienced an unexpected sense of security, akin to being enveloped in a parent's embrace. Scorpion, lower your head a bit. My next move has a broad area of effect, so be cautious not to get hurt. After Chiba lowered his head and whispered a word to Scorpion, he immediately turned his gaze back to Rasha and spoke coldly. The two moves just now must have drained a significant amount of your chakra, Rasha. I shall see how you handle this next move. The wings behind Chiba flapped rapidly, causing the myriad of papers to buzz as if poised to take flight at any moment. Raza's expression grew grave. He had just witnessed the formidable power of the papers controlled by Chiba, and now, with such a multitude gathered, they posed a significant threat to him. Magnet release, sand gold shield. Raza brought his hands together, summoning a torrent of sand gold that surged before him, subtly forming the shape of a shield. With unwavering focus, Raza braced himself, preparing to fully counter Chiba's impending strike. Suddenly, with a swift flap of his wings, Chiba turned and dashed in the opposite direction. Running away, Raza was momentarily frozen in disbelief, his body stiffening as confusion washed over him. He had just summoned his shield, and yet Chiba was retreating? Wasn't the plan to attack? Scorpion, peering out from Chiba's embrace, asked in bewilderment. He had envisioned using Raza's corpse to create a puppet if Chiba managed to eliminate him. Attack? Nonsense. The winds are too fierce. Chiba retorted, exasperated. Although Raza had expended considerable chakra, his own reserves had also dwindled from the recent skirmishes. Engaging in a direct confrontation would likely result in a stalemate, with neither side emerging unscathed. Now that Scorpion, this coveted prize, was secured, why remain? Would he wait for Raza to deliver gold to him? I can soar as far as I desire without fatigue. Chiba, without a glance back, left his back to Rasha and soared confidently ahead. Although both were flying, the heavy sand gold could not match the swiftness of his paper wings. And the consumption of chakra was incomparable. They were now safe. Damn it, I will remember you. You better not cross my path again. Watching Chiba's distant figure as he ascended, Rasha trembled in anger, remaining rooted in place. In the Hokage office, upon witnessing Chiba soaring from the sands, Tsunade excitedly smashed a fist through Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Bang! Sarutobi, momentarily too astonished to reprimand Tsunade, stood up abruptly, his chair falling to the ground unnoticed. His gaze fixed intently on the crystal ball before him. That child. During the Warring States period, many bizarre ninjutsu appeared only to vanish. Yet those who thrived eventually became renowned powerhouses. The first Hokage, Senja Hashirama, was among them. Now, Chiba too had the potential to join their ranks. It seemed this child had been concealing his true capabilities, gifted yet humble. He was a genius on par with Minato, ensuring that Konoha's future was secure. Sarutobi took a deep drag from his pipe and turned to Tsunade, saying, Tsunade, if this child were merely to oversee a minor project, it would be a disservice. Let someone else take that role. I intend to place Chiba in a position of greater significance. He was already contemplating how to bring Chiba under his wing, believing that such a talent must inherit the will of fire. You are right, old man, Tsunade replied, unusually refraining from retorting, aligning her thoughts with Sarutobi's. Meanwhile, beside them, Mitarashi Anko remained silent, fidgeting with her fingers, as if plotting something. In the Death Forest, after Chiba shook off Luosha, he swiftly retracted his wings and, along with Scorpion, maneuvered to various locations, concealing themselves. Upon reaching a secure place, Chiba exchanged a glance with Scorpion, each harboring ulterior motives. Had it not been for the rewards I could obtain from you, I would have discarded you as a worthless burden just now. Were it not for your rescue of my parents, I would undoubtedly have turned you into a puppet, given your peculiar evasion technique. Ahem, that. After a tactical cough, Chiba spoke, you are gravely injured, Scorpion. I am a medical ninja. Allow me to tend to your wounds. Chiba held a profound trust in the capabilities of Koga, especially given his current state of disrepair. He resolved to take a period of respite, intending to secure the reward before proceeding further. The Scorpion, naturally, did not decline and promptly nodded in agreement. After enduring a series of tribulations, the wounds on the Scorpion's body once again burst open. Leaning against a grand tree with Chiba's support, he allowed Chiba to tend to him. I have perused your intel. I am grateful for your intervention in saving my parents. As he observed Chiba diligently attending to his injuries, the Scorpion unexpectedly spoke. For the Scorpion, his parents represented the most significant aspect of his existence. In the original narrative, it was his deep attachment to the embrace of father and mother that ultimately led to his demise at the hands of Chiyo. During the time his parents were on the battlefield, the Scorpion yearned for their return daily, eagerly anticipating their safety. Upon learning of their grievous injuries and presumed demise, He felt as though his own heart had perished. Therefore, when he discovered that it was Chiba who had rescued his parents, bestowing upon him the prospect of a blissful family once more, he indelibly etched that name into the depths of his heart. I must inquire how you came to know me. Chiba's tone was not one of surprise. He had already deduced much of the situation. Casually, he inquired, by the way, how did you manage to continuously track my location? Scorpion grinned mischievously and replied, a secret. Next time, I'll make sure to be more discreet. Hey, take it easy. You rascal. Was that intentional or just a mistake? It was an intentional mistake. Chiba cast a glance at Scorpion, thinking to himself, can I not handle this mischievous child who delights in playing with figurines? Chapter 50, Crimson Secret Technique, Passing the Assessment. Scorpion was gravely injured, and it took Chiba an entire day to stabilize his condition. According to the system's evaluation, this was deemed a successful rescue. Considering Scorpion was indeed an exceptional case among his peers. Ding. Rescue successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Crimson Secret Technique, Blood Refinement of the Living Puppet. Blood Refinement of the Living Puppet? The name sounds rather unsettling. Chiba murmured to himself as he opened the skill introduction, considering it was a reward for saving Scorpion. It surely wouldn't be lacking in merit. Secret Technique. Living Puppet Blood Refinement. Utilizing chakra as fire and the human body as a puppet for blood refinement. This secret art enhances the vitality of flesh and the strength of bones. By treating the body as a puppet, one can opt to concentrate all flesh and blood into a single locus, maintaining 100-fold vitality. After reading for a while, Chiba excitedly slapped his forehead. Goodness. Isn't this just Scorpion's regeneration core? What a remarkable treasure. Chiba, of course, did not intend to completely transform his body into a mere puppet. However, such powerful secret techniques, if employed to refine his physique, would undoubtedly aid him in better harnessing the potential of the Ninja bloodline, until he could confidently knock on Grandma Lee's door and declare, open. Indeed, it seemed that his efforts were not in vain. Chiba nodded with satisfaction. With only 3 days remaining until the assessment concluded, he still required the scrolls from Sunagakure and Kumogakure. Contemplating this, Chiba reached directly into Scorpion's attire and grasped a hard object. Hey, Chiba, what are you doing? I still need to participate in the assessment. Scorpion exclaimed in surprise, then quickly covered his clothing, speaking coldly. What do you mean, participate? In your current condition, encountering anyone would spell doom for you. Hand it over. With a forceful tug, Chiba swiftly extracted the scroll from Scorpio's grasp, promptly stashing it within his own ropes. You are remarkably audacious, Scorpio seethed through clenched teeth. No one has dared to seize my possessions since my youth. I will remember you, Chiba. I shall remember you too. Dear brother, may you survive this trial, and let us part ways here. Chiba replied with a cheerful wave, preparing to turn and depart. As he observed Chiba's retreating figure, Scorpio called out, Hey, you had better survive as well, or I shall fashion your corpse into a puppet. Having revealed his trump card, Chiba decided to embrace the chaos, soaring into the sky in search of the ancient relic's presence. It was not mere bravado. Under the current circumstances, few contenders posed a threat to him. Not even the likes of Rasha or Mizukichi. My abilities have likely already reached the Hokage's office, Chiba mused quietly to himself. Despite having gained a measure of strength, he remained ever vigilant. After all, weakness and ignorance are not the true barriers to survival, arrogance is. He pondered how the higher-ups of Konoha would perceive him. I must establish a connection, seeking to become a direct descendant of the third Hokage, thus avoiding the scrutiny of nefarious forces. Chiba resolved that upon his return, he would select a mentor from among the legendary 3 shinobi of Konoha. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was contemplating how to cultivate him as an ally. Ah, are those the 4 of them? Just then, Chiba's figure faltered in midair. He had not anticipated that after soaring for so long, he would encounter Minato and his comrades instead of Koji. Chiba? Meanwhile, Minato and his 3 companions on the ground noticed Chiba in the sky, their expressions reflecting astonishment. In present-day Konoha, few ninjas could glide through the heavens with such grace as Chiba. Whoosh. Chiba hesitated for a moment, retracting his wings and landing in front of Watergate and the others. The spiral staircase, the rhinoceros beetle, the desolate street, the fig tower, the hydrangea, the secret emperor. Neither party approached the other immediately. Instead, they exchanged the secret phrases they had previously agreed upon to identify the Konoha candidates. It is truly you, Chiba. After completing the coded exchange, Watergate approached Chiba with a smile, speaking with an ease that belied the situation. Did you not just leave? What brings you back to us? Enough with the pretense, Watergate. Chiba touched his nose and said, "We only met briefly at the start of the assessment. I haven't seen you these past few days." Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze glanced back at Konoha's Hai, who gave him a subtle nod of affirmation. Only then did Minato retract the kana he had hidden in his hand. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Chiba? And what of Senior Gukiai?" Minato inquired. "I lost track of Senior Gukiai and happened to encounter you while searching for him. I was hoping to ask if you have any surplus scrolls that we might exchange." "Indeed." Chiba sought Minato and the others with the intention of discovering a more straightforward approach to passing the assessment. He had no intention of obstructing other shinobi from rival villages. If he could gather the scrolls without engaging in combat, he would gladly seize the opportunity. Oh. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Minato and his companions exchanged glances. Soon, Narashikaku, renowned for his wisdom, stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Of course, that would save us considerable time. Strangely enough, we haven't encountered many candidates from the Mist Village along our journey. If you possess any Mist Scrolls, we could trade." Akimichi Choza added, "Indeed. We have surplus rock and cloud scrolls. If you require either, we can arrange an exchange." Chiba's face lit up with delight at their proposal. "That works. I happen to have a surplus Mist Scroll." This was a significant contribution from Baidai Shizukaku. It seemed likely that he had dispatched many Mist Ninjas, resulting in the scarcity of Mist Scrolls. "What scroll would you like in return?" "I'll take a Cloud Scroll." Both parties produced their respective scrolls and tossed them to one another, confirming their authenticity with joy. "Splendid. I never expected to acquire this last scroll with such ease." After bidding farewell to Minato and the others, Chiba set off with a beaming expression. Before long, he found Gukiai, or rather, Gukiai revealed himself first. "Senior Gukiai, are you well? I have gathered 5 scrolls. Shall we leave this place?" Chiba asked. "Alas, I still have tasks assigned to me by Lord Third." Gukiai replied with a furrowed brow. "I see." After a moment of contemplation, Chiba devised a plan. "How about this, Senior Gujia? With so few candidates remaining in Konoha, why not simply burn all the scrolls you possess? This way, the number of successful candidates would be reduced." Gujia listened, astonished and somewhat hesitant, as he inquired, "Is that truly permissible? Candidates are not allowed to destroy their scrolls, are they?" "Ah, such a misguided notion." Chiba waved his hand and smiled cheerfully, saying, "Did not Lord Orochimaru mention before we entered that this assessment imposes no restrictions on methods? We can do as we please." Under Chiba's persuasion, Gujie destroyed all the unnecessary scrolls on his person and accompanied Chiba to the designated location for the assessment, without any further disturbances along the way. "Hiss, congratulations on passing the assessment, Chiba-kun. I am personally quite eager to witness your forthcoming splendid performance," Orochimaru remarked with a smile as he collected the scrolls from Chiba. The third stage of the Chunin exam is paramount, featuring a 1v1 elimination format, attracting the nobility and celebrities from various nations to witness the event. However, that is an affair to unfold a month hence. For now, Chiba yearns to return home, take a bath, and sleep without a care in the world. Chapter 51. Seeking guidance from Tsunade, only to be rejected. Konohagakure, the residents of the Mito clan. "Father, you summoned me in haste. Is there something amiss?" Mito Suki inquired. Gazing at his father, Mito Haya, who sat in the main seat with a grave expression. "The commoner named Chiba is quite remarkable," Mito Haya began. "Your previous handling of the matter was inadequate. Now, I need you to find him and apologize, stating that the 500,000 ryo is your compensation." Upon hearing this, Mito Suki immediately rejected the idea without a second thought. "Father, you want me to apologize to that nameless nobody?" "Absolutely not, I refuse." "Do not be willful, Suki," Mito Haya replied sternly. "Even the third Hokage holds him in high regard. He is not a nameless nobody, but rather a hidden dragon, given time. He may very well become a figure akin to your mentors." Mito Haya's ascent to his current position was not solely due to his prowess, but also his extraordinary insight and wisdom. "Are you jesting with me?" Mito Suki exclaimed, astonished, his voice rising an octave. "A petty thief who is fond of small gains. Do you truly believe he can compare to the second Hokage?" "I am not jesting. This is an order, Suki," Mito Haya asserted firmly. "Go and apologize to Chiba at once. I do not care what means you employ. You must ensure he develops a favorable impression of you and our Mito family." "I understand, father." Aware that there was no room for negotiation given her father's stern demeanor, Mito Suki clenched her teeth in resignation. The Chiba family. Chiba sat cross-legged on her petite bed, her hands delicately intertwined. assuming a peculiar posture as she incessantly channeled chakra to circulate within her body. Hiss, this living puppet blood refinement is truly not meant for mere mortals. It is excruciatingly painful. Qianye winced in pain, his features contorted in distress. Since the conclusion of the assessment, he had endeavored several times to refine his physique. To speak candidly, this secret technique was indeed formidable, yielding remarkable results in body tempering. However, the agony it inflicted was undeniably excruciating. Throughout the process, Qianye felt as though a fiery inferno raged within him, searing every sinew and fiber of his being. The torment was unimaginable, and he could hardly fathom how Scorpion had persevered through such suffering. It was infuriating. Some individuals lived as protagonists of exhilarating tales, while others seemed to embody the tragic figures from Yu Hua's novels. Why must I, a protagonist endowed with a system, endure such hardship? Despite his grumbling, Qianye understood deep down that to thrive in this world, he could not solely rely on the system, he must also exert himself. Qianye, are you at home? Suddenly, the voice of Tsunade echoed from outside the door. Lady Tsunade, what brings you here? Chiba hastily sat up from his bed, adjusting his chakra, and hurried to open the door for Tsunade. What are you dawdling about in there? Engaging in some clandestine activity. Tsunade entered the room with ease, as if returning to her own home, and plopped down onto the sofa, casually remarking, "Oh, it's nothing much. I just happened to be passing by and thought I would check on you." In truth, Tsunade had come specifically after finishing her tasks to see if Chiba was injured or if he had been thinking of her. However, such sentimental words were beyond her. She preferred to observe him with her eyes instead. Your arrival is most timely, Lady Tsunade. Chiba poured a cup of tea for Tsunade, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he asked, May I become your disciple? Among the legendary Sannin, Tsunade shared the closest bond with Chiba, making her his foremost aspiration. Absolutely not, Tsunade replied, her face darkening with irritation. I have no intention of taking on a disciple. Seek another minor. It was all that rascal Shin's fault. She had already grown almost like a sister to Chiba. If they were to become master and disciple as well, what would that lead to? Chiba pondered. If memory serves him correctly, it was indeed Tsunade who initially expressed a desire to take him on as her disciple. How could her stance have shifted so drastically? He mused silently. Women are indeed capricious. One must be wary not to seek a partner of such temperament in the future. Noticing Chiba's subtle despondency, Tsunade suggested, If you seek someone to guide you in your training, I recommend you approach Jiraiya. He has recently returned to the village. Although he may be somewhat unreliable, his prowess in mentoring disciples is undeniable. He excels in the art of guiding others in their training. Chiba nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Indeed, half of his disciples were at the shadow level, and one had even reached the 6 paths level. In the realm of Hokage, only Jiraiya could boast such an honor. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, the door was once again rapped upon. Chiba opened it to find none other than Mito Tsunade standing before him. You foul woman. You manly hack. Before Chiba could utter a word, Tsunade, who stood behind him, suddenly rose to her feet. Mito, however, seemed unfazed by the man's presence, and the two women locked eyes, launching into a fierce exchange of insults. After all this time, you've made no progress at all. TSK, your life is as unremarkable as ever, Tsunade remarked, casting a glance at Mito's flat chest, initiating the verbal sparring. Oh, but you seem to have made some progress, growing as large as your temper. Is it useful? Does anyone actually approach you? Mito retorted, refusing to back down. Chiba found himself caught between the two strikingly beautiful women, utterly dumbfounded. He never anticipated that such enchanting girls could wield words like weapons. Damn it, Tsunade. As he observed the brief lull in hostilities, both women attempting to slay each other with mere glances, Chiba cautiously ventured, Lady Tsunade, do you know each other? Tsunade's expression darkened, her silence punctuated by a gaze that flitted between Chiba and Mito. In that instant, Mito, relying on her intuition as a woman and her understanding of her rival, deduced the nature of the relationship between Tsunade and Chiba. This tomboy has developed feelings for a nameless little brat. Amidst her astonishment, Mito's eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. Initially, her intention in seeking out Chiba was merely to fulfill her father's command. Yet now, even without Mito's father's insistence, she was determined to win Chiba's favor by any means necessary. She was intent on driving Tsunade to the brink of frustration. Of course we know each other, little Chiba. We were classmates back in the day, Mito proclaimed with a cheerful smile. Tsunade, she's always been the same, never had a taste of sweetness, and could knock a boy out with a single punch. She's quite innocent, really. Insufferable woman. Do you wish to meet your demise? Tsunade erupted in fury, her golden twin ponytails bristling with indignation. Lady Tsunade, please calm down, Chiba implored, hastily grasping Tsunade's arm in an effort to temper her ire. His brow furrowing as he turned to Mito. What brings you here? If it's not urgent, might I kindly ask you to leave? Chiba was oblivious to the story between the two individuals, yet he undeniably leaned toward Tsunade, for he had always favored personal connections over logic. The other party had no ill intentions. She merely heard about his near-fatal experience during the recent Chunin exam and, concerned for his well-being, brought some supplements to check on him. Mito Mengetsu raised the items in her hand and, with an air of vulnerability, cast a subtle, provocative glance towards Tsunade. That insufferable woman. Tsunade seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration. Those were indeed her own words, though she felt too embarrassed to voice them aloud. Chiba, I won't be dining at your home today, you wretched woman. Come with me. Hey, tomboy, why are you tugging at my clothes? Let go of me. This is brand new. Come on, aren't you so tough? Let's settle this one-on-one. Who wants to fight with you? Let me go. There are boundaries between men and women. As the two continued to bicker and pull at one another, Chiba stood at the door for quite some time, his head buzzing with confusion. What had just transpired? Women are truly formidable. Perhaps Shigure is the better choice. After a moment, Chiba collected his thoughts, a grave expression settling on his face. Mito Mengetsu's visit was likely a gesture of goodwill prompted by Mito Mengetsu's brother, which meant that I had caught the attention of the higher-ups in Konoha. The mere thought sent a jolt of anxiety through him. If that one-eyed bandaged man were to invite him to join the route, would he dare refuse or face dire consequences? No, I must quickly seek out Lord Jiraiya. Chiba, filled with fervor, stepped outside, only to be greeted by a brisk wind that reminded him that Tsunade had not disclosed the whereabouts of Jiraiya. However, after recalling the various locations where Jiraiya made his appearances in the anime, a confident smile blossomed on Chiba's face. Here I come, Lord Jiraiya. Outside a hot spring in Konoha, a man with a head full of white hair was furtively wandering about, despite possessing a robust and imposing physique. His countenance bore a disconcertingly lecherous grin. Heh, this wall is quite pristine, and those scrubbing balls look tempting to experience firsthand. As Jiraiya was becoming increasingly engrossed in his surroundings, Chiba stealthily approached from behind and suddenly shouted, Nanny! Startled by the unexpected exclamation, Jiraiya nearly succumbed to shock, while Chiba stifled a chuckle. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, much like Zhang Wei's frequent appearances at the restroom door, Jiraiya invariably resurfaced near the hot spring. That brat Chiba has grown stronger again. Although I was momentarily distracted, he managed to approach me without making a sound, Jiraiya mused, clearing his throat and adopting a faade of seriousness. Ahem, so it's you, Chiba. What brings you to seek me? Chiba nodded and said, Lord Jiraiya, after much contemplation, I have decided to take you as my master. Do I still have the opportunity? After speaking, Chiba gazed at Jiraiya with eager anticipation, fearful that Jiraiya might suddenly change his mind like Tsunade did. Oh. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. He struck a pose he deemed impressive and, with a smug expression, proclaimed, At last, you have decided to apprentice yourself to me. A renowned figure whose charm is so profound that it can silence even the most distressed child. Perhaps I should think it over a bit more? After a moment of silence, Chiba hesitantly suggested. In the end, Chiba reluctantly accepted Jiraiya as his master. He had no choice. If he delayed any longer, he would be assigned under Orochimaru. It was common knowledge that this was a period when Orochimaru was fervently conducting inhumane experiments. The likes of Yamato, who was involved in the greenification efforts, were products of this very time, and Chiba was genuinely apprehensive about approaching him. With so many unique traits, he feared that Orochimaru might whimsically decide to use him as experimental material. Orochimaru had a notorious history of utilizing his disciples for experiments. And given Chiba's limited interactions with him, it was unwise to gamble his life on the hope that Orochimaru would develop any affection for him. His decision to take on a master was merely to forge connections, and Jiraiya's esteemed reputation was undoubtedly far more reliable. The two solitary individuals found common ground and engaged in conversation. Surprisingly, they connected well, quickly becoming comfortable with one another, resembling old friends. Chiba, now that we are master and apprentice, there are certain matters you need not conceal from me any longer. As they strolled together through the woods, Jiraiya patted Chiba's shoulder and spoke with an air of wisdom. There must be something extraordinary about you. Jiraiya was nearly convinced of Chiba's identity as the child of prophecy. thus speculating that Chiba possessed some unique attributes. Well, if you say so. Chiba pondered for a moment, realizing he indeed possessed such a quality. He leaned closer to Jiraiya and whispered a few words into his ear. "What?" Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. How could this young lad possess a talent even greater than his own formidable prowess? Clearing his throat, Jiraiya quickly redirected the conversation, stating, "What I meant was a special skill related to your training, something that could significantly enhance your abilities." Chiba certainly comprehended Jiraiya's intentions. His earlier mention of just because was merely a pretense, a ruse to buy himself some time for contemplation. I possess an innate and formidable control over chakra, enabling me to employ various peculiar ninjutsu. Chiba remarked, I previously endeavored to merge the chakra of fire and earth attributes, and to my surprise, I inadvertently developed the art of lava release. However, it is still in its nascent stages and cannot yet be effectively utilized in combat. After thoughtful contemplation, Chiba resolved to reveal all his unique attributes, intending to convey them through Jiraiya to Sarutobi Hiruzen in order to gauge the subsequent reactions of the higher-ups in Konoha. On another note, he proactively introduced the concept of lava release, harboring the desire for Jiraiya's guidance and insights. Jiraiya's comprehension of various ninjutsu is unparalleled within the realm of Hokage. This collaboration promises to elevate their endeavors significantly. With a hearty laugh, Jiraiya remarked, I once battled with Oanoki of Awagakure and experienced his lava release firsthand. Coincidentally, I have yet to devise a strategy for guiding your training. So let us commence with lava release. How fortuitous. Chiba was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jiraiya would harbor no doubts whatsoever. Immediately placing his trust in his words and outlining a training regimen for him. In response, Jiraiya remarked, if the child of prophecy were to be deemed extraordinary, would they still be called the child of prophecy? By the way, Lord Jiraiya, there is another matter I would like to suggest, Chiba suddenly interjected. With a cheerful demeanor, Jiraiya replied, Speak. You are indeed a towering hero. Perhaps you should refrain from actions like the one earlier, as they truly tarnish your magnificent and imposing image. Faced with his disciple's admonition, Jiraiya's countenance flushed with embarrassment. Ahem. Well, I understand. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the third round of the Chunin exams commenced as scheduled. This examination is a microcosm of the wars between nations, a place where you must wager your lives to uphold your dreams and the honor of your ninja village. Do you understand? Understood. After absorbing Sarutobi Hiruzen's admonition, Chiba joined several other Leaf candidates as they entered a grand, columned edifice. Wow, the Leaf ninjas are up next. Sand is sand. Cloud ninjas, give it your all, and defeat them. The air was filled with exuberant voices, and the blinding sunlight struck his face, leaving Chiba in a daze, as if he had suddenly stepped into an entirely different realm. Chiba squinted his eyes and gazed upwards, observing the tiered stands above, filled to the brim with spectators, fervently cheering for the candidates in the arena below. Naturally, the prominent figures seated at the top remained composed, patiently awaiting the commencement of the assessment. I am the examiner, Sukikage Borin, presiding over the third round of evaluations, and I shall now elucidate the rules of this contest. At that moment, a seemingly frail jonin from Konohagakure traversed the candidates and approached the center of the arena, amplifying his voice with chakra to resonate throughout the entire structure. The 16 candidates who advanced from the previous round will engage in one-on-one combat, devoid of rules and limitations, until one party falls, concedes, or perishes. Following the announcement of the regulations, the examiner began to address the audience, while the board candidates below murmured amongst themselves. Hey, did you hear? Some unscrupulous individual destroyed 4 scrolls in the last assessment, resulting in 4 fewer candidates advancing. That person is outrageous. My partner was just 1 scroll short of the rock-hidden scroll and couldn't find it anywhere. Amidst the surrounding cacophony of grievances, Chiba remained unflinching at the center of the candidates. The scrolls destroyed by Kogai had nothing to do with him. Wait a moment. Could it have been Shimura Danzo from Konoha who orchestrated this? What the hell, brother? Are you insane to voice such accusations? I'm not from Konoha. So what do I have to fear? Oh, I forgot. This sort of underhanded trickery must surely have been the work of those shameless brutes from the cloud. Get lost. You sand ninjas are the ones without shame, a bunch of scoundrels who resort to poison and still have the audacity to shout. Even before the examination commenced, tensions among the candidates escalated, each casting cold glances at one another while exchanging unfriendly greetings about each other's relatives. Hey, kid, we meet again. Just as Chiba thought he could remain aloof, Rasha approached him, looking down from his elevated stature. Oh, is that not Brother Rasha? Your sand gold shield move is still fresh in my memory, Chiba teased, a cheerful grin on his face. After all, they were on his home turf. And Rasha couldn't do much to him, so why not provoke him a little? You. Rasha, infuriated, nearly lost his composure, itching to retaliate against Chiba. At that moment, a graceful woman, standing at around 5'7", hurried over and intervened to block Rasha. Is that Karura? She is also a candidate? Only when this Mazo no appeared beside Rasha did Chiba recognize her. She was the future wife of Rasha and the mother of Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. Such long legs. I wonder if she can see her toes when she looks up. I would love to find out, Chiba mused inwardly. Kid, I'll make you pay during the assessment. Under the obstruction of Garuro, Rasha coldly uttered a phrase before sweeping away with a flick of her sleeve. Do you think this is your domain? This is Konoha. Do you truly believe you have any authority here? Chiba Xiao replied dismissively. At that moment, the examiner on stage finally concluded his speech and shifted the conversation. Other candidates, please exit the stage for the time being. The first group of candidates, please come forward and prepare for the assessment. Suna no Raza. Konoha no Chiba. The examiner called out loudly, following the list. What on earth? Chiba's smile abruptly froze on his face. Damn it, who is the fool that arranged this roster? With so many weak candidates to choose from, why assign him the strongest? Chiba instinctively glanced across at the opposing side, locking eyes with Luo Sha, who radiated an icy demeanor. This individual is not to be underestimated. Has he deduced the allocation of personnel merely by observing the present candidates? At that moment, atop the spectators' platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen, whom Chiba regarded as a fool, was engaged in light-hearted banter with the third Kazekage. As Yunin had a troublesome candidate that required Minato's attention, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a flourish, assigned Suna's most formidable contender to Chiba. Lord Hokage. How could this child possibly contend with Luo Sha? The third Kazekage remarked with a tone of pity. It would be wise for him to concede swiftly to avoid losing his life. Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, Kazekage, you speak rather prematurely. Let us await the outcome, for it may well exceed our expectations. Oh, the third Kazekage furrowed his brow, for he remained unaware of the reasons behind Sarutobi's confidence, as Luo Sha had refrained from disclosing Chiba's circumstances to him. Humph. On the side, Inoki snorted disdainfully, choosing to close his eyes, his irritation at Chiba palpable. A bunch of useless fools, unable to deal with a mere boy. It truly infuriates me. The Raikage remained silent, also shutting his eyes, showing no interest in such a lopsided battle. Only the Mizukage, for reasons unknown, maintained a watchful gaze on Chiba below, seemingly intent on observing him. At the lowest tier of the arena, the other candidates began to retreat, as Chiba and Luo Sha faced each other, gradually making their way to the designated combat zone. You'd best not concede too soon, Luo Sha declared, standing resolutely in the center of the arena, his voice chilling. I shall send you off in a coffin of gold sand that you could never hope to afford in your lifetime. I must say, it would be wise for you to concede gracefully when the time comes. Chiba let out a cold laugh, resolutely declaring, as long as you still draw breath, I, as a medical ninja, can bring you back to life. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. I am undaunted. And this is the perfect opportunity to test the fruits of my training this month. Both candidates, please prepare. With a swift motion, the examiner vacated the central position for the two, then waved his hand decisively. The assessment begins. Chapter 53, Perils Abound. Is Chiba falling into a trap? Magnet release, sand gold, paper dance. In this one-on-one battle, the consumption of chakra was of little concern. At the examiner's command, Rasha and Chiba simultaneously unveiled their most formidable forms. Boom, boom, boom. Like a surging tide, sand gold erupted from the ground, rushing towards Chiba. He leapt into the air, his pristine paper wings unfurling dramatically, allowing him to evade the onslaught of sand gold. Magnet release, sand gold cubes. Rasha too ascended, standing atop a sand cushion. And with a pointed finger, a cube formed of sand gold hurtled violently toward Chiba. TCH, no need for embellishment. Even a grandmother could dodge that second technique of yours. Chiba murmured to himself, his wings swiftly descending as he effortlessly altered his trajectory, evading the oncoming golden sand block. Magnetic escape, golden sand spear. Paper dance, paper spear. Rosa commanded the swirling tempest of golden sand with deft precision, launching relentless assaults upon Chiba, who soared through the air like a falcon. deftly dodging the encroaching golden grains while retaliating with his paper fragments. The breathtaking duel between the two, imbued with spectacular effects, left the audience in awe. Goodness, these two can actually fly. What kind of technique are they employing that we've never witnessed before? Are they even human? This transcends the realm of ninjas. Mother, I want to hire them. In the stands, Nobuki stood up, brimming with excitement, pointing at Chiba and exclaiming, "Wow, sister, Chiba can actually fly." Chiba has been rather inconsiderate, failing to inform his good brother about such matters. Once this assessment concludes, he will certainly demand that Chiba take him on a few joyful flights through the sky. Silence. Stop making such a ruckus. Tsunade merely raised her fist, and SHJ immediately settled down obediently. The existence of bloodline suppression is indeed real, especially in the world of Naruto. Fugaku, is this truly Chiba? In a different section of the stands, a graceful young woman questioned in disbelief. In Uchiha Mikoto's memory, Chiba was the kind of inconspicuous and mediocre individual, otherwise, she would never have overlooked him. Yet now, this boy exuding calmness and confidence while confronting formidable adversaries was difficult for Mikoto to associate with her recollection of Chiba. Indeed, as I mentioned, he is an exceptionally talented individual. Fugaku nodded seemingly nonchalantly, yet a tempest raged within his heart. He had not anticipated that Chiba possessed such formidable strength in addition to his medical skills, which further solidified his resolve to recruit Chiba into the Uchiha clan. No, I must ensure that Mikoto marries Chiba. If those old fogies in the clan dare to disagree, I shall kneel and plead with them. At the highest tier of the stands, the previously indifferent Rakage and others were now sitting upright, eyes fixated on the two combatants in midair. This child can actually hold his own against Rasha? The wind shadow turned in astonishment towards Sarutobi Hizashi, only to find him contentedly puffing on a pipe, appearing as if he were comfortably fishing. Hokage, this lad is quite impressive to my taste. Rakage stroked his bushy beard, his eyes gleaming as he spoke. How about sending him to our village? I could train him for a couple of days. Sarutobi Hizashi could not be bothered to respond to Rakage. If the boy were truly sent to the Cloud Village, retrieving him would be a challenge, as Chiba would undoubtedly be kept there for relentless breeding. He could not let Chiba become aware of such matters. What if the young lad, in his ignorance, became enamored with the idea? Humph. Noki snorted dismissively, deciding that upon returning to the village, he would raise Chiba's bounty to 10 million ryo. The water shadow remained silent, seemingly indifferent towards the other four shadows. However, the Mist Village had always been a bit out of place, and the four shadows paid it no mind. At this moment, Chiba and Rasha were engaged in increasingly fierce combat, with sand gold and paper fragments falling to the ground. Some spectators attempted to rush down to collect the gold, but were intercepted by the order-maintaining ninjas. Magnet release, sand gold domain. Sharp shards of sand gold pierced through the air towards Chiba. He swiftly evaded downward. But at that moment, Rasha had already landed on the ground ahead of him. Magnet release, sand gold tsunami. Rasha raised his arms high. He had subtly guided Chiba to lower his altitude precisely for this moment. Bang! The surging tide of golden sand erupted once more from the earth, intertwining with the golden waterfall cascading from above, encasing Chiba within, as if two colossal hands were forcefully striking down upon a diminutive insect caught in their grasp. In that fleeting moment, Chiba found no escape to the heavens nor refuge in the earth. His fragile form was swiftly engulfed by the mighty hands of sand and gold. Raza! Raza! Useless Konoha! This is it, isn't it? Ha ha! The supporters of Raza erupted in jubilant cheers, while the Konoha faction fell into a heavy silence. With the likes of Shikamaru and Tsunade clenching their fists, their hearts hanging in trepidation. Swish! 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 Just as the two great hands were about to fully converge, a flurry of paper flew forth from the crevices of the golden sand, resembling countless white butterflies dancing in the air, a sight both beautiful and magnificent. This is... Raza's pupils constricted sharply as he immediately saw it to manipulate the golden sand to ensnare the fluttering sheets, yet the weighty sand could hardly outpace the delicate paper. One by one, the white sheets converged in the air, once again forming the likeness of Chiba, gradually regaining their vibrant hues. A commendable endeavor. I nearly fell for it. Chiba gazed at Luosha with a gentle smile. Under Jiraiya's rigorous training, his combat awareness had significantly improved. Chiba was well aware that Luosha was deliberately guiding him. Yet he too feigned a sense of inadvertence. Chiba yearned for an opportunity, one that could deliver a decisive blow to Rasha. However, prior to that, he needed to deplete Rasha's chakra as much as possible. A passive ploy to draw out a significant move. This was a gamble worth taking. This fellow. To think he can employ such a peculiar ninjutsu to this extent. Rasha felt a chill in his heart, yet feigned indifference, scoffing. Humph, even if you evade. Your mere paper cannot breach my defenses. The sand gold spear. The paper shuriken. The two resumed their fierce confrontation, maneuvering their paper and sand gold to clash incessantly. Yet, both appeared somewhat distracted, their minds racing to devise a countermeasure. Paper is vulnerable to water, but such an obvious weakness surely has its safeguards. To prevent him from shifting forms at will, I must. Having previously regarded Chiba as a hypothetical adversary, Rasha pondered for a moment before swiftly devising a method to counter him. Sand gold, unleash. Rasha spread his arms, and the swirling sand gold unfurled like pearls spilling from a shell, subtly revealing a path leading directly to his core. I have left the flaw for you. Do you dare to approach? Rasha smirked at Chiba, intending to use himself as bait to ensnare him. Oh. Upon witnessing the scene, Chiba furrowed his brow slightly, though it quickly unfurled. Are you certain? The last syllable escaped his lips just as he darted forward, aiming directly for Luosha, who was positioned behind Shajin. With Luosha already prepared, how could he possibly refrain from acting? Humph. Luosha clasped his hands together, and the Shajin on either side surged upwards like an overwhelming tide, swiftly coalescing into an impenetrable cage that entirely enveloped both him and Chiba. Chiba disregarded the golden barriers surrounding him, recklessly charging towards Rasha. He was aware that Rasha was attempting to bait him, yet was this not also an opportunity for him? Alas, who would have anticipated that just a few steps away from Rasha, he would suddenly puff up his cheeks and expel the chakra-infused oil he had meticulously crafted, unleashing it all upon Chiba. What on earth? Chiba stood bewildered as Rasha doused him with a torrent of chakra oil. An unexpected turn of events that left him astounded. He had never anticipated that Rasha would employ chakra oil to confine him. The oil paper required a specialized coating, a feat beyond the capabilities of current Hokage technology. Immersed in the chakra oil, Chiba instantaneously lost his ability to transform into paper. The moment the chakra oil was expelled, Rasha summoned a strand of golden sand to shield himself. I have vowed to provide you with the finest coffin for your burial. Ultimately, you shall perish beneath my golden sand entombment. Before the golden sand completely severed their connection, Rasha flashed Chiba a chilling smile. Even though Rasha could only summon a single strand of golden sand as a barrier, that mere strand was impervious to Chiba's peculiar techniques. A mere few steps stood between them, yet it was a chasm Chiba could not traverse. Chiba's figure was irrevocably sealed within a sarcophagus of golden sand. Stripped of his ability to transform and unable to break free from the golden confines, his fate was sealed, destined to perish in the impending explosion of sand. At least, this was Rashua's belief. Yet, at that moment, Chiba's nonchalant voice emerged from the coffin, causing Rashua's smile to vanish in an instant. Melting escape, scorching river rock. Chapter 54. Chiba opens his mouth. Rashua's lame leg melting escape. Rashua's pupils dilated in shock. Before he could contemplate further, the golden sand shield before him began to sizzle, as if something searing enough to liquefy gold was rapidly approaching. Boom. In the next instant, the golden shield before Roswa vanished as swiftly as melting snow, and a magma sphere, exuding swathes of heat, burst forth, hurtling towards him with lightning speed. Damn it. Rashua's complexion turned pale with dread. He could hardly maintain the golden burial. His form recoiled violently as he exerted every ounce of effort to manipulate the nearby golden sand to intercept the imminent magma sphere. This entity could even melt his golden sand. Any contact with it would surely result in his obliteration. Adu. Roswa bellowed in frustration. Utilizing his adept mastery of magnetic release chakra to halt the approaching scorching river rock with strands of golden sand, he actually managed to block it. Well then, what will you do about the second one? At that moment, Chiba's voice slithered through the air like a devil's whisper, and the previously indifferent Shueying in the stand sat upright, revealing a look of keen interest. What? Before Roswa could react, another magma sphere soared towards him, shattering his makeshift golden barrier like fragile glass. Bang! The terrifying impact and searing heat penetrated the golden sand, directly affecting Roswa. He was uncontrollably sent flying, his body instantly covered in extensive burn wounds, the charred skin hardening into scabs, with no blood able to seep through. Had Roswa been afforded sufficient time to prepare, he undoubtedly could have intercepted these two consecutive magma spheres. However, the battlefield was ever shifting, One moment he could hold the advantage, and the next he could meet an untimely demise. Roswa had not anticipated that Chiba, beyond his peculiar techniques, had also mastered the melting escape, breaching his defenses. In that very instant, Chiba's figure flickered out from the swirling golden sand, his toes barely touching the ground before he abruptly appeared beside the off-balance Roswa. Chakra scalpel. Chiba's right hand was raised high, the chakra blade fiercely thrusting toward Rasha's neck. I cannot believe I have been defeated. In the blink of an eye, as Rasha finally managed to steady himself, he came to the stark realization of his impending fate. Despite not comprehending how someone as young as Chiba could simultaneously master two such formidable ninjutsu techniques, Rasha accepted his defeat with grace. He calmly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. A soft thud echoed. The blade of Chinya had already pierced into the neck of Luo Sha, yet the anticipated pain failed to materialize. After a few moments of uncertainty, Luo Sha opened his eyes in confusion. "Hey, you're seriously injured. Would you like me to assist you in healing?" It was then that Luo Sha noticed the chakra in Chinya's hand had long dissipated, and he was now gazing at him with a cheerful expression. "What?" Luo Sha exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "You clearly had the opportunity. Why didn't you kill me?" Reflecting on the situation, Luo Sha felt that had he been in a position to eliminate Chinya, he would have done so without hesitation, leaving him puzzled by Chinya's current demeanor. Of course, it's because of the reward. Chinya suppressed her thoughts and, with a serious expression, said, "Of course, it is because I admire you, brother Luo Sha. I believe you are an extraordinary person. From the moment we last met, I felt a sense of kinship with you. Surely you feel the same way, brother Luo Sha?" Xiange retorted. Yes, indeed," brother Luo Sha stammered, his mind momentarily blank, responding awkwardly as if he had been abruptly called upon by a teacher in class. "Thus, I say." Chiba retracted his hand that had been poised to strike Raza and, with an air of effortless familiarity, patted Raza's shoulder twice. "I firmly believe that you have a great future ahead of you. Perhaps you will even ascend to the position of the fourth Kazekage. It would be a tremendous loss if someone of your caliber were to perish so soon. The shinobi world would undoubtedly become rather dull without you. Is that truly the case?" Raza replied, still dazed from his near-fatal injuries and the ordeal he had just endured. Chiba immediately showered compliments upon Luo Sha, lifting his spirits to such a degree that he found himself utterly bewildered, sitting on the ground as he allowed Chiba to tend to his wounds. The sequence of events unfolded in mere seconds, transitioning from Luo Sha overpowering Chiba to Chiba's remarkable counterattack, where he displayed mercy despite his lethal capability, ultimately transforming an adversary into an ally. The audience in the stands was left in a state of astonishment, momentarily forgetting to cheer, enveloped in a profound silence. Indeed, the ninjas of Konoha embody a noble spirit. The third Kazekage was the first to regain his composure. After all, he was a leader, and his reflexes far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. "Lord Hokage, the ninjas you have trained truly reflect your own distinguished character. I find myself lacking in comparison." The third Kazekage sincerely acknowledged Sarutobi Hiruzen with a respectful gesture. If Luo Sha were to perish here, the esteemed Kazekage would find himself bereft of any capable personnel. "Ah, Kazekage, you flatter me," Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, his humility only serving to amplify his pride. "Chiba is quite adept. Saving Luo Sha is far more advantageous for Konoha than his demise. Not only does it ease tensions with Sunagakure, but it also enhances our reputation in front of so many dignitaries." Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to promote Chiba significantly following the conclusion of the Chunin exam. Truly foolish." The Raikage scoffed, deriding Chiba's leniency. On the other hand, Noki also grunted, planning to raise Chiba's bounty to 15 million ryo upon his return. This act, while demonstrating strength, also showcased grace and deepened the bond between Konoha and Sunagakure. This young ninja from Konoha was commendable. Let us give him a round of applause. "Brother, what is your profession? Why do your words carry such a sharp tone?" "Yes, Konoha indeed excels. They understand the importance of leaving room for others. Henceforth, I shall entrust my future missions to you. Konoha's prowess is undeniable. Even a mere child possesses such strength and poise. Remarkable indeed. However, one must wonder, given the cataclysmic battle they just witnessed, are the current Genin truly this formidable?" As an uninformed spectator posed this question, many in the audience fell into contemplation. Amidst the applause, only one person erupted in vitriol. "Chiba, I misjudged you." Scorpion's eyes burned with rage. He had finally found a flicker of admiration. only to be thoroughly vanquished by Chiba. Despite his silence, this was the first time he had developed feelings for someone outside his family. And now he tasted the bitter sting of betrayal from one he had trusted. This cannot stand. I demand an explanation. Enraged, Scorpion leapt from his seat and dashed down the staircase, intent on confronting Chiba for clarity. In the lowest tier, the examiner did not interrupt Chiba, for he could perceive the profound significance behind Chiba's actions, which left him deeply impressed. He marveled at how a mere teenager could conceive such a means to forge new alliances for post-war Konoha, rendering him somewhat ashamed of his own capabilities. However, Chiba, the very person involved, had not contemplated such complexities. He merely desired a living Rasha to acquire the rewards associated with him, nothing more. Should our paths cross again on the battlefield, I shall return the favor of your life. Observing Chiba earnestly tending to his own wounds, Rasha felt a sudden stir within his heart and averted his gaze, murmuring softly. The fact that a proud individual like Rasha would express such sentiments indicated that he had, in truth, come to acknowledge Chiba from the depths of his being. All right, I shall remember this. Although you are my adversary, you are not without merit. Chiba graciously accepted the favor bestowed upon him by Rasha. If one were to accumulate a favor for every life saved, would he not eventually become akin to Shanks in the world of Naruto? Henceforth, anyone of renown who encountered him might be inclined to grant him a favor. Rasha is quite sincere. After all, he was foolishly led to his demise by Ant Snake, and his favor should hold considerable value. Chiba mused quietly. Soon, Chiba successfully healed Rasha's injuries, yet he could not help but lament that Rasha's wounds were not severe enough. Magnet release, I yearn for magnet release. I beseech you, I would willingly trade a lifetime of solitude like Jiraiya-sensei for the gift of magnet release. After silently offering her prayers, Chiba finally turned her gaze towards the illuminated system prompt. Ding. Healing successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the skill Sandfall Burial. What on earth is this? The people of Chiba are utterly bewildered. What he desires is a grand burial of sand gold, a magnificent sand gold burial, not some absurd sand waterfall burial. Chiba had once envisioned himself as the father of Gaara, yet now he finds himself as the son of Raza. A twist he could never have imagined in his wildest dreams. Sand waterfall funeral, Gaara's signature technique, which utilizes quicksand to completely engulf his foes, culminating in a merciless conclusion with a torrential cascade of sand. Well, it is what it is. This ninjutsu can be considered somewhat adequate, alas. Chiba let out a sigh. Had he known earlier, he should have plunged that knife in more decisively. The injury inflicted upon Luosha was still insufficiently grave. Chiba cast a lingering, melancholic gaze at Rasha, causing Rasha to feel a shiver run down her spine. Instinctively, she rose to her feet, creating distance between herself and Chiba. Now, let us applaud the remarkable performance of our two candidates. With impeccable timing, the examiner appeared in the center of the arena, passionately declaring, I hereby announce that the victor of this round is Chiba from Konoha. Chapter 55. Uchiha Makoto. Chiba is accused. With the examiner having rendered the verdict of this assessment, the candidates, Chiba and his companion, were free to exit the arena and proceed to the stands to observe the forthcoming evaluations. Surely my performance just now was sufficient to pass this assessment, Chiba mused quietly to himself. Although the third round employed an elimination format, it was not merely the victor who would advance, but rather the candidate's performance during combat that would be taken into account. Well, regardless, thank you for your words earlier, Rasha whispered to Chiba as he walked alone towards the stands. No need for thanks. Chiba turned his back on Rasha and waved his hand dismissively, weary of dealing with the fellow, and made his way out of the ground floor venue. Rasha, that wretched creature, intended to stay behind to cheer on Karura. While Chiba equally envied everyone in a relationship, those with multiple partners incited his deepest ire. He wished nothing more than to eliminate them. How he loathed them. Chiba, why did you not eliminate him earlier? Why did you betray me? Just as Chiba stepped into the entrance of the stands, before he could ascend the staircase, an enraged child confronted him, demanding angrily. Although he had never experienced romantic involvement, Chiba inexplicably felt as if he had been caught in an affair. I did not. Everything I did was for you, Scorpion. While he was inept at soothing girls, comforting children was second nature to Chiba, akin to a seasoned storyteller weaving a narrative. Scorpion looked at Chiba coldly and retorted, Do you think I am a child? You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation, or else. I truly did this for you, Scorpion. Chiba, with a face full of indignation, exclaimed, Otherwise. Am I afflicted with madness? What reason do I have to rescue a villager from a neighboring village who has pursued me? You once promised to transform Rasha into a puppet with your own hands. I have never forgotten those words. If I were to slay Rasha here, in the presence of the third Kazekage, how would you fulfill your promise to turn him into a puppet? It is precisely because I wish to leave Rasha for your future endeavors that I refrained from taking his life. In fact, I even feared that he might perish at this moment, jeopardizing the quality of your puppet making, which is why I reluctantly endured my displeasure and provided him with treatment. Qianya's words were both reasoned and persuasive, causing the scorpion's expression to soften considerably. As Qianya remarked, apart from that, he seemingly had no valid grounds to treat Luo Sha. Humph, that is not for you to concern yourself with. You should have killed him just now, Scorpion retorted, unabashedly stating. As for that insufferable third Kazekage, I shall inevitably turn him into a puppet. Sunagakure cannot harbor such a formidable individual. Is that so? Qianya scratched his head, suddenly feeling as though he was witnessing a moment of history. Speaking of which, the term formidable was one he had taught Scorpion during their last encounter. It appeared he held a significant place in the heart of this young lad. After Chiba patiently coaxed Scorpion for a few moments, Scorpion finally departed, contented, stating that during their next encounter, he would present Chiba with 2 exquisite puppets. I wonder if our definitions of beauty align. Furthermore, I desire those figurines crafted with silicone. Chiba had just let out a sigh of relief, but to his dismay, he encountered Yuzuki Sayaka once more at the corner of the staircase. Chiba, your battle just now was absolutely spectacular. Upon seeing Chiba, Yuzuki approached him with a starry-eyed adoration, immediately wrapping her arms around his and playfully nuzzling against him, leaving Chiba utterly flustered. How bothersome, Chiba secretly lamented. Previously, he was free from the worries brought by beautiful ladies, but now, with both Mito Mongetsu and Yuzuki Sayaka frequently intruding upon his peace, his irritation had only intensified. These 2 women exuded an air of cunning. Chiba yearned to keep his distance from them. In the future, I must seek a partner akin to Lady Tsunade, one who is straightforward and candid. However, her temperament should not be as fiery as Lady Tsunade's. Perhaps someone as composed as Shigeru would be ideal? Chiba was suddenly taken aback. What was happening to him lately? Why did he continually compare Lady Tsunade and SHJ when it came to finding a partner? Chiba, are you free tonight? I would like to invite you to my home to assist me in examining my wound and to apply some medicine, said Yuzuki's flushed face as she spoke. No wonder you were so attentive to me just now. It turns out you were hoping to exploit my labor for free. Chiba, feeling somewhat disgruntled, pouted and withdrew her arm from the embrace of Yuzuki Sayaka. Why not just go to the hospital yourself? It won't cost much. Was it really necessary to seek me out in person? With that, Chiba turned on her heel and continued her ascent up the staircase, leaving Yuzuki Sayaka, bewildered, standing in place. To avoid further complications, Chiba swiftly employed a transformation technique, thus arriving at the seat adjacent to Nara and Tsunade. Chiba, what misdeeds are you hiding? Why the pretense? Nara immediately recognized Chiba and teased with a grin. Don't even mention it. I just ran into a rather troublesome individual on my way up. Chiba responded with a hint of frustration. Fame brings fear, and a pig fears growth. You, my friend, embody all 4. Get lost, you are the pig. Just as Chiba and Shiboku were exchanging banter, a man clad in Uchiha clan attire approached, bowing respectfully before Chiba. Lord Chiba, our young clan leader wishes to speak with you. Under normal circumstances, the man would never have extended such courtesy to an outsider. But now it was evident that strength commands respect, regardless of origin. How did you recognize Chiba? Oh right, you possess the Sharingan, Shiboku murmured quietly. Uchiha Fugaku. What business does he have with Chiba? At that moment, Tsunade, standing nearby, cast a scrutinizing glance at the man. I know. Before either the man or Chiba could respond, Shiboka chimed in, brimming with self-satisfaction. Senior Fugaku intends to introduce Chiba to a beautiful Uchiha lady. Chiba mentioned it to me before. With a thunderous crack, Tsunade crushed an iron railing, thick as an arm, in her grasp. Shiboka gulped nervously, observing Tsunade's darkening expression, unsure of what he had said to provoke her. Lady Tsunade, we shall make haste and return promptly, lest Brother Fugaku grows impatient. Ah, yes. Chiba hastily rose to his feet, fleeing the scene as if pursued by a specter. Sister, I am truly at my wit's end, he lamented, his eyes fixed on Tsunade, who approached him with an impassive expression and a wrist that moved with a menacing grace. At the Uchiha clan's designated area, the moment Chiba laid eyes on Makoto Uchiha, he resolved that Fugaku would become his steadfast ally. She was strikingly beautiful, blossoming into her elegance at merely 13 or 14. An allure that the anime failed to capture, the ethereal beauty of Mikoto Uchiha. Come, my dear Chiba. Allow me to introduce you to the one you have long admired. Mikoto Uchiha, Fugaka beckoned, inviting Chiba to sit beside Mikoto, attempting to dissolve the barriers of years spent apart with a light-hearted jest. Ah, brother Fugaku. Your words are rather bold, Chiba replied. Chiba, unable to articulate his feelings, wore an expression of helplessness. Calm down, my friend. After all, this is your wife. Indeed. Fujiwara remarked, we are merely classmates. Mikoto remained as composed as ever, though upon closer inspection, one might notice a hint of crimson on her ears. Ah, I misspoke. Fujiwara chuckled. While I'm here, it seems you young folks are a bit shy. I have some matters to attend to, so please enjoy your reunion. Once the assessment concludes, let us dine together to celebrate our dear Chiba. As the mediator, Fujiwara had effectively opened the door for conversation between the two. And now it was time for him to discreetly withdraw. Fujiwara, wait. Chiba sighed as he watched Fujiwara depart, having just endured a strenuous ordeal. All he desired was a moment of respite, yet he felt pressure to engage socially. However, if the person in question was Mikoto, then perhaps he could muster the energy to converse. It's been ages, Mikoto. Were it not for Fujiwara's introduction, I would scarcely recognize you. We've all grown. Yet your face seems even more youthful than during our school days. Chiba was oblivious to the intricacies of flirtation. He simply believed that regardless of its conventionality, offering a few genuine compliments to a girl was always a safe approach. Oh, really? Mikoto instinctively touched her delicate face as the two began to converse. After a delightful exchange, Mikoto found herself developing a modicum of affection for Chiba. She had not anticipated that this boy, of whom she had no prior recollection, would turn out to be unexpectedly witty and charming. It is indeed hard not to be drawn to a handsome young man who possesses both talent and eloquence. Chiba and Mikoto were engaged in a delightful conversation. However, unbeknownst to them, not far behind, a young Uchiha was fixated on Chiba's back. His gaze filled with an intense malevolence, as if he yearned to rend him into 1,000 pieces. Chiba suddenly felt a stirring within and turned around, only to be met by a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes. The 6 obsidian tomo spun rapidly, instantly captivating his mind. No, not good. Chiba's thoughts grew increasingly sluggish, yet in a moment of clarity, he realized he had fallen victim to an illusion. Chapter 56. Chiba's initial confrontation with the Uchiha. I allowed you to get so close to Mikoto. Now, prepare to face the consequences, you scoundrel. Uchiha Ryu contemplated coldly, retracting his Sharingan. Ryu was an emotional individual. Yet within the Uchiha clan, this was considered a remarkable trait. Otherwise, he would not have awakened the 3 tomo Sharingan at such a tender age. However, this fellow was indeed difficult to control. Despite having just emerged from a fierce battle, he still managed to drain so much of my ocular power. Ryu rubbed his slightly aching eyes and cast a cold, mocking gaze ahead, for the grand spectacle was about to commence. Moments ago, he had implanted the notion of teasing Mikoto into Chiba's mind, confident that he would soon witness the scene of Mikoto delivering a resounding slap to his face while vociferously accusing him of lewdness. Suddenly, under Ryu's mocking gaze, Chiba uncontrollably raised his arm, slowly reaching towards Mikoto beside him. Damn it, is this an illusion? When did this happen? As the realization of being trapped in an illusion dawned upon Chiba, he finally regained a sliver of lucidity, and his mind began to race. The lecherous sage once said, illusions are the enemy's means of manipulating the flow of chakra in my brain. As long as Chiba endeavored to seize control of his own body. He initially slowed the flow of chakra within his mind, and then, with a sudden surge, he mobilized a substantial amount of chakra, instantly breaking free from his adversary's grasp. Illusion dispelled. I truly am a little genius, to effortlessly unravel an illusion on my very first attempt. Ha ha ha. Chiba initially felt a sense of pride. But as he fully regained consciousness and comprehended the situation unfolding before him, his smile vanished. His hand was, at that moment, resting on Uchiha Mikoto's modest bosom, squeezing it gently. The mixture of astonishment, embarrassment, and disdain reflected in Mikoto's eyes rendered Chiba utterly mortified. Meanwhile, behind Chiba, Uchiha Raiga's smirk had evaporated, replaced by a ghastly pallor. You two have only just met, you fool. Even if I implanted the notion of teasing in your mind, the most you should have done is perhaps hold her hand or brush her thigh. How dare you touch my goddess? Moreover, she clearly noticed your slow approach. Why didn't she evade? Raiga's frustration escalated. His Sharingan flared with rage. If not for his own limitations, he would have likely unleashed the full power of his Manjiki Sharingan by now. He had never encountered someone so brazenly audacious. Chiba, too, was in a state of turmoil. That is, Mikoto Chiba attempted to elucidate. In truth, I was ensnared by an illusion. Otherwise, how could I possibly commit such an act in broad daylight? That scoundrel, compelling me to engage in actions that betray my true self. I shall certainly exact my vengeance upon him soon. Mikoto interjected. Might you kindly remove your hand? Oh, my apologies. Chiba hastily withdrew his hand, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Mikoto's furrowed brows began to relax slightly. You mentioned being under an illusion. Do you know who cast it? That fellow behind us. Just wait. I am going to confront him and settle the score. Chiba, in a fit of anger, pointed at Uchiha Nagisa behind him, and then, using this as an excuse, stood up and fled as if in a desperate escape. How utterly shameful. Fortunately, most of the spectators were engrossed in the ongoing match below, and few had noticed the commotion here. Uchiha Nagisa, is it? Perhaps what he said was indeed true. Thought Mikoto silently as she adjusted her attire, watching Chiba's retreating figure. Hey, you over there, if you're a man, then come with me right now. Chiba approached the seat of Uchiha Nagai, nonchalantly beckoning with a finger, before turning away and striding towards the staircase without a backward glance. Chiba was resolute. Uchiha Ryo would undoubtedly follow. It is worth noting that Chiba had been invited by Fugaku himself, yet this fellow dared to take action against him, revealing himself to be nothing more than an emotional hothead. You had better swallow your pride and act like a turtle, otherwise I shall make it my mission to beat you to a pulp. Chiba seethed. Indeed, upon hearing Chiba's words, Uchiha Ryo sprang to his feet without a moment's hesitation. Ryo, what are you doing? You are a guest of the clan's young leader. Tread carefully. Some of Ryo's clansmen either attempted to intervene or offered their support. You need not concern yourselves. I shall handle this alone. Whatever happens, I, Uchiha Ryo, will bear the consequences. With that declaration, Ryo left his seat and followed Chiba. The two exchanged no words as they exited the building, arriving at a secluded training ground. Suddenly, with a decisive pivot, Chiba thrust his fist into the ground, propelling himself towards Uchiha Ryo like a cannonball. Humph. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Ryo scoffed, leaping into the air with a swift kick to the ground, forming hand seals and unleashing a barrage of flame-like seeds that scattered in the wind. Earth style. Earth flow wall. In response to the flames converging from all directions, Chiba crouched and struck the ground, raising a formidable earthen wall adorned with a dog's head that effortlessly blocked the oncoming fire. Simultaneously, under the cover of the earthen barrier, Chiba melded into the ground, re-emerging behind Uchiha Ryo, his chakra blade poised to drive deep into his opponent's form. As the blade pierced, Chiba instantly sensed something amiss. He deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a kunai that Ryo had thrust from behind. In the next instant, the two figures, now closely entwined, flickered and created distance between them. A substitution technique, perhaps? Chiba flexed his wrist and murmured, the Sharingan is indeed quite formidable. The Sharingan possesses the ability to perceive the flow of chakra. Uchiha Nagashi must have anticipated his intentions, thus leaving behind a clone as bait. Though this fellow is impulsive, his combat intuition is remarkably astute. Chiba gazed pensively at the waves before him, while Uchiha Nagato silently contemplated Chiba's current state. Whether it be lava release or that peculiar paper jutsu, the consumption of chakra must be significant. Given his present condition, it is likely that he struggles to execute either technique. Otherwise, he could have easily evaded my earlier attack with that paper jutsu. With this thought, a sense of assurance filled Uchiha Nagato. For him, battle was merely a contest. There was no notion of honorable victory, only triumph and defeat. Suddenly, four shurikens materialized in Uchiha Nagato's left hand, just as Chiba prepared to evade. Four sharp earthen spears erupted from the ground, thrusting toward him from various angles. Ninja art, Needle Earth Guardian. At the critical moment, Shinya's hair suddenly swelled in the wind and swiftly hardened, enveloping his entire body like a suit of needles. Clang, clang, clang. The earth spears struck against the chakra-enhanced armor, producing a sound reminiscent of steel colliding, and under the force of kinetic energy, they shattered instantaneously, unable to advance another inch. Employing the shuriken in his left hand to divert my attention, he surreptitiously executed the earth release technique. This fellow possesses quite the skill. Chiba suddenly realized that he should frequently engage in combat and sparring, whether it was his previous encounter with Rasha or the ongoing battle against Uchiha Rang. Both experiences had endowed him with a wealth of combat experience, which theoretical study and systematic rewards could never provide. His reflexes are astonishingly swift, and he deliberately avoided making eye contact with me throughout. Truly a formidable opponent. Uchiha Rung thought, his expression grave. He could discern that Chiba had not previously fought against the Uchiha clan. Yet, despite this, Chiba had managed to negate his own disadvantage against the Uchiha in just 2 skirmishes, which was rather daunting. In an instant, both figures sprang into action. Chiba swiftly withdrew a surgical knife, meeting Uchiha Rung's thrown kunai head-on. The sounds of their blades clashing rang out sharply, quick and urgent, like the shattering of a silver vase or the thunderous charge of iron steeds. This marked Chiba's inaugural confrontation with the Uchiha, and the Sharingan proved to be an exceedingly troublesome adversary. His moves had yet to be executed when the opponent had already anticipated his next action. The Sharingan is truly a remarkable tool. No wonder Itachi, nearly blind, still makes use of it. I desperately desire a pair for myself. At that moment, Chiba found a sense of empathy with Shimura Danzo. His tussle with Uchiha Rung reignited his yearning for the Sharingan. I've treated plenty of Uchiha, so why has the system rewarded me with a pair of those crimson orbs? Chapter 57. Unexpected Reward. Chiba on the brink of peril. In the span of just a few minutes, the blades wielded by both combatants had clashed over 100 times, the grips warming through the friction of their relentless exchanges. Continuing like this, I shall not hold the advantage. As Chiba engaged in a fierce battle with Uchiha Lang, he remained composed, meticulously analyzing the situation. His stamina continued to dwindle, while Uchiha Lang remained at the peak of his strength. If he were to continue following his opponent's rhythm, defeat was inevitable. I require a method to strike decisively and vanquish the enemy. Aha, I have it. Chiba's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he conceived a brilliant strategy to swiftly subdue Uchiha Nag. You have embarrassed me with your illusion. It is only reasonable that I first inflict severe harm upon you before administering treatment. Chiba mused to himself. Ding. Uchiha Nag's kunai once again deflected Chiba's scalpel, only to swiftly alter its trajectory, aiming a reverse thrust towards Chiba's lower abdomen. This maneuver was merely a feint, as Uchiha Nag understood that such a level of assault could not possibly, The sound of the blade piercing flesh resonated, leaving Uchiha Nag momentarily stunned. Chiba had not dodged or evaded, allowing the kunai to embed itself within his body. This is bad. Uchiha Nag's expression shifted drastically as he instantly realized the peril of the situation. Morata, I have succeeded. Chiba let out a cold laugh, gripping Uchiha Ryo's arm tightly with one hand while the other had already transformed into a chakra blade, ruthlessly plunging it into Uchiha Ryo's chest. You. Uchiha Ryo gasped for breath, slowly collapsing to the ground. Through his blurred vision, he saw Chiba mercilessly withdraw the kunai embedded in his body. In the next moment, Chiba's wound astonishingly healed. In healing technique, this was the last thought that crossed Uchiha Ryo's mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Zzz. After Chiba had tended to his own wounds, he finally approached Uchiha Nagato, preparing to begin his treatment. Chiba had just held back. The chakra scalpel had not completely penetrated Uchiha Nag's heart, merely coercing it to cease its rhythm, rendering him unconscious. Such a trivial fatal wound. I could effortlessly exploit it if I were so inclined. Chiba suddenly realized a pressing concern. It seemed that his chakra consumption was rather excessive, and the potency of his medical ninjutsu might not keep pace. Goodness, my friend, hold on. You absolutely cannot succumb. Chiba's expression was one of fury and ferocity, akin to the roar of a dragon king. In Konoha, there exists a fundamental distinction between grievously injuring a fellow ninja from the same village and outright killing them. This would directly determine whether Chiba could defect from the village. Fortunately, most personnel had been dispatched to the Chunin exam venue. Otherwise, Chiba would likely have already been apprehended by patrolling ninjas, not to mention the members of the police force, who were, after all, allied with Uchiha Raiga. After a series of desperate efforts, Chiba, utilizing his remarkable medical skills, managed to preserve Uchiha Raiga's life through a steady flow of chakra. Are you serious, man? You really dared to go that far? This was Uchiha Raiga's first utterance upon regaining consciousness. He gazed at Chiba with astonishment, realizing that while he considered himself audacious, he had encountered someone even bolder, truly a preposterous situation. Chiba paid no heed to Uchiha Nagashi, instead casually glancing at the system interface. One can surmise that such a character is unlikely to possess anything of value. Chiba was taken aback, exclaiming a series of expletives in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Before him, the system interface boldly displayed, Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Uchiha bloodline. Weak. Damn, the Uchiha bloodline. Chiba was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly jolting the freshly awakened Uchiha Nagato's brain in the process. What an unexpected delight this is. Chiba never anticipated that the elusive red eye, which he had long sought after, would unexpectedly manifest through a mere extraneous character. Could it be that I have fallen victim to an illusion? After such a prolonged yearning, the sudden acquisition left Chiba with a sense of unreality. The red eye may not be the most powerful, yet it certainly is the most striking. Before his journey into this new realm, Chiba had envisioned countless scenarios of awakening the Sharingan, and now that dream had materialized. He now possessed two of the most esteemed bloodlines from the world of Naruto, Senju and Uchiha, all to himself. Wait a moment. After a fleeting moment of exhilaration, Chiba suddenly realized a concerning implication. Does this mean I am now part of a lineage? Furthermore, what does the term weak signify in this context? Chiba, filled with curiosity, opened the explanation of the reward. Uchiha bloodline. Weak, a Uchiha lineage with limited potential, capable of awakening at most 3 Tomo Sharingan. How utterly disappointing. Chiba's gaze towards Uchiha Nagumo instantly transformed into one of disdain. You have sustained a fatal injury, and yet all you have achieved is a mere 3 Tomo bloodline? Is this truly all there is? Chiba had just been daydreaming about the kaleidoscope of Susanoo, and now, in an instant, his beautiful reverie was shattered. What is that look in your eyes, you scoundrel? The disdainful gaze from Chiba left Uchiha Ranga feeling humiliated and furious. Ignoring his injuries, he pressed his hand against his chest and rose, departing in a huff. Well, let me see if I can awaken my eyes. Chiba glanced around cautiously, ensuring that no one was watching him before he widened his eyes, attempting to activate his Sharingan. Awaken, Sharingan, he shouted fervently. However, despite his efforts, his eyes strained and his throat threatened to go hoarse. Yet he could not conjure even a single Tomo. It appears that the Sharingan indeed requires a catalyst to be awakened. Chiba relinquished his attempts. However, even so, he remained enraptured by the thrill of possessing the Uchiha bloodline. Before long, he would become a man endowed with the power of the Uchiha, divine strength, ha ha ha. After the recent tumult, it seemed that the final stage of the Chunin exams was nearing its conclusion. Chiba had no intention of returning to the arena, wishing to avoid any further entanglements. For instance, should he encounter a younger adversary only to be confronted by an elder, he would inevitably be forced to engage in a battle beyond his current level, which would be quite taxing. He believed that Uchiha Fugaku would adeptly handle all matters on his behalf. Who among my family understands? I too am afflicted by the crimson-eyed condition. Chiba departed from the training grounds, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way home. Due to the festivities of the Konoha Grand Festival, most villagers had flocked to witness the celebrations, leaving the streets eerily deserted with scarcely a soul in sight. As he passed a small path near the assessment grounds, Chiba suddenly noticed a peculiar figure approaching him leisurely from the opposite direction. It was a man with long black hair cascading down to his waist, walking with his eyes closed, yet there was an unmistakable familiarity about him. This cannot be. Chiba's pupils suddenly constricted as he recalled the identity of the individual before him. If the man were to don that azure conical hat, he would resemble the third Mizukage whom Chiba encountered during the ritual. However, at that very moment, the figure of the man before Chiba had vanished. In its place emerged a sharp water blade, formed by the hand, growing increasingly larger in Chiba's vision, hurtling towards his face with alarming speed, leaving him no time to react. Boom. Chiba felt as though his mind had exploded, in the most literal sense, as if a shackle that had confined him suddenly shattered. In Chiba's perspective, the entire world became strikingly clear, akin to a nearsighted individual donning glasses for the first time. Just moments ago, the water blade had moved with lightning speed, yet at this instant, it appeared to slow before Chiba's eyes. He could even anticipate the trajectory of its forthcoming assault. In the reflection cast by the water blade, Chiba beheld 2 obsidian black magatama, whirling frantically within his vision. Alas, it was still too late. Chiba felt a mixture of anger and resentment. Although he could distinctly perceive the trajectory of the water blade, his weary body was utterly incapable of evading it. After much effort, he had finally awakened the Sharingan, only to have it rendered useless in such a manner. Chapter 58. Might Dai's Request Sharingan. This brat is actually... Under Chiba's furious gaze, the water blade inexplicably paused at his forehead. The dark-haired man cast a deep glance at him before his entire form instantaneously transformed into flowing water, dissipating into a puddle. The dark-haired man vanished as if he had never existed, leaving Chiba alone, propped up on his knees, gasping for breath, relishing the thrill of having survived. How infuriating. Chiba muttered under his breath. Every time he felt he had grown stronger, a more formidable opponent would emerge, delivering a crushing blow to his confidence. This sensation was utterly disheartening. As for the identity of that earlier individual, was it the third Mizukichi? No. Chiba surmised that he had most likely faced Uchiha Madara. If that were indeed the case, it suggested that no one had been privy to this encounter. Alleviating his concerns about exposing the Sharingan, Chiba suppressed the tumultuous unease within, compelling herself to calm her thoughts. What, then, could be the intention behind his merciful release? Chiba was acutely aware that, in the near future, he would likely not encounter any imminent danger. However, he had caught the attention of a certain shadowy figure, signaling that far graver threats awaited him ahead. The following day, Chiba, baring his teeth in a grimace, engaged in his living puppet blood refinement at home, occasionally showcasing his Sharingan before the mirror, indulging in a moment of vanity. Although the Chunin exams had concluded, the official list of successful candidates and their respective appointments would require some time before being finalized. In light of this significant event, the high-ranking officials and elites from various nations gathered together, necessitating preliminary alliances and the forging of connections. The upper echelons of Konoha were no exception. With other matters temporarily set aside, Chiba, my brother, are you at home? I have brought the scoundrel who offended you yesterday to offer my apologies, called Uchiha Fugaku from outside as Chiba immersed himself in his training. Chiba leapt from his bed and opened the door, only to find Uchiha Fugaku and a reluctant Uchiha Sasuke standing there. Hurry up and apologize to Chiba, little brother, Uchiha Fugaku said, exasperated, as he noticed Sasuke standing still, stubbornly refusing to speak. It's unnecessary, brother Fugaku, Chiba replied. Chiba smiled lightly and remarked, yesterday's exchange with Brother Lang proved to be immensely beneficial. Any lingering rifts between us have long since dissipated. If an apology is truly warranted, it should be Brother Lang who apologizes to Mikoto, while I shall let it pass. Yesterday, Chiba had already engaged in combat and claimed his rewards, almost dealing a fatal blow to Uchiha Ran, releasing the pin-up frustration within him. There was no need to establish a potential adversary over a matter of pride. If handled correctly, it might even lead to the formation of an additional ally. Ah, dear Chiba, how profoundly you grasp the essence of righteousness. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Uchiha Ran's expression visibly softened, as did that of Fugaku. Although they had come to seek forgiveness, if Chiba had been overly aggressive and demanding, it would have left an unpleasant taste in their mouths. TSK. You're not too shabby, young man. I, Uchiha Ran, acknowledge you, but this does not imply that I will relinquish Meichin without a struggle. In response to Uchiha Ran's unconventional gesture of goodwill, Chiba silently chuckled, for it was precisely the reaction he had hoped to elicit. With a character like Uchiha Ran, one must first conquer him through strength, and then offer sufficient respect to easily gain his acknowledgement. During our earlier encounter, I noticed you wield a long sword. Yet you possess no suitable blade by your side, correct? As he spoke, Uchiha Ran unsheathed his own sword, generously tossing it to Chiba. If one makes a mistake, they must face the consequences. Here, take this fine sword as a token of apology. Clang. Chiba caught the long blade hurled by Uchiha Nagashi, drawing it from its sheath. A flash of cold light illuminating the somewhat dim room. In the ninja village, wealth alone could not procure a fine sword. Renowned craftsmen often forge blades exclusively for prominent families, and Chiba felt reluctant to exploit connections with individuals like SHK. It was undeniably a splendid weapon, albeit one that appeared somewhat familiar. Chiba was infatuated with the meticulously crafted long sword, sheathing it with a sense of delight as she murmured to herself. Meanwhile, Fuya's expression darkened. Rang, how could you possibly give away the chief's ceremonial blade? Oh, it's merely a trivial matter. Uchiha Rang waved his hand dismissively, speaking with nonchalance. The clan leader can simply send someone to replace it for me later. Get lost. You little rascal will surely exploit this situation. Fuya retorted with a playful slap, chiding him with a smile. Although the craftsmanship of the blade was invaluable, its worth was overshadowed by the potential to alleviate Chiba's grievances. Hey, Chiba. If you ever find yourself in trouble, just mention my name. I have plenty of connections in the police department, Uchiha Rang declared with evident pride, patting Chiba's shoulder before taking his leave. Well, while that may be true, wouldn't it be more effective if I simply invoked Brother Fuya's name instead? Chiba replied, contemplating the matter. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Uchiha Ranga stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, and hastily quickened his pace to depart. Chiba secretly chuckled, realizing that one must not indulge individuals like Lang too readily. Instead, one should persistently challenge him. Thus, he bid farewell to Fuji and his companion. Chiba had just intended to continue his cultivation when, before long, there came a knock at the door. "Master Mite, what brings you here?" Chiba had just opened the door when Might Guy urgently seized his hand and exclaimed, "Young one, I am in dire need of your assistance." Following the conclusion of the Ch-Nin exams, Kanehagakure would soon face another significant event, the preliminary assessments for the Ninja Academy's enrollment. In a bid to ensure that his son would not succumb to anxiety during the examination, Might Guy had earlier taken Might Guy on a special training expedition near the academy. Youth must not be squandered, Akai. Let us allow our fervent youth to continue to blaze brightly. With this fervent declaration, under Might Guy's guidance, the duo, one elder and one youthful, advanced in a handstand along the street leading to the academy, leaving behind a trail of handprints as they sweat profusely. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, their shadows stretched long, embodying the essence of their endeavors, a sight of pure beauty. However, as they rounded a corner, Might Guy unexpectedly encountered two former teammates he had once outwitted. Upon seeing him, malevolent grins instantly adorned their faces. "Oh, isn't this the perennial Jinin? Instead of walking his cat or dog, he's now playing ninja games with his son. Haha. Always focusing on physical training. What good is that? Perhaps he should exercise his mind instead. Otherwise, he'll remain a useless Jinin for life. Quite the conundrum, if only he had a brain." They jeered, their laughter echoing with palpable derision. "What are you two saying? Do not dare insult my father." Might Guy's face flushed with anger. He flipped to his feet, preparing to confront the two, but was restrained by Might Guy, who held him back. "Yosh, thank you for the advice," Might Guy said, pressing a hand on Akai while giving a thumbs up to the two ninjas with genuine sincerity. What a coward, even his son possesses more spirit. The two ninjas, finding no amusement in their taunts, mumbled their discontent and departed. "Father, you truly are a coward. No wonder you have remained a Jinin all your life." Might Guy, filled with indignation, shook off his father's hand and stormed away, refusing to heed any of Might Guy's words. Akai feels humiliated, and my inadequacies as a father have eroded his confidence in becoming a ninja, Might Guy sighed. "Might Guy senpai, what would you like me to do?" Chiba inquired, somewhat perplexed after hearing Might Guy's narrative. "It seems I cannot be of much help in your father-son matters. You can indeed help, young one. I took Akai to watch your match yesterday, and he has been looking up to you as his role model these past few days," Might Guy implored. "If Akai could receive encouragement from an exceptional ninja like you, it would undoubtedly reignite the flames of his youth." "Well, if that is the case." Observing the earnest expression on Might Guy's face, Chiba found it exceedingly difficult to decline. Coincidentally, he had been pondering how to acquire the latter stages of the 8 gates of Duinjia recently, lest he return to face Uchiha Madara without even the strength to engage in battle. If he were to assist Might Guy with this endeavor, it would be reasonable to assume that Guy would not refuse his subsequent request to continue learning the 8 gates. Thus, the side quest for the 8 gates of Duinjia had officially commenced. "Uchiha Madara, you had best refrain from provoking me, or else one fateful day I shall deliver a kick that will end you," Chiba silently vowed. Chapter 59. Opening 3 gates, Jiraiya's inquiry in the evening, by the small riverbank at Might Guy's doorstep. One could hear the oft-repeated adage that youth should not be desecrated, a mere illusion, for my fiery youth has already extinguished. A diminutive figure clad in green sat by the riverbank, hurling stones into the water with fervor, muttering angrily to himself. "AKA, look who your father has brought to see you." At that moment, Might Guy's voice resonated from behind Kai. Still sulking, Kai had no intention of acknowledging his father, however. Upon turning around, he was met with an unexpected sight. "Chiba-senpai," Kai exclaimed, springing to his feet in excitement, brushing the dirt from his clothes, and eagerly rushing to Chiba's side. "Chiba-senpai, I have long admired you. I never expected to encounter you alive today. Have you ever seen me dead?" Chiba scratched his head, as Kai's astonishing remarks completely caused him to forget the lines he had meticulously prepared. "Akai, my relationship with your father is one of both mentor and friend." Chiba gently patted Chin-chun-ji's head, attempting to regain her composure. "Do you not realize how much he worries about you when you act this way? What? You have actually taken my father as your disciple? In that case, would you also consider accepting me?" Kai exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement as he earnestly pleaded. "Chiba, is it possible that the master refers to your father? Senior Dai has been guiding me in my physical techniques." Chiba sighed in disbelief. "How could that be? A distinguished ninja like you. My father is merely a lowly genin." As he spoke, Kai's voice dwindled, and he abruptly turned to the silent Might Dai, questioning him. "Father, Could it be that you invited Senior Chiba to conspire and deceive me? I am not a Kai, I truly. Might Dai's face flushed crimson as he waved his hands in protest. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Enough, Senior Dai. At that moment, Chiba interjected, alleviating Dai's embarrassment. Words alone are insufficient. As I suggested before I arrived, why not demonstrate your strength instead? Might Dai hesitated. But upon seeing the doubt in his son's eyes, it felt as though his heart was pierced by a blade. He resolutely nodded and declared, all right. The 8th gate of opening, open. Both individuals crossed their arms before their chests, exclaiming in unison as a surge of energy erupted from within them, causing Kai's skeptical gaze to falter. Young one, the 2nd gate of rest corresponds to the opening gate within the brain domain. Give it a try and see if you can unlock it. With the 8th gate of opening activated, Might Dai's entire demeanor transformed, infused with a newfound confidence as he began to instruct Chiba. All right, 2nd gate of rest, open. Upon discovering the 2nd portal within his being, Chiba made several attempts, ultimately succeeding in effortlessly opening this new gateway. Ha ha ha, splendid. You truly are a prodigy of physical techniques. Now, let us attempt the 3rd portal. The intersection of the first 2 portals lies at the acupoint located at the center of your chest, which corresponds to the 3rd portal, known as the Gate of Life. You must observe with calm composure as Might Guy instructs Chiba. Kai stood in astonishment, questioning whether the individual before him was indeed his usually earnest and unassuming father. Understood, Sensei Guy? Chiba understood that Maidai was rewarding himself in this manner, so he did not hold back and diligently followed Maidai's guidance, making repeated attempts. The 3rd gate opened. As he pushed open the 3rd door and felt another surge of chakra, Chiba distinctly sensed a throbbing pain in his meridians, indicating that this gate was likely his current limit. My body's potential must extend beyond this. I have simply been exercising too little. I need to increase the intensity from now on, Chiba thought to himself. Chiba's body had begun to flush with a crimson hue, emanating a vibrant green energy, resembling an irate stalk of leeks. The life gate serves as the final sanctuary of the 8 gates of Duinjia. This is where your journey concludes, young one. With merely a glance, Might Guy discerned Chiba's current condition. Now, allow me, Adai, to unveil the latter gates of the 8 gates of Duinjia. Injury gate, open. Do gate, open. View gate, open. Shock gate. Senior Dai, that is enough. Please, don't be too excited. With Chiba's timely intervention, Might Guy had opened up to the 6th gate, and then, with one hand resting behind his back, gestured invitingly towards Chiba. Come on, young one. All right, I'm ready to go, Senior Dai. Chiba wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and in an instant, a pair of white paper wings unfurled behind him. With a single step, he surged forward, creating ripples of air, akin to an arrow released from its bow, racing towards Might Guy. Bang! The two collided fist to fist, the dull thud reverberating, sending a shiver down Kai's spine. Chiba was repelled by the terrifying force of Might Guy's punch, yet with a powerful flap of his wings, he retaliated with an even greater strike. Boom, boom, boom. With the aid of the dance of the Shikigami, Chiba and Might Guy engaged in a fierce and exhilarating battle. Their punches and kicks blurred into mere shadows, rendering Kai incapable of capturing their movements. He could only occasionally glimpse a few white paper fragments drifting to the ground. A tempest of emotions surged within Kai's heart. His father had actually subdued Senior Chiba. He possessed such formidable strength. The events of this evening had utterly transformed Kai's perception of Might Guy. Bang! Noticing the shift in Kai's gaze, Chiba, after being repelled once more by Might Guy, voluntarily dispelled the dance of the Shikigami in the 8 gates. Observing this, Might Guy also withdrew from the gate of view, casting a somewhat anxious glance toward his son, uncertain whether his earlier performance would earn Kai's approval. Chiba turned to Kai, who was utterly astonished, and with a smile inquired, Kai, do you now comprehend the true strength of your father? Kai initially nodded in a daze, then gazed at Might Guy with a puzzled expression, asking, Father, given your formidable prowess, why did you refrain from intervening to teach those two a lesson during the day? Might Guy, at a loss for words, could only cast a pleading glance at Chiba for assistance. Kai, Chiba continued, you regard dignity as an immensely significant aspect. Yet, your father set aside his own dignity to establish a commendable example for you. Do you believe there exists anyone braver than him in this world? Upon hearing Chiba's words, Kai fell into deep contemplation. Observing this, Chiba added, strength is not meant for ostentation. Rather, it is to safeguard those around us. This is the essence of youth. If one cannot protect those deserving of protection, what value does even the mightiest strength hold? As Chiba opened his mouth, he spoke timeless lines and profound insights, prompting Kai to reflect deeply. I apologize, father. I had wronged you before. It is of no consequence, Akai. A fervent spirit is the essence of youth. Father, Akai. Observing the two beneath the moonlight, embracing and weeping, Chiba smiled faintly, knowing it was time for him to withdraw. Lord Jiraiya, what brings you here? Were you waiting for me? Upon reaching the crossroads, Chiba noticed a tall figure leaning against the wall, seemingly having awaited his arrival for quite some time. You must be parched after our earlier conversation. Here, have an ice pop. Jiraiya chuckled, offering Chiba one of the two ice pops he had split. Here we go again. How many have you ensnared with this trick? Watergate. Even Naruto. You could at least try a different approach. Though he jested, Chiba accepted the ice pop, and the two settled back-to-back under the shade of a tree, savoring the rare tranquility. Come on, buddy. Jiraiya is offering you an ice pop. Who could possibly refuse such a protagonist privilege? In Chiba's mind, this temptation ranked just below the vision of Yakushina Noyu dancing before him in nothing but stockings and glasses. I heard everything you said earlier. It was quite eloquent. Have you found the person you wish to protect? Jiraiya glanced at Chiba beside him and inquired with a smile. Chiba contemplated for a moment. Despite having formed some connections in Konoha, he realized he had yet to elevate himself to the level of guardianship over anyone. You, my boy, possess little sense of belonging to your surroundings. There is a subtle distance you maintain with everyone, and this cannot continue, Jiraiya remarked, gently ruffling Chiba's hair. His tone earnest and heartfelt. But aren't you the same? You keep a certain detachment from everyone as well, don't you? Chiba gazed at Jiraiya, contemplatively voicing his thoughts. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. Perhaps this is the common affliction shared by those of us destined for great endeavors. Ha ha ha. A few days later, Jiraiya departed from the village once more, and Chiba was summoned to the Hokage's office, awaiting Sarutobi Hiruzen's assignment. He, Senju Uchiha Chiba, had officially ascended to the rank of CH-Ni. Chapter 60. A mission to Sunigakure? Is it to stir up trouble? Chiba, your achievements and prowess are commendable. I have promoted you to Special Jonin, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a smile, taking a puff from his pipe. I intend to have you join the Umbu, leading a new special operations team. What are your thoughts on this? You have laid out everything so clearly, yet you still symbolically seek my opinion. Truly, I am beside myself with emotion. Chiba silently harbored a few grievances in his heart, yet maintained a respectful smile as he replied, I could not wish for more. Thank you for your elevation, Third Hokage. I shall not disappoint your expectations. To be candid, the promotion was indeed substantial. Chiba had ascended from a mere foot soldier to the esteemed position of captain within the Imperial Guard. Excellent. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction, then proceeded to articulate his vision for this new special operations team. I intend for you to lead a unit equipped with medical support capabilities, responsible for certain key figures within the covert divisions. Your role will be to provide medical assistance when needed and, if necessary, to dispose of their remains. In the world of shinobi, to prevent intelligence leaks, the bodies of certain important ninjas must be tracked and destroyed. Understood, Third Hokage. Chiba's eyes brightened, and he readily agreed. Providing medical support to key figures associated with the Umbu sounded like an excellent opportunity for rewards, even if it meant dipping into his own pockets. Chiba was more than willing to take on the task. Given the current shortage of personnel in the Umbu, he decided to have Kuka and SH-Ju assist him temporarily. Sarutobi Izashi continued to organize, evidently having everything meticulously planned. As for the remaining individual, let the intelligence team's medic, Nanao, fill in. For her medical and combat skills are quite exceptional. Nanao. Upon hearing the name of the white-haired lady, Chiba was momentarily taken aback, forgetting to respond. Did he think it unusual for me to be so familiar with Danzo's subordinates? Sarutobi Izashi glanced at Chiba knowingly and remarked, while certain matters are entrusted to Danzo. I am the Hokage. Do you understand, Chiba? I understand, Lord Third. Chiba felt a chill in his heart, realizing that the third Hokage was imparting the importance of distinguishing between the significant and the trivial within the village of Konoha. Well, you are also considered my disciple, so there is no need for excessive formality in my presence. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, reverting to his earlier, cheerful demeanor. Before the establishment of the new team, there remains a vital task for you to undertake. Sunigakure is set to establish diplomatic relations with Konoha, and given that the Kazekage holds a favorable impression of you, I intend to appoint you as one of Konoha's envoys to Sunigakure. Lord Third, I fear my abilities are insufficient. Chiba was about to decline, But Saratobi Izashi offered him no such opportunity and continued speaking on his own accord. This matter is entirely under the purview of Danzo, who is currently working in the adjacent office. He will provide you with the specific details. Chiba, very well, third Hokage. Before I can unleash Susanoo, I truly do not wish to encounter the alluring sun brother. Despite his deep reluctance, Chiba found himself compelled to knock on Danzo's office door after leaving the Hokage's office. Enter. A chilling voice echoed from within, prompting Chiba to enter Danzo's office with trepidation. This was the first time since his arrival in this world that he encountered the man known as the Dark Ninja, the first Hokage. It must be said, the oppressive aura was indeed palpable. Danzo Shimura merely sat there, casting a cursory glance at Chiba, who felt as though he were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent. An unsettling sensation prickling at his back, the sense of impending doom far surpassing his initial encounter with Orochimaru. Bang! At that moment, the door behind Chiba slammed shut, startling him as he glanced around nervously, fearing that a horde of root ninjas would suddenly emerge from behind the screen to seize the Sharingan he had just acquired. There are no outsiders here, so I shall speak plainly. Danzo continued, attending to the documents on his desk. I have struck a deal with the third Tsuchikage to use this mission as a pretext to incite a coup in Sunagakure, eliminating Chiyo and her ilk. Why would Danzo Shimura divulge this to me? Could it be? Chiba's pupils constricted, and an ominous premonition washed over him. The words that followed from Shimura Danzo only served to validate Chiba's suspicions, causing his composure to shatter in an instant. It is said that you share a close relationship with Chiyo's grandson. Upon arriving in Sunagakure, you are to find a way to infiltrate the inner circle of Chiyo and others, acting as support for the third Kazekage, and simply follow orders. Chapter 61, Danzo's Scheme. Will Chiba face a near-death experience? A coup? Must I serve as support once more? Chiba is in a state of utter despair. Engaging in a coup, such a perilous endeavor, is akin to grasping at embers. To require his assistance in such a venture is tantamount to courting death. Not to mention Chiyo. The siblings HZ and Chiyo are still at the pinnacle of their prowess, and sandwiched between the formidable Scorpion and Chiyo. The father and mother duo likely possess strength that rivals their own. 3.5 shadow-level powerhouses, and you expect me to risk my life in support? A mere misstep, and I could become Scorpion's eternal plaything. Chiba possesses a keen self-awareness, given his slender limbs. It is evident that he cannot contend with Kururo using Heim. While Yakura might be capable, he knows that Chiyo and the other three are beyond his means. After a moment's hesitation, Chiba tentatively inquired, Lord Danzo, is the third Hokage aware of this matter? With a resounding clap, Danzo slammed his pen onto the desk, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Our esteemed Hokage is, of course, oblivious to this. Such nefarious affairs are solely orchestrated by me in the shadows. Upon hearing this, Chiba's heart sank. Danzo's words revealed that this endeavor had the tacit approval of the third. He had no power to refuse. Is there anything else? If not, be swift in your preparations and do not disturb my work. Danzo waved his hand dismissively, his impatience palpable. Recognizing the lack of options, Chiba ceased further discourse and quietly departed. Shortly after Chiba departed, a figure emerged from behind the screen, addressing the direction in which Chiba had vanished. Lord Danzo, this opportunity is rare and invaluable. Why not take advantage of it to eliminate Minato Namikaze instead of targeting Chiba? As a subordinate of Shimura Danzo, Yagami understood his superior's true intentions. The Lord had no intention of aiding the third Kazekage in gaining power. Rather, he planned to create chaos among the Sand Village, allowing Konoha to reap the benefits. Furthermore, he had instructed Yagami to take this chance to remove Chiba, a young man who posed a threat not unlike that of Minato Namikaze. Within just a few months, he has garnered the recognition of numerous clans and the three Sannin. In this regard, Minato pales in comparison. We cannot allow him to continue his ascent, Danzo stated coldly. Additionally, Hisashi has been pressing me for some time. I require a new conflict to solidify my tenuous grasp on power. Turning to Yagami, Danzo added, although this must be done in the sand, ensure it is executed as discreetly as possible, leave no trace, understood? In response to Danzo's directive, Yagami smiled confidently. Rest assured, Lord Danzo, I will incite chaos in the sand, ensuring that boy meets a fate worse than death. In truth, if a disturbance were to erupt within the sand, Chiba, oblivious and unwittingly loyal to the Kazekage, would find survival nearly impossible. A week later, in a swaying carriage, the third Kazekage and Chiba sat across from each other, discussing significant matters upon their return to the sand. You saved Scorpion. Given the temperament of Chiyo's children, they will undoubtedly invite you to grow closer. At that time, I need you to uncover the location of the one-tailed Jinchuriki. The third Kazekage's tone was harsh, issued in commands, indifferent to Chiba's demeanor. After all, Chiba could not defy the orders of the Hokage. Even if he harbored discontent, what could he do? Once they arrived in the sand, for the sake of his own life, Chiba would comply. A mere puppet of a Kage still carries such airs. No wonder you lack capable subordinates. You should come to our land to learn what it means to value and respect the capable. Chiba shook his head, dismissing the other party's presence with indifference. He surmised that the entire affair likely stemmed from his existence. Because of him, Scorpion's parents had not perished, disrupting the delicate equilibrium that had persisted for 3 generations between the Wind Shadows and Chiyo. This individual probably felt compelled to resort to external forces to eliminate Chiyo and her companions. As for the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Sunagakure, he had been confined in a cell since his youth, enduring until old age. According to the Wind Shadow's insinuation, the village's nuclear weapon now lay not in his hands, but rather in the grasp of Chiyo and her allies. It was quite disheartening for such a prominent figure as a village shadow to find himself in such a predicament. My master, Minato Namikaze, is capable of wielding the nuclear weapon with ease, Chiba thought with immense pride. When the banquet for the delegates commenced, he found himself seated alongside Chiyo and the others, prepared to unleash his full strength unexpectedly, in collaboration with a certain someone to seize them. The third Wind Shadow was still issuing commands when, suddenly, an irritable voice from outside the vehicle interrupted. Hey, Chiba, why are you lingering in his car? Hurry and come sit in my vehicle. Truly a pampered fool. Upon hearing this, the third Wind Shadow let out a cold snort, then turned to Chiba, speaking haughtily. Remember what I just said. Once this matter is resolved, you shall not be left empty-handed. With that, the third Wind Shadow dispelled the soundproof barrier and waved his hand dismissively, urging Chiba to exit the vehicle. Were it not for the orders I bear, you might have met your demise at my hands. Chiba's gaze was slightly frigid, in his heart. The only individuals who could stand above him were Tsunade and, to a lesser extent, Konan, making a total of 2.5. Chiba arrived at Scorpio's carriage, which, to say the least, was far more luxurious than that of Wind Shadow. The seats were not only more spacious, but there was even a charming puppet show to enjoy. Scorpio, what expression is that? Seeing Scorpio's face filled with resentment, Chiba felt somewhat helpless. As a diplomat representing Sunagakure, it is only natural for me to engage more with Wind Shadow. Wind Shadow? In Sunagakure, his words carry little weight. Scorpio scoffed with disdain, then, with a hint of pride, pointed to himself and declared, You would be better off cultivating a good relationship with me, I assure you. I will guarantee your success in completing your mission. Indeed. Chiba felt that he had taken on yet another role, that of an envoy, an undercover agent, and an assassin, alongside being a companion. Sighing inwardly, he lamented his predicament. Indeed, he had once harbored a fondness for Scorpion. Yet now he was tasked with eliminating the family of his counterpart. The higher-ups of Konoha were truly a troublesome lot. More critically, these were 4 individuals suspected to possess the strength of a Kage. Even with numerous hidden cards up his sleeve, could he truly survive this conflict and return to Konoha? I must devise a strategy to break the deadlock. Perhaps I can use the Jinchuriki of One Tail as a leverage? Chapter 62. Turning Chiba into a puppet. The Land of Wind is the largest nation in the ninja world, yet much of its territory is blanketed in yellow sand, with desolation almost everywhere. After a long journey, Chiba and his companions finally arrived at Sunagakure. The envoys were supposed to head to their prearranged lodging, but Chiba was warmly escorted to Scorpion's home instead. My home is quite spacious, Chiba. You should stay here tonight. Unable to decline such hospitality, Chiba agreed to dine at Scorpion's residence before returning to the inn. As an undercover agent, he needed to maintain the ability to exchange information with the outside world. Chiba, you saved both my husband and me back then. And now you have rescued Scorpion. We are at a loss for how to express our gratitude. Scorpion's parents happened to be home, and upon seeing Chiba, they immediately approached him, their gratitude evident. You must be weary from your travels. You must be hungry. Come, sit down, and let us eat while we converse. Oh, certainly. Thank you, uncle and aunt. Chiba was at a loss as to how to address Scorpion's parents. Through conversation, he learned their names. Scorpion's father was named Shigeru, and his mother was named Mako. The couple exuded warmth and kindness, and through Chiba's perceptive observation, he discerned that their strength was formidable. He was quite certain that even if he were to strike suddenly, he would be unable to subdue them. Perhaps I should simply defect? Chiba pondered inwardly. In contrast to the cunning and treachery of the higher-ups in Konoha, The sincere Shigeru and Mako instilled in him a sense of longing for a noble master, evoking the sentiment of Chiba has drifted aimlessly through life, lamenting the absence of a wise lord. If you do not reject me, I would gladly kneel before you as a devoted son, grateful for their hospitality. He bid farewell to the two esteemed elders after dinner. Just as Chiba intended to take his leave, Scorpion grasped him by the arm. Wait, Chiba. Stay and play with me tonight. How about I teach you the art of puppetry? I am renowned as a puppet genius. Scorpion continued. And I have many beautiful female puppets. If you stay, I shall show you something delightful. As Scorpion held on to Chiba with determination, Shigeru approached and affectionately ruffled Scorpion's hair. Smiling indulgently. Stop your antics, Scorpion. Let your brother Chiba return home to rest properly. With that, Shigeru turned to Chiba and said, Chiba, if you wish, you are welcome to join us for dinner over the next few days and keep our dear Scorpion company. Of course, Shigeru-senpai, Chiba replied. Chiba readily agreed. As an undercover agent, he had no choice but to comply. Station. Chiba had just returned to his room, intending to organize his thoughts regarding the current situation, when suddenly, a figure pushed the door open. Senior Yamamoto, what brings you here? Chiba inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yamamoto Yofu, the deputy envoy of this mission, held a superior rank over Chiba as the person in charge of this special operation. A. B. Ensure the door is guarded. No one is permitted to approach without my consent. Yamamoto commanded his subordinates, who promptly took their positions at the entrance. He then closed the door and, with a serious demeanor, seated himself beside Chiba. Chiba, you are a favored junior of Lord Hokage and have connections with the Shiyu couple. I wish to hear your perspective on this operation. Chiba glanced at the figures outside the door and then observed the grave expression on the countenance of the mountain Nightwind, yet he discerned nothing amiss. I see then, he replied, subtly nodding his head, and began to articulate his superficial thoughts regarding the current mission. With a soft click and clack, the mountain Nightwind toyed with an intricately crafted pendant, occasionally flipping it during Chiba's narration, producing a rhythmic sound. At first, Chiba found it somewhat peculiar. However, as the frequency of the pendant's sound intensified, he instinctively began to disregard its noise, feeling as though a sudden tranquility enveloped him, as if he were immersed in a void. Thus, I believe we should. Chiba's gaze gradually became vacant, his speech slowing to a crawl, as if he were on the verge of succumbing to slumber. Observing this, Yefeng of the Mountain Clan revealed a faint smile. No matter how formidable your strength may be, before the mightiest secret arts of my clan, you are but a pawn destined to fall. This was not the first instance of Yefeng turning against his own kin. Regardless of one's prowess, as long as there is a moment of negligence and vigilance, none can escape his grasp. Now, let me alter your consciousness. A subtle smile graced Yefeng's lips as he intended to transform Chiba into his puppet, inciting discord within Sunagakure, only to have him quietly perish amidst the ensuing chaos. How does it feel? This is the fate I have meticulously woven for you. As Yefeng formed his seals, he whispered with triumphant glee. Yet, just as he was about to invade Chiba's mind, two vivid crimson lights suddenly ignited in Chiba's eyes, swaying ominously with the flickering candlelight. Yefeng's consciousness faltered in an instant. Unable to advance even an inch, as if barred by an unyielding barrier, furthermore, an opposing force sought to infiltrate his mind, to use illusions against me. You must first seek the consent of my Sharingan. Chiba let out a cold laugh. Had it not been for his Sharingan, he might have fallen victim just now. Fortunately, he regained his senses midway. Following his previous encounter with Uchiha Raiga, Chiba has become exceedingly wary of genjutsu, and the emergence of the Sharingan has effectively compensated for his previous shortcomings in this regard. The third Hokage would never send someone to target me. You scoundrel. You must be a minion of Shimura Danzo. What nonsense about the strongest secret techniques. I see you only dare to strike at your own kind and have never truly faced the wrath of the Uchiha. In the name of Uchiha Chiba, succumb to the darkness of the Sharingan. Just as the crimson glow in Chiba's eyes intensified, believing he had seized control of the situation, the expression on Yamashiro Nafeng's face turned to one of horror, and he opened his mouth to shout loudly. Damn it! Chiba's expression also shifted. This marked his first time resorting to the use of the Sharingan to cast a genjutsu under pressure, yet he was unexpectedly unable to subdue Yamanaka Kaze, who was adept in illusions. This is troublesome. Chiba's heart raced, teetering on the brink of his throat. The individuals outside were likely subordinates of Shimura Danzo. If they were to discover his ability to awaken the Sharingan, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 63. Perhaps a tail beast rampage is in order. There's no manual for this thing. What on earth am I supposed to do? At the critical moment, Chiba relinquished the dignity of being a Uchiha and decisively chose to assume a different persona. The dance of the paper talismans. Chiba remained uncertain whether the few ninjas guarding outside would notice the commotion within the room, yet at this point, he had no choice but to take a gamble. The sound echoed loudly. Chiba was in close proximity to Yafing in the mountains. The moment Yafing in the mountains opened his mouth to scream, Chiba's skin erupted, transforming into sheets of paper that sealed Yafing's mouth and nose, ensnaring his limbs tightly. Simultaneously, Chiba deftly divided a portion of the paper, continuing to manipulate the pendant in Yafing's hand, producing a rhythmic sound. Tap, tap. The crisp echoes of the pendant rendered the sound akin to turning pages insignificant. Sharingan, Sharingan, Sharingan. Meanwhile, Chiba did not relent in exerting his influence over Yafing, persistently using the Sharingan to disorient his opponent's mind, preventing him from concentrating enough to call for help. After a series of well-executed strikes, coupled with a stroke of fortune, Chiba indeed succeeded in thwarting Yafing, and the ninjas outside refrained from rushing in. Damn it. That terrified me. Chiba was suddenly drenched in cold sweat, with his back still damp. All day hunting birds, only to be pecked by a goose. I never expected that this Shankai would turn out to be a Uchiha. Lord Danzo was indeed correct. The Uchiha clan harbors nefarious intentions, even going so far as to disguise their own members as commoners to infiltrate the Hokage lineage. Shankai gazed at Chiba with a mixture of terror and indignation, fervently cursing the Uchiha clan in his heart, while Uchiha Fugaku sneezed 108 times throughout the night. Yet, under Chiba's influence, Shankai couldn't even manage a muffled groan. Sharingan. Though Chiba may not be well-versed in the art of illusion, he understands that a person's consciousness is at its most fragile when on the brink of asphyxiation and death. After all, when one is nearing the end, it becomes impossible to summon any semblance of strength. Chiba had persistently rendered the night wind in the mountains stifling, continuously honing his ability to manipulate the opponent's mind with his Sharingan, his eyes nearly bursting from the strain. Aside from merely observing the edges, this was the first time Chiba had gazed so intently at an individual, and at last, he sensed a flicker of connection. Chiba trembled at that sensation, and the unwillingness in his eyes vanished in an instant as he gazed at the mountain across from him, his gaze growing vacant. It was a triumph. Chiba suppressed the joy swelling within him and began to influence the will of the night wind in the mountains. He swiftly broke through the illusionary barrier that had been set in the mind of his opponent, attempting to delve into the recent memories of the other. That old dog, Shimura Danzo, had not merely targeted him opportunistically. Rather, he had meticulously orchestrated this deadly trap specifically for him. Chiba's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness. He pondered whether Danzo sought to harm him. Was Saratobi Hizashi oblivious to this, or did he perceive it as a trial for him? This journey to Sunagakure proved far more perilous than I had anticipated. I must devise a means to extricate myself swiftly. Chiba furrowed his brow and subtly manipulated the essence of the night wind within the mountains, transforming it entirely into an ally. In doing so, he could employ the night wind as a strategic pawn, enabling the ninjas at the roots to serve his purpose. Yet, this was still insufficient. Chiba furrowed his brows, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly broke into a cold smile. Why not adopt a different perspective? Since Shimura Danzo seeks to instigate chaos in Sunagakure, I shall ensure that the turmoil becomes absolute, so chaotic that no one will pay me any heed. As for who will bear the responsibility for this upheaval, naturally, it will be our esteemed first Hokage, Shimura Danzo. Before long, Yamashiro Yofu spiritedly exited Chiba's chamber. A few root ninjas stationed outside glanced at the quietly contemplative Chiba and approached Yamashiro Yofu, lowering their voices to inquire, "Have you succeeded?" "Of course. I took matters into my own hands. How could it possibly fail?" Yamashiro Yofu replied with a confident smile. In his mind, Chiba had now become a mere puppet, entirely at his disposal. Alas, if only he were a fair maiden, there would be much more amusement to be had. "You lot. Swiftly contact the individuals affiliated with the Wind Shadow," Yamashiro Yofu commanded. "Instruct them to send over a list of potential contacts with the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. I shall arrange for Chiba to conduct the investigation." "Yes, Lord Yamashiro," the root ninjas replied in hushed tones. The following morning, Yamashiro Yofu strode into Chiba's room with an air of arrogance, tossing a list at him before attempting to swagger out. "You damn it." Chiba immediately seized Yamashiro's collar, and in the midst of the latter's astonished gaze, delivered 2 resounding slaps across his face. Subsequently, he activated his Sharingan, intensifying the effect of the illusion he had cast upon him. What a refreshing sensation. "Farewell, Esteemed sir, as you take your leave. With great care. Chiba administered a healing treatment to Yofeng in the mountains, bidding farewell to Lord Yamanaka with a beaming smile. Only then did he lower his gaze to examine the list in his hand. It must be said that this list was remarkably detailed, containing not only the names and portraits of each individual but also their personality traits and preferences, as well as their potential roles in the captivity of the Jinchuriki. Roles such as guards, covert operatives, intelligence couriers, cooks, and food deliverers were all clearly delineated. If the Wind Shadow wished, he could likely seize the position of Jinchuriki at any moment. However, before dealing with Chiyo and the others, he dared not act impulsively, fearing retaliation from them that could lead to mutual destruction. Upon grasping the situation, Chiba felt a surge of confidence, and a plan swiftly took shape in his mind. If I could incite the third Wind Shadow to strike simultaneously against Chiyo and the Jinchuriki, then I could find a way to release Shikaku and create chaos in Sunagakure. Chiba grinned, revealing a chilling smile. The flawless answer to the Nine-Tails incident lay before him. All he needed to do was transcribe it. He planned to orchestrate a one-tail incident in Sunagakure. At that moment, both sides would mistakenly believe that the other had unleashed the Shikaku, leading to a fierce confrontation where no one would pay him any mind. If executed properly, he might even reap some benefits from the chaos. Chiba narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. After a tumultuous beast incident, it wouldn't be unreasonable for Sunagakure to suffer 100 or so casualties if he were to generously offer his assistance in healing. Just imagine the rewards that could be his. Chiba, are you there? Suddenly, the voice of Rasha interrupted Chiba's daydreaming from outside the door. I'm here. Come in, brother Rasha. In an instant, Chiba concealed the list and rose to open the door for Rasha, smiling as he inquired, Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Rasha appeared at a loss for words, hesitating several times before finally speaking. Upon noticing that Chiba had securely closed the door, he still felt uneasy and proceeded to cast a soundproof barrier nearby. What are you doing, brother Rasha? Chiba warily took 2 steps back. In the world of Naruto, even boys are at risk of being coerced. This could very well be a new form of deception. Chiba, I have something crucial to convey to you, Rasha finally said after much hesitation. Rasha was acutely aware that the third Kazekage cared little for Chiba's well-being. Should Chiba follow the Kazekage's orders, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. On one side lay the grand schemes of the Kazekage, while on the other stood an inconsequential bystander. Logically, Rasha should have unhesitatingly chosen the former. However, Chiba genuinely believed that Rasha was a person of worth. Even the Kazekage only offered praise when it served his purposes, never truly valuing him. Yet, when Chiba remarked that Rasha could become the 4th Kazekage, it came from the heart, and Rasha sensed this sincerity. You must not attempt to escape with your peculiar ninjutsu, Chiba. Sunagakure harbors numerous formidable archers, and you would be riddled with arrows the moment you ascend, Rasha stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chiba's heart sank. He had indeed contemplated such a course of action. If you wish to leave Sunagakure, there is but one way, to carry the special magnetic escape token crafted by me and the Kazekage. With that, Rasha produced a small token from his pocket and tossed it to Chiba. Chiba deftly caught the token and upon inspection, noticed the name Rasha engraved upon it. Before you ascend, activate this token with your chakra, and for a duration of 10 minutes, the powerful crossbows along your path will no longer lock onto you, Rasha elucidated. Chiba toyed with the token in his hand, a hint of confusion in his voice as he inquired, Brother Luosha, such a precious item. Are you not afraid to give it to me so readily? Luosha's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, I believe you will achieve great things in the future. It would be a pity for you to perish here. Chapter 64. Let the chaos begin. Sand hidden. Chiba felt a flicker of emotion. Gripping the token in his hand, he suddenly spoke, Brother Luosha, you must be well aware that both you and I are merely pawns in the hands of the 3rd generation of Wind Shadows, capable of being sacrificed at any moment. Luosha nodded slightly, his expression solemn as he replied, I understand, but a warrior dies for those who truly appreciate him. Tell me, Brother Luosha, is your worth confined to such limits? Chiba interrupted Rasha, stating, Is the 3rd Kazekage genuinely appreciative of your worth? Or is it merely a matter of having no one else to rely on? You are well aware of your own value. Does sacrificing yourself for him truly attest to your significance? Rasha's robust frame trembled, rendered speechless by Chiba's words, and he vacantly departed from Chiba's chamber. Sighing, he contemplated the inevitability of fate. Observing Rasha's retreating figure, Chiba felt a tinge of regret, wishing that Value Guy might not perish amidst the chaos he was about to orchestrate. Shaking his head, He dismissed further thoughts and once again perused the list in his possession. It was exceedingly challenging to covertly relocate the Jinchuriki. The Kazekage had undertaken extensive preparations and was hesitant to act rashly. However, if the goal was merely to incite turmoil utilizing the Jinchuriki, the task appeared significantly simpler. For instance, one could identify a genuine guard and conceal an explosive tag within a paper clone on the individual. Alternatively, one might locate a cook or a food courier and adulterate the meal intended for the Jinchuriki, inducing a loss of consciousness. Surely, the lively and endearing Shikaku would be eager to emerge and revel in the freedom. Of course, all these plans hinged upon Chiba's Sharingan. Even if Sunagakure later discerned that an illusion was cast by a Konoha operative, the sole individual in the group proficient in genjutsu was Yamashiro Nato, a subordinate of Shimura Danzo. Thus, all that remained was to eliminate Yamashiro Nato during the ensuing turmoil, thereby completing the intricate design of the plan. Time is of the essence, Chiba murmured to himself. With mere days remaining until the banquet, he needed to adeptly utilize Danzo, the Kazekage's associates, and his own identity as Sasori's acquaintance to finalize his strategies. On the eve of the banquet, within the Kazekage's quarters, Chiba and Yamashiro Nato discreetly presented themselves before the feigning Kazekage. Lord Kazekage, we have located the position of the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Shall we proceed to extract him? Yamashiro Nato inquired. This line had been meticulously crafted by Chiba to sway the third Kazekage's judgment, instilling a sense of urgency regarding potential threats. Consider this. Whether it be individuals from Konoha or Danzo's faction, there exists a possibility that they may target the Jinchuriki post-banquet. Shouldn't you act swiftly to secure him? You need not worry about Danzo's vigilance, the Kazekage replied, diverting the topic. Certainly not. This fellow has effortlessly procured the intelligence, leveraging his connection with Sasori, Yamashiro Nato declared, gesturing proudly at Chiba, who stood like a puppet behind him. Rest assured, the credit for this endeavor belongs to me, Yamashiro Nato. Very well, the Kazekage nodded. You need not concern yourselves with the Jinchuriki. Simply await my command at the banquet, and we shall ambush Danzo and his associates. Upon departing from the Chamber of the Wind Shadow, Chiba felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether his plans would unfold as intended, inciting a clash between the two factions. After all, chaos must reign in Sunagakure for the blame to fall squarely upon Shimura Danzo, allowing him to distance himself from the turmoil. Nonetheless, why dwell on such thoughts? Having orchestrated events to this point, he could only resign himself to fate. After a moment of inner conflict, Chiba found solace. Life and death are but transient states. Should he perish, he would leave an indelible mark on the world, and if he survived, he could either remain in Sunagakure or wander the ninja realm. Who needs Konoha anyway? In the midst of swirling intrigues and hidden currents, the banquet to welcome the Konoha envoy proceeded as scheduled within the opulent halls of the Sand Gold Palace. The Third Wind Shadow and Chiyo occupied the seats of honor, flanked by the upper echelons of Sunagakure and the Konoha delegates. Under the Third Wind Shadow's direction, Chiba and his companions were seated beside the Shigure couple. With everyone gathered, the time had come to commence the festivities. Let us extend a warm welcome to the Konoha envoys, proclaimed the Third Wind Shadow, raising his goblet towards Chiba and the others with a genial smile. Chiba and the Leaf Village envoy gracefully rose to their feet, offering a subtle bow to those surrounding them. Then, with a decisive flourish, they unleashed their ninjutsu, mind disturbance technique, earth release, earthen spike, fire release, great fireball technique. The root ninjas launched a sudden offensive, and in the astonished gaze of the onlookers, they swiftly eliminated several unprepared high-ranking members of the Sand Village. Dance of the Paper Talismans. With a resounding roar, Chiba erupted, transforming into a whirlwind of fluttering paper that swept towards the Shigure couple. Chaos immediately ensued within the palace. Some fled in panic, others desperately defended themselves, while a few unexpectedly turned on their comrades. What is happening? Is Konoha about to ignite war once more? A high-ranking member of Sunagakure questioned in bewilderment. Fool, can't you see that those who remain are our allies? Another high-ranking official of Sunagakure bellowed. It is not Konoha. It is the third Kazekage. With this exclamation, the situation became unmistakably clear, and many faces reflected a dawning realization. The Kazekage. You have meticulously orchestrated this banquet for quite some time. Haven to you? Meanwhile, Chiyo at the head table slowly rose. Having witnessed countless events since the era of the first Kazekage, displaying not an ounce of trepidation, Chiyo raised her hand to activate a scroll, and a cloud of white smoke emerged, revealing 10 menacing puppets clad in white, standing before her. So this is the legendary Jusmon 10. The one who can single-handedly face 1,000 foes? I've longed to experience this. With matters reaching this point, the third Suchikage could hardly be bothered to explain further. He lifted his arms, and waves of black sand iron surged forth from the palace walls, howling as they hurtled towards Chiyo. Magnetic release, sand iron rain. Puppet technique, mechanized light shield. The two engaged in a fierce battle, and as the two commanders clashed, aside from a few neutral parties, the remaining higher-ups of Sunigakure unmistakably divided into two factions, charging at one another with fervent roars. This is bad. Someone has set up a barrier outside, and we cannot escape. At that moment, a desperate voice from a neutral party sent both sides of the fray into a frenzy. Kill. It's either you perish or I do. What? That wretched third Suchikage has even set up a barrier outside. Chiba was equally taken aback. The establishment of a barrier had never been mentioned by the third Kazekage. It seemed he intended for the people of Konoha to fight until the very last drop of blood. Fortunately, I had always been a double agent from the very beginning. Otherwise, I would surely be doomed now. Chiba felt an immense sense of relief as he recalled the earlier moment. Indeed, while his actions appeared grandiose, the sheets of paper that filled the air merely brushed past the Shigure couple, creating an outline without inflicting any harm upon them. This single act was sufficient to convey Chiba's stance. After exchanging a profound glance with Chiba, the Shigure couple immediately turned their attention to other adversaries. Chiba made a symbolic attempt to obstruct them, but to no avail. Boom, boom, boom. Just as both sides were engulfed in a frenzy of battle, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled violently, as though some colossal entity had plummeted from the heavens. Roar, roar, roar. The creature known as Shikaka had finally succumbed to slumber, allowing the revered guardian to emerge and play. With a bizarre cry echoing across Sunigakure, all the high-ranking shinobi embroiled in combat simultaneously paused their assaults, their gazes drawn toward the palace exterior. Above a cluster of diminutive buildings, a gargantuan yellow beast, adorned with cursed seals and towering dozens of meters high, was cackling maniacally. It was Shikaku. In the next moment, Shikaku sprang into action, its limbs pounding the earth as it raced wildly through Sunigakure, akin to an exuberant husky, emitting a cacophony of strange laughter. Yet, amidst the creature's gleeful sounds, the screams and wails of the villagers resonated relentlessly. Wherever Shikaku tread, houses crumbled under its weight, and those unable to evade were reduced to mere pulp. What? How has Shikaka been unleashed? A high-ranking member of Sunigakure exclaimed in shock before casting an enraged glare at the opposing faction, rebuking them vehemently. You bastards, how dare you release Shikaku? Our villagers are out there. How absurd. How could we possibly do such a thing? Retorted the opposing high-ranking shinobi defiantly. It is clearly your faction that has unleashed Shikaku, yet you attempt to shift the blame. Are you heartless fiends truly devoid of anything but self-interest? The third Kazekage's faction and Chiyo's faction exchanged vehement insults, pointing fingers at one another. It was evident that if it were not their own side responsible, such a treacherous deed must have originated from their adversaries. Clang. The blades that had previously been halted now surged forward with greater ferocity, aimed at one another. At that moment, both inside and outside the palace, the forces of the Kazekage and Chiyo clashed fiercely, determined to enact justice upon their vile opponents. Splendid! My plan has indeed borne fruit. I can now return to report my success. Amidst the fury of the crowd, one individual stood particularly exhilarated. Chiba, the orchestrator of this chaos. Chapter 65, Brother Russia, let us defect. Is this the exhilaration of lurking in the shadows, employing schemes to sow discord? It is no wonder that so many conspirators revel in such pursuits. This sensation is undeniably delightful. Chiba felt an increasing sense of coldness within himself. So many lives had been lost due to his actions, yet his heart remained utterly unperturbed, solely because this course of action was advantageous to him. But wait, what does this matter to me? Suddenly, Chiba realized. It was a myriad of faults, all of which belonged to Shimura Danzo. I have been compelled by him. With a soft snicker, under Chiba's guidance, Yofu Yamashiro bravely met his demise at the hands of Shigure. His eyes wide open in fury as he cast a final glare at Chiba. Chiba smiled in response, shaping her lips to convey, "This is the fate I have woven for you. What do you think?" Chiba regained his form and unleashed a powerful fireball technique, which appeared to be an assault on his foes. However, its true intention was to incinerate the fallen Yamashiro Yofu. With the sole vulnerability resolved, Chiba began to survey the current battlefield. Although the third Kazekage's forces had seized the initiative, they merely managed to hold their ground against Chiyo's faction. More critically, The formidable third Kazekage was unable to subdue Chiyo. Magnet release. Iron sand giant needles. The third Kazekage, growing increasingly anxious, unleashed a flurry of lethal attacks, manipulating the iron sand to strike at Chiyo. Puppet technique. 3 treasures absorption. Faced with the relentless onslaught of iron sand spears, Chiyo flicked the chakra strings in his hand, causing the 3 puppets, Buddha, Dharma, and Monk, to converge, forming a triangular formation. Simultaneously, a terrifying force of attraction was released from the formation, disassembling the incoming iron sand spears, which were then drawn into the array as black iron sand. Such a massive quantity was effortlessly consumed. The sand-hidden village's elder was intent on overwhelming the young Kazekage. Chiba subtly shook her head. Those embroiled in the fray are often blinded by their own tumult, while the observers possess clarity. The third Kazekage was growing increasingly anxious. Yet Chiyo remained composed and steadfast. The outcome of this battle, whether victory or defeat, was self-evident. Very well. Then I shall refrain from assisting the third Kazekage's faction and simply bide my time until the end, at which point I might feign innocence before my uncle and aunt. Surely, they would not hold a child like me accountable. Chiba secretly contemplated that as long as the lineup transition occurred swiftly enough, victory would be assured. Oh my goodness. Brother Luosha. As Chiba swiftly turned his head, he suddenly beheld the iron-headed Rasha poised to charge at the Shiyu couple. Without hesitation, he transformed into a sheet of paper and soared towards them, placing himself in front of the golden sand controlled by Rasha. Chiba, what are you doing? Step aside. Rasha barked. Brother Rasha, the battle's outcome is already determined. There is no need for you to make any futile sacrifices. Chiba did not yield. Instead, he enveloped Rasha within himself and softly urged, a hero waits for the opportune moment, preserving their strength to achieve great deeds and bring prosperity to the ninja world. This is what you ought to do. Unmoved by Chiba's verbal persuasion, Rasha retorted, Chiba, step aside. Do not force me to take action against you. I shall not yield. Brother Rasha, Chiba insisted. He valued Rasha's life and did not wish to witness his needless demise. The tumult of swirling sand and paper clashed violently, capturing the attention of the nearby wind shadow, whose action slowed in response to this sudden upheaval. Sealing technique, lion's roar. Chiyo astutely identified the flaw in the third Kazekage's defenses. A white-clad puppet opened its gaping maw and unleashed a sealing technique that roared forth like a lion's roar. What? The third Kazekage was taken aback, swiftly retreating, but 2 more menacing puppets draped in white were already lying in wait behind him. Manipulation, unity of heart and mind. The chakra threads in Chiyo's hands transformed into fleeting shadows as 2 white-clad puppets joined their palms, unleashing 5 slender strands that viciously sliced towards the third Kazekage from behind. With a swift reaction, the third Kazekage manipulated sand iron to block the threads while simultaneously elevating himself with it. Nevertheless, one of the slender strands still managed to leave a crimson mark upon his body. Dreadful. The third Kazekage's expression darkened. These threads bore no magnetic properties, clearly designed specifically for him, indicating that Chiyo had anticipated his movements. Although advanced in years, the potency of this technique remained undiminished from its prime. Chiyo casually flicked the chakra thread in her hand and remarked, You are still rather careless, Kazekage. Have you even infused poison into the line? The third Kazekage quickly sensed something amiss, and his expression changed dramatically. The chakra within him began to operate sluggishly, and the surrounding iron sand lost its chakra support, scattering to the ground in an instant. Ah, that is because my dear grandson has long desired to turn you into a puppet. Chiyo, with her marionettes withdrawn and her gaze lowered, mused, since an opportunity has presented itself, as a grandmother, I must surely indulge the desires of the child. With a strategic mindset, she advanced cautiously, aware that the prowess of an experienced warrior like herself ensured that, despite the minimal disparity in strength, victory would ultimately favor her. While the third Kazekage contemplated how to subdue her, Chiyo was already devising ways to preserve the integrity of her materials. I, the Sand Village, shall inevitably perish at your hands. Chiyo. Under the relentless assault of toxins, the third Kazekage collapsed in fury, mumbling indistinctly. Yet it was apparent he was repeatedly invoking a name. Who would have thought that the mightiest of Kazekages would succumb to poison? What a disgrace. And that Chiyo. How dare she thwart my grand design? Just wait. You shall join me in hell. This? In an instant. From when Chiyo ensnared Raza to the moment the third Kazekage fell, mere seconds elapsed. Realizing she had indirectly caused the Kazekage's demise, Chiyo felt an unexpected sense of vindication. Serves you right for flaunting your superiority before me. You, the so-called strongest Kazekage, unable to best a mere elderly woman. Truly pathetic. My brother could easily outmatch you. Yet, such thoughts were not fit to utter in Raza's presence. The events unfolded with such swiftness that Raza stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, momentarily bereft of coherent thought. Raza, brother, what do you make of this situation? Chiba rubbed his non-existent hands together and said, since the third Kazekage has perished, why don't we join forces in defect? The Kazekage is dead? Rasha repeated, bewildered, seemingly struggling to accept this reality. Indeed, Chiba affirmed. He met his demise while pursuing his ambitions, which can be considered a fitting end. Rasha fell silent. With the third Kazekage gone, where should he go now? And how could he realize his own worth? Enough, brother Rasha, such an ambitious figure is not worthy of your sorrow. Observing Rasha's confusion, Chiba earnestly advised. Remember what I am about to say. It may allow you to continue realizing your value. Among the Kazekage's faction, aside from the Kazekage himself, Rasha was the most formidable. Now, with these two strongest forces lost, what remained was merely a rabble, destined to crumble swiftly, with some surrendering and others meeting their end. Once Chiba and Rasha dispersed the paper and gold dust, they were immediately encircled by Chiyo's faction, who had seized control of the situation, watching them with predatory eyes. Chiba, elucidate this matter at once, Shiyu commanded, blocking the eager assailants, and stepping through the crowd to face Chiba and Rasha, his gaze icy and scrutinizing. Before the banquet commenced, Chiba had manipulated the fine sand to caution the couple to be wary of the Kazekage, which was why Shiyu had refrained from acting against him. However, now Chiba was entangled with Rasha, who had once hunted their son and was a confidant of the third Kazekage, igniting Shiyu's murderous intent. If Chiba could not provide a reasonable explanation, he would not hesitate to deal with them ruthlessly. Senior Shiyu, the situation is as follows. Chiba appeared indifferent, yet his heart raced with anxiety. He discerned the murderous intent in Shiyu's eyes. This time, in his endeavor to rescue the valuable brother, he had truly risked everything. Chapter 66, Sunagakure shall form an alliance with Konoha. All of this was orchestrated by Shimura Danzo and the third Kazekage. My brother Rashi and I were merely swept along, entirely powerless in the face of their machinations. Chiba had originally prepared a flawless excuse, but now, in order to rescue Rasha, he was compelled to adopt an entirely different narrative. Brother Rasha is unwilling to act against his comrades, and I too am reluctant to confront you and Senior Masako. What transpired between Brother Rasha and me was merely a performance. Neither of us has taken a single life today. Upon hearing Chiba's cunning defense, Rasha's gaze flickered slightly. In truth, he had not committed murder, but merely deemed those individuals unworthy. Shiyu pondered for a moment, his expression remaining austere. Even so, this does not alter the fact that he once pursued Scorpion with lethal intent. Step aside, Chiba, or else. Chiba's heart plummeted to the depths. It was over. The value brother was destined to meet an untimely demise, and only he could care for Luluo. Rasha forced a bittersweet smile, patting Chiba's shoulder, and softly said, enough. Chiba, you have done your utmost. Step aside and live well in my stead. With that, Rasha strode purposefully towards Shiyu, a smile unexpectedly gracing his face as he faced failure and death with remarkable composure. For just moments ago, he had discovered his own worth. Shiyu, lower your blade. Just as Shiyu was about to execute Rasha, Chiyo, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. The third Kazekage's inability to accommodate others led him to his current fate. Do you wish to follow in his footsteps? Chiyo's words succinctly defined the events of today, and indeed, it was so. If she, Chiyo, truly coveted power, the position of the wind shadow across 3 generations would have been hers long ago, leaving no room for others. Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, but mother. Nevertheless, it was acceptable that each had their own loyalties and responsibilities. It is already a rare and commendable feat for this child to uphold the principles within her heart. Chiyo softly remarked, Rosa possesses considerable capability. Once you assume the mantle of the 4th Kazekage, allow him to serve as your shadow and advisor. With age comes wisdom. Chiyo discerned numerous flaws in Chiba's previous statements, yet such matters were inconsequential. A gentleman judges by actions rather than intentions, focusing solely on outcomes. Rosa, reluctant to harm those from his own village, deemed the 3rd Kazekage, who had mercilessly attacked fellow villagers, as deserving of his fate. The assent of Shiyu was thus entirely justified. At this juncture, promoting Rosa would serve to pacify the populace, aiding in the consolidation of the remnants of the third Kazekage's forces for their own benefit. Should Rosa harbor ulterior motives, he could be swiftly dealt with at Chiyo's discretion. Wait, what? Not only was Shiyu taken aback, but even Rosa was astonished. He had never anticipated that he would not only escape death, but also be promoted. Having followed the third Kazekage for so long without receiving even a shadow advisor position. It was bewildering that before he could even betray his allegiance, his enemies had bestowed upon him such an honor. The events of this evening had been overwhelmingly transformative, leaving Rosa in a state of incredulity. I understand now, mother. Shiyu inhaled deeply before responding, extending a hand toward Rosa. Henceforth, I look forward to your guidance, Kazekage's advisor. However, as a father, I hope you can sincerely apologize to my son. Of course, Lord Kazekage. Rosa grasped Shiyu's hand, feeling as though he were in a dream. Having unwittingly become the Kazekage's advisor, will I finally be able to unleash my potential and realize my ambitions? The confusion within Rosa dissipated as he turned, exuberantly embracing the equally bewildered Chiba, eager to share his joy. Thank you, Chiba. Rosa expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Were it not for Chiba, he would not only have missed this promotion but might have already perished at the hands of Shiyu and his allies. Henceforth, Chiba would be considered his true brother. Anyone who dared to harm Chiba would face his wrath first. You're welcome, brother Rosa. Chiba smiled back. Despite the tumultuous journey, he had successfully navigated from the brink of despair and preserved the life of his valued comrade, which he deemed a wish fulfilled. At last, the tension that had gripped Chiba could begin to ease. Under Chiyo's direction, Rosa swiftly gathered the remnants of the third Kazekage's faction, effectively quelling the turmoil within Sunagakure. The unruly Shikaku was apprehended on the spot and returned to his humble abode, awaiting the next opportunity for liberation. Finally, the moment of reaping rewards had arrived. It was time to open the blind boxes. Observing the wailing ninjas and civilians, Chiba's eyes sparkled with determination. Shiyu-senpai, please allow me to join the rescue team. I wish to contribute my efforts. Naturally, Shiyu would not refuse. Thus, Chiba, like a wild horse that had broken free from its tether, dashed out in a flash. Behold my palm technique. Chiba's objective is remarkably clear, to rescue only those who are strikingly beautiful. No. Those who have suffered grave injuries while adorned in the vests of elite or mid-ranking sand-hidden shinobi. The rewards from lower-ranking ninjas or commoners are utterly meager. Unless the individual is a well-known character or possesses a stunning physique, Chiba currently has no interest. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Eye of Sand. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sand Body Flicker. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring. After a series of rescues, Chiba has amassed a plethora of sand manipulation skills. It is no exaggeration to claim that he now possesses more sand, earth, style ninjutsu than the majority of sand-hidden shinobi. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining a new chakra attribute. Wind. Huzzah. After all this time, a new chakra attribute has finally emerged. Upon witnessing the system notification, Chiba erupted in joyous celebration. Onlookers mistakenly believed his exuberance was due to yet another successful rescue, showering him with admiration for his noble medical ethics. The gazes of the higher-ups in the Sand Village softened significantly as they observed Chiba. How could such a sincere and earnest young man be implicated in this turmoil? Indeed. All blame rests with Shimura Danzo. Splendid. With this, if I can just acquire the lightning attribute, I will possess all 7 attributes. As Chiba pressed the chests of 2 female ninjas, he felt a surge of excitement, realizing he was one step closer to mastering the power of the bloodline limit. This mission to Sunagakure had proven worthwhile, as he not only acquired a plethora of ninjutsu but also gained a new chakra affinity. Indeed, Chiba had not lost. Neither had Chiyo and the others, nor had the Sand Village. Everyone was jubilant. After tidying up the chaos in Sunagakure, dawn began to break. A few high-ranking officials from Sunagakure, led by Chiyo, convened to discuss the future direction of the village. Given his unique status, Chiba managed to infiltrate the meeting as a representative of Konohagakure. What Konohagakure has done is utterly outrageous. I propose we form an alliance with Iwagakure and Kumogakure to jointly resist Konohagakure, exclaimed an irate official from Sunagakure. Chiyo slowly nodded and remarked, Konoha has indeed overstepped its boundaries this time. I shall ensure that Shimura Danzo pays the price for this transgression. The Shinobi World War had only recently concluded, and now Sunagakure was thrown into turmoil once more. The village lay in ruins, with countless casualties. and it would likely take 7 to 8 years to restore its vitality. Just as the others were preparing to establish a stance against Konoha, Chiyo suddenly interjected, "Esteemed elders, I hold a differing perspective on this matter. Who are you to speak? Your presence at this meeting is already a concession." An irate high-ranking official from Sunagakure was about to reprimand Chiyo, but was swiftly silenced by the icy glares of Shigeru and Rasha, rendering him unable to voice his objections. "Go on, child. What are your thoughts?" Chiyo inquired, her interest piqued as she regarded Chiyo with curiosity. Chiba nodded thoughtfully and earnestly proclaimed, "Senior Chiyo, I believe that the most advantageous course of action for Sunagakure at this juncture is to maintain our alliance with Konohagakure." "What?" The senior officials of Sunagakure were momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for the presence of Shigeru and Rasha, they might have drawn their blades in outrage. "You from Konoha instigated our internal strife, and now you audaciously expect us to continue this alliance? Do you have no shame?" One senior official, pointing an accusatory finger at Chiba, exclaimed in exasperation, "I have never encountered such brazen audacity." Chapter 67. The Concerns of Hatake Tsukumo, Esteemed Seniors. I have 3 reasons for my assertion. In the conference room, undeterred by the hostile gazes from several high-ranking officials of Sunagakure, Chiba calmly elucidated. Firstly, this turmoil was instigated by Shimura Danzo, whose intent was to provoke conflict and solidify his grip on power. If you were to sever ties with Konoha, would that not play directly into his hands? Secondly, given Sunagakure's current weakened state, it is uncertain whether the contemporary Raikage and Tsuchikage would unite with us against Konoha. However, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to impose numerous unreasonable demands. In conclusion, should Sunagakure decide to persist in its alliance with Konoha, then Konoha, whether out of a sense of duty or a desire to maintain its standing in the shinobi world, would be compelled to take severe action against Shimura Danzo, while striving to safeguard the interests of Sunagakure and provide substantial compensation. Chiba's words resonated with a striking clarity and passionate fervor. After all, the compensation does not fall upon Chiba. His sole duty is to forge an alliance with Sunagakure. Once the task is accomplished, all consequences will naturally be borne by Lord Shimura. Indeed, you possess a valid point. Chiyo nodded slightly. It was not just her, but even several other high-ranking officials from Sunagakure were somewhat swayed. If they could swallow their pride, forming an alliance with Konohagakure truly seemed to be the most advantageous choice for Sunagakure at this juncture. After the conclusion of the meeting, Chiyo left Shigeru with a parting instruction. Should the opportunity arise, she hoped that Kai's would grow closer to Chiba, for the potential of this child knows no bounds. Shigeru, taken aback by her words, responded, "Mother, this is the first time you have bestowed such high praise. While Chiba indeed surpasses his peers, could he truly be as extraordinary as you suggest?" Chiyo shook her head and said, "I ask you, when you were of his age, would you dare to sit alone in the enemy camp and engage in conversation with a group of foes who wish to take your life? I would encourage Scorpion to interact more with him," she added. Shiyu pondered for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. But in reality, it seems these 2 children genuinely enjoy each other's company. Half a month later, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, Tsunade stomped her foot on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "You old fool, who gave you the authority to send Chiba on such a perilous mission while I was away from Konoha?" Sarutobi Hiruzen meekly replied, "Tsunade, I am the Hokage. I possess the right. You possess nothing. Silence yourself." Tsunade roared, cutting off his words. "If anything were to happen to Chiba, I shall return and scatter your ashes." With that, she smashed her fist down, shattering Hiruzen's desk, and stormed out in a fury. Sighing at the wreckage of his office, Hiruzen felt a twinge of despair. He lamented his failure as a teacher. One apprentice utterly disregarded his guidance, while the other frequently stormed into his office to berate him. In retrospect, Orochimaru was the most dutiful, he mused, suppressing a surge of anger. He beckoned the Umbu outside, his expression darkening. "Go, summon Shimura Danzo to me." Moments later, the Hokage's office was once again filled with shouts, but this time it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice that echoed. "Danzo, I am the Hokage." "I know, Hiruzen. I am the Hokage. I am the Hokage." "You summoned me here merely to humiliate me?" Danzo retorted, his voice dripping with disdain. "Enough." With that, the 2 parted ways in discontent, Danzo leaving the office with a stormy expression. He had not anticipated that Yamanaka Yofeng, that worthless fool, could fail to handle such a trivial matter. Not only did Chiba remain unscathed, but Danzo's scheme to incite chaos in Sunagakure had also been exposed, a truly regrettable oversight. "Lord Danzo, what shall we do next?" inquired a root ninja who had accompanied him, hastily following. What shall we do? Nothing. We shall wait until this matter passes. Danzo replied, his fury boiling over. For the incompetence of Yamanaka Yofeng had cost him a significant portion of his authority, which had just been usurped by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Go, procure 10 million ryo. And place a bounty on Chiba. With Yofeng dead, Danzo's pin-up rage found no other outlet than to unleash it upon Chiba. Is 10 million ryo the only bounty? A subordinate inquired. Nonsense. The old man must devise a way to repay the losses incurred by Sandhidden. In response to his subordinate's inquiries, Danzo retorted with great fury. Upon returning, he feared that he would have to deplete the entire fortune of the Shimura clan accumulated over the years, just to provide a figure that would barely satisfy Sarutobi Sasuke. Chiba remained blissfully unaware of these matters as he led several enchanting female envoys from Sunagakure, indulging in feasting, revelry, and merriment on their journey back to Konohagakure. However, upon their arrival in the village, they were unexpectedly summoned to the Hokage's office by two ninjas. Chiba, you have handled this situation admirably, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, gazing at the young man before him with a sense of admiration. Had it not been for your efforts, Konohagakure would have not only lost an ally but also gained a formidable adversary. Indeed, neither Sunagakure nor Konohagakure holds any suspicion towards me now. Looks like you've made a blunder, Shimura Danzo. Chiba smirked quietly to himself, feeling a slight sense of vindication. Had it not been for his current lack of strength, he would have stormed into the heart of the matter and executed Shimura Danzo in a most brutal manner. That wretched creature, perpetually idle, only knew how to turn against his own. I have merely fulfilled my duties, Lord Third. Chiba shyly spoke, emphasizing the term within one's duties, and indeed, he was alluding to Shimura Danzo. Chiba, there is no need for modesty. Your contributions to the alliance between Konoha and Sunagakure are invaluable. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively, stating, your abilities surpass my expectations, and I have promoted you to Jonin without reservation. When you are ready, report to the Umbu. Sarutobi felt somewhat fatigued. Danzo had become less reliable, and he urgently needed to cultivate several capable individuals to assume Danzo's position of trust. Thank you for your promotion, Lord Third. Chiba scratched his head and said, however, may I take a few days off? I previously promised to accompany a child to participate in the ninja school assessment. On the streets of Konoha, the child exclaimed, thank you, Brother Chiba, for coming to accompany me. I hope I haven't delayed you. Chiba replied with a smile, silly child. Of course not. We had made this arrangement long ago, haven't we? Chiba gently pinched Lin's worried little face, smiling as he clasped her hand and strolled towards the ninja academy. Oh, is that not? As they walked along the path, Chiba's gaze sharpened. He noticed a small figure by the roadside, struggling to assist an elderly woman across the street. Indeed, it is Uchiha Obito. Upon confirming the identity, Chiba felt a surge of excitement, contemplating whether he should seize the opportunity to eliminate Obito while he was vulnerable. Why do all schools across the globe prohibit early romances? It is precisely because of that rascal, Uchiha Obito, who nearly brought about the world's destruction due to his youthful infatuation. Yet, observing Obito laboriously bearing the weight of his task, his small face flushed with effort, Chiba found himself hesitating. Why did Madara choose Obito? It was undoubtedly because he recognized Obito's compassion for the elderly. Sighing inwardly, Chiba reflected on the peculiarities of the world of Hokage. The swiftest individuals are invariably late. Those yearning for peace often instigate war, the closest friends engage in the fiercest quarrels, and the kindest children harbor desires to obliterate the world. Lin, let us take this path. Chiba was uncertain whether Rin was acquainted with Obito. He positioned himself to obscure her line of sight, and, grasping her hand in a somewhat bewildered manner, led her down an alternate path. Leader Noira, this fellow named Uchiha Obito is rather unreliable. I shall take matters into my own hands and dismantle this situation directly. As Chiba and Rin made their way forward, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar face just as they were nearing the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Shikumo-senpai, it's been a while, Chiba exclaimed with a hint of surprise. Ah, Chiba, indeed, it has been quite some time, Shikumo replied, turning around and, upon seeing Chiba, displaying a rare smile. This is my child, Kakashi. Shikumo gently patted the silver-haired little ball of fluff beside him, who was wrapped in a scarf and wearing a mask. Kakashi, greet your older brother Chiba. Hello. Older brother Chiba, Kakashi responded politely, yet coolly with a nod. TSK, look at Kakashi. He has been wearing a mask since childhood. There is no need for adults to worry. Yohara, This is indeed the perfect son-in-law suited for our little one's constitution. Chiba surveyed Kakashi with a twinkling smile, her gaze reminiscent of a doting father-in-law, causing Kakashi to instinctively shrink his neck. This is the child of my team leader, Linyahara, perhaps in the future. She will study alongside your child. Chiba nearly voiced his thoughts, but fortunately he reacted swiftly and altered his words at the last moment. Hello, Shikama-senpai, and greetings to you. Kakashi, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Lin approached the two with grace, extending goodwill towards Kakashi, who, regrettably, remained oblivious to her kindness due to his proud demeanor. Chiba, accompany me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. After sending the two children to the Ninja Academy for their assessment, Shikama patted Chiba's shoulder and said, certainly, Shikama-senpai. Chiba, initially perplexed, became serious upon observing the grave expression on Shomu's face. It seemed that the matter Shomu would soon discuss was likely not a pleasant one. Chapter 68, Joining the Umbu. The Ninetales Rampage? In a secluded grove within Konoha, Kakashi Shoma handed Chiba a bottle of drink and calmly remarked, Chiba, I have heard that you faced some adversities in Sunigakure, nearly failing to return. Noticing Chiba's surprise, Shoma smiled and added, there is no need for astonishment. I have journeyed to the battlefield of Sunigakure multiple times and have established some channels of information there. You are correct, Senior Shomu. Indeed. There are individuals scheming behind the scenes, Chiba replied in a hushed tone. This is exactly what I wish to discuss with you, Chiba. When one stands out in the forest, the winds are sure to strike. I hope you can temper your brilliance and refrain from drawing too much attention, unlike me. Shomu sighed heavily, retrieving a pendant from his robe and handing it to Chiba. Senior Shoma, what is this? Chiba inquired, accepting the pendant with a sense of confusion. This is the emblem of the Hatake clan, Shoma stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Should I ever meet with misfortune, I hope you will, out of respect for our past. Look after Kakashi. Chiba tightly clutched the pendant in his hand, a tremor coursing through him. Shuaemo-senpai, has something happened? Is there any way I can assist? Shuaemo shook his head, diverting the conversation. It is getting late. The assessment at Rin School should have concluded by now. Let us return. Upon arriving home, Chiba felt a heaviness in his heart. Without uttering a word, he sat cross-legged and began his practice of living puppet blood refinement. Amidst the intense pain, his expression softened considerably, for this suffering signified the continuous enhancement of his abilities. Sigh, still not strong enough. After a considerable time, Chiba exhaled a cloud of stale air, concluding his training. At that moment, the door to the Chiba residence was abruptly pushed open. Ju put away his keys and entered alongside Tsunade. You little brat. You've been back for so many days and haven't even thought to come find me to report your safety. I had to come seek you out myself. Tsunade stormed in, her anger palpable as she approached Chiba, gripping his collar and shouting, Sister, you mustn't, Just as Ju attempted to intervene in Tsunade's aggressive behavior, she shot him a glare, causing him to wilt immediately. I was wrong, Lady Tsunade. Chiba instinctively embraced Tsunade, burying his head in her ample bosom. In that moment, his previously restless heart found tranquility. Chiba, he actually took the initiative to hug me. Tsunade's cheeks flushed crimson, and her body softened. She could hardly muster the energy to chastise him, her hand instinctively wrapping around Chiba in return. Hey, have you two finished your embrace? You look like a long-separated couple, remarked Ju, unable to contain his commentary after a while. Startled, the two snapped back to reality and hurriedly released each other. I was wondering what just poked me, Chiba. What on earth are you doing stuffing a bottle in your clothes? Tsunade's face burned with embarrassment as she sought to shift the awkward atmosphere, inadvertently deepening Chiba's discomfort. It's a unique training method. Lady Tsunade. Please wait a moment while I retrieve it. Chiba hastily retreated to the room, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Oh Chiba, how utterly despicable you are. Chiba splashed cold water on his face while softly murmuring to his reflection in the mirror. Lady Tsunade has treated you so well, yet you dare to entertain such thoughts? She has always regarded you as her younger brother. Soon, Chiba regained his composure and stepped out of the room. Lady Tsunade, Ju, please stay for dinner tonight. I happen to have bought quite a bit of food. In the evening, Chiba prepared a sumptuous feast, and the three of them enjoyed their meal while engaging in lively conversation. Chiba, did you know? Recently, I accompanied my sister on an A-rank mission, and I am now a special jonin. Ju boasted as he ate. Once I join the Umbu, you, as a mere chunin, must hold tightly to the leg of this special jonin. Who knows, I might just become your new captain. Has T. Lord Third mentioned anything to you about our specific appointments? Chiba's expression was somewhat peculiar. The newly established Covert Special Operations team is under my command. And both you and Senior Kyuk are my team members. Furthermore, I have been promoted to Jonin. What? Ju slammed his bowl of rice onto the table, indignantly exclaiming, you merely undertook a straightforward diplomatic mission. How could you possibly have ascended so swiftly? There must be some underlying conspiracy. A straightforward diplomatic mission? Chiba let out a cold snort, stating, I have been ensnared in the internal strife instigated by Shimura Danzo. Not only did I survive the chaotic battleground alongside formidable warriors like the Wind Shadow, but I also persuaded Sunagakure to maintain their alliance with Konohagakure. You dare to call this simple? Excuse me, but are you more impressive? Upon hearing this, Nagashi silently scooped the rice back into his bowl. Chiba, you must exercise caution. Tsunade interjected. Shimura Danzo is a man who harbors grudges. You have thwarted his schemes, and once this turmoil subsides, he is likely to target you. Moreover, I have received intelligence that your bounty in the black market has now escalated to 30 million ryo. Tsunade's expression was grave. What on earth? Upon hearing this astonishing figure, Chiba was left dumbfounded. Wasn't it just 15 million ryo? How did it double so rapidly? It may be related to your actions in Sunagakure. It is likely that more than one person has increased your bounty, Tsunade analyzed. Wow, that's incredible, Chiba. Your worth alone surpasses that of an entire Umbu squad. Nagashi exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Chiba in excitement, though it was unclear what thrilled him so, as this was certainly not the world of One Piece. Chiba was too preoccupied to pay any heed to Shiboku, a cold sweat trickling down his back. 30 million taels, a sum that bore a certain peril. Considering the factors of inflation, his bounty had indeed eclipsed that of the illustrious Asuma. Surely, the old man Kakuzu won't notice me? I fear I may have crossed his line of execution. Once Shiboku and Tsunade departed, Chiba's anxiety intensified. Despite being a venerable 69 years of age, Kakuzu still possessed the capacity to crush him with ease. No, I must take some protective measures. Chiba retrieved a scroll concealed within his dwelling and tucked it into his bosom, thus experiencing a modicum of reassurance. This artifact had been meticulously prepared over a considerable span of time as a talisman specifically intended to confront Kakuzu in moments of overwhelming adversity against him. Perhaps it could preserve his life. On the following day, Chiba reported to the Umbu Hall. Greetings, esteemed sir. Your codename is Thunder. Here is your equipment. You may collect it once you have verified its contents. At the service window, a masked woman bent down to retrieve a box, which she then presented to Chiba. Thunder? What a remarkable choice of name. How did you come to know that I possess all 6 elemental affinities, yet lack the chakra of the lightning element? With a quiet chuckle, Chiba confirmed the completeness of the equipment within the box. Embracing the container, he made his way to the dressing room designated for their class. After donning the specially crafted combat uniform, securing the silver-gray armor, and strapping on the standard long blade of the Dark Division, Chiba's demeanor transformed into one of icy intensity. The only drawback was that the mask obscured his striking features, much to his chagrin. Chiba was admiring himself in the mirror when, unexpectedly, the dressing room door was forcefully kicked open, nearly giving him a heart attack. Are you the newly appointed leader of Team Zero, Thunder? The intruder, also clad in an ANBU mask and evidently a member of the elite force, rushed in with an urgent inquiry. Yes, that's me, Chiba replied swiftly. There is an emergency. Come with me at once. With that, the individual turned and sprinted outside, prompting Chiba to hastily follow suit. What is happening, brother? Chiba asked as they dashed away from the ANBU headquarters. The man, filled with frantic urgency, stammered. The Ninetails Jinchuriki has captured our 2 brothers on guard duty and left the village without permission. Currently, the Jinchuriki is rampaging not far from the village. Chapter 69. Senior brother, step aside. I must take action. What? The Ninetails Jinchuriki is rampaging? Upon hearing this, Chiba's expression shifted to one of sheer horror. Finally understanding the ANBU ninja's panic. In his past life, while watching anime, he had not grasped the gravity of such catastrophic events. They merely appeared as entertainment on screen. However, during his time in Sunagakure, Chiba had witnessed the devastating power of the tailed beasts firsthand. A mere roll could cause the earth to tremble. An unstoppable force beyond human capability. Now, they were to confront a creature far more terrifying than the One Tail. Chiba was tempted to turn and flee. Someone has already informed Lord Hokage, but it would be best if we could resolve this before his arrival, as this incident reflects our negligence in the ANBU. The member said with a wry smile. I thought, given your team's unique capabilities and your position as leader, you might have a solution. What solution could I possibly have? If I had known, I would have delayed my induction by a day. Chiba cursed inwardly. Wait a moment. Chiba's expression suddenly froze, as if recalling something. And he murmured in an oddly contemplative tone, "It seems I truly have a way. Not long ago, outside the village of Konoha. Think about it. Your Uzumaki clan was annihilated, and the orphans became mere tools for sealing. Our fates are intertwined. Feel the hatred, embrace the anger." Within the spiritual realm of Konoha's current Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, the voice of the Nine Tails resonated like thunder, continually shaking the seal in an attempt to sway Kushina's mind. "Only I can liberate you from this wretched fate. Quickly break the seal, so that we may both be free. Enough of your words, Nine Tails. Silence." The low, menacing growl of the Nine Tails pierced Kushina's ears, causing her to clutch her head and bend down in anguished wails. "Little Kushina, are you all right?" At that moment, Minato, standing nearby, approached with concern. However, in the next instant, Kushina abruptly lifted her head, her fierce gaze startling Minato to his core. "Do not trust anyone. He is merely using you. Kill him. Quickly. Slay him." With a swift motion, Kushina's hand transformed into a crimson claw, piercing through Minato's chest. The power of the Nine Tails surged uncontrollably within her. Kushina's form vanished, replaced by a swirling mass of red and black, a grotesque silhouette, with a vivid tail thrashing violently in the air. "He is significant to you, isn't he? Unseal everything at once, or I shall slay him right now. Little Kushina, hold on. Do not let the Nine Tails influence you. You are an existence stronger than I." The voices of the Nine Tails and Minato intertwined in her ears, and a flicker of clarity returned to Kushina's eyes. Granny Mito once said that love is the anchor that lifts us from the whirlpool. Nine Tails, I shall never allow you to harm Minato. Sealing technique, adamantine sealing. In the spiritual realm, chains shot forth from Kushina, wrapping tightly around the Nine Tails, binding it securely. Yet, the Nine Tails was not deterred. Instead, it erupted into laughter, its immense chakra causing the entire spiritual realm to tremble. How laughable. The reason Mito Uzumaki could seal me is simply because she was stronger. Nothing to do with love, foolish child. With a swift motion, the Nine Tails seized the chains and yanked, sending Kushina, who sought to seal it, soaring through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. In the physical realm, the tailed beast's cloak enveloping Kushina deepened to a blood-red hue, as if soaked in crimson, and her single tail multiplied into 7, teetering on the brink of chaos. Boom. The terrifying power of the tailed beast erupted instantaneously, sending Minato flying away, landing awkwardly on the ground far from where he stood. However, as he regained his footing, he immediately pushed himself up and staggered toward Kushina. "Minato, you mustn't stay. Leave this place at once. I can barely contain the Nine Tails." Kushina cried out in anguish, tears streaming down her face, only to evaporate into vapor the moment they fell. "No, I will not abandon you. I refuse to," he declared resolutely. "No matter the time or place, I shall always protect you." With only a few steps remaining to Kushina, Minato leaped into her embrace, pressing one hand against her abdomen, striving to reinforce the seal on the Nine Tails. This boy is not even of the Uzumaki clan, yet he can utilize his will to enhance the four symbol seal. The Nine Tails was initially taken aback, then broke into a mocking laugh. If given a bit more time, perhaps this lad could grow to be as formidable as Hashirama Senju. But alas, it was simply not enough. "Since you both insist on dying together, then perish together you shall." The Nine Tails thrashed with its limbs, struggling with renewed vigor. Sensing the sealing power waning, it would not be long before it could break free from their grasp and exact vengeance upon them, reclaiming its freedom. Suddenly, several figures from the Konoha Umbu appeared around them, and a look of elation blossomed on Minato's weary face. "Little J, hold on just a bit longer. Salvation is at hand. Reinforcements from Konoha have arrived." Kushina, drained of strength, could no longer speak, yet a flicker of hope reignited within her, urging her to endure. In that moment, time stretched infinitely for the two of them, each second feeling like an eternity. Yet, after more than a minute had passed, the surrounding Umbu remained hesitantly observant, making no move to assist. "What are you doing? Come help us." Minato shouted urgently at the Umbu, his handsome face contorted with desperation. But they remained still, silently watching the two. Minato's heart sank into despair. "Ha ha ha, foolish boy, who would willingly risk their life for your plight besides you?" The Nine Tails taunted, its laughter causing the seal to loosen further. "Just a little more, and it would be free. What are you all waiting for? Are you blind?" Just as the Nine Tails was on the brink of escape, an enraged voice rang out from nearby, followed by a figure darting past, firmly grasping Minato's hand. "Chia?" As his blurred vision focused on the newcomer, A complex array of emotions crossed Minato's face: surprise, joy, gratitude, and concern. "I'm sorry for being late, Minato-senpai." Chiba felt a pang of guilt. Had it not been for this little butterfly, Minato should not have encountered this crisis before mastering the Rasengan. The chakra of the two converged, continuously flowing into Kushina's body. Damn it, where did this little brat come from? Minato's chakra level and its application had already astonished the Ninetales once. Yet now, this suddenly appeared child was no less formidable than Minato, perhaps even surpassing him. How infuriating. The Ninetales roared to the heavens, and the seal that had already loosened on his body became once again fortified under Chiba's chakra infusion. With a swift motion. As a vast amount of chakra was injected, the figures of Chiba and Minato appeared in Kushina's mental realm, confronting the Ninetales directly. "Why must you all come here to court death? Just die." Tail Beast Bomb. The Ninetales opened his massive jaws in fury, a dark purple sphere rapidly forming within. Its terrifying energy causing the three present to pale in shock. "Minato-sensei, can you use the Rasengan? Let's throw it at him together." Chiba inquired of Minato, who stood beside him. "Rasengan. What is that?" Minato asked, his expression serious as he fixated on the swelling tailed beast bomb. "Ah, this?" Chiba's small face immediately fell. It seemed that the current Minato truly could not perform the Rasengan. There was no choice. This opportunity for showmanship could not be squandered. Henceforth, it would be up to him, Uzumaki Chiba, to turn the tide. Chapter 70, Coerced by Others? Begone. Minato-sensei, watch closely. The upcoming move will be quite impressive. With a serene smile, Chiba lifted his right hand and strode confidently towards the Ninetales. According to the narrative, he merely needed to unleash the Rasengan against the tailed beast bomb, and with the assistance of Minato and Kushina, he should be able to successfully seal the Ninetales. Chiba was well versed in the mechanics of the Rasengan. Executing it was not a daunting task for him. All right. Behind Chiba, Minato was intently observing, curious about the source of his disciple's unflappable confidence and just how spectacular that move would truly be. However, just as Minato eagerly anticipated, the moment Chiba took a single step, he vanished from the mental realm. Minato? Minato was utterly bewildered. Had his disciple sensed danger and fled? And before escaping, he had the audacity to show off? No. The Ninetales appeared far too intimidating. He should resort to that technique. In the physical realm, Chiba opened his eyes, still trembling with trepidation, and swiftly removed the crystal necklace from around his neck. It was one thing to contemplate, but another entirely to act. Faced with the massive tailed beast bomb and the fearsome maw of the Ninetales, Chiba had hesitated to charge in recklessly. Time was of the essence. Chiba hastily enveloped his right hand with chakra and firmly pressed the crystal necklace against Kushina's chest, refusing to let go. To be on the safe side, Chiba infused the necklace with a trace of chakra belonging to the Senju bloodline. By the way, my body might also contain a bit of Uchiha bloodline. That should be fine, right? Chiba was initially filled with apprehension, but upon reflection, he realized that if Senju Hashirama's consciousness truly lingered within the crystal necklace, he would likely be more delighted than anything else. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the crystal necklace in Chiba's grasp began to tremble violently as if it had sensed something. Streams of azure green light burst forth from the necklace, instantly binding the out-of-control Kushina like a rice dumpling. "I can barely hold on. Minato, this is unbearable." "It's all right, little Kushina. I will remain by your side." Within the realm of the mind, just as Minato and Kushina were utterly exhausted and prepared to meet their demise, the azure green beams of light illuminated the space, tightly ensnaring the Ninetales' form. One beam, particularly sentient, circled the Ninetales' mouth, effectively sealing it shut. With a soft thud, the incomplete tailed beast ball before the Ninetales began to dissipate. Ugh, damn you, Senju Hashirama. Even in death, you refuse to grant me freedom. Why won't you let me be free? The Ninetales thrashed wildly, unleashing chakra in a frenzy, but the more it struggled, the tighter the azure green beams constricted around it, deeply embedding themselves within its being. "Senior brother, now is the time to reinforce the seal." At that moment, Chiba's voice resonated from outside, invigorating Minato's spirit. Understood. The two, one within and one without, simultaneously fortified the four symbols seal through their respective methods. Ultimately, the Ninetales, brimming with rage and resentment, was once again sealed back within Kushina. As the dust settled, the weary Minato and Kushina succumbed to fatigue, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. In the realm of reality, having successfully saved Minato and Kushina, Chiba exhaled in relief, his mind racing with possibilities. Thank goodness I joined today. Had I delayed even a day longer, I would have missed 2 high-tier SSRs. Gazing at the unconscious forms of Minato and Kushina before him, Chiba's heart raced. After all, these 2 were the parents of the future Hokage, leaving an indelible mark in the world of Naruto. One was the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails with a pure Uzumaki lineage, and the other was a prodigious potential Hokage. What extraordinary rewards awaited him for healing them? Seizing the opportunity while they were unconscious, Chiba rolled up his sleeves, ready to commence treatment. Chiba, may I take it upon myself to heal these 2? Consider it a favor owed by the Namikaze family. Just then, a melodious laugh echoed from behind, causing Chiba's brow to furrow instantly. Is that voice from Mito Uzumaki? Chiba turned to see that the newcomer was indeed Mito Suki, accompanied by several panting medical ninjas. Little brother Chiba, now that you belong to the Umbu, your remarkable achievement in preventing the Nine-Tails from rampaging is already quite dazzling, Mito Suki said with a cheerful smile. If you could entrust the treatment of the Jinchuriki to me, then my newly established medical reform department would also benefit from your success. Humph, Chiba scoffed. So you have come to seize credit, have you? What if I refuse, even without a reward? I will not allow a few opportunistic individuals to treat my senior brother and his wife. After all, no matter how skilled these individuals might be, they could never match Chiba's capabilities. He could not, in good conscience, entrust the lives of his senior brother and sister-in-law to them. Little brother Chiba, I have approached you with kindness. Do not make the mistake of rejecting my offer, Mito Suki said, her smile unwavering, yet her tone had grown cold. From a rank perspective, I now hold a higher position than you, and as your superior, it is both reasonable and just that these 2 should be treated by our department. As the leader of the Umbu, Chiba was akin to the esteemed Jinui, wielding considerable power, yet his rank was undeniably inferior to that of Mizunoto Suki, the newly appointed head of the department. Thus, under the weight of this disparity, Chiba was compelled to temper his temper and suppress his displeasure. Get lost, and do so quickly. The smile on Mizunoto Suki's face froze in astonishment. She had not anticipated Chiba's outright rejection, let alone his audacity to speak to her with such rudeness. After chastising her, Chiba knelt down, diligently tending to the injuries of Minato and Kushina. Previously, he had yielded to Mizunoto Suki due to his weakness, but now, with his newfound strength, he felt no obligation to indulge her. Having orchestrated the sand-hidden village turmoil and influenced the dynamics of 2 nations, Chiba's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. To hell with it, Shimura Danzo can take offense. What does a mere girl count for? Mizunoto Suki was infuriated by Chiba's insolence, yet she was well aware of his prowess demonstrated during the Chunin exams. Consequently, she turned to the watching Umbu members and pointed at Chiba, declaring, Are you all simply going to allow him to act with impunity? The Umbu remained silent, reluctant to embroil themselves in the conflict. Chiba had single-handedly taken action earlier, and now he was independently attending to 2 individuals, clearly aiming to claim all the credit for himself and denying them the opportunity for atonement. Mizunoto Suki continued, Should Lord Hokage inquire, a person like him would undoubtedly expose your negligence. Is that the outcome you desire? Perhaps spoiled. Mizunoto Suki was not unfamiliar with the intricacies of alliances and rivalries, having been influenced by her upbringing. Her words caused the faces of the Umbu to shift, for they knew Chiba had indeed reprimanded them harshly and might follow through on his threats. If you assist me in rescuing these 2, I can advocate on your behalf before Lord Hokage. Mizunoto Suki commanded, Whether it be punishment or reward is merely a matter of my word. The choice is yours. The Umbu exchanged glances, visibly swayed. After a moment, one stepped forward toward Chiba, with the others following suit. Young brother, your contributions are already substantial. Why not spare one individual for them to treat? It would help us all save face, wouldn't it? Indeed, consider it a favor owed to you. We cannot bear the brunt of Lord Hokage's wrath, they urged, including the Umbu who had come with Chiba, who smiled ruefully. Thunder Brigade leader, perhaps you should concede. Do not let your anger cloud your judgment. We cannot afford to offend the Mizunoto clan. Their words, while seemingly gentle, were actually a pressure tactic to compel Chiba to share the accolades and rectify their own failings. Just moments ago, they had cowered before the Nine-Tails. Yet now they were emboldened. As the shadowy figures approached him, Chiba let out a chilling laugh. Which one of you dares to claim that I have offended the Mito family? As he spoke, Chiba raised his hand and removed his mask, casting a cold gaze upon the several dark figures before him. Do you comprehend my true identity? You fear crossing the Mito family, yet you have no trepidation about crossing me. Chapter 71, The Heart-Wrenching Reward for Kakuzu. Since Mitsuki had already mentioned Chiba's name in the presence of the dark figures, he saw no reason to conceal his identity any longer. Even if it was a breach of protocol, the one at fault was Mitsuki for revealing his identity before those who were not part of the dark side. I am of the direct lineage of the Hokage, trained by the legendary Sannin, and I share a brotherly bond with the leaders of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Lord White Fang regards me as his own kin. Chiba coldly addressed the dark figures before him. Swish. The series of illustrious titles proclaimed by Chiba was overwhelming, causing several Umbu ninjas to change color, rooted to the spot in fear of advancing further. Do not heed his words. He is merely boasting. In response, Mitsuki jumped anxiously, exclaiming, "Who among those he mentioned could possibly rival my father?" A derisive laugh escaped Chiba's lips as he retorted, "I have just passed the Chunin exam, and the esteemed Hokage has personally promoted me to Jonin, establishing a new Umbu squad specifically for me. So, ponder carefully who it is that one should truly fear." Chiba fell silent. In his frigid gaze, several Umbu ninjas quietly retreated. Regardless of how Moon attempted to coerce or entice them, they refused to engage further. Although Mito held a lofty position, it was merely nominal. While the individuals Chiba had mentioned were indeed the true powers of Konoha, making the choice glaringly evident. You. Moon pointed accusatorily at the Umbu ninjas. Rendered speechless by her fury, she had never anticipated that the commoner she once scorned would now stand on equal footing with her, audaciously humiliating her in front of so many, while she felt utterly powerless to retaliate. This sense of indignity was an experience Moon had never encountered throughout her life. She longed to pounce on Chiba and sink her teeth into him. "You lot, assist him in the treatment." Moon gritted her teeth and instructed a few subordinates. Now, even retreating was no longer an option. If she were to lose face in front of her subordinates, how could she continue to function in her role? Yes, her subordinates replied, without further thought, and approached Chiba. "We are all comrades of Konoha, and with the Mito clan backing us, you feast, and we shan't compete. Surely we can share a bit of the broth?" With this thought in mind, a woman had reached Chiba's side and was about to crouch down when she suddenly felt a dampness on her chest. Immediately after, an indescribable agony surged through her, rendering her breathless, and those nearby shrieked in horror. "Ah, murder." The woman looked down to see a paper blade, seemingly materialized from nowhere, piercing through her chest. Mere inches from her heart, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground. "How dare you? You would attack a fellow villager. This is treachery." Moon's fury was palpable, her voice rising to a near scream, akin to a dramatic aria. She glared at the indifferent Umbu nearby and shrieked, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and subdue him, before Lord Hokage renders judgment." In the face of Moon's accusations, Chiba continued to treat the injured while remaining unperturbed. "But we are outside the village of Konoha. These individuals approached me without my consent. Who knows if they are spies from other ninja villages, scheming against our Jinchuriki. My Umbu have the prerogative to act first and report later." Ever since being ambushed by Shimura Danzo, Chiba had decisively opened his pathways, realizing that unfounded accusations could be wielded by anyone. In this game, you cherry blossoms are but novices. Learn from your elders. Moon was nearly driven to madness by Chiba's taunts, eager to confront him. "You lie. They are all under my command, and you are clearly." Swish. Chiba abruptly lifted his head, his eyes radiating a chilling intent, causing Mito's words to falter on her lips. "You make a valid point. How about taking a couple of steps forward?" Chiba remarked, licking the corner of his mouth. "Is this fellow genuinely intent on killing me? I can't be bothered to reason with you. You are unworthy of my words. I shall report this matter to Lord Hokage, so just wait." Mito remained unfazed. She merely felt that her esteemed self was above quarreling with someone of Chiba's common status. It was simply not worth her while. "Huh." Chiba scoffed disdainfully, then turned to the motionless minnows beside him and said, "Carry the person away. Do not leave them here to be an eyesore. Depart." Chiba had just spared his hand. If these individuals were indeed proficient in medicine, the woman would suffer no grave harm. If their skills were lacking, then her demise would be justly deserved. The group, as if liberated from a great burden, hurriedly lifted the woman and sprinted away from Chiba, as if in a 100-meter dash. Once the predicament was resolved, Chiba lowered his gaze and devoted himself entirely to the treatment of Minato and Kushina. Both possessed remarkable vitality. One had merely fainted from exhaustion, while the other, despite sustaining a fatal injury, could be stabilized with relative ease. Had it not been for the interference of Mito Tsukuyo, Chiba would have completed the treatment for both individuals much sooner. After all, According to the system's assessment, for beings like Minato, simply halting their injuries constituted a successful treatment. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the sealing technique, Diamond Lock, suitable for the physique of the Senju progeny. Not long after, Chiba received the notification confirming the successful treatment of Kushina. To think it was not due to the Uzumaki bloodline. This makes it quite difficult for me to commend you. System. Chiba withdrew his hand from Kushina's chest and casually opened the skill description. Adamantine sealing. Utilizing an immense amount of chakra. It manifests as chains that can be employed for both offense and sealing, a formidable technique capable of contending with the power of tailed beasts. Indeed, it is rather impressive. Chiba smiled faintly. Should he encounter tailed beasts or Jinchuriki again in the future, he now possessed the means to respond, directly employing a binding technique. Naturally, those of less agreeable appearance would be excluded from this binding. Chiba, undeterred, continued to administer aid to Minato, his heart brimming with anticipation, although it felt somewhat ungracious. Minato's injuries were far more severe than Kushina's, and the rewards promised were undeniably enticing. Apologies, Minato. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired wind release, Rasengan. Incredible, Minato. You are remarkable. Upon receiving the notification of Minato's successful treatment, Chiba couldn't suppress an exclamation of awe. This was an S-rank ninjutsu, wind release, Rasengan. The most formidable technique within the wind release category, requiring even the prince himself 2.5 years of rigorous training to master. It was only through relentless effort that he had been granted this renowned skill by the prince. Minato, you are truly kind. I knew you wouldn't let your junior's efforts go unrewarded. Gazing at Minato lying on the ground, Chiba felt an overwhelming urge to lavish affection upon Kushina. Blast it. I must be influenced by the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines. Chiba cursed inwardly. Wind release. Rasengan transforms wind chakra into fine needles. Directly assaulting the 130 trillion cells within the human body, its might is nothing short of terrifying. The prince had merely utilized a half-finished version to obliterate 2 of Kakuzu's hearts in a single strike, and now Chiba had acquired the complete version. Although he lacked Sage Mode, his control over chakra was exceptional, and even in the worst-case scenario, he would only risk injuring an arm, an issue he could easily remedy. And it would provide an opportunity to test whether self-treatment would yield rewards. Kakuzu, you would do well to avoid me, or you shall face dire consequences. Chiba mused with delight. The rewards presented today were exceedingly generous. Each could serve as Chiba's new trump card. It is no exaggeration to state that with these 2 skills, his combat prowess would surge by at least 30%, and he would possess means to counter the Jinchuriki. Just as Chiba was reveling in his fortune, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in battle attire, arrived late with a cadre of Umbu. Chiba rose to his feet, casting a skeptical glance at Sarutobi Hizashi. He suspected that this old fellow had been monitoring the situation, arriving just when it seemed safe. After all, what a coincidence it was. Uncle Hizashi, Mito Tsukika, who had been anxiously waiting nearby, finally found her anchor. She dashed to Sarutobi Hizashi's side, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, Chiba just brazenly attempted to take my subordinate's life. Everyone present can attest to it. If it weren't for my subordinate's quick reflexes, he would surely be. However, before Tsukika could continue her emotional plea, Sarutobi Hizashi raised his hand to interrupt her, frowning as he said, This is not the place for discussion. Let us address this matter upon our return. Chapter 72. Is Mito Kazuto really so magnificent? In the Hokage's office, setting aside my own inquiries. How could he dare to harm a fellow villager? Uncle Hizashi, you must impose a severe punishment on him. Sarutobi Hizashi, seated at his desk, turned to Chiba after hearing Tsukika's accusations and asked, Chiba, do you have anything to add? Nothing, Lord Third. Chiba shook his head. He knew that Hizashi had likely already heard the full account from others. There was no need for him to waste breath like that foolish woman, Tsukika. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded slightly and stated, Very well, your handling of this matter was indeed inappropriate. The position of your Umbu squad leader will be temporarily assumed by Nara Shikaku. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hizashi's reprimand directed at Chiba, Mito Tsukika's face brightened, and she provocatively raised an eyebrow at Chiba. Humph, now you understand the consequences of offending this lady. Don't you? Commoner. Yet just then, Sarutobi Hizashi spoke again, saying, Tsukika, you two share some culpability in this matter. Henceforth, you shall no longer be responsible for the new medical reforms. Tsukika was left dumbfounded, never anticipating that Sarutobi Hizashi would disregard her father's influence and impose punishment upon her as well. Chiba laughed heartily, unable to contain himself in front of the two. In response to Chiba's mocking smile, Mito Tsukiyo was too flustered to care. She quickly turned to Sarutobi Hizashi, pleading, "Uncle Hizashi, I have devoted immense effort to the new medical reform department, organizing it meticulously. Furthermore, who else in Konoha could possibly take on this crucial role besides me?" Sarutobi Hizashi took a puff from his pipe and replied nonchalantly, "Tsunade happens to be available, so it would be quite fitting for her. The one who proposed the new medical reform, to take charge." Mito Tsukiyo was instantly rendered speechless, standing there in distress, tears welling in her eyes. She could not comprehend why this was happening. It was clearly Chiba's fault. If only he had yielded to her from the start. Why must he take away the position she had worked so hard to attain for the sake of a commoner? "Uncle Hizashi," Mito Tsukiyo attempted to voice her grievances. But Sarutobi Hizashi had already lowered his head to attend to the documents on his desk. "In the office, remember to address me by my title. I have matters to attend to. Both of you may leave." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Mito Tsukiyo bit her lip and reluctantly exited the Hokage's office alongside Chiba. Not only had she failed to gain any merit from this encounter, but she had also lost the position her father had secured for her. She would undoubtedly face her father's wrath upon returning. Though Mito Tsukiyo was fearless in most aspects, she harbored an immense dread of Mito Kageyama's scolding. And anxiety began to creep in. "Lady Mito, why are you so upset? It's merely a position of responsibility. It shouldn't concern you so much, should it?" Once outside the Hokage building, Chiba teased her with a grin. "You scoundrel. You dare to mock me. It's all your fault. I could just strangle you." Frustrated and infuriated by Chiba's relentless teasing, Mito Tsukiyo lost her composure and lunged at him, shouting, "What are you doing?" With a slight exertion of strength, Chiba embraced Mizuho in his arms, rendering her struggles ineffective as she twisted and turned, much to his growing irritation. Mizuho, a woman of exceptional attributes aside from her intellect, resembled a high-end tablet. Fortunately, Chiba remained composed, resisting the urge to thrust her away. "Release me. Let go," she protested. "Stop it. If you continue to fuss, I might just spank you." Just as Mizuho's father, Mizuho Minin, arrived at the Hokage building to discuss matters concerning his daughter, he was struck by the scene before him. Lost in contemplation. Wasn't it said that Mizuho and Chiba were in a rather awkward situation? Is this truly the nature of their discomfort? In truth, Chiba possessed remarkable potential. If Mizuho genuinely harbored feelings for him, Mizuho Minin stroked his chin, pondering earnestly. He had a favorable impression of Chiba, despite lacking a familial lineage. Such individuals could more easily integrate into the Mizuho clan. Moreover, his pampered daughter had always held herself in high regard. And this was the first instance he had witnessed her being so affectionate with a male father. Upon spotting Mizuho Minin, Mizuho had already been struggling in Chiba's embrace for quite some time, her body weakened, her long hair damp and clinging to her face. "Chiba, you scoundrel, release me. I'm begging you," Mizuho exclaimed, her voice tinged with desperation. In an instant, without Mizuho's prompting, Chiba relinquished his hold, his gaze darting about as he sought a suitable escape route. He feared that Mizuho Minin might charge at him, ready to confront him for his treatment of his daughter. Yet, before Chiba could make his move, Mizuho Minin appeared before him in an instant, placing a hand on his shoulder. Goodness gracious! Chiba's body trembled, ready to transform into origami and take flight. Yet to her surprise, Mito Hien revealed a benevolent smile. "Do not be alarmed, Chiba. I too have traversed the tumultuous path of youth. It is entirely natural for young people to experience conflicts among themselves. It is nothing of great consequence." Mito Hien father did not scold me. Chiba and Mito Gatsuki were momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance of unspoken understanding, as the current situation diverged from their expectations. However, in an instant, Mito Gate-un's expression hardened, causing a simultaneous shiver in Chiba and his companions' hearts. Yet, in the very next moment, Mito Gate broke into a smile once more. "Chiba, Suki, however, this is a public setting. Your recent behavior was rather inappropriate. Please be mindful of your impact in the future, understood?" Mito Minion advised. "Understood, Lord Mito," they both replied hastily, lowering their heads. "Good. I must discuss matters concerning you both with the third Hokage, so I shall take my leave." Mito Minion nodded in satisfaction, then patted Chiba's shoulder once more, saying, "Suki is, after all, a young lady. You ought to be considerate towards her. Do you comprehend? Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to visit my home for a game of chess. I would be pleased to chat with you." "All right, understood." watching Mito Minion's retreating figure. Chiba nodded in a state of bewilderment. Suki was so headstrong, and he had presumed her father would be equally difficult to deal with. Yet he turned out to be unexpectedly amiable. Treating his daughter in such a manner, he still extended such courtesy towards Chiba. "Lord Mito, your father is surprisingly kind," Chiba remarked. "Father, he usually isn't like this, is he?" Suki's head was equally muddled. Not only had she lost her position today, but she had also lost her composure in front of her father. One would expect a stern reprimand, yet he was so gentle, even on her birthday. Her father had maintained a stern demeanor. "Humph, I have no desire to speak with you. I never wish to see you again, you wretched commoner." Upon realizing she had instinctively responded to Chiba, Suki huffed and turned, striding away, though the blush on her face had yet to fade. "Huh, as if I would be so eager to engage with you." Once she regained her composure, Chiba sneered and walked towards the Konoha Hospital. Konoha Hospital. Ah, the familiar ceiling. Wolfing Watergate opened his eyes, and upon recognizing the surroundings, his tense body relaxed instantly. "You've awakened, brother. Allow me to fetch you some water." At that moment, Chiba's voice came from the side. Watergate hastily propped himself up and inquired, "Chiba, how is little Gio?" "She is fine, however. She left the village without permission and has been placed under house arrest by the third Hokage for a month, which is why she hasn't been able to visit you." Chiba extended the warm water in his hand to Minato, smiling as he said, "Moreover, I have already reported those rogue Umbu ninjas who nearly caused your demise to Lord Third." Upon hearing this, Minato's anxious heart finally found solace. He accepted the hot water and took a sip, looking at Chiba with immense gratitude. "I truly owe you one, Chiba. Without your intervention, both little Q and I would have been in peril." Chiba smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Senior brother, we are all family. There is no need for formality between us." He had also gained numerous advantages from Minato and Kushina. If it weren't for the necessity of concealing the existence of the system, Chiba would have liked to express his gratitude to Minato in return. Minato chose not to elaborate further, silently cherishing this kindness in his heart. Previously, his interactions with Chiba had been limited, and his feelings towards this junior brother were not particularly strong. However, following the recent events, Chiba's standing in Minato's esteem rose sharply, placing him in a position of significance. "By the way, junior brother," Minato suddenly recalled something and inquired, "What was that Rasengan you asked me about earlier?" "Well, I heard from Master Jiraiya that you were developing a new technique to counter the tailed beast bomb, but I couldn't quite remember the name you gave it. So I simplified it to Rasengan," Chiba explained. Upon hearing Chiba's explanation, Minato nodded thoughtfully. "I see. Rasengan. Rasengan. Now I understand." His eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. He raised his uninjured arm, and as chakra spiraled and gathered, a cerulean orb slowly took shape in his hand. Maintaining a consistent spiral in all directions would ensure the stability of this technique. Minato dissipated the orb in his hand, excitement illuminating his face as he looked at Chiba and exclaimed, "Junior brother, you are truly a genius. I merely suggested a name, and you have visualized the technique. Could it be that this genius is actually you?" Chiba mused silently. "Wonderful, Chiba, to express my gratitude. I have decided to name this technique Light Will Rasengan. Chiba Double Style, Zero Form," Minato declared joyfully. The next time he encountered the rampaging Ninetales or another tailed beast, he could employ this technique to protect little Q. "No, senior brother Minato." Chiba shook his head and said, "I have heard that you developed this technique to protect Kushina. If that is the case, I believe you should seek her out and let her give it a name. She has been confined at home, and I imagine she would be quite delighted to see you in good health." "You are right, Chiba. I will find little Kushina." Upon hearing this, Minato threw off the covers and prepared to change clothes and rush out. At that moment, a nurse entering the room quickly exclaimed, Hey, patient. The doctor said you cannot get out of bed. Hurry back and lie down." Minato looked at Chiba, who pulled out a credential from his pocket and handed it to the somewhat puzzled nurse. "I am the doctor, unless there is an unexpected turn of events. I should hold a higher title than any doctor here," Chiba stated calmly. The nurse gazed at the advanced physician title in her hand and then glanced at Chiba's youthful face, her mouth forming an astonished O. Wait a moment. Watching Minato's departing figure, Chiba suddenly realized a concern. Although his intention was to foster the relationship between Minato and Kushina, what if, after Minato approached Kushina, he discovered that she had given the same name as he had? Would his senior brother think too much about it? After leaving Konoha Hospital, Chiba planned to head to the Umbu. Considering the time, his 3 teammates should have reported in by now. Just as Chiba was nearing the Umbu, A figure rushed out from the main entrance. Raijin, you came at the right time. I was just about to look for you. Upon seeing Chiba, the figure paused momentarily before forcing a smile. Your team member got into a scuffle, and the situation is getting out of hand. You should go and mediate. The figure was none other than the Umbu member who had previously sought out Chiba, codenamed Sunny Day, a rather youthful-looking man. Since Chiba had not revealed him in front of Saratobi Hiruzen, Sunny Day returned the favor by seeking out Chiba the moment his teammate ran into trouble. What is going on? How did they end up fighting? Who initiated the confrontation? Chiba inquired with a frown as he hurried toward the Umbu training grounds. One of your female teammates just reported in, but several Umbu members called her over to spar, claiming newcomers must prove their strength, and she sustained some minor injuries. Sunny Day explained. Your teammate, who is about your age, could not contain herself and brought another person to confront them, which ultimately led to the fight. Chiba pondered for a moment, and his expression suddenly darkened. Is it directed at me? It must be those few comrades from the Umbu. Indeed, Qingtian replied with a bitter smile. I had advised you before, Thunder. We are all colleagues, crossing paths frequently. We should be looking out for one another. Chiba scoffed, pondering the cowardice of those who shrink back at the slightest hint of danger. Can they truly be relied upon when the situation escalates? The few who took action must certainly possess some influential connections, he mused. Aki, in response, nodded affirmatively. Yes, they all hail from prominent clans, Hyuga, Inazuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi. Goodness, for against two? Are they truly so brazen? Chiba was filled with righteous fury, disregarding the fact that he was in the Dark Division's hall. He unfurled his pure white paper wings and soared towards the training ground. Rei, you have just been reprimanded by Lord Hokage. You must not act impulsively again. Harmony is paramount. Harmony is paramount. As he watched Chiba take flight, Aki, unable to keep up, could only anxiously shout after his retreating figure, rest assured. I will exercise restraint in my actions. The voice of Chiba echoed from afar, and on a clear day, Qingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. As long as you exercise restraint, just wait a moment. Restraint. Qingtian's eyes widened with palpable terror when this esteemed individual made a move. Could any of his subordinates hope to survive? In the Dark Division's training arena, for adept ninja from the Dark Division coordinated seamlessly, pinning SH Key and GG in between, relentlessly launching their attacks, while several onlookers from the Dark Division jeered in amusement. Those who could enter the Dark Division were no weaklings, and considering these four were scions of prominent families, had it not been for GG's prowess, SH Key would have likely been knocked down long ago. To speak frankly, GG felt somewhat constrained. His forte lay in lethal techniques, and engaging with allies diminished his strength significantly. Illusionary sword technique, Konoha-style willow. Nevertheless, GG seized upon an opening presented by his opponent, swiftly placing his blade against the adversary's throat. Enough. Just as GG intended to halt this senseless skirmish, the ninja with the blade poised against his neck narrowed his eyes, taking advantage of GG's reluctance to cause harm as he lunged forward, launching a ruthless attack without regard for martial ethics. Soft fist technique, 8 trigrams pointing palm. This Dark Division member from the Hyuga clan deftly struck several critical points on GG, causing his chakra to stall abruptly, leaving his body uncontrollable as he collapsed to the ground. GG. At the same time, SH Key was momentarily distracted and was struck by the Akimichi clan's multiplication technique, rendering him incapable of resistance. In that fleeting moment, SH Key, despite the pain, threw himself over the incapacitated GG, shielding him with his body. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining 3 had ceased their actions, yet that member of the Hyuga clan continued to rain blows upon the fallen SH Key. Were you not quite arrogant just a moment ago? Why so silent now? The Hyuga member spat, his face twisted with disdain. I despise you entitled scions who feign superiority. The branch members of the Hyuga clan were known for their ruthlessness, unhesitating to strike against their own main family, as exemplified by Hyuga Niji, who effortlessly thrashed a fallen member of the Senja clan. The other 3 Dark Division members frowned slightly. Their intention was merely to teach their opponents a lesson. Tsunade would not escalate matters over such trivial disputes. However, the sudden ferocity of the Hyuga Dark Division was beyond their expectations, yet none stepped forward to intervene. Among them, a member of the Inazuka clan, looking down from his vantage point, remarked, Go back and inform your team's Thunder to learn some manners and refrain from. But before he could finish, a figure suddenly flashed past him, heading straight for the Hyuga Dark Division member, leaving him aghast. Such speed. The Hyuga member, still pummeling SH Key, was taken aback as he barely managed to pivot his body with the aid of his Byakugan, raising his arms just in time to defend himself. Strong strike. The figure unleashed a punch, the sound of the impact resonating like the roar of a dragon. The expression on the face of the Hyuga Umbu shifted abruptly as the force transmitted through his arm was overwhelmingly terrifying, instantly penetrating his innards. With a resounding thud, he was sent tumbling through the air like a rag doll, finally crashing to the ground, his arms entangled like strands of noodles, lying motionless, his fate uncertain. With a deep exhale, after delivering a near-fatal blow to his opponent, Chiba retracted his fist. As he had previously mentioned to Clear Skies, he always exercised restraint in his actions. As long as he did not deliver a fatal strike, he could save the individual afterward. Moreover, the more grievous the injuries inflicted, the more substantial the rewards he would receive. Come on, weren't you all eager to discuss the rules with me? Chiba cast a glance at the fallen Ju and Kyuk, his inner fury intensifying. He abruptly turned to the three astonished individuals beside him, coldly declaring, "Now that I am here, speak directly to me." The members of the Oil Woman clan, though possessing a more composed demeanor, were on the brink of explanation. However, his companions, Inuzuka and Akimichi, could no longer contain their tempers and charged towards Chiba. Why waste words? Let us simply bring him down together. Indeed. Who dares to address me in such a manner? Just because one possesses a modicum of strength, they believe themselves impressive. Seeing his two allies advance, the Oil Woman clan members sighed and chose to follow suit. Four-legged technique, tooth for tooth. The Inuzuka member gathered chakra in his limbs, running on all fours like a beast, accompanied by his colossal ninja dog, transforming into two whirlwinds that collided fiercely with Chiba. Multiplication technique, cannon fist. The Akimichi member's arm elongated instantaneously, his clenched fist swelling to the size of a manhole cover, launching a fierce strike towards Chiba from another angle, complementing Inuzuka's attack. Bang! The distance between the three was minimal, and before Chiba could evade, the combined onslaught from Inuzuka and Akimichi struck him simultaneously, producing a dull thud. TCH. I thought you were formidable, but this is rather disappointing. Just as the two believed they had succeeded, the dust settled, and they focused their gaze, only to find Chiba's figure had vanished, leaving behind naught but a handful of yellow sand. You too, be wary of above. The Oil Woman clan member unleashed a swarm of tiny flying insects, waving his hand as the swarm surged forth like a black tide, rushing towards Chiba, who now appeared suspended in midair. In an instant, Chiba's figure was engulfed by a swarm of insects, emitting a chilling scream, as pieces of paper fluttered down like fallen leaves. Phew! Thank goodness for you, insects. Otherwise, it would have been a dire situation for us. Just as Inuzuka's team released a sigh of relief and smiled in gratitude towards the Oil Woman's team, the ninja dog beside him suddenly began to bark furiously at the ground beneath him. No way. You guessed right. It must be thanks to your dog. Chiba's figure suddenly leaped from the ground, his right hand transforming into a chakra surgical knife, piercing fiercely into Inuzuka's chest amidst the incredulous gaze of the Umbu. It turns out that at the very moment the two attacked Chiba, he had burrowed into the earth, leaving behind two decoys, a sand clone and a paper clone, on the surface. Chiba initially intended to eliminate the Oil Woman's Umbu, but unexpectedly, he was discovered by the ninja hound. With no other option, he resolved to target its master instead. A significant amount of blood gushed from the mouth of the Inuzuka Umbu, rendering him speechless as he collapsed to the ground. Damn it! Upon witnessing his comrade fall, the Akimichi Umbu's eyes turned crimson, ready to charge at Chiba. Yet, in the next moment, a paper blade pierced through his chest, swiftly dispatching the two. Chiba did not linger. With a deft leap, he avoided the snapping jaws of the approaching ninja hound. Lava release, scorching river rock technique. Chiba slightly turned in midair, exhaling a torrent of searing magma that nearly enveloped half the sky, effortlessly repelling the approaching swarm of insects. The sizzling sound echoed as countless flying creatures collided against the molten barrier, instantly reduced to charred remains that cascaded down like a dark snowfall. Where are the people? Where are they? Just as the members of the Oil Woman's secret division searched frantically with blood-red eyes for Chiba's figure, he had already materialized silently behind them, delivering a swift strike to the neck. With a thud, the Oil Woman's subordinate crumpled to the ground. Thus, all four members of the Dark Division who had earlier attacked Ju were dispatched by Chiba alone, their fates hanging in the balance. The once boisterous training ground now lay in complete silence. Chiba's formidable strength and ruthless tactics subdued all the shadow ninjas present. The previously raucous members of the Umbu had fallen silent, their eyes filled with shock and fear as they gazed upon Chiba. Chapter 74. The Gathering of the Team. Nikazin's ambition. In a matter of mere minutes, one individual annihilated an entire Umbu squad. This newcomer is simply extraordinary. Notably, his chakra displayed no signs of disarray, indicating that he had not yet exerted himself to the fullest, truly a formidable youth. After a considerable pause, the training arena was finally filled with hushed whispers, and the eyes of all present were brimming with astonishment. The prowess of Chiba has reached a level that instills a sense of awe. This no longer resembles mere sparring. That individual has just decimated a squad from the Umbu. I must swiftly notify Lord Hokage. As an Umbu ninja prepared to relay this urgent message to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the hasty arrival of Saiton caused him to grasp the ninja's shoulder, breathless as he spoke. Rest assured, they are not lost. It is said that this thunderous healer possesses extraordinary skills. As long as there is a breath remaining, he can restore them. Just observe. Under the watchful gaze of the Umbu ninjas, Chiba approached Koji and Nagashi, raising his hand to infuse them with 2 streams of pure chakra. Koji-senpai, Nagashi, are you both all right? Chiba inquired softly. We are fine, Chiba, Nagashi replied, rubbing his bruised body and grimacing. You should hurry and assist the others. If a life is truly lost, it would be a grave matter. Chiba smiled with confidence and assured, rest assured, I always exercise discretion in my actions. Upon Chiba's utterance, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Before voicing such words, might one not first glance at the 4 individuals sprawled on the ground, teetering on the brink of demise? Woof. Bang. After confirming the safety of Rope Tree's duo, Chiba delivered a decisive kick to the oncoming ninja hound and commenced the healing of the fallen. To preclude any tragic outcomes, he had merely rendered the oil woman from the Umbu unconscious. As for the remaining 3, they were still clinging to life. Was that not sufficient? Ding. Healing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the doubling technique. Doubling technique consumes a substantial amount of chakra, allowing any part of the body to temporarily swell to twice its size. Twice? Hiss. That would be nearly 40 centimeters. After staunching the wounds on Akimichi's Umbu, Chiba glanced at the reward, gasping in astonishment, before proceeding towards Inuzuka's Umbu to offer his aid. Ding. Healing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive ability Dog's Eye. Chiba? He restrained the impulse to strike Inuzuka's Umbu with another blow and opened the ability description. Dog's Eye. It is said that dogs can perceive things invisible to humans, as their night vision is 5 times superior to that of mankind, thus enhancing the host's nocturnal vision. Well, it has some utility. I shall endure. Chiba withdrew his hand from the heart of the Inuzuka Umbu, moving towards the most detestable member of the Hyuga Umbu, pinching his nose as he began to administer aid. This particular treatment required more time, as Chiba had acted in genuine anger earlier, resulting in the opponent sustaining somewhat more severe injuries, with multiple fractures. Thunder. I have prepared a medical kit for you, which may contain the instruments you require. At that moment, the perceptive Sunny emerged from the crowd, jogging to present a medical kit to Chiba. How brave of Sunny to dare converse with this harbinger of death. It seems I had underestimated this fellow. He possesses quite the character. Upon Sunny's return to the crowd, the gazes of those around him transformed, subtly revealing a hint of admiration. Noticing this, Sunny involuntarily puffed out his chest, feeling a sense of pride. Thanks to Chiba, he, the inconspicuous Umbu, had finally experienced a moment of glory. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 20 Meridians chart of the Hyuga clan. After painstakingly dealing with the bone fragments that had been compressing the internal organs of the Hyuga Umbu and roughly reconnecting the bones that could be salvaged, Chiba received a system notification. Simultaneously, an illustration of the human meridian pathways appeared in his mind, detailing the 12 primary meridians, the 8 extraordinary vessels, and all the acupoints along the way. This was indeed a valuable treasure. Unlike the indifference he felt upon receiving the previous 2 rewards, Chiba's eyes sparkled with excitement. This chart clearly indicated the locations of the 8 gates within the human body. This meant that he no longer required anyone's guidance. As long as he could train to withstand the burden of opening the 8 gates, he could directly transform into a crimson beast. How exhilarating! If only there were more fools seeking trouble like this in the future. With this thought, Chiba narrowed his eyes and glanced behind him. Yet, none of the Umbu within his line of sight dared to meet his gaze, leaving him somewhat disheartened. It seems that novels can be deceiving. Otherwise, according to the plot, a group of even more formidable individuals should have emerged by now. clamoring to avenge their comrades. Colleagues, though I, Thunder, am a direct descendant of the Hokage, I am not one to bully others. Chiende rose from his seat and respectfully clasped his hands towards the crowd behind him, saying, "It was these individuals who initially humiliated my companions, and I was left with no choice but to intervene and teach them a lesson. In truth, I am quite easy to get along with, and I hope for your guidance in the future." Well said, well said. Indeed, indeed. The sparse responses from the crowd sounded rather perfunctory, leaving Chinya shaking his head in mild exasperation. He spoke from the heart. Why could these individuals not see that? By the way, I heard that the Umbu has a segment where newcomers must prove their strength. I wonder if any seniors would be willing to offer me some guidance? Chinya ventured to inquire. Swish. Upon hearing Chinya's words, several Umbu ninjas instantly transformed into fleeting shadows, vanishing in an instant, leaving the once vibrant training ground eerily desolate. TCH. How dull, Chinya muttered. These individuals have already escaped danger. Please find a few people and escort them to the infirmary. Chiba waved towards the clear sky that lay ahead. Instructing, all right then, Brother Thunder. The clear sky responded cheerfully and hurried off to summon others. He had resolved to cling tightly to Chiba's support, believing that this would enable him to navigate the shadows with ease, free from the oppression of the elders. SH Ju and K Kai returned to the equipment room to reapply for new gear, while Chiba made his way back to the lounge designated for Team Zero. There, he encountered the long-missed golden-haired beauty, the medic Nanoyu. Observing her as she tended to her wounds alone, Chiba felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, Nanoyu. Because of me, you've had to endure this. Please, do not say such things. Nanoyu turned slightly, offering a gentle smile. When I learned that I could be reassigned to the Umbu, I felt nothing but gratitude towards you. Compared to Root, this place is a paradise. Nanoyu's laughter was sweet, exuding a purity that stirred something within Chiba. Though she appeared tender, there existed an innate resilience and tenacity about her, a paradox that became her defining charm. Let me help you with your ointment, Chiba offered. That would be wonderful. There are places I cannot reach, she replied. Despite the time that had passed since their last meeting, their shared experiences of life and death rendered any awkwardness obsolete. Chiba, when you have time, would you accompany me back to the orphanage to see the children? Nanoyu suddenly asked as she diligently applied the medication. Of course. No problem at all. I'll follow the headmaster's arrangements, Chiba responded with a smile. In the Hokage's office, the then Umbu captain, Saratobi Shino, knocked and entered. His expression grave as he relayed the incident involving Chiba to Saratobi Izashi. Father, should I impose any punishment on this individual, or perhaps expel him from the Umbu altogether? Saratobi Shino inquired. Not at all. Saratobi Hizashi waved his hand dismissively, taking a puff from his pipe and smiling as he said, Chiba merely acted in self-defense. Though his response may have been somewhat severe, it did not result in any fatalities, so there is no need for punishment. Saratobi Shino hesitated at this response. But what if those prominent clans have objections? He is not a direct heir. They could voice their concerns. Saratobi Izashi shook his head, placing a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder, and said earnestly, Shino, you must broaden your perspective and not become overly fixated on superficial matters. A capable young man like Chiba, who dares to confront the powerful without concern for reputation, is precisely the talent they need. If nurtured well, he might one day surpass Shimura Danzo. Conversely, individuals like Hataki Sakomo, who maintain cordial relations with numerous clans, are precisely those who warrant closer scrutiny. In any case, remember that this boy is quite remarkable. You should engage with him more in the future. Seeing his son gazing at him with a hint of bewilderment, Saratobi Hiruzen expressed a touch of exasperation as he offered his counsel. By the way, ensure that the news of Chiba's induction into the Umbu spreads. Find a way to inform the Uchiha clan. This child may serve as a bridge between our village and them. At this juncture, Saratobi Hiruzen was in the prime of his life, harboring ambitions to fully integrate the Uchiha clan into his own designs, thereby eclipsing the achievements of both the first and second Hokage. Understood, father, replied Saratobi Shino. Chapter 75, The Inaugural Mission, Maximum Difficulty. A week later, within the Hokage's office, Team Chiba received their first mission since its inception. Not long ago, I dispatched a covert Umbu squad to the land of hot water, intending to negotiate a clandestine alliance. However, this squad has since gone silent upon entering the country, and all attempts to re-establish contact have failed, suggesting something amiss. With a grave expression, Saratobi Hiruzen rose from his desk and retrieved a scroll, presenting it to Chiba and his comrades. This contains all the intelligence pertinent to the mission. The leader of the Umbu, Kaze, is a pillar of Konoha. I urge you to do everything in your power to locate him and bring him back. Or Saratobi Hiruzen's words trailed off, yet Chiba and the others comprehended his implications. Others may not matter, but this Kaze possesses critical information. If circumstances turn dire, we must ensure his demise leaves no trace, to prevent any leakage of sensitive intelligence. Understood. We shall depart at once and without delay, Saratobi Hiruzen urged. Yes, Lord Hokage. Chiba and his companions had long been prepared for their mission. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, they took their leave from the village and made their way directly through the gates of Konoha. As they journeyed towards the land of hot water, they began to discuss the intelligence detailed in the scroll. This fierce wind possesses the bloodline limit of Mighten, exclaimed Ju, somewhat astonished. It can directly convert the enemy's ninjutsu into chakra and store it within its own body. The mention of a bloodline limit caused Chiba's heart to tighten, instinctively raising suspicions about Bairu, the white-haired lowly mummy known for stealing others' identities. However, upon further reflection, Chiba realized that Bairu had not yet betrayed the village at this time, and thus, this matter was likely unrelated to her. With such a powerful bloodline limit, if we were to encounter an enemy, they must be formidable or perhaps outnumber us, expressed Yano with a hint of concern. Chiba stroked his chin thoughtfully, engaging in analysis. The fact that the Gale Squad's journey to the Hidden Mist Village remained largely unknown in Konoha diminishes the likelihood of them being besieged by a multitude of enemies. It is more plausible that they encountered a few formidable adversaries. At this juncture, Gujia interjected, the land of water is not far from the land of lightning. They might be from the Hidden Cloud Village. From a motivational standpoint, it is the most probable scenario, given that the Second Great Ninja War has only recently concluded. The geopolitical landscape among the great nations is exceedingly intricate. It is quite possible that the Hidden Cloud Village has stationed spies near the Hidden Mist Village or occasionally sends individuals to patrol the area, safeguarding the barrier between the Hidden Cloud and Konoha. Indeed, I find Uncle Gujia's reasoning compelling. Ju's eyes sparkled with realization. The Hidden Cloud excels in taijutsu. Perhaps they didn't even resort to ninjutsu, or their speed was so astonishing that Gale couldn't activate his bloodline limit in time. Alternatively, could it be that the enemy possesses an overwhelming amount of chakra, surpassing the absorption capacity of Mighten? Yano attempted to add, if that is the case, we may be facing one or two elite forces from the Hidden Cloud. Chiba rubbed his temples, feeling a subtle headache. Although Konoha had indeed stationed some personnel in the Land of Soup, their strength was rather lacking. In the event of a confrontation, it was likely that they would still have to rely on just a few of their own. What is there to fear, Chiba? Your current prowess is so formidable that your bounty surpasses mine by several folds, Shinshu remarked with a tinge of envy. It was evident that when they first met, Chiba was unable to best him, yet now, Chiba could easily overpower him. Torn between the fear of his brother's struggles and the envy of his brother's success, Shinshu's sentiments were a reflection of his current state of mind. Chiba's strength has surged unexpectedly, an occurrence that is undeniably peculiar. Shiboku has repeatedly pondered whether this is a reflection of the disparities among the masters. If only I had chosen to study under Master Jiraiya as well. Shiboku lamented to himself. Upon their arrival in the Land of Water, the group, weary from their journey, wasted no time in reaching out to the stationed Leaf Village ninjas. Upon discovering that the Gale team had failed to establish any contact with the local outpost, Chiba and his companions felt a sense of helplessness. Alas, they had hoped to follow the trail, but it appears that the issue does not lie with the outpost. With a heavy sigh, Shiboka felt a sense of bewilderment, akin to drawing his sword and gazing around in confusion. With no other choice, they resolved to split up and search, hoping for a stroke of luck. Chiba was also feeling exhausted. On his very first mission, he encountered such a challenging situation. The mind of the Gale was ensnared by a peculiar restriction. As long as he remained alive, it was possible to pinpoint his location using specific techniques within a certain radius. If the restriction were to break, his life would be forfeit, thus providing a form of assurance. However, the crux of the matter lay in the uncertainty of Gale's current status and whereabouts, leaving Chiba and his companions in a state of bewilderment. Time was of the essence, so they decided to proceed with the most plausible hypothesis, that the Gale Squad had fallen victim to an ambush by the Cloud Ninjas. At that moment, Gujie retrieved a map and spread it across the table, stating, if the adversaries seek intelligence from Gale, it is highly likely that he is still alive, albeit incapacitated. In such a scenario, their pace of relocation would not be swift. After a series of deductions, Gujia picked up a pencil and drew 3 lines between the borders of the Land of Thunder and the Hidden Soup Village. I propose we split into 3 groups, each following one of these routes in search of potential leads. It is often said that having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. Gujia's years of cultivated experience and keen strategic insight rendered Chiba and his companions in awe, despite Gujia's conjectures. His assured tone led those present to instinctively regard his assertions as truth. Senior Gujia, which route do you believe they would most likely choose? Chiba inquired humbly. If I were among those cloud ninjas, I would possess a strong confidence in my own abilities, Gujia mused, closing his eyes in contemplation. After a moment, he suddenly opened them and pointed to the shortest of the paths, declaring, I would prioritize this route. Very well. Then I shall lead the team responsible for searching along this path. After casting a glance, Chiba arranged, Shushu will team up with Yena and Senior Gyuk. You will lead a separate team. How does that sound? Just be careful, Chiba. Everyone was aware of Chiba's capabilities, and Gyuk and the others had no objections, merely advising him to exercise caution. Rest assured, there is no time to lose. Let us set forth at once, Chiba stated with gravity. Thus, they divided into 3 paths. Chiba led a 6-member team, embarking from the village of Tangren, following a route delineated by Gujia, in search of the whereabouts of the storm team. They ventured deep into an expansive, untouched forest. I wonder if this storm is still alive, if the enemy truly belongs to the Cloud Hidden. It would be splendid to rescue him. Perhaps I could even acquire his nether escape technique. Regrettably, after 2 full days and nights of searching, they found no trace of the storm team, and their techniques yielded no response. After a grueling 40 hours of relentless pursuit, the team members were utterly exhausted, their eyes bloodshot. In stark contrast, Chiba appeared unfazed, brimming with energy, as if he could endure another 3 days and nights without fatigue. These Umbu members are truly monstrous. Do they not experience weariness? Recognizing the unsustainable nature of their current pace, several team members gritted their teeth and hastened to Chiba's side. Lord Thunder, might we pause for a brief respite? They implored. Indeed, Lord Thunder, our stamina is waning. Should we encounter an enemy unexpectedly? We fear we would become a burden to you, they lamented with a wry smile. You make a valid point. Chiba nodded slightly and said, in that case, you shall remain here to recuperate, while being mindful of concealment. I will venture forward alone. My lord, is it not too perilous for you to proceed by yourself? Rest assured, I am well aware of the risks. Chiba, a bold individual with an array of hidden talents, possesses a certain level of self-preservation capability. In truth, his solitary journey proves to be more advantageous. Should he encounter foes while accompanied by others, he would be burdened with the responsibility of watching over them and would be unable to exert his full strength. Thus, his independence grants him greater mobility. With a swift and deliberate intent, he resolved to deepen his search rather than widen it. He hastened to the midpoint of the path, ready to commence his exploration. The sound of rustling filled the air. Chiba transformed into countless fragments of paper, swiftly gliding through the shadows of the forest, silently soaring into the distance. This miraculous art of evasion never fails to astonish, no matter how many times one witnesses it. Indeed, were I able to fly, I would undoubtedly take my beloved wife to the heavens for a few exhilarating trials, haha. As they watched Chiba's silhouette fade away, a few individuals exchanged whispers of awe and envy. Time slipped by unnoticed, and the night deepened, engulfing the entire forest like a tide of darkness. Chiba attuned to the chakra within, expending roughly 1/10 of its essence, before gracefully descending from the air, restoring his form. Technique, tracking. Chiba produced a specially crafted talisman and, with a gesture of his hands, once again invoked the spell, albeit with little hope. Just then, the talisman, which had previously shown no response, suddenly levitated from Chiba's grasp and drifted to his left. Remarkably, it had indeed located something. In the enveloping darkness, Chiba's eyes gleamed with extraordinary clarity. Chapter 76, An Unimaginable Foe. It appears that the fierce winds are indeed alive. So, as Lord Gyuk suspected, has he been incapacitated and captured by the Cloud Hidden? After a moment of quiet contemplation, Chiba extracted a map and circled his current location. He then bit his finger and began to perform the summoning technique. Bang! A cloud of smoke erupted, and from within emerged a small monkey, the very communication ape belonging to SH-Ju. Anyone whose blood seal was inscribed upon SH-Ju's communication scroll could summon this ape to relay information remotely. Esteemed communication ape, I kindly request that you deliver this map to SH-Ju. Inform him that I am here with me. Thank you. Chiba handed the map to the communication monkey, who, understanding the urgency of the situation, nodded and instantly transformed into smoke, vanishing without a trace. After completing this task, Chiba silently continued his journey in the direction indicated by the floating talisman paper. Indeed, one must admit that this dog's eye was remarkably effective at night. Chiba thought to himself. After progressing in the dark for several minutes, Chiba seemed to sense something and swiftly pulled down the talisman paper floating in the air, causing himself to vanish into the ground. Amidst a chaotic array of jagged rocks, two figures concealed themselves, sitting back to back as they munched on rations, cautiously surveying their surroundings. If Chiba were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that the attire worn by the two was that of the Hidden Clouds covert unit. Sigh. Burubi is off hunting again. This marks the 5th time on this journey, has he? Indeed, he has developed a penchant for slaughter, in my opinion. It is only a matter of time before he loses control. We must keep a close watch on him. With no unusual occurrences around them, the two members of the Hidden Clouds covert unit, somewhat bored, began tapping their knuckles against the stones, conversing in hushed tones. Hey, can you two keep it down? Don't distract me, you idiots. At that moment, another member of the Hidden Clouds covert unit emerged from the rocks behind them, muttering curses under his breath. Cough, cough. Seriously, it's been quite some time. Haven't you cracked that Konoha guy's mental barriers yet? Why bother? I say we just kill him and return to the village earlier. The two members of the Hidden Clouds covert unit replied awkwardly, their voices lowered. You two don't understand anything. The more difficult it is to break through, the more valuable the information in his head, remarked A, licking his lips. I assure you, this is a big catch. Once again, A returned to the rocky terrain, placing his hand on a motionless figure's head and closing his eyes to intrude upon the other's mind. The members named B and C ceased their idle chatter, finishing their rations before rising to a defensive stance. Why do I feel a bit drowsy? It's not from what I just ate. It's poison. Be cautious. We have enemies. Realizing something was amiss, the two members of the Hidden Cloud's covert unit instantly held their breath and drew their blades. At that moment, a figure burst forth from the ground, swiftly charging towards them. Is that the main body? Yes, the chakra fluctuations are definitely not from a clone. After a brief exchange, the two split apart, with B stepping forward, wielding his blade. The steel glinted ominously in the moonlight as he swung it fiercely at the oncoming figure. Clang. The figure seemed unable to evade, and B's strike landed solidly upon it. However, in the next instant, B's expression changed drastically. This sensation is off. Just as B attempted to withdraw his blade, the figure before him suddenly exploded into a flurry of paper, cascading down like a storm of sharp arrows. Paper dance, paper rain. At such a close distance, faced with such a wide-ranging lethal attack, he had no means of evasion and was instantly riddled with paper shurikens. You call this your true form, you bastard? Yi's eyes gradually lost their luster, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, cursing his treacherous companion in his final moments. Everything transpired too swiftly. The interval from E drawing his weapon to his death was but the blink of an eye. It was only after he collapsed that Bing, standing nearby, reacted with a heart-wrenching roar of anguish. However, the two members of the ninja could hardly be blamed. With Xiao Nan's technique of shedding her human skin to become paper, anyone encountering it for the first time would be left bewildered, as few possess the ability to alter their physical form so effortlessly in the ninja world. Damn it, I've been discovered. A flurry of paper converged once more, forming Chinya's silhouette upon the ground, his expression grim. He had intended to circumvent the two ninja, unaware that one among them was a sensory-type ninja who had revealed his presence. This is bad. I wonder if the ninja inside will eliminate the Gale immediately. You scoundrel, I demand retribution for E. Just as Chinya's thoughts raced, Bing charged at him, his eyes locked onto Chinya with a fierce intensity, as if he wished to rend him apart with his gaze. The Sharingan. Chiba was momentarily taken aback, astonished by such fortuitous circumstances. In an instant, he activated his Sharingan, influencing the opponent's mental state. Seizing the opportunity while B was momentarily distracted, Chiba raised his hand, transforming it into a chakra surgical knife, and swiftly pierced through his heart, sending him to reunite with his comrades. Consequently, when A regained his senses and emerged from the rubble, he was met with the shocking realization that both of his companions had fallen victim to untimely deaths. Panic-stricken, A retreated, seemingly intent on returning to the debris to deliver a final blow to the whirlwind. Observing his reaction, Chiba's eyes lit up. Could it be that the whirlwind still survived? Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. In the state of his Sharingan, Chiba anticipated A's movements. He formed hand seals, transforming the ground where A was about to land into a quagmire. In desperation, A had no choice but to land on a nearby stone, while Chiba's figure blinked forward, his right arm swelling to twice its size, delivering a powerful strike towards A, doubling technique, strong strike, faced with a fist the size of a cauldron. A's eye twitched in fear, unwilling to confront the blow head-on. He could only retreat further, forced away from the direction of the whirlwind. With a resounding thud, Chiba smashed his fist into the stone beside A, reducing it to rubble. He withdrew his somewhat pained right hand, snorted coldly, and began forming seals. Humph, it is over. Lava release, scorching river flow technique. Realizing that if the Cloud Shinobi's Umbu had accomplices, they had likely already taken notice of the commotion, Chiba ceased to hold back. Unleashing a barrage of magma spheres toward A, boom, boom, boom. The dark night was instantly illuminated by the searing magma, and in A's despairing gaze, those molten spheres, sealing off all routes of escape, plummeted down. Amid A's anguished screams, Chiba's figure flickered, diving into the jagged rocks, where he indeed discovered a figure collapsed on the ground. It was the whirlwind. With a surge of spirit, Chiba's visage mirrored that of the figure upon the scroll, and it seemed as if a breath of life emanated from him. However, as Chiba placed his hand upon the wild wind and probed within with his chakra, the earlier elation swiftly dissipated. It appeared that this reward was beyond his grasp. The wild wind was beyond salvation. Not only had his injuries lingered for far too long, but his brain also bore multiple traumas, rendering him a mere shell, riddled with wounds. Even Chiba found it impossible to mend such devastation. Given that Chiba bore no kinship with the wild wind, he would naturally refrain from expending his singular opportunity for resurrection on someone so unrelated. Alas, Chiba let out a quiet sigh, raising his hand to infuse a pure chakra into the tempest, allowing the nearly extinguished candle to ignite once more. As the chakra flowed incessantly, the storm surged as if it had just emerged from the depths of drowning, its chest heaving violently as it gasped for air. Gale, Claws? Method, extinguish, negate. Chiba swiftly recited the secret incantations of the Umbu beside the raging wind. Upon hearing these familiar phrases, a glimmer of clarity returned to the bewildered gaze of the tempest. Is it a brother from the Umbu? With a sudden burst of energy, the storm sat upright, grasping Chiba's hand with urgency, exclaiming, quickly, end my life and flee from this place. The Eight Tails, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, is here. Chapter 77, Chiba versus the Eight Tails. What? The Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails? Chiba's expression changed drastically in an instant. His initial reaction was one of disbelief. How could a hidden village allow its precious treasures to roam freely? Yet, he couldn't dismiss the possibility that the raging winds would deceive him. Perhaps the enemy possesses an astonishing amount of chakra, surpassing the limits that even the void release can absorb. Chiba recalled Nao's words from that time, and her brows furrowed in contemplation. Perhaps it was indeed the Eight Tails Jinchuriki who had managed to subdue the Gale squad. Chiba yearned to inquire further. Yet the Gale could no longer furnish him with any valuable information. After exhaustively warning Chiba, the Gale's hand fell limply, and he collapsed into Chiba's embrace, utterly devoid of life. Brother, I shall return to Konoha with you. Sealing the scroll, Chiba retrieved a pre-engraved sealing scroll, affixing it to the body of the raging wind. With a swift incantation, he activated the spell, causing the corpse of the tempest to vanish. Having accomplished this, Chiba tucked the scroll into his bosom, intent on departing from this cursed place to reunite with Ju and the others. With his current prowess, he could nearly sweep through the frail and ailing of the ninja world. However, the robust Jinchuriki of prime age was an exception, as was a certain elder hidden beneath the earth. Boom. Just as Chiba was about to leave the rubble-strewn area, a crimson figure descended from the heavens, crashing heavily before him and scattering debris in all directions. Swish. Chiba's form retreated abruptly, creating a distance between himself and his opponent. Casting a wary gaze upon the figure before him. Who permitted you to slay my comrades? Within a crimson aura of chakra, the silhouette of a dark-skinned youth emerged, clutching his head in agony, emitting a primal roar akin to that of a beast, while four blood-red tails thrashed wildly behind him. Is it merely the sight of his fallen companions that drives him to such a furious state, partially transformed into a tailed beast? Observing this, Chiba hesitated to flee, his eyes glinting with an unusual brilliance. This Jinchuriki's condition appears rather unstable. Indeed, the youth before him was none other than Burubi, the current host of the Eight Tails from the hidden Cloud Village. Burubi possessed remarkable abilities, capable of wielding the power of the Eight Tails, yet upon becoming a Jinchuriki, he found the attitudes of those around him transform drastically. He went from being a beloved prodigy of the hidden cloud to a creature shunned by all. This immense disparity inflicted profound psychological torment upon Burubi, compelling him to seek solace in intense battles as a means to vent his pent-up negative emotions, though with little success. In the original narrative, Burubi ultimately failed to fill the void within his heart, meeting his demise at the hands of Orochimaru's treachery during the Eight Tails rampage. This fellow's condition is far from optimal. He may struggle to harness even half of the Eight Tails' power. With a swift assessment, Chiba's eyes sparkled with renewed determination, dispelling any thoughts of retreat. His mind raced with alternative ideas. I have yet to acquire any rewards from this outing. Before departing, could I perhaps carve a piece from this weakened Jinchuriki? Even if I cannot overcome him, I can always flee later. As the Eight Tails lacks the flight capability of the Seven Tails. Just as Chiba contemplated his next move, Burubi's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing beside him. His hands claw-like as they lunged toward Chiba's face. What incredible speed! Chiba's pupils trembled as the ferocious chakra of the tailed beast surged like searing flames. He dared not confront it head-on. Instead, with the aid of his paper wings, he deftly maneuvered to the side, evading the onslaught. The paper technique would likely prove inadequate against the scorching power of the tailed beast's chakra. I could not allow this fiend's assault to strike me. Chiba's expression grew solemn. Despite the opponent being a flawed Jinchuriki, their strength was not to be underestimated, necessitating utmost caution. Fire style, fireball, while deftly maneuvering. Chiba molded chakra into oil within his mouth and unleashed a fireball towards the relentlessly pursuing Burubi, aiming for an unexpected strike. Whoosh! Just as the fireball was about to connect, Burubi executed an unreasonable evasive maneuver, not only avoiding the fireball but accelerating towards Chiba with even greater speed. Boom! With no time left to employ ninjutsu, Chiba swiftly crushed a poison pouch, shrouding himself in toxic mist as he retreated, once more creating distance between himself and Burubi. Sizzle! The toxic gas dissipated the moment it neared Burubi, utterly ineffective against the protective cloak of tailed beast chakra enveloping him. Thunderplow Heat Blade. Burubi roared and charged at Chiba, the lightning chakra within him rapidly coalescing, his speed now exceeding that of before. Dance of the Ceiling Papers. Paper Rain. Chiba's scalp tingled as he swiftly ascended into the sky, unfurling the paper wings behind him, releasing a flurry of sharp paper fragments that rained down upon Burubi below. Whoosh! Burubi landed on all fours, carving a streak of crimson lightning across the ground, effortlessly evading the barrage of paper. You possess the ability to fly. Why do you not escape? Burubi refrained from launching another attack and instead rose to its feet, growling at Chiba as he descended once more. Chiba contemplated for a moment, believing it prudent to first provoke Burubi, ideally to incite him to the point of complete beast transformation. Only then, with the full manifestation of the Eight Tails chakra, would he have the opportunity to seize its power. Thus, under Burubi's puzzled gaze, Chiba slowly raised a hand and displayed his middle finger. You are nothing but a worthless being who cannot even protect your companions. Why should I flee? After taunting Burubi, Chiba did not spare the Eight Tails either, continuing. It is said that the Eight Tails is inferior, and having witnessed it today, I can confirm that is indeed the case. With such meager strength, you are not only far inferior to the Nine Tails, but you are also unworthy of even carrying the shoes of the One Tail. Boom. The mocking from Chiba proved remarkably effective. Burubi began to tremble violently, the tailed beast chakra within him surging forth like a torrential flood. The four tails at his back transformed into 8, while his head and arms exhibited the skeletal features of beast transformation. How dare this fellow call me trash? Burubi, allow me to take over. I shall tear him apart. Step aside. This is my body, and it is not your place to interfere. Burubi's expression grew increasingly frenzied as he engaged in a heated argument with the Eight Tails within him, his consciousness beginning to succumb to its influence. Teetering on the brink of chaos, this fellow still possesses some degree of control. At least he surpasses the current Kushina. He hasn't completely lost it yet? The third gate of the 8 gates, the Rest Gate, was opened. Enraged, Burubi would undoubtedly become even more terrifying. Seizing the opportunity while Burubi and the Eight Tails battled for control of their shared body, Chiba swiftly opened the third gate, his body radiating a vibrant green energy. Exhaling, he realized he had fully acclimatized to the intensity of the third gate. Dancing for half an hour should pose no challenge. As Chiba observed Burubi, the 8 tails behind him suddenly expanded in the wind, transforming into 8 chakra-infused projectiles that shot toward Chiba, weaving a red net from above, aiming to ensnare him to the ground. Is this an attempt to seal me beneath the earth? Chiba let out a cold snort, advancing rather than retreating, charging directly toward Burubi with 8 tails. No amount of evasion could compel the opponent into complete tailed beast transformation. Spiraling sphere, Chiba transformed into a verdant flash, weaving deftly amidst the swirling crimson radiance of 8 streaks, perilously advancing to the side of Burubi. With his right hand, he conjured an enormous spiral sphere and struck it forcefully towards his opponent's skull. Burubi neither evaded nor flinched, allowing the spiral sphere to descend upon his skeletal head, while his right hand swiftly rose, aiming a thrust directly at Chiba's chest. Wishing to exchange injury for injury? How fortuitous! Chiba's mind shifted, unwavering in resolve, even leaning forward to present his chest. At that moment, the necklace left by the first Hokage hung around his neck. In the next instant, both combatants struck each other simultaneously. However, the difference lay in the fact that Burubi's hand pierced through Chiba's chest without any sensation of impact, while Chiba's Rasengan landed squarely on Burubi's head. Boom! The terrifying rotational force instantly shattered the skull atop Burubi's head, penetrating the beast's exterior and cascading down upon him, sending him tumbling backward. Simultaneously, Chiba could not help but emit a cry of pain. The paper talisman indeed failed to withstand the onslaught of the tailed beast's chakra. Had he not frequently undergone the grueling process of blood refinement, becoming accustomed to such intense agony, he would have surely lost consciousness from the pain. Take that. The fleeting brush of Burubi against the necklace made Chiba aware of the residual energy within, which reacted to Burubi's tailed beast chakra, not merely targeting the 9 tails. Thus, at the moment Burubi was sent flying, Chiba, gritting his teeth against the pain, pursued him, yanked the necklace, and pressed it against Burubi's body, shielding it with chakra. Finally, it was my turn. What is this thing? As the 8 tails took control of Burubi's form, digging his feet into the ground to halt his movement, Chiba slammed the crystal necklace against him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of turquoise light erupted from the necklace, binding the 8 tails tightly, seeming to absorb its chakra as nourishment, tightening its grip evermore. You shall not stop me, cursed brat. Prepare to witness my true power. The 8 tails roared, its 8 translucent chakra tails solidifying instantly, transforming from a blood-red phantom into the brownish tentacles of an octopus, rapidly swelling and lifting the 8 tails body. Boom. In the next moment, amidst the 8 tails roar, the turquoise beams erupted explosively, dissipating into countless specks of starlight. Yet, the 8 tails form continued to expand until a colossal beast with a bull's head loomed before Chiba. Brat, are you ready to meet your doom? The 8 tails, now a towering behemoth standing 60 to 70 meters tall, dwarfed Chiba, whose size was scarcely comparable to one of its suckers. The deep voice echoed like thunder, its round eyes coldly scrutinizing Chiba, who appeared no larger than an ant. However, the fear Chiba was expected to exhibit did not materialize. Instead, he displayed a look of exhilaration, excitedly shouting up at the creature, I'm ready. I've been preparing for this moment for a long time. The 8 tails. Sealing Technique. Diamond Lock. Chapter 78. The False Jinchuriki. Chiba's dream gazing upon the fully tailed beastified Gyuki, Chiba felt his very DNA stir. Was this not the epitome of expertise he had long sought? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chiba clapped his hands, and a series of chakra chains surged forth from his body, swiftly transforming into thick strands resembling arms. In the bewildered gaze of the 8 tails, they wove together to form an intricate web that ensnared it completely. What is this? The 8 tails displayed a look of confusion as it regarded the chains binding it. Ugh, The 8 tails swung its muscular arms, attempting to break free, but its formidable strength, which had always been invincible, could not budge these seemingly slender chains. It must be said that the Vajra sealing technique is indeed formidable. Even in a severely weakened state, Kushina was able to bind the 9 tails with this technique. Under the pressure of the chains, the bull demon not only moved sluggishly, but even its ability to manipulate chakra had slowed considerably. Wow, those muscles! I would love to slice off a large piece to take with me. Observing the bound bull demon struggling with all its might, Chiba's eyes sparkled, and saliva almost dripped from his mouth. Hey, bull demon, be my partner. To prevent the bull demon from suddenly unleashing a tailed beast bomb, Chiba maneuvered the chains and swiftly circled around to the creature's back, shouting in imitation of Monkey D. Luffy, you'll never succeed, you damned little imp. You just insulted me. The bull demon gripped the ground tightly with its 8 tails, resisting the pull of the chains, and barely turned its head to roar at Chiba in fury. It was one thing to say it was inferior to the nine tails, but to claim it was unworthy of even carrying the shoes of the one tail? What kind of humiliation could a tailed beast endure? Bastard. I merely provoked you into revealing yourself. After a brief explanation, Chiba began to paint a bright future for the bull demon, as long as you submit to me. I will treat you well, allowing you to roam freely from time to time. Together, we could traverse the vast ninja world. You cunning little brat. Do you think I would? Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Just as the bull demon roared, Chiba leaped into the air, holding a rapidly spinning shuriken that emitted a piercing sound. Aimed directly at the bull demon's neck. With its head directed at him, it might be preparing to strike with a tailed beast bomb. He had to act first. This move. The bull demon's eyes widened as it watched the spiraling shuriken approach. Instinctively, it sensed a hint of danger. If this technique struck, it could indeed inflict harm, even severely injure it. At that moment, it might truly be unable to resist the strange chains binding it. I must make a choice. To cope with extreme situations, the bull demon possessed a unique ability, the power to sever its tail to escape. A primal instinct that even the Vajra ceiling could not restrain. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the resounding thuds, the 8 tails of the bull demon simultaneously erupted. Seizing the opportunity presented by its diminished size and the weakened restraints of the chains, a copious amount of viscous fluid gushed forth from the severed suction cups, propelling it away from the chains with remarkable agility, darting off in various directions. What on earth? The chains. Chiba, unable to maintain the spiral shuriken, swiftly halted his movement, manipulating the nearest chain to twist and spiral in an attempt to ensnare the dispersing tentacles. With the dexterity honed over many years of solitude, he successfully captured 3 of the fleeing appendages. However, the remaining 5 evaded his grasp, bounding away in various directions. How cunning this beast truly is. Chiba cast a glance back at the chained beast, which was still struggling desperately. However, Chiba was aware that this was not the true form of the creature, but merely a segment of its tentacle. In due time, it would reveal its authentic visage. Chiba had witnessed this scene before, where the Airjuzi team exerted themselves to no avail while attempting to catch sea creatures, ultimately ending up with nothing more than an octopus tentacle, much to the amusement of the Akatsuki members for 2.5 years. Damn it, even with my vigilance, I find myself powerless to prevent such occurrences. Chiba felt somewhat weary. He considered the concept of the diamond blockade to be rather unreasonable. Why had no one devised a means to capture the tailed beast within a net? Even the kaleidoscope Sharingan could not penetrate the art of the bull demon's clones, leaving Chiba uncertain whether the true form of the bull demon resided among the 3 visible tentacles or was fleeing with the 5 others that had vanished from sight. In the brief moment of hesitation, those 5 tentacles had already disappeared into the distance. Chiba surmised that the bull demon had likely retained nearly half of its chakra. Thus he would need to exert maximum effort to control the chains in order to ensnare the chakra that might be instinctively struggling to escape. Now, Chiba faced 2 options, either to seize the moment and withdraw, or to pursue the scattered 5 tentacles. However, regardless of his choice, there lingered the risk of allowing the bull demon to evade capture. Sighing, he resolved that capturing half of the 8 tails chakra was, at the very least, a moderate achievement. Chiba sighed and ultimately chose the morsel that was already within reach. Deep down, he was aware that the true form of the bull demon was likely hidden among the 5 writhing tentacles that had fled. With a swift motion, he noticed that, as time passed, the bull demon's struggles grew increasingly feeble. Under the relentless pull of the adamantine chains, it transformed into a small, solid mass of chakra and entered Chiba's body. Well then, it was indeed not the true form. Chiba shook his head and, drawing upon his prior experience with the 4-symbol seal, established his own version of the seal within himself, designed to accommodate a substantial amount of the 8 tails chakra. Let me take a look. Chiba immersed his mind into the sealed space within his body. At this moment, 4 octopus-like tentacles floated serenely in his spiritual realm. In terms of chakra volume, they indeed amounted to half of the 8 tails' original chakra. Due to possessing a certain structure of the 8 tails, these chakras would also regenerate once utilized. However, their incomplete nature meant that the recovery rate would be extraordinarily sluggish, possibly not even reaching 1/10 of the original. Nevertheless, one must learn to be content. As a reservoir of energy, these 4 tentacles sufficed for his needs. Chiba reassured himself, blessed with the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines. Chiba's chakra reserves increased daily, and now, with the chakra equivalent to half of the 8 tails, he would likely never experience the agony of lacking chakra as Kakashi did. Well, This outing had yielded some gains. Was this ability far superior to the art of the underworld? With this thought, Chiba's spirits lifted once more. If I encounter a tailed beast in the future, perhaps I could extract a few tails from it. Surely I would not be inferior to any Jinchuriki. Even the 9 tails, Jinchuriki. Shikaku. Thank you. I feel somewhat offended. Of course, this endeavor hinged upon Chiba's continuous growth and strength, sufficient to suppress the vast chakra within him. Moreover, one could only wonder if mixing all the tailed beast's chakra together might nurture a small 10 tails within him. Would that not make him a pseudo-Jinchuriki of 10? Yet, one must take life one step at a time, despite the exhilaration swelling within him. He was still merely a fledgling pseudo-Jinchuriki. Let me not dwell on such thoughts. I should seek to reunite with Shoshin and the others, lest they worry. Chiba unleashed numerous ninjutsu at the site, concealing the traces left from the confrontation with the 8 tails. Subsequently, he executed the dance of paper, transforming into a brilliant white light as he returned at a speed that surpassed his initial departure. Such is the nature of abundant chakra. It grants one the freedom to act as desired. However, I must devise a means to obscure the surging chakra within me, lest I draw the attention of perceptive ninjas who may take notice. Chiba fell into deep contemplation. On his journey back, he resolved to thoroughly examine the possibility of constructing a more potent sealing technique based on the 4-symbol seal. If that proved insufficient, he could always layer multiple seals, allowing quantitative changes to provoke qualitative transformations. After all, his chakra reserves were ample, so it shouldn't pose much of a challenge. After a brief flight, Chiba first sought out the 6-man team he had previously encountered at their resting spot. Subsequently, on his way back to the base, he came across SHJu and others who were gradually converging. Chiba, are you all right? SHJu exclaimed, rushing towards him with evident concern, examining Chiba for any injuries. Upon confirming Chiba was unharmed, SHJu let out a sigh of relief and inquired, I heard from the communication monkey that you found the Gale. What about the others? Have you dealt with the enemy? The Gale has already fallen. I have brought back his remains. Chiba withdrew a scroll from his bosom and sighed. It was indeed the Cloud-Hidden Dark Division that acted. I eliminated 3 of them, but one fellow was exceptionally elusive and managed to escape. Chiba is, in fact, lamenting the loss of the 8 tails. However, SHJu and the others mistakenly believe he is mourning the sacrifice of a comrade, and they approach him, patting him on the shoulder with expressions of deep sympathy, leaving Chiba somewhat bewildered. Wait, you all know about my letting the 8 tails escape. Alas, what a pity for such a man. I admired him quite a bit after reviewing his profile. SHJu shook his head, then regarded Chiba with a look of sorrow. Alas, it is a pity for you too, Chiba. I will always remember you, my brother. Chiba, what nonsense is this? Chiba spoke irritably. Shushu. What do you mean by that? It sounds as if I have already met my demise. Shushu cast a sidelong glance at Chiba and replied nonchalantly. It's more or less what I meant. Tell me, where is the necklace my sister gifted you? Chiba paused, recalling the necklace that had been crushed by his hand when the 8 tails broke free. Trembling, he spoke. I accidentally shattered it during the battle with the hidden cloud Zombu. This cannot be blamed on me, can it? Shoju gently patted Chiba's shoulder. His eyes filled with sympathy. Well, I cannot say. Once you return, you should speak with my sister and see if she will forgive you. That necklace was a keepsake from our great uncle, and my sister treasures it dearly. You actually broke it, tut-tut. Although Chiba understood that Shoji was merely teasing him, he felt increasingly anxious with each word. Meanwhile, Yano Yu observed Shoji and then Chiba, lost in thought and silent. All right, I was just joking. My sister has such a good temperament. She certainly won't hold anything against you, Shoji laughed heartily. Moreover, even if she were to confront you, you have me, your brother, to protect you. Now, let us return to Konoha since our mission is complete. Wait, what about Senior Gujie? Chiba interjected. Oh, I forgot about the uncle. How about we send someone to notify him? Nonsense. Meanwhile, in a currency exchange in the southern part of the Land of Waterfalls, a tall figure emerged, gazing at the latest bounty list in hand. A rare ripple appeared in his otherwise calm green eyes. The Land of Fire has recently acquired many valuable individuals. It seems necessary to make a journey there, the figure murmured to himself. He tucked the list into his cloak, glanced at the map in his possession, and proceeded in the direction of the Land of Fire. Chapter 79, Sister, Chiba went on a date on the way back to Konoha. Chiba attempted to combine the 2 4-symbol seals, creating what he understood as a Bagua seal. To his surprise, it proved effective. The chakra of the 8 tails within him was entirely contained, perfectly concealed within the seal's space, ready to be unleashed in battle when needed. The group returned to Konoha, heading directly to the Hokage's office to report the specifics of their mission to Sarutobi Hiruzen. We faced 4 members of the Hidden Cloud Zombu, eliminated 3, and 1 escaped. Here's the scroll containing the body of Captain Kaze. How would you like to proceed with it? Chiba reported the entire course of the mission truthfully, only omitting the part where he faced the 8 Tails. As for whether word would leak from the hidden cloud, that was no concern of his. He would neither believe nor spread rumors. What merit did Chiba possess to be a match for the 8 Tails Jinchuriki? This must surely be a conspiracy by the Hidden Cloud Village to undermine him. You all performed admirably on this mission, living up to my expectations for your team. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked as he took the scroll from Chiba, filled with deep emotion. If a hero of Konoha were to wander in a foreign land, I would be truly restless. Ah. So you choose not to mention those 3 Umbu members, do you? Chiba thought to himself. Very well, if there's nothing further, you may return and recuperate. Rest well for a couple of days before reporting back to the Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, tucking away the scroll and waving them off. Yes, Hokage-sama. The 4 responded in unison as they exited the Hokage's office. As soon as they stepped outside, Koji took his leave first, claiming his back injury had flared up and he needed to rest for a few days. Could it be because of me? Ju murmured quietly. What do you think? Chiba retorted with irritation. If it weren't for your incompetence, would I have had to cover that extra distance at full speed? Had I not treated Koji on the spot, he might have ended up in the hospital. Chiba. Ju chuckled nervously, hoping to invite Chiba out for some fun, but was interrupted by the soft voice of Yanoyu. Chiba, do you have any plans? If you're willing, would you accompany me to see the children? Yanoyu asked gently. Sure, that sounds great. Let me tidy up a bit, and we can meet right at the orphanage, Chiba replied with a smile, as he had promised Yanoyu before and now found himself with free time. All right. Yanoyu nodded eagerly, a fleeting glimmer of joy flashing in her beautiful eyes. By the way, Ju, Chiba turned to him, slightly puzzled. What were you about to say just now? Nothing at all. You two carry on. I'll be on my way, Ju said hastily, departing quickly down a side path, feeling disheartened as he headed home. In the past, when it was just the 3 of them, Chiba and Ju had shared an incredibly close bond, spending nearly all their free time together aside from training. But now, the presence of Yanoyu was quite bothersome. A 10-minute walk took Ju half an hour to complete. He climbed through the window into his home and, feeling dejected, called out, Sis, are you home? I'm back. Tsunade emerged from another room, holding a stack of documents. She glanced at Ju to confirm her brother was unharmed before casually asking, Is Chiba all right? Him? Of course, he is fine. He is doing quite well indeed. Reflecting on that scoundrel Chiba, who forgets his brothers in the face of beauty, Ju gritted his teeth. Phew, at least he is still alive. Tsunade secretly sighed in relief, indifferent to Ju's attitude, merely considering the quarrel between these 2 fellows. By the way, isn't the pharmacist non-currently in your class? Has she returned? I have some matters that I need to discuss with her. Tsunade glanced at the documents in her hand. Konoha had just endured a great battle, and the orphanage had seen an influx of war orphans. She hoped to nurture a batch of talented children from this group as seeds for the new medical reforms. However, to proceed properly, she required the approval and written consent of Nan, the director. She is back, probably on a date with Chiba right now, at the Konoha orphanage. If you go now, you might just catch them in the act, Ju remarked with a hint of jealousy, lamenting that his brother was neglecting him, particularly due to the presence of a girl. What? Tsunade shouted in fury, startling both Ju and the elderly Wang next door, causing them to leap from their seats. With a resounding crash, a large hole in the shape of Tsunade appeared in the wall, and she was already racing towards the Konoha orphanage, leaving behind a few fluttering documents. Sis, are you going to find Chiba? I'm coming too, Ju yelled. Initially, he intended to maintain his pride, thinking that since Chiba hadn't reached out to him, he would ignore him in return. But now, with a legitimate reason to seek out Chiba, Ju decided to set aside his pride. After all, what was pride compared to Chiba's significance? Rushing to the door, Ju glanced at the entrance, then at the gaping hole in the wall, ultimately choosing to crawl through the hole. Sis, wait for me. Why are you running so fast? It's like you're catching someone in the act. At the Konoha orphanage, Nan's gaze softened as she watched Chiba, who was joyfully playing with a group of children. Perhaps it was the bridge effect, but for this boy who had twice altered her fate, Nan felt an inexplicable emotion stirring within her. Seeing Chiba not only embrace the children of the orphanage but also bond with them made her feelings intensify. In the past, while at the root, it was a luxury for Nan to even catch a glimpse of the children, but now, witnessing this scene, she suddenly understood the essence of happiness. If only I could freeze this moment in time, I would pay any price, Nan thought dreamily. Chiba, come and have some water. Though reluctant to interrupt this blissful scene. Seeing Chiba shout for so long tugged at Nan's heart, prompting her to call out to him gently. All right. As Yanoyu raised the cup of water in her hand, Chiba smiled and stood up from among the children, signaling for them to continue their play. She then approached Yanoyu's side. Chiba, do you truly adore children? Yanoyu inquired, her delicate fingers fidgeting with the hem of her dress, biting her lip. Indeed. When I am with them, I feel carefree, as if I too am a child, Chiba replied, taking a sip of water with a smile. But you are not that old yourself. After stealing a glance at Chiba's flawless profile, Yanoyu quickly turned her head away, her cheeks flushed. So, have you ever thought about wanting one, or perhaps many children of your own? Why does it always seem to come back to that? Chiba retorted with a playful tone. Chiba expressed his helplessness, saying, I never anticipated such distant possibilities. I haven't even had a girlfriend to date thus far. After Chiba finished speaking, Yanoyu remained silent for an extended period, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Turning his head, he found himself locking eyes with Yanoyu's exquisite gaze. Thump, thump. As their glances intertwined, it felt as though time itself had slowed. Yanoyu could even hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Just as he mustered the courage to shyly express his desire for a girlfriend, the orphanage's door was abruptly kicked open with tremendous force, startling both individuals into a shiver. As Chiba gazed towards the entrance, she beheld a woman with twin ponytails dancing in the air, her face adorned with an expression of fury as she strode forward, leaving distinct footprints with each step. Lady Tsunade, what brings you here? Chiba looked at the newcomer with astonishment. If I hadn't come, our home would have been stolen. Tsunade cast a glance at Chiba and then at Nanaka, her expression darkening with thoughts. Nanaka seemed to sense something amiss as well. Her beautiful eyes narrowed into slits behind her glasses, losing their earlier gentleness as they coldly met Tsunade's gaze. Chapter 80. Tsunade versus Nanaka, Chiba's near-death experience. Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? Within the Konoha orphanage, Chiba was drenched in cold sweat, afraid to utter a word. Feeling as if the temperature in the room had suddenly plummeted by 20 degrees. Tsunade and Nanaka stared intensely at each other, occasionally glancing at him, as if he were caught in the crossfire of their silent confrontation. This shouldn't be. Tsunade and Nanaka should have no connection. So why do they appear to be at odds? Under the frigid gaze of the two, Chiba trembled, feeling as if he might freeze entirely. Humph. Tsunade was the first to break the gaze, turning to Chiba with a cold snort. I have matters to discuss with Director Nanaka. What are you doing here, you rascal? Before Chiba could respond, Nanaka smiled gently. Chiba came to accompany me in observing the children. We had arranged this beforehand, hadn't we? Chiba? Confused. Chiba dared not speak out of turn, merely nodding and subtly inching backward. After explaining for Chiba, Nanaka smiled at Tsunade, which to Chiba seemed an overture of goodwill from Nanaka towards Tsunade. However, to Tsunade, this was a blatant provocation, reigniting the frustration she had barely managed to suppress. You returned to Konoha without informing me of your safety, and then you run around aimlessly? As she scolded Chiba, her gaze suddenly sharpened, and she exclaimed, Wait, what happened to the necklace I gave you? Why aren't you wearing it? As Tsunade advanced toward him with evident anger. Chiba's mind raced through the memories of his brief life. At that moment, Nanaka stepped in front of him, shaking her head. Tsunade, Chiba is an independent individual. He has the right to choose his own path and pursue what he desires. Why must you intervene? Intervene. Tsunade exploded with fury. Because we are family. Because I am his sister. I have the right to discipline him, and it is not your place to meddle. Oh, are you truly speaking from the standpoint of Chiba's sister? Nanaka confronted the enraged Sannin without flinching, her gentle exterior concealing an extraordinary resilience and strength. If that is the case, as Chiba's peer, I support your right to guide your brother, Tsunade's sister. Nanaka deliberately emphasized the word sister, her intent unmistakable. You. Tsunade found herself at a loss for words, both embarrassed and infuriated, as the magnificent swell of her bosom left Chiba utterly astonished. What is happening? Why does it seem as though there are unspoken meanings between the two of them? Have I inadvertently missed 20 episodes of the storyline? Chiba felt a peculiar itch in her mind, as if she were on the verge of a revelation. Are those two competing for my attention? Wait, are they truly vying for my affection? Chiba gazed at the formidable Tsunade and then at the elegant Yano, feeling utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the judgment he had rendered. In this surreal moment, he could scarcely believe his eyes. Two stunning and distinguished women, each possessing their unique charms, had simultaneously taken an interest in him, a mere child. Chiba felt as though he might have acted too hastily, or perhaps he had yet to fully awaken, or maybe he remained ensnared in the jinjutsu of a certain Uchiha. Born of innate malevolence, on the very day of the Nin exams. You are quite impressive. Tsunade cast a profound glance at Nanoyu, silently marking her as a figure of peril in her mind. This woman was as dangerously formidable as Suk. Tsunade withdrew her gaze and turned to Chiba, saying, "Come with me, Chiba. I have something to discuss with you." "Ah, all right." Just as Chiba was about to acquiesce, Nanoyu softly interjected from behind him, "Chiba, but did you not promise to accompany me today?" This. Chiba found himself caught between two stunning elder sisters, each possessing an allure that left him in a quandary. To forego Tsunade might spell his demise, yet abandoning Yano would weigh heavily on his conscience, as he had indeed made a promise to her. "Perhaps I should consider splitting myself?" Chiba tentatively proposed a solution that seemed to strike a balance. After all, this was the shinobi world, brimming with numerous innovative methods to tackle problems that he could not have fathomed in his previous life. "Very well," Yano nodded, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she gazed at Chiba. "But whom shall you entrust your true self to?" Though Tsunade remained silent, her narrowed eyes cast a menacing glance in Chiba's direction, awaiting his decision. What a ridiculous notion of salvation. Cold sweat trickled down Chiba's brow once more. It was said that adults need not make choices and can have it all. Yet why does this principle falter in his case? "This is hell," he lamented, gazing at the seemingly gentle yet menacing glances exchanged between the two women. Chiba felt tears welling up in his eyes. In comparison to his current predicament, the life and death crises he had faced before seemed trivial. This truly was a battlefield of the damned. To speak candidly, both Tsunade and Hinata were, in Chiba's eyes, exceptionally perfect beings. Had he been fortunate enough to win the affection of either, he would have deemed his journey worthwhile. After all, apart from his handsome appearance, he possessed little else of value. Yet now, with both women vying for his attention, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. Surely, he could not split his affections in two. Chiba struggled in silence for what felt like an eternity, yet could not muster a single sound. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Even the children sensed the discomfort and hastily departed. Tsunade had already begun rolling up her sleeves, seeming ready to engage at the slightest provocation, while the glint in Yano's eyes had taken on a menacing edge. Even the gentlest of kittens can bite when angered. Trapped between the two and unable to flee, Chiba found himself in an agonizing predicament. He felt as though he were seated upon a ticking time bomb, poised to explode into a myriad of fragments at any moment. Chiba yearned for a red-haired girl to burst in, driving a Ferrari, and whisk him away from this hellish scene. "Hey, sis, why were you running so fast just now?" Just as Chiba contemplated his last words, a figure rushed in, breathless, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. In that moment, Chiba felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Nearly brought to tears, he suddenly understood why Mingfei was so infatuated with Nono. "Sister, why are you looking at me like that? As if you intend to give me a beating?" The newcomer was none other than Ju, who scratched his head in confusion. "And what s with you, Chiba? And why not? Why is everyone staring at me? It makes me feel rather embarrassed." Ju, my dear brother." Chiba swiftly dashed towards him, grasping his hand with an unyielding grip. "What are you doing, Chiba? My sister and the others are still here." Shinshu's face flushed crimson, yet Chiba offered him no respite, pulling him along as they fled outside. "But Shinshu, didn't you express a desire to invite me for a boat ride by the lake? Come, let us go now." "Wait. Chiba, Shinshu's mind was in a whirl, and before he could fathom what was transpiring, he had already sprinted several meters alongside Chiba. Remarkably, Chiba still remembers my wish to row. It appears he truly values our brotherhood." Shinshu mused contentedly. That Chiba. Within the orphanage, observing Chiba's hasty retreat, Tsunade and Yanagi simultaneously huffed in annoyance. Realizing their shared sentiment, they swiftly averted their gazes, avoiding eye contact. Yet, in their hearts, they both harbored discontent towards Chiba's evasive behavior, considering each other as rivals. "Director Yanagi, let us set aside previous matters and return to the main topic. Public affairs are distinct from private ones. I am quite clear on this," Tsunade asserted as she transitioned into a professional demeanor. "I intend to adopt some talented children from you, nurturing a new generation of medical ninjas. I wonder if you, as the director, would grant your approval? Yanagi nodded slightly, responding with enthusiasm. Of course. Allow me to take you to meet the children. At the inner lake of Konoha, on a small boat, Shinshu was merrily paddling alone, while Chiba appeared burdened with thoughts. Shinshu, do you think Lady Tsunade has feelings for me? Chiba suddenly inquired. Chiba initially believed that his good friend would be angered, but to his surprise, the latter burst into laughter instead. I am being serious with you, Nobuki. Chiba, with a serious expression, inquired. What if one day I become your brother-in-law? Would it affect the bond we share as brothers? Perhaps we should keep our discussions separate then? Ha ha. You might as well make me laugh to death. Observing Chiba's earnest demeanor, Shinshu found himself laughing increasingly, almost to the point of breathlessness. Chiba, do not presume that just because you are handsome, my sister will take a liking to you. She is not the type to be swayed by superficial traits. Shinshu placed down his oar and turned to Chiba, adding, moreover, given my sister's lofty standards, I hardly believe she would become fond of anyone, especially not you. A mere boy so much younger than she. Chiba, in my sister's eyes, we are nothing more than two eternal children. Heed my advice, do not overthink this. It is not out of concern for your feelings, but rather I fear you might incur her wrath. Shinshu's words, though well-meaning, diminished some of Chiba's enthusiasm. Yet he remained steadfast in his convictions. Reflecting on their past interactions, Chiba felt that perhaps Lady Tsunade held some affection for him. And the same could be said for Yano. Suddenly, Chiba comprehended the meaning of the vexation of happiness. When faced with a choice between two splendid possibilities, one often finds oneself ensnared in turmoil. Alas, is there no way to satisfy both a beautiful woman and a noble spirit? Chiba, are you seriously contemplating this? I assure you, it is impossible, absolutely impossible. No girl would ever fancy you. You'll see, Shinshu, as long as I set my mind to it. I will undoubtedly find a partner before you do. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 81. Assassination within the Land of Fire? Fearing a potential covert strike from Tsunade, Chiba did not dare return home that night, opting instead to spend the evening among the Umbu. However, he found little rest. Every time he closed his eyes, visions of Tsunade and Yano confronted him, pressing him on whom he truly favored, with Mikoto lurking ominously in the background. This won't do. I must engage in some activity to divert my attention. Chiba arose from the bed in the lounge, procured paper and pen, and with his foot composed a letter to report the threat posed by Bailuhu. This individual represents a danger to all ninjas possessing bloodline limits. Since the thought has crossed his mind, it is prudent to eliminate him swiftly. In the letter, Chiba indicated that Bailuhu was conducting research into a forbidden technique that defied humanity, attempting to merge the bodies of other ninjas and summoning beasts with his own, in a bid to usurp their bloodline limit powers and fulfill his ambition to dominate the ninja world. After completing the letter, Chiba ensured that no trace was left behind before, amidst the bustling crowd outside, he affixed the letter to the wall. It was likely that before long, this correspondence would find its way to Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, Chiba mused. He hoped that the task of apprehending Bailuho would be directly assigned to him, as it might afford him some advantages before he dispatched the white-haired menace. Lost in his thoughts, Chiba returned to the lounge, only to find that when he regained his focus, Yano-Yu's smiling face was already inches away from his own. Goodness! Chiba was so startled that she sprang up from the sofa, trembling as she stammered, "Isn't today a day of rest? Why are you here? I anticipated you would be hiding from me in the shadows, so I took the initiative to seek you out," Yano-Yu replied, winking playfully as a smile danced upon her lips. As Yano-Yu approached Chiba, Chiba instinctively took a step back. Yet, for every retreat she made, Yano-Yu advanced 2 steps. It was a game of cat and mouse, and Chiba found herself ensnared. "What do you intend to do?" Chiba asked, her mind racing with a flurry of imaginative scenarios. Ninja in the lounge, secret agent coercing confessions, witch casting spells of seduction. Haha, did I frighten you just now, Chiba? Yano-Yu erupted into laughter, tears streaming from her eyes at the sight of Chiba's terrified expression. It had been far too long since she had felt the vibrancy of life, and even longer since she had laughed so freely. Well, perhaps a little, Chiba admitted. Strangely enough, witnessing Yano-Yu's infectious laughter brought a sense of calm to her heart, prompting her to chuckle in response. "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you?" Yano-Yu wiped away the glistening tears from the corners of her eyes and beckoned to Chiba, producing 2 bento boxes from her bag, while preparing breakfast for the children. "I also made one for you. Come, savor my culinary skills, and let us chat as we eat." "All right then, thank you, Director." Chiba took a deep breath and seated herself beside Nanoyu, accepting the bento and the chopsticks that Nanoyu offered, and began to eat with fervor. I sincerely apologize for putting you through such an embarrassing situation yesterday. It was truly discourteous of me, Nanoyu said, taking small bites of her bento and gently nudging Chiba with her elbow. It's nothing to worry about, though it may sound peculiar. I must admit that I actually felt quite pleased. Chiba scratched his head and said, by the way, did Lady Tsunade make a move after I left? Is that truly the image Lady Tsunade holds in your mind? Yanoyu's lips curled into a smile, as she felt her chances of victory had significantly increased. Lady Tsunade is actually a very good person. Just yesterday, she took the initiative to propose adopting many children, alleviating a considerable burden from the orphanage. Though they were adversaries, Yanoyu offered her objective assessment, determined to earn Chiba's heart openly and honorably. Indeed, Lady Tsunade is quite admirable. Chiba nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Yanoyu turned to Chiba and, with a playful smile, inquired, so, do you prefer her a little more, or do you favor me a bit more? Chiba was utterly frustrated with himself, wishing he could slap his own face. Why must one talk when merely eating should suffice? However, he quickly realized that he was merely jesting. Seeing that Chiba was unable to provide the response he desired, Yanoyu felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, he soon smiled and suggested, let us remain friends for now. Once we understand each other better, we can discuss other matters. Therefore, you need not avoid me any longer. Yanoyu's empathy lifted the burden from Chiba's heart, and he exhaled in relief, offering a relaxed smile as he replied, very well, let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Chiba. As for my hobbies, perhaps they are best left unsaid, but my dream is simply to live until the grand finale. With that, Chiba extended his hand towards Yanoyu, initially taken aback. Yanoyu then grasped Chiba's hand, beaming like a blooming flower. I am Yanoyu. My hobby is to watch children grow, and my dream is to have you by my side as we witness their journey together. What? Bairuhu has defected? He has been classified as an S-rank rogue ninja by the village. Half a month later, within the Umbu, Chiba was rendered speechless upon hearing this news. Wait, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you truly incompetent? I warned you that Bairuhu's strength was extraordinary. It would require at least 10 elite jonin or ninjas of equal prowess to subdue him. And yet, you allowed him to escape. The naturally dull Sarutobi was infuriating him, and Chiba thought, I shall personally deal with you. Lord Raijin, the Hokage requests that you assemble a team to meet him at once. Just as Chiba was venting in the break room, an Umbu ninja burst in, startling him and causing him to tremble, fearing he would be apprehended on the spot. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Wait a minute, I was cursing in Chinese. Can those little cherry blossoms comprehend such profound cultural nuances? Hokage's office. Chiba, accompanied by his team, knocked and entered. He had initially assumed that Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned them to assign the task of pursuing Bairuho, but to his surprise, that was not the case. An undercover team dispatched to the Land of Grass had been ambushed within the borders of the Land of Fire, a blatant affront to Konoha. Before Chiba and his companions, Sarutobi Hiruzen erupted in fury. It was hardly surprising that he was so irate, as the foremost violent organization in the Land of Fire. His elite special forces had been eradicated right at their doorstep. If word of this spread, how could Konoha maintain its standing in the ninja world? Who would dare seek their assistance in the future? Your mission is to locate these audacious scoundrels and eliminate them. Bring back our Konoha brethren. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand on the desk, issuing his command with palpable anger. Clearly, in Hiruzen's mind, swiftly dealing with these brazen rogues and reaffirming Konoha's strength took precedence over the pursuit of Bairuho. Yes, Lord Hokage, the four replied in unison. After receiving the pertinent information regarding the mission, they departed from the Hokage's office and made their way towards the outskirts of Konoha village. In a dense forest, they ventured forth. Guided by the scroll, the four of them followed the path previously taken by the covert squad. What exactly did Lord Hokage mean by that statement earlier? I failed to comprehend, Shinshu inquired curiously along the way. Chiba cast a glance at Shoshu, exclaiming in irritation, You, of all people, must listen twice to something that everyone can grasp in a single hearing. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Shoshu was instantly incensed. Chiba, what did you say? Repeat that. Now, let us focus on the A-rank mission at hand. You two should refrain from squabbling. Yano, leveraging his position as the director of the orphanage, successfully quelled the childish antics of the two solitary souls. Humph. After a disdainful snort, Shoshu turned his attention to the scroll in his hand, resolute in his decision to ignore Chiba henceforth, unless an apology were forthcoming. It seems the enemy's strength is formidable. After a moment of silence, noticing that Chiba still refused to acknowledge him, Shoshu sought to mend their frayed relationship. The leader of this Umbu squad, Downpour, has a bounty of 30 million Rio on his head in the black market. He's nearly your equal, Chiba. What nonsense is this? Chiba's head buzzed with confusion. Isn't my bounty only 30 million taels? What do you mean I'm almost catching up? Don't you know, Chiba? Ropeshu exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at Chiba. Your bounty has now soared to 35 million taels. Who the hell did this? Chiba's breath hitched, his face contorted with indignation. How can it have risen again? Please, not again. Is it not seeking to take his life? It must be that pack of wretched Yunin barbarians. Upon my return, I shall certainly confront 2 of their female ninjas. Otherwise, I cannot quell this bitterness within me. It appeared that the enemy possessed considerable confidence in their own strength, as they showed no signs of concealing their tracks or departing in secrecy, seemingly unafraid of being pursued. At that moment, Gyuk, who had been quietly observing from the ground for some time, suddenly spoke up. No, it is possible that there is only one enemy, and he gives me the impression that he anticipates being followed. What? Only one? Does that not imply his combat prowess is off the charts? Ju exclaimed in astonishment. He desires us to follow. Could it be that he has set a trap ahead, intending to ensnare us all? Yano expressed his concerns, a hint of worry in his voice. Chiba's expression was notably grave. He suddenly experienced a foreboding sensation, feeling much like an aging general upon the stage, his back riddled with flags. This was merely a personal conjecture, perhaps unfounded, yet it would be prudent for us to remain cautious. After observing for a while longer, Gu Jie pointed towards a shaded fork in the road ahead, speaking with a serious tone. The enemy has moved in this direction. The traces are still fresh, and we may soon encounter them. With Gu Jie's alert, Chiba and the others proceeded with utmost care. However, before they could catch sight of their adversaries, a towering figure appeared before them as if by teleportation, its piercing green eyes scrutinizing the 4 like a merchant appraising goods. The downpour they had just discussed was now slung over the figure's shoulder, motionless and uncertain of its fate. Chapter 82. Chiba vs. Kakazu. The limitations of paper techniques. Where did this individual emerge from? Such a terrifying fluctuation of chakra. Caution. This person's prowess is likely on par with that of Lord Hokage. The manner of the figure's entrance was utterly shocking. The 4 retreated swiftly, gaining distance before they could properly assess their opponent. Before them stood a man adorned with the headband of the rogue ninja from the village hidden in the waterfalls, his face shrouded in a black mask, revealing only his strikingly green eyes. Coupled with his robust physique and the body of an Umbu captain slung over his shoulder, he was undoubtedly a formidable presence. Alas, why am I not the least bit surprised? In contrast to the somber apprehension of Ki and his companions, Chiba let out a heavy sigh. He had much to express, yet as an intellectual, he refrained from uttering profanities. The elderly man, laboring across borders, earned his meager wages only to see them squandered by the youthful women in his household. There is no need for further elaboration. The 69-year-old man before them is none other than Kakazu, the immortal warrior who once assassinated the first Hokage. It is said that their battle ravaged the land, obscured the sun and moon, with Kakuzu ultimately succumbing to a single technique from the first Hokage. Why hasn't he made a move yet? What is he doing? Observing Kakuzu, who stood motionless with an odd demeanor, Ki whispered in uncertainty. Why has he taken out that small booklet again? Is he preparing some terrifying sealing technique? No. He is merely focused on the matter of money. Chiba rubbed his temples, a hint of headache evident in his voice as he stated, I will hold him off with all my strength. You must seize the opportunity to retreat. Do not concern yourselves with me. Return to Konoha with utmost speed. But Chiba, there are no buts. Your presence here would only distract me. Shushu, initially inclined to voice further objections, found himself silenced by Chiba's resolute tone, reluctantly sealing his lips in discontent. It is entirely my fault for being so weak. When did I become a burden to Chiba? Shushu pondered despondently. He resolved that upon their return, he would seek guidance from Orochimaru-sensei on how to become stronger. Only then could he continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with Chiba. Both Gyuk and Yeno looked on with concern, yet they refrained from speaking. Although Shushu held the nominal title of team leader, it was Chiba who truly commanded their respect. As team members, they placed their trust in Chiba's judgment. Chiba softly initiated the countdown. Follow my command. 3, 2, 1, run. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Chiba instantaneously unfurled 2 white paper wings. In the blink of an eye, before the other 3 could react, he darted into the nearby woods like an arrow released from a bow. Huh. Ah. Kakuzu glanced at the roster and turned his gaze towards Chiba, while the three others, still stunned and frozen in place, followed suit. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence enveloped the moment. That bastard Chiba. He deceived us into thinking he was covering for us, only to flee first. Shinjutsu cursed inwardly. What could Chiba-kuin's intentions possibly be? By leaving like this, won't the enemy directly attack us? Yoshinari pondered in confusion. Meanwhile, Kogitsu, a man of few words and fierce demeanor, silently drew his sword, preparing for battle. TSK. Just a mere 12 million ryo worth of goods. Just as the three were bracing themselves to confront Kakuzu, they caught a glimpse of disdain flickering in the depths of his calm, emerald eyes. Without sparing them another glance, he elegantly pressed off the ground, retrieving a sealing scroll to gather his spoils, then swiftly pursued Chiba into the forest. Kakuzu simply relished the thrill of carrying his prizes, and Chiba was destined to be his next trophy. What did that look just now mean? Was he looking down on us? With the figure retreating, Shinjutsu finally pointed at Kakuzu's back, grumbling in frustration. I think I understand Chiba's intentions now. Kogitsu sheathed his sword and urged, let us swiftly distance ourselves from this place and contact Konoha for reinforcements. All right. Within the depths of the forest, Chiba did not take flight directly. Instead, he surged through the forest, confident that Kakuzu would abandon Rope Tree and the others, rushing towards him, the more valuable target. His recent performance of the paper dance was merely to ensure that Kakuzu recognized him. This way, he could serve as bait to distract Kaku, affording Rope Tree and the others a chance to escape. Indeed, moments later, Chiba's peripheral vision caught sight of Kakuzu drawing ever closer. It seemed Kakuzu was indeed the bane of the paper dance. Chiba mused quietly. The paper dance is generally quite formidable, however. It falters against foes with aerial or flight capabilities and large-scale elemental ninjutsu, such as Obito's windstorm and Madara's great fire destruction. Kakuzu, it appeared, possessed both advantages. Otherwise, why would Konan refrain from spending recklessly while Kakuzu was alive? Kakuzu, how much could a detonating tag possibly cost? Yet, I am not Konan. With my dual prowess in ninjutsu, encountering Kakuzu should not pose too great a challenge, should it? Chiba found himself in a state of uncertainty. Although he carried a protective talisman, it appeared to be of little use. In the eyes of Kakuzu, he was merely a source of currency. And who would heed the words of mere money? The priority was to first demonstrate his prowess before the talisman could serve its purpose. With a swift motion, he hurled 3 shurikens, each affixed with explosive tags and poison sacs, towards his pursuer. Humph. Earth style, earth spear. Kakuzu grunted, his arms transforming into a dark hue as he charged forward, undeterred by the approaching shurikens. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 explosive tags detonated in succession, releasing a cloud of toxic gas. Yet Kakuzu's figure remained unimpeded as he emerged from the violet mist, relentlessly pursuing Chiba. A futile endeavor. No physical attack can harm me, Kakuzu declared coldly. Lightning style, false darkness. With a swift series of hand seals, Kakuzu summoned a white mask that emerged from his shoulder, its maw opening wide towards Chiba. Boom. In the shaded grove, a blinding flash of electricity erupted as 2 javelins of thunder, imbued with terrifying energy, shot forth, crackling with arcs of electricity, aimed directly at Chiba's back. Faced with such a formidable assault, Chiba hesitated. He was about to take flight when a sudden realization struck him. Wait. Kakuzu must have seen my dossier. Someone of his experience would not engage in useless efforts. He aims to force me into the air. In that critical moment, Chiba intuitively grasped Kakuzu's intentions. Just as Kakuzu possessed knowledge of his abilities, Chiba, having encountered Kakuzu in the arena before, understood his techniques well. Should he ascend now? Kakuzu could employ wind style, pressure damage to subdue him, easily following up with a lethal attack. Oh? Noticing Chiba's abrupt halt in his ascent, Kakuzu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Earth style, multiple earth flow walls. Abandoning the idea of flight, Chiba pivoted and anchored himself in place, performing hand seals and forcefully striking the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Due to the combination of lightning and earth techniques, compounded by the formidable might of the lightning style, false darkness, Chiba raised 3 thick earthen walls in quick succession for protection against the oncoming thunder. Crackle. The thunder struck in an instant, piercing through 2 of the earth walls, and at that moment, Kakuzu, who should have been at a considerable distance, inexplicably appeared behind the earthen barriers. Earthgrudge fear, tentacle fist. Kakuzu's arms exploded with force, yet no blood was shed, propelled by black tendrils. They descended upon Chiba like missiles. Facing the steel fists capable of penetrating flesh, Chiba opted to draw his blade for defense, reluctant to employ his technique. Dance of the paper, which could offer Kakuzu an opening. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the blade clashed with the fist of Kaidi several times. Kaidi's mastery of physical techniques was formidable. His fists, connected by the black tendrils, alternated between striking like whips and hammering down like mallets, completely overpowering Chiba. This is dire. Chiba pressed his blade against Kakuzu's right fist when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the white mask on Kakuzu's shoulder, once again gaping wide. Simultaneously, Kakuzu's left fist surged from behind, attempting to restrict Chiba's escape route. Spiraling sphere. Chiba reacted swiftly, deftly forming a sphere with his left hand, and as he withdrew, he struck down hard upon the incoming left fist of Kakuzu. Boom. The spiraling sphere and thunder erupted simultaneously at the very moment the thunder flashed beneath Chiba's feet. He barely managed to deflect Kakuzu's punch, employing a shadow dance to evade to another location. Tap, tap. Kakuzu retracted his fists, not hastening to attack. His piercing gaze fixated on Chiba. Your skills certainly merit your reward. However, your combat experience pales in comparison to mine. Soon, I shall send you to the exchange for gold. Chiba remained silent, merely exhaling deeply, feeling somewhat weary. Engaging in combat with a formidable opponent like Kakuzu was an arduous test, leaving no room for even the slightest error. In just a few fleeting minutes, he had confronted the peril of death multiple times, and what had just transpired was merely a preliminary probe. Now that Kakuzu had discerned his capabilities, he was likely to unleash his full power. With a series of eerie creaks, two grotesque bulges emerged from Kakuzu's body, followed swiftly by two white masks that clamored to position themselves upon his shoulders. These three masks were presumably the embodiment of the mightiest forces: wind, fire, and lightning. Chiba's expression turned solemn as he faced the formidable winds conjured by Kakuzu, whose dual techniques of wind and fire wielded an expansive reach, the terrifying magnitude of which could easily be likened to a tempest or a sea of flames. In the constrained circumstances of the dance of paper, how might I intercept the fully committed Kakuzu, or even deliver a significant blow to him? Chiba's expression was unusually grave as he faced the unfolding situation. Chapter 83. Is there a reward for bearing one's heart? Even if I were to unleash the 8 gates, it would be incredibly challenging to overpower my opponent through physical prowess alone. To gain the upper hand, I must leverage my strengths. In the forest, as Chiba pondered, his adversary Kakuzu made his move. Time is of the essence. He has always abhorred wasting it. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release, head hardening. The wind and fire mask upon Kakuzu's shoulder simultaneously opened its maw, unleashing a highly condensed sphere of compressed wind and a fireball, both hurtling directly towards Chiba. Combined ninjutsu, flame wind turbulence. Kakuzu initiated with his most formidable technique and propelled by a vortex-like tempest. The fireball transformed into a vast sea of flames upon impact with the ground, surging fiercely towards Chiba. Combined ninjutsu? I can wield that too. Chiba let out a low growl, facing the oncoming sea of flames without a hint of fear. To his astonishment, he simultaneously channeled 2 distinct attributes of chakra through his hands. With his impeccable mastery over chakra, he aimed to unleash 2 different nature transformations of ninjutsu at once. Wind release, spiraling sphere. Water release, breaking torrent. Chiba held aloft a swirling wind ball infused with the essence of the wind, while in his other hand, he grasped a vortex of flowing water, forcefully hurling them toward the inferno ahead. Hurricane water vortex technique. The 2 ninjutsu collided in midair, summoning a towering water tornado rivaling the flames of the inferno, which ferociously clashed with it. The tumultuous whirlpools of red and blue engaged like feral beasts, their scorching heat and frigid chill colliding in a terrifying display. Ultimately, as their chakra waned, both dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind a thick veil of white mist. Land grudge. Final shot. Before Chiba could catch his breath, the cold voice of Kakuzu emerged from within the fog. In the next instant, a beam of chakra, amalgamating the elements of wind, fire, and lightning, surged through the mist, imbued with an aura of annihilation, and shot straight towards Chiba. How can he fire so swiftly? Chiba's heart jolted with sudden surprise. His chakra had yet to stabilize, so how could Kakuzu possibly unleash a new ninjutsu so swiftly, especially one with such refined chakra? Kakuzu must have calculated the timing the moment he executed the inferno wind waves, already beginning to cultivate this technique. In an instant, Chiba comprehended everything. In comparison to the seasoned and cunning Kakuzu, he was still far too inexperienced. Ninjutsu, Needle of the Earth Deity. The chakra beam surged towards Chiba with lightning speed, leaving him no time to evade. He could only attempt to twist his body while extending and hardening his hair to shield his vital points. Bang! Faced with such a terrifying blow, Chiba was predictably hurled through the air, yet he forcefully stabilized himself with paper wings. His blood surging within as he coughed out a mouthful of blood mixed with flesh. Cough, cough, that strike was indeed exhilarating. Ahaha. Despite sustaining considerable injuries and appearing quite disheveled, Chiba wore a smile, his eyes brighter than ever before. Have you lost your mind from that last attack? As the white mist dissipated, Kakuzu's towering figure emerged. Regarding the barely surviving Chiba with mild astonishment, he spoke in a nonchalant tone. No. I've devised a strategy to deal with you. Chiba confidently shook his head, letting the paper wings drift to the ground, and raised his hand to unravel the Bagua seal upon him. In terms of physical techniques, he could not match Kakuzu, and with regard to ninjutsu, he was perhaps not Kakuzu's equal either. However, there was one aspect in which he undeniably surpassed Kakuzu. Now, allow me to demonstrate the true extent of my power. For I am known as the tail beast without a tail. Ha 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 ha. An immense surge of chakra flowed ceaselessly from within him, and reveling in this sensation of strength. Chiba erupted into laughter. Oh? Kakuzu furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was far from simple. Suddenly, Chiba's momentum surged dramatically, and his chakra levels skyrocketed several times after the seal was lifted, reaching an astonishing degree that even startled him. What tail beast is this? Clearly, this is the chakra of the 8 tails, Kakuzu remarked after a moment of silence. Chiba, you are truly uninspiring, a mere shadow of despair. With the surge of an immense chakra, Chiba invoked the effects of the Yin sealing technique, and his wounds healed almost instantaneously. Is this the method you devised? Kakuzu remarked nonchalantly. Regardless of the abundance of chakra, you remain no match for me. No, no, no. Chiba shook his head, a mischievous glint in his eye. It is not merely a matter of having abundant chakra. Mine is vast, exceedingly so. Water release. Great exploding water wave. Chiba formed a hand seal, his cheeks puffing up as he forcefully expelled a torrent of water towards the ground. In an instant, waves towering as high as 3 or 4 stories surged forth, propelling Chiba upwards, while the tumultuous waters cascaded outward, transforming the surroundings into a vast ocean in the blink of an eye. This fellow, as the violent waves crashed upon him, Kakuzu leaped into the air, his expression betraying a rare moment of astonishment at the sheer scale of the jutsu below, which could indeed be deemed world-altering. The last time he witnessed such a magnitude of technique was during his confrontation with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, when a mere clap of the latter's hands had turned their battleground into an expansive primordial forest. This young man before him bore a striking resemblance to the first Hokage's formidable presence. Realizing he was not Kakuzu's match, Chiba sought to restrict his ninjutsu, opting for a war of attrition. Yet, Kakuzu, seasoned in the ways of battle, quickly discerned Chiba's intentions. However, this was a bold move. If he wished to continue hunting Chiba, he had no choice but to engage. Under the constraints of this oceanic expanse, Kakuzu's wind and fire techniques lost their formidable power, effectively neutralizing a significant part of his arsenal. After all, he was not Senju Hashirama, merely a child. Kakuzu pondered for a brief moment before revealing a confident smirk. True strength never laments the surrounding circumstances. With a swift motion, Kakuzu's arms tore open once more, and a mass of dense black tendrils erupted from his body, connecting with the wind and fire masks that departed from him, transforming into 2 towering black monstrosities. Soon after, a mask representing the water element ascended from his shoulder, flanking the lightning mask on either side, taking the place of the wind and fire masks. He intended to employ lightning and water-based ninjutsu against me, combining the prowess of his true form with the might of his masked creatures. Chiba understood that the 5 masks of differing chakra attributes belonging to Kakuzu represented his 5 hearts, signifying that he possessed a total of 5 lives. Until the destruction of these 5 masks, Kakuzu was essentially immortal. Have you not yet abandoned the notion of hunting me down? If that is the case, then I must regretfully inform you, dear Kakuzu. A smile flickered at the corners of Chiba's mask. Before acquiring the prince's ultimate technique, he had little more than the ability to exhaust his opponent, but now, things had changed. Chiba was contemplating how to approach Kakuzu amidst his overwhelming strength, seeking to employ the wind release, spiraling shuriken to deliver a decisive blow. Was this not a stroke of serendipity? The desired meal had arrived, delivered right to his doorstep, and the alluring presence of a young lady beckoned him. Chiba and Kakuzu stared intently at each other, unwilling to overlook even the slightest movement from one another. Although Kakuzu outwardly denied it, in his heart, he had already regarded Chiba as a formidable adversary of equal standing. Suddenly, without Kakuzu moving, two masked creatures circled around to Chiba's rear, while simultaneously, the two masks on Kakuzu's shoulders opened their gaping maws. Lightning release, false darkness. Water release, water curtain. A terrifying spear of thunder and a high-pressure water cannon surged forward, while the two grotesque masked monsters closed in from behind. Chiba lifted his feet from the water, his fingers dancing as he completed the hand seals. Water release, multiple water barrier. A series of resilient water walls sprang up before Chiba, effectively isolating the thunderous spear and the high-pressure water cannon while also obstructing Kakuzu's line of sight. Why didn't he also block what was behind him? Kakuzu's thought shifted, and he instantly sensed the impending danger. Just then, the water walls were torn apart by the thunder spear and the water cannon, dissolving into streams that cascaded back into the water, accompanied by a sharp sound generated by a certain object slicing through the air. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Amidst the hazy mist of water vapor, Chiba conjured a shuriken entirely formed from a whirlwind, hurling it forcefully toward the two black-masked creatures. While he swiftly submerged beneath the water's surface. Boom! A terrifying tempest erupted from the shuriken's epicenter, instantly whipping up towering waves and snapping nearby branches, which were drawn into the vortex, forcing Kakuzu to retreat. At the heart of the storm, wind chakra transformed into thousands of fine needles, spinning and shooting forth like a torrential downpour onto the two masked creatures. Swish, swish, swish. Under the high-frequency punctures of the delicate wind needles, the two masked monsters convulsed violently, their gaping mouths uncontrollably opening to spew forth a cloud of blood mist, clearly losing their vitality. Ding! Treatment successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Chapter 84, Subduing Kakuzu. Orochimaru at the door. What in the world is happening? The sudden system notification left Chiba bewildered. He had just pierced Kakuzu's heart. So how could there still be a reward? Is this a healing system or a killing and plundering system? If I could change systems, could I perhaps get one that brings abundant blessings? Perhaps, in the system's judgment, Kakuzu had developed multiple organ dysfunction syndrome? Chiba suddenly contemplated a possibility. Having just removed two of his redundant organs, could this be regarded as a form of saving lives? However, this was not the time for distractions. Although he had shattered two of Kakuzu's masks with a single strike, the latter still possessed 3 resurrection coins. As the turmoil subsided, Chiba emerged from the water, his gaze fixed upon the distant figure of Kakuzu, whose beady eyes were intently focused on him. You scoundrel, having cost me 2 hearts, your compensation is far from adequate. Kakuzu's voice was frigid, and the tendrils of his earth grudge fear began to seep out like a dark fog. He intended to extract Chiba's heart to forge a new mask. Wait, Lord Kakuzu, I have something to say. Noticing Kakuzu seemed poised to unleash his full power and engage him in a fierce battle, Chiba hurriedly interjected. Speak. As a figure contemporary to the first Hokage, Kakuzu maintained a degree of composure when addressing adversaries of equal caliber. May I offer a ransom for my life? Chiba cautiously produced a scroll from his robe, testing the waters with his inquiry. No, this is a matter of principle. Kakuzu dismissed the suggestion without a moment's hesitation. You would do well to resign yourself to becoming a corpse and accompany me back to the exchange site. Chiba, what if it's double? Kakuzu, go ahead and elaborate. Kakuzu's principle is to always look forward. It is unavoidable, as Chiba has presented him with an overwhelming amount. Lord Kakuzu, please take a look. Observing Kakuzu's reaction, Chiba could not help but smirk, knowing that his life-saving talisman would prove effective. He then tossed the scroll towards Kakuzu. Humph. Kakuzu scoffed as he caught the scroll, showing no fear of deceit as he casually began to examine it. What is this? But after merely a glance, Kakuzu's pupils contracted, and he appeared as though struck by lightning. What did he see? Before his eyes lay a sea of zeros, densely packed, a continuous stream of zeros. Kakuzu, having labored his entire life, had never encountered such a fortune. This was a bounty list compiled by influential figures seeking powerful medical ninjas to resolve various complex ailments. Chiba explained with great satisfaction that although he currently lacked funds, he possessed the means to acquire money. In the world of Naruto, the most powerful figures are not the 5 Kage, but rather the daimyo and nobility of each nation, who control nearly 90% of the wealth of their countries. The hidden villages rely on their financial allocations for survival. It is widely acknowledged that the wealthier one is, the more they value their life. These influential individuals are exceedingly willing to spend lavishly to prolong their existence. For instance, the bounty for Asuma was a mere drop in the bucket, around 20 million. It is no exaggeration to say that the reward for this single mission equates to 10 of Kakuzu's usual contracts. Come, Kakuzu, be my ally. Chiba encouraged. You see. You excel in limb reattachment, hemostasis, and suturing, while I am proficient in various medical ninjutsu. Together, we shall forge a powerful alliance, undoubtedly earning a fortune in the future. Chiba harbored grand ambitions. He not only sought to compel Kakuzu to abandon his pursuit of him, but also aimed to bind him through mutual interests, thereby enlisting him as a tool for his own purposes. Imagine if he could establish an Akatsuki organization beyond the borders of Konoha. Who in the shinobi world would dare to act without considering Chiba's wishes? What of Noki or Shimura Danzo? They would all find themselves kneeling before him in submission. Kakuzu, having rubbed his tentacles together, felt an unusual sense of restraint. The typically cold and merciless figure found himself momentarily hesitant. After a lifetime spent taking lives and severing heads, it was the first time he had heard of possessing a talent for healing, and the notion of suddenly redirecting his path to save lives felt rather absurd. Just say whether you're in or out. I'm in, Kakuzu declared emphatically in response to Chiba's impatient inquiry. For the sake of profit, he was willing to do anything. Such was the essence of Kakuzu's ninja way. Excellent, very spirited. Chiba nodded in satisfaction and spoke in an authoritative tone. Select a bounty of 70 million taels for yourself. Once the task is accomplished, the reward will be yours. From now on, we shall undertake a mission together each month, with profits shared equally. Do you have any objections? Chiba inquired. No, none at all. I'll choose one now, Kakuzu replied, having already stowed away the 2 masks on his shoulders. Refraining from mentioning his earlier intention to extract Chiba's heart, faced with Chiba's commanding arrangement, he hastily expressed his agreement. TSK, I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor, Chiba remarked. Slightly taken aback by Kakuzu's sudden compliance, and he couldn't help but tease him. Having successfully secured Kakuzu's allegiance, the burden that had weighed on Chiba's mind was finally lifted. He eagerly opened the system notification to check the rewards he had missed earlier. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Daiyuanyu, remnant. What the hell, Daiyuanyu? Wait. Why does it have a little parenthesis next to it? Chiba grumbled inwardly. Despite his complaints, a smile crept onto his lips, whether it was a remnant or a weakness. It was still a legitimate technique of Daiyuanyu. Chiba opened the detailed introduction. Earth's grievance, remnant. This malevolent secret technique transforms the superfluous parts of the host's flesh and blood into dark, sinuous tendrils, siphoning the vitality from others, while preserving the majority of the host's corporeal form. It is capable of accommodating but a single additional heart. How splendid indeed. Chiba's eyes sparkled with excitement. He found the prospect of transforming into a grotesque creature like Kakuzu, with flesh and blood morphing into tendrils, quite unappealing. Firstly, the 8 gates technique might no longer be of use to him, and secondly, he pondered the futility of his existence if he could not harness that power. Possessing an additional heart was akin to having an extra life, and this remarkable entity could even alter its length and shape, or exist separately from him. The potential for experimentation was exhilarating. After some contemplation, Chiba arrived at this conclusion. To be candid, he was brimming with impatience, yearning to rush to the hidden cloud village and seize the chakra and vitality of several female shinobi in the streets. By acquiring lightning chakra, he would then possess mastery over all 7 chakra natures. Swiftly, while Kakuzu was occupied selecting bounty tasks, Chiba discreetly scribbled a note, utilizing a special paper to send it back to Konoha, informing them that reinforcements were unnecessary and that he would personally explain to the Hokage upon his return. This would suffice. There happened to be a suitably priced target within the Land of Fire. All right, let us depart. The individual Kakuzu had chosen was none other than the younger brother of the current daimyo of the Land of Fire, who, after being caught riding a horse by his wife, had suffered an unknown number of wounds, allegedly losing even his manhood. It was a tragic fate. Many medical ninjas who came to his aid found themselves at a loss, only able to freeze his severed limbs to keep him alive, resulting in a bounty that soared to the equivalent of 2 Asuma. Soon, Chiba, accompanied by the disguised Kakuzu, arrived at the scene, leveraging his status as a senior medical ninja from Konoha to accept the mission. Earthgrudge fear, stitching. Revitalization technique. Under the fervent care of the two, the daimyo's brother suddenly sprang upright from his bed, exclaiming, "Did I awaken too suddenly?" Has Mai returned? "My foolish Udu, you have finally awakened." The daimyo of the Land of Fire, witnessing his lively brother, expressed immense satisfaction with Chiba and Kakuzu's skills, promptly showering them with 70 million ryo in cash, along with a verbal promise of a favor for Chiba. 70 million ryo. How effortlessly it had been obtained. After departing the opulent mansion, Kakuzu felt a thick stack of bills in his pocket, lost in a daze, overwhelmed by a sense of unreality. Previously, he had toiled relentlessly, not knowing how many lives he would have to take or how many days it would take to amass 70 million ryo. Yet today, alongside Chiba, he had merely assisted in reattaching a severed limb and earned this fortune with ease, all within less than half a day's time, even accounting for travel. And this was merely the beginning. As long as they collaborated harmoniously, the opportunities for substantial wealth lay ahead. Upon observing the incredulous expression on Jiaodu's face, Qianyi emulated the demeanor of a capitalist from his previous life, patting the employee's shoulder and launching into a grandiose promise. Not shying away, Jiaodu allowed himself to be patted, eliciting a satisfied smile from Qianyi. He understood that Jiaodu would soon become a valuable asset to him. Thus, let it be settled. We shall meet again in a month at our usual location. Chiba waved his hand, poised to turn away, when suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he casually remarked, "By the way, could you return the body of my colleague to me? It would greatly assist me in fulfilling my obligations. If possible, I would also appreciate another body belonging to a different bounty hunter." After a prolonged silence, Kakuzu produced 2 scrolls from his robe and handed them to Chiba. Chiba took the scroll and set forth on the path back to Konoha. In the Hokage's office, this individual, who referred to himself as a formidable being from the era of the first Hokage, claimed that we were no match for his might. Thus, I endeavored to alter his perception of Konoha and ultimately forged a friendship with him. Chiba presented 2 scrolls to Saratobi Hiruzen, who began to weave a tale that left everyone in the office momentarily stunned. He claimed that the corpse was obtained from a bounty hunter he had slain, asserting that the likes of Aoi and others had not perished by his hand. However, the veracity of his words remains uncertain. Chiba remarked, Kakuzu. I believe I once heard the first Hokage mention that name." After listening to Chiba's narrative, Saratobi Hiruzen nodded subtly, offering his approval. "Indeed, Chiba, you have handled this matter quite well. Now, return and take a proper rest." Ultimately, Chiba provided a plausible explanation that safeguarded Konoha's intelligence while simultaneously neutralizing a potential formidable adversary. This was sufficient. The intricacies of the process need not be scrutinized further. "Yes, Lord Hokage." Chiba responded with a slight acknowledgement and turned away from the Hokage's office, making his way home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he beheld a captivating figure leaning against his door, her golden slit pupils observing him with keen interest. "Ding, you have encountered a wild Orochimaru. Will you engage in battle?" Chapter 85, Selection of Forbidden Techniques, Target, Abido? "Hiss, it has been quite a while. You have grown stronger. Haven to you, Chiba-kun." Upon seeing Chiba, Orochimaru rose from the wall and approached him with a sly smile. "What misfortune brings you here?" Chiba thought to himself, harboring deep trepidation towards the ambiguous and perilous character of Orochimaru. Such individuals act solely on whim. One moment they may greet you with a smile, and the next, they could strike with lethal intent, leaving one utterly defenseless. "It has been a long time, Lord Orochimaru. Your praise is unwarranted." Chiba displayed an appropriate smile and inquired, "I wonder what brings you to seek my assistance?" Without hesitation, Orochimaru addressed the matter directly. "Allow me to be forthright, Chiba-kun. I have recently been delving into some intriguing research, yet I have encountered a bottleneck. I believe you might be able to lend a hand. You wish for my assistance? What would you like me to do? Serve as your experimental subject?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chiba was ready to decline. However, Orochimaru seemed to perceive his thoughts and promptly spread his arms, saying, "Chiba-kun, if you are willing to assist, regardless of the outcome, I shall offer you a reward that you cannot refuse." "Oh." Chiba raised an eyebrow, revealing a sincere smile as he said, "Lord Orochimaru, you are being too formal. Assisting you with a small task is not something I would expect any reward for. I am merely curious about the nature of the compensation you mentioned." Orochimaru also smiled, mouthing a word to Chiba. Forbidden technique. Outside the village of Konoha, in a concealed laboratory, Chiba ultimately succumbed to the allure of forbidden techniques, choosing to follow Orochimaru to this place, eager to discern the authenticity of the assistance he purported to offer. Chiba-kun, behold, this is my latest research achievement, Orochimaru proclaimed with immense pride, gesturing toward the experimental table ahead. What is this? Chiba's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed upon the indescribable, grayish-white mass on the table. This is the ghost bud technique, you released by Luhu. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehension washed over him, and he regarded Chiba with astonishment. That letter was penned by you? The two shared a silent gaze, as if encountering one another for the first time. After a prolonged pause, Orochimaru grasped Chiba's shoulders fervently. Chiba-kun, I was not mistaken. We are both individuals who pursue truth at any cost. We are the same ilk. Due to Chiba's self-detonation, the distance between him and Orochimaru had significantly diminished. Orochimaru took Chiba's hand and led him to the experimental table, pointing at an object. Look, Chiba-kun. This is the cell derived from the first Hokage, imbued with astonishing power. However, once implanted into a human body, it induces severe rejection. Even bloodlines of the same origin struggle to endure it. Orochimaru unabashedly reported his findings to Chiba, as most of the experimental content had received Sarutobi Hiruzen's tacit approval. Thus, I contemplated utilizing the ghost bud technique to merge the Hashirama cells and then transplant them. Yet, the results remain unsatisfactory. Do you have any thoughts on this? He looked at Chiba with eager anticipation. From the moment Chiba articulated the concept of rejection, Orochimaru regarded him as a prodigy. Confident that Chiba could assist in refining the technique. You may express your thoughts freely, Chiba-kun, without concern for anything else. Seemingly apprehensive that Chiba might hesitate, Orochimaru hastily added, as long as your insights provide me with some inspiration, you may take away a forbidden technique when you depart. Very well, since Lord Orochimaru has said so. I shall not withhold my thoughts any longer. After a moment of contemplation, Chiba slowly nodded. Orochimaru had offered him an abundance, so he would bestow upon him a modest yet profound shock of 9 years of compulsory education. As a medical student, Chiba had never neglected his studies in biomedical science. Ding. You have utilized your high school biology knowledge sphere. In the wild, Orochimaru has been captured. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Chiba paused, while Orochimaru remained transfixed, enraptured by the grand biological vision Chiba had just articulated. Chiba-kun, why have you stopped? Please, continue. After digesting the knowledge Chiba had imparted, Orochimaru eagerly urged him on, displaying a rare departure from his usual composed demeanor. How vexing it was, just as he was about to revel in the pivotal moment. That scoundrel Chiba had faltered in his narrative, leaving Orochimaru in a state of anxious anticipation, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Ahem, Lord Orochimaru, I understand your impatience. But do allow me a moment. Chiba tactfully coughed twice, rubbing his fingers together as a subtle indication. What I just shared should have provided you with some inspiration. Wouldn't you agree? Orochimaru immediately grasped Chiba's intent, and without further ado, he went to retrieve the forbidden technique scroll he had transcribed from the Book of Seals. What Chiba just shared transcends mere inspiration. It has truly opened a gateway to a new realm for him, even if it means sacrificing everything. He is determined to continue listening. Chiba-kun, these scrolls contain brief introductions to the corresponding forbidden techniques. Please select one that piques your interest and take it with you. Orochimaru said, approaching with a stack of scrolls, displaying a generous spirit. After all, he had acquired these forbidden techniques without cost and felt no remorse in offering them away. Were it not for his concern that Chiba might lose motivation, he would have happily gifted all of them to him. The knowledge residing in Chiba's mind is indeed a priceless treasure. Let me take a look. Chiba, satisfied, nodded and began to examine the scrolls, each etched with seals that only revealed basic descriptions unless unsealed. After feigning a thorough selection, Chiba settled on 3 forbidden techniques. 1. The Joyous Technique of Izuna, Flying Thunder God Technique 2. The Joyous Technique of Hinata, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique 3. The Joyous Technique of Madara. Edo Tensei. The Flying Thunder God Technique would once again enhance his agility, while the Multiple Shadow Clone Technique would allow him to fully exploit his abundant chakra. As for the Edo Tensei, its benefits were self-evident. Should Shimura Danzo ever attempt to stir trouble again, he could summon Senju Tobirama through Edo Tensei and deliver a resounding blow to Danzo. Then I shall choose this forbidden technique, Lord Orochimaru, Chiba declared. After a moment of deliberation among the 3, he ultimately selected the Edo Tensei, primarily motivated by the desire to confront Danzo. As for the other 2 forbidden techniques, he was confident that with a couple more scholarly exchanges with Orochimaru, they would soon be within his grasp. Oh, so it is the Edo Tensei? Orochimaru replied, his expression inscrutable. Even Chiba recognized the vast potential of this technique, indicating that further study of Edo Tensei would be essential. By the way, Chiba, Orochimaru inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Chiba, the knowledge you just shared. Is it all derived from your own insights? Chiba shook his head, his expression earnest as he said, no. This knowledge was imparted to me by my instructor in the medical class, Hiroshi Noara. Hiroshi Noara, you say? Orochimaru mused, a look of regret crossing his face. What a pity. I never anticipated that he possessed such profound knowledge. I would truly relish the opportunity to engage in a face-to-face discourse with him. Chiba cast a glance at Orochimaru, uncertain whether the latter could locate and resurrect Captain Yuen through the Edo Tensei technique. Nevertheless, there was a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's gaze fell upon the Hashirama cells on the experimental table, his heart filled with anticipation. Shinshu-kun, once I overcome the rejection reaction of the Hashirama cells, I may just enable you to wield power that rivals that of your ancestors. To further the experiment, Orochimaru had formally requested permission from Sarutobi Hiruzen to borrow Chiba for this purpose. For several consecutive days, Chiba spent his time within Orochimaru's laboratory. It must be said that Orochimaru's ideas were indeed innovative. Utilizing the fusion-capable Kibu arrow as a medium to diminish the rejection reactions of the Hashirama cells was a stroke of genius. Should they discover the appropriate threshold for perfect amalgamation, it might indeed be possible to successfully transplant the Hashirama cells into the Senju bloodline. In other words, this power could potentially be harnessed by Chiba himself, which made him quite invested in the experiment. One day, as Chiba and Orochimaru were engrossed in their discussions around the experimental table, a voice suddenly echoed from outside, announcing, Lord Raijin, the Hokage requests your immediate presence in his office for an urgent task. Understood. I shall attend to it right away, Chiba replied. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore an unusually grim expression, darker even than when the Umbu squad had perished within the Land of Fire. Clearly, the current situation was far more dire. The trio of Shinshu stood before him, not daring to utter a word. At that moment, Chiba entered, saying, Third Hokage, I hear you have an urgent task for me? Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance softened slightly upon seeing Chiba, though his voice remained cold. It's all due to that scoundrel Bairuhuo. Chapter 86, The Leaf Warehouse Delivered. Chiba reporting Bairuhuo truly is a remarkable individual, or is it that all of this is a consequence of the convergence of timelines? Chiba mused silently as he observed Sarutobi Hiruzen's fervent exclamations. In just half a month's time, Bairuhuo had audaciously attacked several Umbu teams from Konoha, abducting 2 members possessing bloodline limits. Furthermore, he had shamelessly invoked Konoha's name to launch assaults against the bloodline limit ninjas of Awagakure and Sunagakure. Truly a master of time management. This rogue even claimed to be acting under my orders, unilaterally declaring war on Awagakure and Sunagakure, thereby plunging Konoha into an unprecedented crisis. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further. Because of him alone, all major ninja villages now regard Konoha with hostility. Awagakure and Sunagakure have dispatched several elite teams into the Land of Fire under the pretense of searching for him. Bairuhuo is exacting revenge on Konoha. The situation may escalate into the worst-case scenario of a third great ninja war at any moment. Upon hearing this, Chiba suddenly felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Wait a moment, if that were the case, did it mean that he had inadvertently instigated the third great ninja war? Could it be that the puppet master is none other than myself? Indeed, given the delicate relations among Sunagakure, Awagakure, and Konohagakure at this moment, it truly takes but a spark to ignite the flames. Even the feudal lord has been stirred by this incident, personally confronting me not long ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Chiya with a grave expression, stating, Chiya, it is imperative that you eliminate Abido and provide an explanation to the ninja world on behalf of Konohagakure. Incompetence. Had it not been for your earlier decision to let Abido go, we would not be in this predicament. Now I am left to clean up your mess. Chiba silently scoffed and responded with equal seriousness, I understand, the third generation. Chiba possesses a peculiar fondness for undertaking missions, be it through acts of violence or the noble pursuit of saving lives. He champions love and justice. Upon departing from the Hokage's office, amidst the bewildered gazes of Ju and others, Chiba perused a calendar for a while before grasping the urgency of Barua's intentions. It is uncertain how Baru acquired such insider information, yet he firmly believes that to wholly harness the powers of the 5 bloodline limits, one must gather the essential elements of heaven, earth, and humanity. The aspect of humanity is self-evident. The term heaven refers to the annular solar eclipse. which must transpire on the day of the solar event. With less than a week remaining until the occurrence of this annular eclipse, should this opportunity be missed, it remains unclear when the next will arise. Furthermore, regarding Earth, it seems the name of the mountain also contains the character for gold. Chiba rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of headache, and instructed Yoshinobu beside him to fetch a map. Alas, had he foreseen this journey through realms, he would have devoted his time to immersing himself in the world of Naruto rather than memorizing knowledge points. Upon exiting Konoha, Chiba guided his team towards the junction of the land of earth and the land of grass, contemplating their next steps. After examining the map, Chiba recalled a particular location known as the Golden Wheel Mountain Range, its name resonating with him due to the shared character for gold. In the original narrative, Bailuhu had audaciously exploited the resources of the 5 great nations simultaneously. However, time was of the essence now, prompting him to target the nearby Iwagakure and Sunagakure instead. Chiba privately speculated, for the nations of water and lightning were entirely misaligned with the direction of the Golden Wheel Mountains. To be candid, Chiba harbored some doubts regarding Orochimaru. He suspected that not only had the latter allowed Bailuhu to escape, but he had also aided in the enhancement of the Gear technique, thereby hastening the progress of this white-haired individual. Nevertheless, such matters were inconsequential. Chiba mused that as long as this venture yielded some benefits, it would suffice. According to the reports from the Umbu, this Bailuhu possessed the ability to convert ninjutsu into chakra, absorbing the techniques we unleashed. At this moment, Ju, standing nearby, scratched his head in frustration and said, "If we cannot utilize ninjutsu, how are we to confront him?" Chiba cast a glance at Shunshu, but remained silent. The peril of such a confrontation was far too great for them, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death. He resolved to separate Shunshu and the others once they reached the location, intending to confront Bailuhu himself with the wind release, spiraling shuriken technique. Regardless of the formidable skills of any so-called boss, the prince's ultimate technique was designed to vanquish all forms of defiance and overpower anything extravagant. The Jinluan Mountain Range. Shumi Mountain, shrouded in a veil of mist, a graceful figure emerged from the swirling clouds, her captivating eyes surveying the towering peaks before her. She appeared to be a young woman of 17 or 18, with exquisite features and a splendid figure, her skin evenly toned and taut, devoid of any excess flesh. Her muscular lines were nothing short of perfection. This must be the place, she murmured to herself. Her name was Yetsong, a ninja from Sunagakure, endowed with the bloodline limit scorch release. Logically, she should not have ventured into such a perilous situation. However, the kidnapped Sunagakure ninja was her dearest friend, compelling her to disregard the objections of the village's higher-ups and pursue her friend's trail alone. Yetsong was acutely aware of the recklessness of her actions. But every moment she delayed meant an increase in danger for her friend. She could not stand idly by. "Hoshino, wait for me. I will bring you back to the village safely." Yetsong steeled herself and began her ascent, oblivious to the presence of a spirit beast gliding silently above her. Meanwhile, at the summit of Shumi Mountain, a silver-haired boy wrapped in bandages opened his eyes. It was the child form of Bailuhu. He turned to a ninja clad in Sunagakure attire beside him. "Hoshino, go retrieve your friend. She is destined to become one with us," Bailuhu commanded. He had not originally chosen Yetsong as the 5th, but given the urgency of the moment and her fortuitous arrival, he was more than willing to accept her. Once he absorbed Yetsong's scorch release, the harmonious cycle of the 5 elements would form within him, and an immortal, perfect ninja would be born. "No problem. Leave it to me," he assured. As Hoshino bestowed a beguiling smile, she activated the power of swift escape, her figure descending the mountain like a phantom. She had been entirely assimilated by Bairuhua, taking on her form. In a certain sense, she was Bairuhua, rendering any notion of betrayal impossible. Bairuhua formed hand seals, summoning back the remaining 3 who had pursued the bloodline limit ninja, remaining in place to await in silence. Who would have thought that I, an ordinary individual, would befriend the legendary 3 ninjas? Now, success was but a step away. His heart had grown tranquil, and once again, the silhouettes of the 3 flashed across his mind. To stand beside them, to compensate for his own weaknesses, he toiled day and night, striving to master the fusion technique, Oniyero. "Once I possess the powers of these bloodline limits, I shall become as formidable as you, and I shall catch up to your strides. You shall not abandon me." At that moment, Hoshino returned, holding the unconscious Yakura, whom she had ensnared, interrupting Barua's reverie. "Thus, let us commence." Bairuhua had arranged all the techniques, awaiting the moment when the sun would be obscured by the moon, the calamity of the golden-ringed eclipse illuminating the land. granting him the power to dominate all. Why has the sky darkened? As the light waned, Shuki curiously looked up and exclaimed, "Quick, look, it seems to be an eclipse." Upon hearing this, Chiba glanced skyward. Noticing that a portion of the sun was indeed veiled by the moon, his expression turning grave. The time is drawing near. We cannot allow Bairuhua to successfully devour the bloodline limits, for who knows what strength he might attain. After a long journey, the outline of the Golden Ring Mountains became distinctly visible ahead. Chiba raised his hand, signaling the team to halt, pointing forward as he declared, "Ahead lies the mountains. The terrain treacherous. To save time, I shall scout alone, as I possess the ability to fly." "Humph, sounds noble, but you merely wish to abandon us," Shuki muttered, turning his face away. "The mission is paramount. Shuki, do not be willful." Yano reassured Shuki for a moment before unceremoniously embracing Chiba, whispering in his ear, "Be careful, Chiba. We shall meet shortly." "Understood." After a moment of hesitation, Chiba raised his hand and embraced Yena, gently patting her back twice. The group then parted ways, with Chiba unleashing the dance of paper, transforming into a radiant white light that soared towards the mountains. Suddenly, a colossal white eagle, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, burst forth from the mist, letting out a piercing screech as it unfurled its massive wings, launching a barrage of feather-like projectiles akin to shurikens towards Chiba. Whoosh! In a swift maneuver, Chinya evaded the oncoming feathers, but in the next instant, these very feathers ignited with a crimson glow, culminating in a sudden explosion. Boom! The flames instantaneously engulfed Chinya's form. In that perilous moment, Chinya transformed into paper, dispersing to evade harm through the invincible frame, and only after that did he reassemble. What a splendid turn of events! Haha! Chiba, initially filled with concern over his inability to locate the destination in a timely manner, found himself unexpectedly elated as the appearance of Bailuhu's summoning beast instantaneously illuminated his path. The summit of Shumi Mountain. Bailuhu's gaze abruptly shifted towards Chiba, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Another wielder of a bloodline limit? Or perhaps a member of the Konoha Ambu? However, upon glancing at the darkening sky, Bailuhu swiftly regained his composure, revealing a confident smile. "Alas, you have arrived too late. The light of calamity has already descended upon the earth with the Goya Yero technique." With a series of hand seals, Bailuhu's once slender form rapidly swelled. Tumorous flesh emerged from within him, transforming into an indescribable mass resembling tentacles and eyes, shifting in hues between ash gray and deep violet, bizarre and otherworldly, seemingly possessing a life of its own as bubbles occasionally surfaced. "Now, no one can thwart my ascent to perfection." Bailuhu's voice had morphed into a strange cacophony, echoing with the tones of countless individuals, men, women, and children alike, speaking in unison. He directed the indescribable mass towards the 5 individuals beside him, their facial features betraying expressions of ecstasy and arrogance. "No, you are mistaken." Yet, at that moment, a figure descended from the heavens like a deity, ruthlessly interrupting Bailuhu's musings. "No matter your form, what matters is whether I charge at you," Chiba declared coldly as he looked down upon Bailu. Chapter 87. Bailu. "Chiba, come closer." "What? How is this possible?" From within the grotesque mass, 2 eyes emerged. Fixated on the descending Chiba, a glimmer of bewilderment flashing within them. The distance between their previous location and this spot was several thousand meters, with 7 or 8 formidable summoning beasts he had personally crafted along the way. How could the opponent have arrived here so swiftly? "Prepare yourself. Wind release. Spiraling shuriken." Chiba witnessed the grotesque tumor engulfing the figures of 5 individuals, and without wasting a moment, he raised his hand to unleash the wind release, spiraling shuriken, hurling it forcefully towards Bairuhu. Boom! At the instant the spiraling shuriken descended, a terrifying tempest erupted, and amidst the dazzling azure light, countless fine needles plunged mercilessly into Bairuhu's massive form, vibrating with a high-frequency tremor. With each piercing sound, the tumor frantically expelled bubbles, resembling an overinflated balloon, expanding until it could no longer withstand the might of the spiraling shuriken, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered it into countless fragments. As the tumor detonated, 2 figures were propelled backward by the shockwave. One was Baru, and the other Yukura. Chiba executed a swift maneuver, deftly catching their opponent's gaze, and upon glimpsing their exquisite cheekbones and graceful back, instantly recognized their identity. There was no need to inquire further. It was a familiar face, one that had graced the pages shared by friends. The other 4 had already succumbed to Bailu's assimilation, completely dissolved and merged into its being the moment they entered its domain. However, As the fifth individual, Yukura found herself in a different predicament. Her essence proved more challenging to assimilate. Fortunately, Chiba's timely arrival allowed her to narrowly escape with her life, referencing the narrative established in the cinematic adaptation. Gag. Cough, cough, cough. Yukura was abruptly awakened by this torrent of turmoil, retching uncontrollably. It felt as though she had been suffocated by a putrid mass. An experience of suffocation and revulsion she wished never to endure again. Thank you for saving me. Yukura intended to express her gratitude to Chiba, but to her astonishment, he suddenly lunged towards the mountain's base, using the force of his flight to hurl her away. Ah! Gag. Thus, Yukura's scream trailed off for nearly half a minute. It was not for lack of trying, but rather due to the distance she soared, rendering her voice inaudible to Chiba. Well, at least this way. You need not worry about sacrificing yourself. Chiba clapped his hands, concerned that Yitsong might once again be devoured by the gluttonous Bailu. To prevent this, he decisively cast Yitsong aside, reasoning that he should not sustain fatal injuries from the fall. If he were to become incapacitated, it would conveniently allow Chiba to seize the opportunity to collect rewards from the waves below. Whoosh! Chiba's figure flickered as he once again ascended to the summit of Shumi Mountain. At that moment, Bailuho had already risen from the ground, muttering frantically like a madman. What a pity! I was so close to achieving immortality, just a hair's breadth away, just a fraction. Bailuho suddenly turned to Chiba, roaring, the timing, the location. The harmony of man, all ruined by you. You shall repay this with your life. With hands forming seals, Bailuho summoned forth a colossal spirit beast, adorned with wings and the head of an eagle and a horse's body. Fusion. Bailuho once again employed the technique of Gyalyo, and the spirit beast let out a mournful cry, allowing Bailuho to consume it, transforming it into wings upon his back. First technique, wind release, thundercloud resonance. Bailuho flapped his wings and leaped forward, becoming a fleeting shadow as he raced towards Chiba. He raised his hand to conjure a dense black thundercloud, crackling with arcs of electricity, which coalesced into a roaring thunder dragon that charged towards Chiba. Wind release, spiral sphere. Chiba infused the wind release chakra into the Rasengan, effortlessly shattering the storm clouds before propelling it towards Bailuho's very essence. Moreover, with a swift motion, he unleashed the technique, demonic release, absorption hole. Unfazed by Chiba's advance, Bailuho unwrapped the bandages from his left hand, revealing a dark symbol pulsating with a crimson glow. Humph. Ninjutsu holds no significance for me. Demonic release, malevolent self-destruction. In an instant, Bailuho consumed the Rasengan entirely with his dark technique, then deftly sidestepped, raising his hand to unleash a torrent of blue chakra flames towards Chiba. Ninjutsu is meaningless to you? If I weren't waiting for the cooldown of my wind release, Rasen Shuriken, I would certainly have you pinned to the ground. Delivering a resounding slap across your face, Chiba skillfully maneuvered his dual wings, deftly evading the oncoming chakra flames with a swift turn, his lips curling in mild displeasure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the bandages wrapped around Bailuho's arms suddenly unraveled, becoming razor-sharp under the infusion of chakra, transforming into a series of lethal whips aimed at Chiba. Chiba, attempting to evade, was unexpectedly pierced by an oncoming bandage, causing her to lose control and plummet towards the ground. Had she been successfully ensnared? Bailuho, elated by this turn of events, raised his hand to pull Chiba back with the bandage, intending to use her robust physique to fill the void within himself. The earth woe, tentacle. However, just as Chiba was drawn before Bailuho, a pitch-black tentacle suddenly erupted from within her, swiftly piercing his chest. Use your heart. Where's your heart? In the next moment, both figures recoiled, distancing themselves while casting bewildered glances at one another. Chiba initially intended to take Bailuho's heart as a means of resurrection currency, only to discover that the heart was inexplicably absent from its rightful place within the chest. Could it have been hidden away in an unconventional location? The two stared at each other in bewilderment, and for reasons unknown. Chiba felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu in this peculiar scene. You two have transformed your body using forbidden techniques? After a moment of silence, Bailuho's face flushed crimson, as if having encountered a kindred spirit, and excitedly began to bombard Chiba with questions. What are those black tendrils? Are they a manifestation of your own flesh and blood? Do you derive your power from seizing the hearts of others? Bailuho, engrossed in research, was utterly oblivious to the nuances of human communication, babbling on without regard for whether Chiba was listening. Had Chiba not been waiting for a cooldown, she might have already slapped Bailuho across the face in exasperation. A few moments later, Bailuho, still brimming with thoughts, paused and turned to Chiba with a puzzled expression. asking, "Why would you target me? We are of the same ilk." "What utter nonsense! I shall accuse you of defamation. You have slandered me." The air in Chiba is thick with tension. Orochimaru and Obito, these madmen, insist on claiming that they belong to the same category as him. Yet, Chiba is undeniably a healer, a ninja devoted to saving lives. How could he possibly be likened to those who treat living beings as mere test subjects? Trust me, Konoha will not tolerate individuals like us. It is only a matter of time before they turn against you as well. Unfazed by Chiba's words, Obito sincerely replied, "Do not return to Konoha. Stay here with me and let's pursue our research together. We are destined to achieve great things." Chiba fell silent. Having been ensnared by Baru's charm, astonishingly, the other party still sought to recruit him. How surreal was reality. First, gale release, lightning strike. Observing Chiba's prolonged silence, Baruhu swiftly materialized before him, his fist infused with thunder, striking out like a bolt of lightning, seemingly attempting to reason with him. Ninja art, Needle Earth Storehouse. In the face of this swift assault, Chiba retreated, using his hair to shield his form and nullify the force. While employing paper as an insulator to ward off the electric current, he leveraged this to create distance from Baru, denying him the opportunity for a consecutive attack. This was Jiraiya's technique. Baruhu became animated, resembling an exuberant child. "Then you certainly should not strike at me. I am a dear friend of Jiraiya. The kind that is truly close. And what about you? What is your relationship with Jiraiya?" Faced with Baru's yearning for a response, Chiba remained mute, causing Baru's expression to sour, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. "It appears that I must defeat you before you will heed my words." Baruhu retracted his wings and descended to the ground, forming hand seals. A terrifying chakra surged skyward, erupting like molten lava, fracturing the nearby earth. Gale release forbidden art, Gale Demon Dragon. With a low exclamation from Baruhu, the sky was suddenly engulfed by ominous, swirling black thunderclouds. The rumbling thunder akin to a legion of iron steeds charging forth, an awe-inspiring spectacle, gazing at the endless expanse of thunderclouds that resembled a vast ocean. Chiba's expression grew gravely serious. With the immense chakra pouring in, the thunderclouds continued to swell, and at that moment, he found himself at the very heart of this tempest. Should he allow this fearsome gale release technique to fully materialize, the torrential downpour of lightning would likely leave him either dead or grievously injured, rendering him a mere pawn to Baruhu's whims. Thus, let it be decided with one decisive strike. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Chapter 88. The Pursuers of Awagakure, Baruhu's Regret. Amidst the oppressive thunderclouds, a striking azure glow suddenly illuminated the scene. Chiba raised both hands high, a colossal wind release. Spiraling shuriken whirled furiously in his grasp, the terrifying force of its rotation dispersing the nearby storm clouds. As the dark clouds parted, sunlight broke through, illuminating the entire expanse of land in an instant. Whoosh! Chiba aimed at the ground where the elusive Bailu was maintaining the stormy dragon, forcefully flinging the wind release, spiraling shuriken from his hand. Dark release, celestial star absorption. Bailu, undaunted, raised both hands to meet the oncoming shuriken. The black runes in his palms flickered wildly as he exerted his full strength in the dark release. What? Unable to absorb it. But in the next moment, Bailu's expression changed dramatically. The energy contained within the spiraling shuriken was tumultuous, threatening to erupt at any moment. And his usually infallible dark release had suddenly become ineffective. Impossible, such a technique. It absolutely cannot exist. Amidst Bailu's incredulous roar of fury, the spiraling shuriken erupted with a thunderous blast, transforming into a cerulean tempest that completely engulfed his figure. Chiba swiftly distanced himself from the tempest, gazing impassively at the scene before him. In the past, his lack of strength had left him with no choice. Now, empowered, he preferred to seize control of his fate. Whether to slay, to manipulate, or to collaborate, these decisions ought not to be dictated by Bailu, but rather determined by him once he secured absolute initiative. With a sudden thud, as the storm dissipated, Bailu's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his body resembling fragile foam, riddled with punctures as if struck by countless needles. Observing Bailu's loss of menace, Chiba stepped forward with purpose, reminiscent of a scene from an anime. Cradling Bailu in his embrace. "We are clearly of the same kind. I could have attained completeness. Why did I fail?" Bailu inquired, a hint of bitterness in his tone. Because, in Chiba's mind, two lines of thought flickered. The antagonist, possessing a clear objective, a meticulous plan, tirelessly working day by day for their ambitions. The protagonist, after a week of rigorous training and armed with the power of friendship, comes to understand what it means to be part of a village and the essence of the will of fire. For you have overlooked the profound strength of love and bonds. After a prolonged silence, Chiba spoke. In your quest to compensate for your own shortcomings, you have forsaken others, solely fixating on the notion of achieving perfection for yourself. This is erroneous. Ultimately, it is merely a philosophy espoused by those inherently powerful. I possess no companions, and thus, I am condemned to live in solitude. Beluhu shook his head, a fleeting expression of melancholy crossing his face. The trio he regarded as partners moved at an astonishing pace, never pausing to cast a glance in his direction. Perhaps, in their eyes, he was merely an inconsequential passerby. All he truly desired was to keep pace with them, to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. In the original narrative, Beluhu never managed to catch up to their strides, and the notion of the four of them being companions was voiced solely by him. No. You have simply chosen solitude. You ought to embrace the bonds of trust with your comrades, Chiba declared resolutely, observing Beluhu's despondent countenance. Chiba, indeed, harbors skepticism towards notions such as love and bonds, as well as the essence of the will of fire. However, if Beluhu were to believe in these concepts, he could wield them as a means to bind the other party. Chiba quietly gazed at Beluhu, contemplating whether to eliminate him based on his forthcoming reactions. Earlier, at the border between the land of earth and the land of grass, several rock-hidden squads scoured the boundary line and arrived near the Jinluan mountain range. The leader, a towering man standing at an impressive 2 meters and 3 centimeters, suddenly sensed something and abruptly lifted his head, casting a fierce glance towards the direction of Mount Shumi. Clad in a specially crafted red armor and donning a crimson hat, he exuded an intimidating presence. Over there. I shall proceed first. You all hasten to follow, he commanded, as white steam began to billow from his armor. In the next instant, he surged forward like a locomotive, racing towards Mount Shumi. Quickly, quickly. Lord Han has found that wretched fellow. You few gather reinforcements, and the rest follow me. We shall keep pace with Lord Han. Indeed, the formidable man was Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails from the rock-hidden village, though he preferred to be referred to as the Steam Ninja. As a fully mature Jinchuriki, Han was free to roam outside the village, and strictly speaking, this territory still belonged to his land of earth. Curse those leaf ninjas. Await my return to the rock hidden for judgment. Han coldly mused, his speed surging once more, leaving several rock ninjas struggling to keep up, their shoes nearly sparking from friction. In just a fleeting moment, they could no longer discern Han's figure. Lord Han remains as impatient as ever. A stark contrast to his calm demeanor during battle, one remarked. Indeed, but with Lord Han on this mission, our task shall be considerably easier. We merely need to go through the motions, another replied, showing no signs of concern, even slowing their pace slightly to converse in hushed tones. Lord Han, who skillfully commanded the Five Tails, was worth nearly 100 of their kind, even if the Leaf sent an army that could not harm him in the slightest. For their Jinchuriki was but a mere child, still in his infancy, Atop Mount Shumi, upon hearing Chiba's words, Beluhu displayed a look of confusion. Grasping Chiba's hand weakly, he inquired, is it possible for someone like me to possess bonds? To have companions? Of course, Chiba affirmed with a nod, a broad smile illuminating his face beneath the mask. Since Beluhu believed in bonds, establishing one with him would be a straightforward endeavor. I trust you have noticed, Beluhu. My mentor is none other than Lord Jiraiya. The distinctive characteristics of the Chiba moth are so apparent that anyone with intent can discern its identity. Much like the masked ninja Kakashi, whose concealment is as transparent as his unveiled face, rendering any attempts at secrecy unnecessary. To be candid, it is precisely because my teacher frequently speaks of you, emphasizing your profound significance in his heart, that I find myself unable to strike you down with resolve. Chiba sighed, shaking his head, his tone imbued with an air of sincerity as he fabricated tales. Jiraiya often speaks of me. He even claims I hold great significance. The once dull eyes of Barreau suddenly sparkled, though disbelief soon clouded his expression. Indeed, Chiba affirmed, nodding earnestly. Master Jiraiya recounted that during a race in our youth, as they neared the finish line, they turned back only to realize someone was missing, startling them. They feared you had been lost, only to discover you had collapsed from exhaustion. Yes, that indeed happened. It appears Jiraiya has truly mentioned me. Beluhu, though completely drained, found an unexpected surge of strength to vigorously nod in agreement. I can't believe they still remember me, he murmured, tears cascading uncontrollably from his eyes. Witnessing Beluhu's emotional state, Chiba felt a tightness in his chest. The tales he had spun were mere fabrications derived from the scenes of a film. Is there more? Bairuho, tear-streaked and filled with hopeful anticipation, gazed intently at Chiba, as if yearning for him to continue. Yes, Lady Tsunade regards me as a brother. As you know. She can be quite obstinate, yet even she occasionally mentions you. Chiba spoke earnestly, and then there is Lord Orochimaru. I have recently been conducting experiments with him. He mentioned that although you lack exceptional physical prowess, you possess unparalleled intelligence. He is currently studying the technique you invented, the ghost bud technique. Upon hearing this, Bairuhu's vision was already blurred by tears. How regrettable it is. Why did it take the imminent arrival of death for me to recognize their affection for me? Had I known sooner, in my days, Bairuhu seemed to once again see the three standing before him, smiling at him. What a pity. I shall never again have the opportunity to stand before you, nor to run in your wake. I hope you will still remember me, this little shadow. Bairuhu found himself at a loss for words, attempting to extend his arms to touch the three, yet grasping only emptiness. As his consciousness began to fade, he felt a deep sense of frustration and regret. If only he could be granted another chance. Chapter 89. The Jinchuriki? Weave consumed him. Just as Bairuhu's awareness was on the verge of dispersing, a surge of pure chakra suddenly flooded into his body, instantly awakening him. You are a medical ninja? Why did you save me? Bairuhu looked at Chiba with a puzzled expression, for it was Chiba who had just dealt him a near-fatal blow. Of course, it is to reward and subdue you. Chiba grasped Bairuhu's hand and sighed. Uncle Master, my ties to the three esteemed individuals run deep. How could I possibly stand idly by and witness your demise? Master, Uncle Master, are you calling for me? Bairuhu's head buzzed, and he felt a disorienting haze enveloping him. Chiba's address of Uncle Master struck a chord within him. Not only did his three companions care for him, but even the younger generation, the disciples, acknowledged him as a peer of the legendary Sannin, regarding him as a venerable elder. This realization was profound. Indeed. You are a comrade of Lord Jiraiya. Does that not make you my Uncle Master? Chiba remarked with a smile. With each utterance of Uncle Master, Bairuhu began to lose his sense of self. He felt every pore in his body open up, a wave of warmth coursing through him. What is your name? Bairuhu inquired earnestly, gazing at Chiba, who was tending to his wounds. Chiba not only rekindled his bonds but also bestowed upon him a chance for a fresh start. Most significantly, the other party addressed him as Master Uncle. Master Uncle, I am Chiba. Chiba, what a splendid name. Amid Chiba's puzzled gaze, Bairuhu fumbled around his person for a considerable time, ultimately finding nothing, his face flushed with embarrassment. I don't have anything substantial to offer you. Perhaps I could impart the ghost bud technique instead? Bairuhu was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly humiliated, while others had begun to address him as Master Uncle. He found himself unable to present a worthy gift. The man, who had always regarded wealth as inconsequential, was now suffering the indignity of lacking even the most basic token of gratitude. Ah, Master Uncle, I did not save you for any reward. I merely wished to spare my teacher and the others from sorrow. Chiba declared earnestly. What a splendid child. Bairuhu was so moved, he nearly wept. Unaware of Chiba's inner thoughts. Goodness, Bairuhu is now an upgraded version, having absorbed 4 bloodline limit ninjas. What must his potential be? Moreover, he sustained fatal injuries. If he recovers, surely rewarding me with a bloodline limit would not be excessive? The two exchanged words, having transitioned from fierce combat to a harmonious dialogue, rivaling the complex relationship of Naruto and Sasuke. Chiba, you too, have you finished talking? Just as their conversation deepened, a crimson figure abruptly appeared atop Mount Sumeru, interrupting them with a frigid voice. Is that Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails from Iwagakure? Upon recognizing the figure, Chiba hurriedly assisted Bairuhu to his feet, his expression shifting slightly. Although Han was humorously dubbed one of the 4 bathhouse heroes by several water enthusiasts, he undeniably ranked as a T1 level existence in the Naruto world. Unlike the previous inept Jinchuriki, Han could fully control the tailed beast, wielding his will to manage its transformation and unleash tailed beast bombs. The disparity in combat prowess was astronomical. Faced with such a formidable presence, Chiba had no confidence in overcoming him. If you are wise, rise now and return with me to Iwagakure for judgment. Han adjusted the straw hat upon his head, coldly gesturing towards Chiba and Bairuhu. Disclose your nefarious plans from Konoha in their entirety to the Tsuchikage. Perhaps you may meet your end with a semblance of dignity. This was the territory of the Land of Earth, and behind Han lay Iwagakure. He had no need to engage in pleasantries with these 2 minions of Konoha. Aside from the Kage and Jinchuriki, he regarded all other Konoha shinobi with disdain. This guy. Qianye gazed at the imposing Hanwu emperor before him, his expression shifting like the weather. The condescending demeanor of his adversary reminded him of that old fool daimyo. Indeed, the arrogance of these rock-hidden clansmen was strikingly similar. Frustration aside, the Han's confidence stemmed from formidable power. At this moment, Bailua had yet to regain his combat strength, and relying solely on Qianye may not suffice to match Han. The most prudent course of action would be to withdraw from this place before devising any further schemes. What should I do? Am I to simply concede? In Chiba's heart, a sense of hesitation loomed. The rewards and his esteemed uncle were within reach, and he was reluctant to abandon Bailuhu, jeopardizing the imminent benefits. Yet, if he chose to depart with Bailuhu at this moment, it was likely that both ninja villages would soon unite in pursuit of him. Perhaps I should forego the rewards and leave Bailuhu behind to sever our ties. Or I could take a risk. Chiba found himself ensnared in a battle of wits, while Bailu remained silent, observing him intently. The outcome would reveal everything. This was the creed of a researcher. It appeared that Chiba harbored intentions of abandoning his current path, which left Bailu, who sought to rekindle their bond, profoundly disheartened. Fortune favors the bold while the timid perish, he muttered. Just then, a fierce glint flickered in Chiba's eyes. As long as he could keep all those in the know confined here, all problems would dissolve effortlessly. What of the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails? No one would impede him from claiming what was rightfully his. If Han dared to obstruct him, then he would take a substantial bite out of him, just as he had done with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. With this thought in mind, Chiba turned to Bailu, gritting his teeth and asking, "Master, what shall we do if someone seeks to bully us?" Bailu's lips curled into a grin that widened until it nearly reached his ears. With a disciple who stood steadfastly by his side even in the face of mortal peril, Bailu resolved to protect his comrades, including Jiraiya, with his very life. Displaying his sharp teeth, Bailu declared with a sinister smile, "Then we shall feast upon him." In unison, the two turned towards Han, their strange and indifferent gazes instilling an unsettling chill in the seasoned warrior. The concepts of killing and cannibalism are worlds apart. Countless souls had perished at Han's hands. Yet the thought of being consumed sent shivers down his spine. However, the peculiarity of these two, with their eerie tones and expressions, genuinely made Han feel as though they might devour him. These two fools should cease their theatrics. Han bellowed, as dense steam billowed from the armor enveloping his form. All fear stemmed from a lack of firepower. Han intended to utilize his formidable strength to overpower these two pretenders. Han's prowess is formidable, to subdue him. We must find a way to restore Bailu's combat capabilities. As Han prepared to strike, Chiba quietly inquired of Bailu, "Master, can you consume the tails of the tailed beasts that lack a master?" Conventional medical methods could not heal Bailu in the short term. Only an unconventional approach would suffice. Chiba's innovative idea revolved around the four tails of the eight tails within him. "Indeed, I can consume as much of the formless chakra as you provide." Bailu's eyes brightened with confidence. The non-aggressive, consciousness-free chakra posed no challenge for his Kyra technique to devour. It merely depended on the speed of digestion. As long as Chiba supplied ample chakra, Bailu would swiftly return to his peak, or rather, his potential knew no bounds. In the present moment, Bairuhu's physique remained somewhat lacking. If he could temporarily substitute the tail of a tailed beast, perhaps his strength would approach perfection. "Very well, master. Soon, you shall seize the opportunity to employ the art of ghost buds to devour, while I will endeavor to hold back our opponent." With Bairuhu's affirmative response, Chiba felt a surge of joy within. Once Bairuhu regained his combat prowess, the two of them might indeed stand a chance against Han, who had fully transformed into a tailed beast. If Bairuhu could exhibit a bit more strength, perhaps Chiba would soon achieve the status of a true Jinchuriki. Suddenly, after observing the two for quite some time, Han finally made his move. Boiling release, jet kick. Han propelled his chakra to its boiling point, and the armor adorning him emitted a sound reminiscent of a locomotive. Bolstered by dense steam, Han surged forward like a cybernetic monstrosity, instantly appearing before the two, delivering a powerful kick aimed squarely at the visibly injured Bairuhu. Bang! Han's kick landed solidly upon Bairuhu, leaving both the struck Bairuhu and the assailant, Han, momentarily astonished. But what of the figure standing idly by? Why did they not intervene, merely watching as their comrade, master, was sent flying? This was a miscalculation. It was ultimately a grave error. Bairuhu's body crumpled under the tremendous impact, soaring through the air like a discarded sack, his expression reflecting anguish and indignation. After landing, Han dug his foot into the ground to halt his momentum, steam billowing from behind him as he prepared to turn and confront Chiba. However, Chiba had already unfurled his wings, transforming into a streak of white light, appearing beside the still falling Bairuhu, swiftly lifting him away from Han's reach. There was no other choice. Han's previous kick was a blow even Naruto in his Nine-Tails chakra state could not withstand, and Chiba was no exception, compelled to sacrifice his ally to create an opportunity. After all, Master was already gravely injured. A little more damage would hardly matter, and surely, Master would not wish for his junior to be harmed. Would he? Master. Now is the time. Chiba let out a low growl as he unsealed the Bagua seal on his body, willingly releasing the two octopus-like tentacles from within. Oni Yagura no Jutsu. Bairuhu, battered by Han's kicks, was barely hanging on to consciousness. Upon hearing the call of Shirshu, he mustered a flicker of spirit and instinctively unleashed the Oni Yagura technique with all his might. Boom! As the two tentacles departed from Chiba's body, they began to swell in size. Yet, before they could regain their original dimensions, they were engulfed by the colossal mass created by Bairuhu. Crash! The mass instantly became overwhelmingly heavy and plunged towards the ground. Had Chiba not released his grip in time, he might have plummeted alongside it. Observing the enormous mass on the ground, Chiba was momentarily at a loss, contemplating whether to temporarily relocate Bairuhu. However, in this critical moment, Han could very well have fled back to Awagakure, exposing Chiba's actions to the ninja world. I cannot afford to give Han the chance to contact the outside world. I must bind him and ensure he meets his end here. Chiba thought fiercely, his gaze unwavering from Han. Was that the power of the Eight Tails? Though everything transpired in the blink of an eye, Han sensed the shift, and for the first time, his composed demeanor shifted. These audacious individuals had indeed laid hands on the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and succeeded. No wonder they sought to consume him. These two were truly perilous threats to the Jinchuriki. King, lend me your strength. Han's expression grew grave as he regarded Chiba and his companion as equals, abandoning any semblance of disdain. With a surge, the chakra of the Five Tails flowed endlessly from his body, causing him to bend slightly as Five Tails erupted forth, enveloping him in a dark crimson cloak of the Tailed Beast. Tailed Beast Ball. In response to these extraordinarily dangerous foes, Han directly entered a semi-tailed beast transformation, unleashing his most formidable technique as a Jinchuriki. Han's face contorted with chakra as he opened his menacing maw, a purplish-black energy sphere rapidly forming before him, poised for release. Wind-style, spiraling shuriken. Chiba remained fixated on Han, and the moment the latter began to condense the tailed beast ball, he swiftly lifted his hand to craft a spiraling shuriken, launching it forcefully towards Han before the tailed beast ball could be released. With a thunderous roar, the storm unleashed by the spiraling shuriken abruptly engulfed Han's figure. However, Chiba dared not relent. He was acutely aware that a mere spiraling shuriken would not suffice to severely injure Han, a flawless Jinchuriki. Yet, it should inflict some damage, he mused quietly. Yet, before the tempest could dissipate, the semi-tailed beast transformed Han leaped forth, smoke billowing from his mouth, seemingly unscathed. You are formidable, but unfortunately, you have encountered me. Underestimating my strength is quite a conundrum, Han declared coldly. This fellow. Chiba's expression shifted subtly. Han was far more formidable than he had anticipated. The wind release. Spiraling shuriken failed to breach the opponent's tailed beast cloak. Eighth gate of the Eight Gates. Opening of the life gate. Chiba clasped her hands over her chest and resolutely opened the third gate of life, attempting to surge through to the next threshold. The fourth gate of wound opened. After a period of profound contemplation, Chiba seamlessly unlocked the fourth gate of wound, stepping from the final safe zone of the Eight Gates of Duinjia into the perilous realm, truly embodying the state of the Eight Gates of Duinjia. A searing sensation rapidly coursed through her entire being, causing Chiba's body to flush a deep crimson, as beads of sweat on her surface transformed into steam and dissipated. Whoosh! Chiba transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Han, who was partially transformed into a tailed beast. He needed to buy time for Bailu, ensuring that Han would not have the opportunity to unleash the tailed beast ball. With a thunderous roar, the two collided with one another, their speeds generating waves of air. In the state of the fourth gate, Chiba's attack and velocity experienced a remarkable enhancement, enabling him to keep pace with Han's semi-tailed beast form. Will release, unmatched strength. Han bellowed as the chakra within him surged, his fists as large as cauldrons, raining down upon Chiba like a torrential downpour. Dance of the Paper Talismans. Chiba has maximized the agility of the Dance of Paper, utilizing the flexibility of the paper wings to maneuver gracefully, akin to a delicate boat navigating through tumultuous waves, occasionally dispersing parts of its form to alleviate pressure. Ultimately, Chiba would rather endure the searing heat of the five-tailed chakra than confront Han's terrifying strength head-on. This individual possesses an extraordinary might that ranks among the most formidable in the entire ninja realm. Amidst the chaos of the dance of paper and the enhancement of the 8 gates, Chiba barely managed to withstand Han's tempestuous onslaught, yet found himself besieged by a flurry of scattered paper, with an increasing number of wounds adorning his body. "I've been duped by Baroa. You promised I could devour as much as I wanted, but you never mentioned it would take this long." Chiba found himself in a dire predicament. Had he not retained a portion of the 8 tails chakra, occasionally utilizing it to heal and restore his vitality, he would have already succumbed to despair. With a swift motion, after a prolonged clash, Han recognized that Chiba would be difficult to defeat in the short term. Thus, he executed a feigned attack to distract Chiba, making a beeline for the gelatinous mass behind him. Earthgrudge Fear. Tentacles. As Chiba regained his composure, he swiftly directed his earth grievance towards Han's figure. Alas, he was but a hair's breadth away from restraining his opponent. Having lost the opportunity, Chiba could only watch in anguish as Han, propelled by steam, lunged towards the immobile Bailu like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. "No, master!" The thought of his impending loss of rewards and his tool sent Chiba into a heart-wrenching roar, reminiscent of Shikamaru calling out to Asuma. Swift escape. However, at that moment, Bailu's voice suddenly rang out clearly, as the previously massive mass began to shrink dramatically, vanishing from sight in an instant. Ding. Healing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Storm Release. Simultaneously, the system's notification echoed in Chiba's mind. What? This series of unexpected twists came too swiftly for Chiba to comprehend. Just then, the boyish Bailu reappeared at his side, leaping up to pat his head with a cheerful smile. "Cousin, you seemed quite worried about me just now? Thanks to the extraordinary effects of the Ghost Bud technique." After devouring 2 tentacles, Bailu's condition rapidly returned to fullness. Chiba's timely application of the special remedy was deemed perfect, thus earning him a reward from the system. "I accept your concern. The upcoming battle shall be handled by me, your master." Bang! Before Bailu could finish his sentence, into Chiba's horror, Han, who had initially missed his target, suddenly soared over, delivering a spinning kick that sent Bailu flying. "Damn it, if you can't play, just hand over the account. With such strength, you can't even defeat a B-rank ninja?" Chiba silently scoffed, unfurling his paper wings to catch Bailu midair, gently easing him to the ground after dissipating Han's force. What a pair of troublesome individuals. Han, exuding an oppressive aura, advanced menacingly towards them. Emitting white smoke from his mouth and coldly declared, "Disciple, he ambushed me unexpectedly. I was careless and failed to evade the Gale Ninjutsu, Gale Demon Dragon." As Bailu explained to Chiba, he furiously formed hand seals, unleashing his most formidable technique. How dare he strike him in front of his disciple? Did he truly think Bailu cared about his dignity? Boom. The sky was once again shrouded in ominous thunderclouds. Bailu's control over chakra seemed to have significantly improved. Having swiftly executed the Gale Ninjutsu, he charged directly at Han. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Sumeru, approximately 20 minutes later, several rock ninja finally arrived. "What? There's even a sand ninja here? Alive or dead?" One of the rock ninja spotted Yekong and was about to crouch down for a closer look when another suddenly pointed at the sky, exclaiming, "Forget her, look up there." "What is that? Is it ninjutsu or a natural phenomenon?" Upon hearing this, the group simultaneously gazed skyward, and the leader of the rock ninja's expression changed dramatically. "This is definitely not a natural occurrence. It must be some form of large-scale lightning ninjutsu. Damn it, how could the enemy be so powerful? We must hurry up the mountain. Lord Han may need our assistance." Understood. At the leader's command, the group disregarded everything else and sprinted up the mountain with all their might. Though Han appeared proud, he possessed a kind heart, often donning a stern expression while aiding fellow villagers, earning him the fondness of many. Thus, even aware of the perilous nature of their mission, they willingly embraced the danger for Lord Han. Atop Mount Sumeru, 3 figures were locked in a fierce battle, each unwilling to yield. With Bailu joining the fray, Chiba felt significantly relieved, while Han's expression grew increasingly grim. Bailu's steel release could withstand Han's brute strength, his dark release absorbed Han's ninjutsu, and his swift release matched Han's speed, all while he conjured a terrifying technique in the air with Gale release. "What manner of monster are you?" Han quietly questioned. Observing Bailuhu's desperate attempts to prove himself before Chiba, having been deemed a monster himself throughout his life, Han was now confronted with the realization that individuals like Bailuha were the true monsters. How could someone without the power of a Jinchuriki or a tailed beast wield such immense strength? I am not a monster, Bailuhu replied calmly. I am merely an ordinary person striving tirelessly to catch up to those of you who are innately powerful. Chiba and Bailu demonstrated an exquisite synergy, growing increasingly ferocious as they gradually gained the upper hand. Han, fatigued by their relentless assault, found his initial composure and tranquility slipping away. Damn it. I can no longer play into their rhythm. It may very well lead to my downfall. Ironically, the proud Han had never envisioned a day when he would be overpowered not by the Jinchuriki of his village, but by two seemingly ordinary individuals. Before Chiba and his companions' peculiar ninjutsu, Han's once prized brute strength was rendered ineffective, and his limited repertoire of ninjutsu was either absorbed or evaded by his adversaries. With this realization, Han cast his gaze inward toward the mighty Mu King. Mu King. Understanding dawned upon him. In an instant, Han's form began to contort as he engaged in battle with Chiba and his companion. Before they could react, Han, fueled by chakra, transformed into a colossal white beast towering several dozen meters high. With the head of a dolphin, the body of a steed, and 5 tails as white as snow, he unveiled the complete form of the 5 tails Mu King. Boom! The Mu King's powerful hoof struck the ground, causing the earth to shatter and dust to billow, shaking the entire mountain. Chiba and his partner, who had just been contending with Han, found themselves beneath the beast's massive hooves, momentarily losing their balance from the sheer force. In a flash, both opted to unfurl their wings, deftly dodging the iron hooves of Mu King, narrowly escaping the fate of becoming mere splatters, soaring into the skies. Tailed beast bomb. Han, however, did not expect to crush the two seemingly impervious beings. His complete transformation into a tailed beast was merely a means to unleash the tailed beast bomb without interference. The Mu King opened its vast maw, and a purple-black energy sphere, several times larger than before, began to coalesce within. Han aimed to decisively eliminate Chiba and his companion, along with the ominous storm clouds brewing overhead. This is bad. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Chiba's expression changed dramatically. He was positioned at some distance from King Mu, and this separation rendered it impossible to employ the diamond ceiling technique to ensnare the agile monarch. Instead, he raised his hand to conjure a spiraling shuriken, hurling it forcefully towards the colossal figure of King Mu below, hoping that the swifter projectile would strike its target. Meanwhile, Bailuhu performed a hand seal, channeling a surge of lightning that surged from his fingertips towards the ground where King Mu stood. However, despite his seemingly cumbersome mass, King Mu exhibited remarkable agility, effortlessly evading their assaults with a mere leap. The tailed beast orb in his mouth swelled ominously, poised to unleash its power at any moment. Damn it! Qianye was in a state of desperate anxiety. The area covered by the tailed beast bomb was immense, and there was no time to prevent Han from unleashing it. How could he and Bailu withstand such terrifying damage? Chapter 91. Ascending to Greatness, Departing from Konoha. Lord Han, we have come to assist you. At this critical moment, several rock ninjas rushed to the summit of Mount Shumi, their heavy breaths momentarily diverting the heightened tension of both parties. Ichigo, Yulong, what are you all doing here? Quickly leave. Upon seeing them, Han's expression changed dramatically. He forced Mu Wang to close its massive jaws, abruptly halting the imminent release of the tailed beast bomb. This is bad. It seems we have stirred up trouble. The summit of Mount Shumi was shrouded in mist, and with the light completely obscured by thunderclouds. The rock ninjas only realized the gravity of the situation upon reaching the peak. Can it be that Han actually cares about the lives of others? As the situation twisted and turned, Qianye, who had initially intended to flee, seized the opportunity with acute awareness. Diamond lock. Chiba turned and dove towards the ground, unleashing a series of chains from within, ensnaring the King Mu below. Clang, clang, clang. The sturdy chains intertwined, swiftly binding the unsuspecting King Mu's hind legs, then slithering up his limbs like ethereal serpents until they enveloped his entire form. Is this the sealing technique of the Whirlpool clan? Boom, boom, boom. Han was taken aback, momentarily disregarding the few rock ninjas. He commanded King Mu to continuously lift his hooves, muscles taut, attempting to utilize his immense strength to break free. Yet, the chains only tightened their grip, showing no signs of loosening, as if a bizarre force emanated from the chains, suppressing his monstrous might. Lord Han. Upon witnessing Han's figure firmly restrained by Chiba, several rock ninjas, filled with fury, launched an assault against Chiba, who was steadfast amidst the unyielding chains. Earth style, earth spike. Earth style, rock pillar spear. But in the next moment, a small figure shielded Chiba. Second, nether style, evil self-destruction duel. Bailuhu formed hand seals, instantly absorbing the chakra from the earth techniques unleashed by the rock ninjas. Subsequently, it transformed into a surging chakra flame in his hands, roaring towards the rock ninjas. Ah! Two rock ninjas, unable to evade, were struck by the chakra flames, emitting chilling cries as they were consumed by the raging energy. In the face of these so-called elite rock ninjas, Bailuhu wielded absolute dominance. Ichigo, you alone, you must flee. Go summon the others. Witnessing his fellow villagers fall before him, King Mu struggled violently, causing the chains to rattle fiercely. The sudden surge of power left Chiba somewhat overwhelmed. This was partly due to the fact that this creature excelled in brute strength, bolstered by boiling release, and partly because the collaboration of man and beast unleashed a force even greater than that of the bull demon. Master, please come to my aid. Chiba's face flushed crimson as he sought assistance from the sidelines. He struggled to restrain King Mu with the chains, yet found himself being pulled forward, leaving long scratches on the hard ground beneath his feet. Be careful, my disciple. Wind release, storm demon dragon. Bailuhu bellowed, as the long-prepared wind release technique finally took shape, darkening the entire sky to an inky black. Boom, boom, boom. After a brief silence, the thunderclouds above began to churn violently, and countless bolts of lightning surged forth like silver serpents from the clouds, striking down upon King Mu with a deafening roar. In that moment, Bailuhu resembled a thunder god. The lightning release, Kirin, was trivial in comparison to his wind release technique. By the heavens! Chiba exclaimed, instinctively wanting to release the chains upon witnessing the torrential lightning. But then he reconsidered, thinking to himself that his chakra chains were non-conductive. Lord Han! Came the desperate wail of a rock ninja as hundreds of lightning bolts, as thick as a man's arm, descended upon King Mu. Zzzzz. In an instant, King Mu's body began to convulse violently, the immense electric charge causing even Chiba, from a distance, to feel a tingling sensation coursing through him, not to mention the unfortunate King Mu himself, bound by Chiba's chains. He endured the full brunt of Bailuhu's wind release technique. Bang! With a muffled thud, King Mu's enormous form dissipated in an instant, the adamantine chains clattering to the ground as they lost their target. All that remained was a charred figure, Han, whose red armor had turned blackened from the electric onslaught, lying on the ground and twitching incessantly, living up to the title of the Dance Emperor. Well done, Chiba. The troublesome adversaries have all been dealt with, Bailuhu remarked, approaching Chiba after having dispatched several ascending rock ninjas, leaving no trace of their existence behind. To think this fellow, who appeared so arrogant and dismissive, would actually care about the lives of a few ordinary individuals. In contrast, I seem to embody the role of a villain. Observing the twitching form of Han, the Dance Emperor, Bailuhu shook his head, feeling an inexplicable sense of reflection. You are not merely resembling a villain. You truly are one. Chiba cast a fleeting glance at Bailuhu, then turned her attention once more to the man sprawled before her, stripped of all capacity for resistance. Chiba always felt an uncanny sense of unreality. Here stood the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, a being capable of flawlessly wielding the power of tailed beasts. Yet he had been effortlessly subdued? Moreover, the perfect-tailed beast that had occupied his thoughts for so long lay quietly before him, within easy reach, available for the taking? Yes, are you not a bit exhilarated, dear disciple? I share in your excitement. Bailuhu rose on his toes, embracing Chiba with a smile, exclaiming, for someone as unremarkable as I, to have the chance to bring down a renowned powerhouse of the ninja world is a truly exquisite feeling. Chiba nodded, taking a deep breath to steady himself, and calmly said, Indeed, Master Uncle, now you believe in the power of bonds, do you not? Yes, of course. After Chiba's persistent persuasion and sincere demeanor, Bailuhu had long been captivated, completely at a loss. Whatever his junior said, he would believe without question. If his junior suggested he perform the Rasen Shuriken, he would dash to Konoha without a second thought. After enduring such a long struggle, the moment of harvest had finally arrived. Once he shook off the previous surreal feeling, Chiba was filled with excitement. This bold leap forward promised immense rewards. First and foremost was the system's reward. Wind release. This technique compensates for the difficulties in controlling lightning, transforming it into a freely manipulable laser, merging the advantages of both water and lightning attributes, an advanced bloodline limit. In other words, Chiba had not only ascended to the status of a ninja with mastery over all chakra types, but had also acquired another bloodline limit power. Bailu had indeed not disappointed him. Yet, even more substantial than the system's reward was the complete-tailed beast residing within Han. Master Uncle, you too must find it challenging to control a complete-tailed beast. I desire the 5 tails within him, if you wish. I can leave him to you as he also possesses bloodline limit capabilities. Chiba glanced at the side of Bailuhu and tentatively spoke. Perhaps it is possible. A flicker of joy crossed Bailuhu's face. His boiling escape surpassed Yetsong's searing escape, allowing a harmonious relationship of the 5 elemental interactions to manifest within me. Under Chiba's meticulous planning, both of them joyfully entered the phase of dividing the spoils. Vajra Lock. The Chiba violently shattered the seals upon Han, once again unleashing the Vajra Lock. Chains pierced deep into Han's flesh, relentlessly burrowing inward, binding the 5-tailed Mu King within the confines of the sealed space. Release. With a fierce command, Qianya summoned chains that instantly snapped taut, extracting the fiercely resisting King Mu from Han's body. Following Qianya's withdrawal, Han's convulsions intensified. Master, I shall seal the tailed beast. The person is entrusted to you. Very well, Ghost Bud technique. Bailuhu formed seals with his hands, and his body swelled once more into a grotesque mass, enveloping Han entirely, akin to a placenta, before commencing the process of digestion. Bang, bang, bang. Han's vital signs, and what were already exceedingly feeble, and Bailuhu encountered little resistance in his consumption. In contrast, Qianya faced fierce opposition from the 5 tails, making it arduous to draw the adversary into his own being. It was only natural. Devouring a companion in front of them was akin to turning Bo Ikao into a meat pie before GFA's very eyes. Master, come assist me. Consume as much of the 5 tails chakra as you can. Enraged, Chiba summoned his companion, Baru, for assistance, as he had no intention of seeking mutual understanding with the tailed beast. He merely desired its power. If I cannot possess your heart, must I not also claim your form? A forcibly acquired fruit does not require sweetness. It merely quenches thirst. Here I come, Chiba. Responding to his disciple's plea, Bailuhu reverted to his original form, eagerly approaching to alleviate Chiba's burdens. A trigram sealing technique, lock, with Bailuhu's aid. Chiba succeeded in containing the massive entity of the 5 tails within himself, effectively acquiring a Wagakure's nuclear weapon and altering its code. Henceforth, I, Chiba, shall be the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails. As he felt the continuous surge of power within him, Chiba's heart swelled with excitement. He could now be considered among the foremost elite of the ninja world, from a fledgling medical ninja to a formidable powerhouse. How much effort I have expended to reach this pinnacle. In a moment of reflection, Chiba mused, wouldn't you agree, system? The system responded, Chiba. Although those in the know have been dealt with, your mission has ultimately faltered. Just as Chiba was teasing the system, Bailuhu leapt up, tapping him on the shoulder, saying, No, do not return to Konoha, Chiba. Come with me. Bailuhu spoke earnestly. The burdens of secrets you carry are far too numerous, perhaps even more than mine. While you may conceal them once or twice, there will inevitably come a day of revelation. Konoha cannot accommodate individuals like you and me. Chiba replied, I understand, master. But there are certain ties in Konoha that are not so easily severed. Chiba shook his head, a myriad of figures flashing through his mind, Tsunade, Nanao, and SHJ. Therefore, master uncle, I possess a rather immature notion. The corners of Chiba's mouth curled upward slightly as he gazed at Bailu, proclaiming, if Konoha cannot accommodate us, then we shall devise a way to transform Konoha into our own. Chapter 92. Returning Yitsong to the village, outwitting the F4. Nanny. Upon hearing Chiba's grandiose declaration, Bailu was left utterly astonished. He had thought that conducting forbidden jutsu research under the very nose of Saratobi Hiruzen and subsequently hunting down the Umbu squad and bloodline ninjas was audacious enough. Yet, in comparison to his own disciple, he realized he had been far too conservative. Master, when you reach my age, you will understand. Qianya was in good spirits and teased. Either completely lie flat or give it your all, the 3rd generation rich. Sleeping on the floor today and the old cough tomorrow is unnecessary. Qianya, since you still wish to return to Konoha, I shall not dissuade you any further. You may place all the blame upon me. Bailu grabbed Qianya's hand and advised, if you encounter any suspicion or danger upon your return, seek me out. Also, convey my regards to the 3 of them, assuring them that I am unharmed. Master uncle, you are truly kind. Having you in my life is a blessing. Chiba was deeply moved by Bairuhu, his eyes brimming with tears. With such a devoted supporter, what more could one desire? Surely, even Shimura Danzo would not have been as proactive. If one day I become Hokage, I will ensure my master serves as my advisor, Chiba declared emphatically, grasping Bairuhu's hand. The Awagakure team could arrive at any moment, and the two could not linger there. Before parting ways, Chiba urged Bairuhu to consume the power of the Five Tails as much as possible, suppressing its chakra to an exceedingly low level and restricting its recovery. Until Chiba could master the power of the King of M, he intended to keep it in a frail state. This approach would facilitate a gradual control over the tailed beast's power while minimizing the risk of his chakra surging and being detected, Chiba mused. Following Chiba's suggestion, Bairuhu planned to head to the land of rice, where the original Sound Ninja village was located, while Chiba began the dance of paper, searching for the figure of Yakura nearby. How did this woman faint in the middle of the road? Could it be that she bumped her head? At the foot of the mountain, Chiba discovered a leaf warehouse, where the other party was already covered in a layer of frost. Their exhalations were numerous, yet their inhalations were scarce. Had it not been for their robust constitution, they might have succumbed to the cold. I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that the battle would endure for such a prolonged duration, nearly leading to your oversight, Chiba murmured as he unfastened the clothing of Yakura, gently wiping away the frost from her body, and began to administer aid. With the mission having ended in failure and the mysterious disappearance of the Jinchuriki, the animosity towards Awagakure was undoubtedly unavoidable. However, if he could save Yakura, an essential witness, it would serve to demonstrate that Burua was a traitor to the shinobi. Chiba was dispatched by Konoha to hunt down Bairuhu, thus providing an explanation to both Sunagakure and Saratobi. Of course, what mattered more was the fact that this was Yakura. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to use any wind release ninjutsu, Enhancement 1. Chiba exerted all her efforts on Yetsong, continuously infusing pure chakra into his body, swiftly pulling him back from the brink of death. The system notification promptly followed. Wow, what a remarkable treasure. Chiba's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he applied the newly acquired enhancement to the wind release, spiraling shuriken. He had just been lamenting the increasing strength of his opponents, to the point where even the prince's ultimate technique had lost its effectiveness. However, this time, Yetsong truly delivered, and the sensation felt exquisite. Ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Super Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Enhancement details, scale upgraded, power doubled, a parting gift. What a remarkable outcome. The potency has indeed doubled. Chiba secretly clicked his tongue, pondering that had he known this technique earlier, he could have directly presented Han Liang with the profound diagram. The phrase murder and arson for a golden belt rings true. The ancients certainly did not deceive me. Chiba was exceedingly pleased with the rewards, a combination of gale release, tailed beasts, and the enhancement of ultimate techniques, each aspect bringing immense joy. At that moment, Yekong, nestled in Chiba's embrace, emitted a soft groan. Chiba promptly adjusted her attire and sat up straight, inquiring, "You are awake? How could you so recklessly cast me aside? Did you wish to see me perish? Do you have any notion of what it feels like to soar through the skies while one's spirit lags behind?" Upon regaining consciousness, Yekong's anger flared upon seeing Chiba's face. She seized his clothing and shook him vigorously. "I had no choice. That individual was intent on consuming you. Remaining in that spot was perilous," Chiba clarified. "Did that fiend perish? Did you vanquish him?" Yekong pressed, her excitement palpable. "Alas, he was far too powerful. I was no match for him and nearly met my own demise," Chiba lamented. Chiba shook his head and said, "Fortunately, at the critical moment, someone from Awagakure was also in pursuit, and one among them happened to suit that fellow's taste. They engaged in a fierce battle and departed from this place. Such a level of combat was beyond my capability to intervene, and with concern for your safety, I chose to remain and rescue you." Chiba's words were devoid of any flaws, and coupled with the fact that Yakura had witnessed Chiba mercilessly strike down Bailu, he found himself convinced by Chiba's assertions. "Hoshino has been devoured." Yakura's eyes reddened, and he leaned weakly against Chiba's shoulder, bursting into tears. "I understand that those who practice such forbidden techniques deserve their fate. Otherwise, they would not be classified as rogue ninjas by my village, Konoha. Alas, I lack the strength to eliminate him myself." Chiba, filled with righteous indignation, echoed Yitsong's sentiments, offering her solace. Their bodies drew close, as Yitsong truly yearned for comfort, desperately seeking a means to release the pent-up emotions within her. 2 hours later, Chiba accompanied Yitsong, and with the aid of the communication monkey, they successfully reunited with Shoshu and others. "Oh Chiba, what can I possibly say to you? We toiled diligently on our mission, and yet you, my friend, chose to pursue romantic interests." Upon their meeting, Shoshu's eyes were instantly obscured by the allure of lemons, as he took Chiba aside to admonish him. "Shoshu, my prowess is growing ever stronger. You wouldn't allow this to instill feelings of inadequacy in you, would you? Surely, it shall not affect the bond we share as brothers." Chiba directly disregarded SH-Ju's words and retorted, I certainly. Just as SH-Ju was about to vociferously counter, his voice dwindled under Chiba's stern gaze. He lowered his head, unable to meet Chiba's eyes. But now I can no longer keep pace with you. Sooner or later, you will find me superfluous." SH-Ju murmured, his gaze fixed on the ground. In a moment of clarity, Chiba beheld the shadow of Bailu upon the figure of Shinshu, causing his heart to leap in surprise. "You insufferable little brother, look me in the eye." Shinshu was still sulking, but Chiba resolutely grasped his head and declared, "Listen closely. Shinshu, without you, there would be no me today. Therefore, regardless of our strengths or the trials we face, you, Shinshu, shall forever be my brother. And that will never change. Do you understand?" Nearby, Yano and Gyuk stood in stunned silence, witnessing the scene unfold. "Have you two not been apart for just a few hours? Why the sudden display of affection? What transpired that we are unaware of?" With a hint of emotion, Chiba's heartfelt confession made Shinshu's nose tingle as he rubbed his eyes and inquired, "And what if I were to reveal to my sister the closeness you share with those two girls? How would you respond, my lord? Do you dare to test the sharpness of my sword? My blade is not without its edge." After a playful exchange, the remnants of Shinshu's grievances dissipated, and the two reconciled as if nothing had transpired. "Chiba, who is that woman?" Yano leaned closer, whispering in Chiba's ear, his gaze towards Yakura laden with hostility. "Allow me to introduce. This is Yakura from Sunigakure. We nearly perished at the hands of Bailuhu, and thus, our paths crossed." Chiba spoke solemnly. "Barua is exceedingly formidable. This mission is beyond the capabilities of our small team. I intend to return to Konoha with Yakura to meet with Lord Third. Let us discuss this as we walk." 1 week later, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had specifically summoned Mito Iman in. After listening to Chiba and Yakura's account, both wore expressions of profound concern. "So, after training in that forbidden technique, Barua has become powerful enough to rival the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails from Iwagakure?" "Indeed, Lord Hokage," Chiba replied calmly. "I understand. Please take Yakura back to rest. As guests, we must attend to their every need. Do you comprehend?" After giving Chiba a few instructions, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Yakura. Forcing a slight smile, "Yakura, do not worry. In a few days, I will dispatch Konoha's elite along with an envoy to accompany you back to Sunigakure." "Understood, Lord Hokage." Chiba and Yakura exited the Hokage's office, barely able to contain the exhilaration bubbling within them. It appeared that they had successfully evaded detection this time, haha. "Chiba, did you hear what the Hokage just said? He insisted that you must fulfill all of my requests," Yakura recounted, biting her lip. "Huh." Chiba immediately turned alert, glancing warily at Yakura and instinctively creating distance between them. "What do you intend to do?" "I want." "Chiba, what do you think of this matter?" The expression on Sarutobi Hizashi's face darkened significantly, resembling that of Kuratsuchi, as he turned to Mito Minen beside him. "As for Sunigakure, the situation is manageable. The losses are minimal, and with this evidence from Yakura, it is evident that Obito is indeed a rogue ninja from Konohagakure. A few concessions should suffice to appease them." Mito Minen adjusted his glasses and replied, "The more troublesome aspect lies with Iwagakure. According to intelligence, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails is in grave danger, and Inoki will not let this matter rest easily. However, it is fortunate that Chiba managed to rescue the witness. They have no justification to wage an all-out war against Konohagakure. Nevertheless, a retaliatory assault is almost inevitable." Upon hearing Mito Minen's words, Sarutobi Hizashi nodded and sighed. "Ah, this can be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. That child Chiba is remarkably dependable, perfectly embodying my will of fire." Mito Minen glanced at Sarutobi Hizashi but remained silent, thinking to himself that as long as the old man was content, it was fine. "By the way, Sarutobi Hizashi suddenly remarked thoughtfully, "Do you believe the powerful forbidden technique developed by Obito could be utilized by Konohagakure?" Mito Minen felt a jolt in his heart, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly nodded, "Yes." Chapter 93, Chiba, Lord Tsukumo, he. Well, are you capable or not? You are forcing my hand. Multiplication technique. 3 days later, Yakura returned to Sunagakure, filled with sincerity from Konohagakure, successfully averting a potential conflict. As Mito Menin had anticipated, the furious Inoki indeed dispatched nearly 100 elite shinobi from Iwagakure to carry out a retaliatory assault on Konohagakure. Chiba had initially believed he would be dispatched to the front lines, serving as a member of the trauma team to save lives. To his surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered him to temporarily set aside his duties in the Umbu and fully assist Orochimaru with his research. Outside the village of Konoha, within the confines of Orochimaru's experimentation, it is quite intriguing how our esteemed Hokage once deemed the study of the curse techniques as excessively nefarious, only to now subtly imply the necessity for private research into this forbidden art. As Chiba diligently cultivated the organizational cells, he engaged in banter with Orochimaru. Hiss. In the eyes of such formidable figures, power knows no distinction between good and evil. It is merely a question of whether it can be harnessed for their purposes. After toiling for a while, Orochimaru seemed to recall something and looked up to say, "Ah, Chiba-kun, there is something I must caution you about. Due to the need to counter Iwagakure, Shimura Danzo has once again reclaimed authority. You must be wary, for he may seize this opportunity to eliminate individuals like you who are perceived as uncontrollable." Chiba raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Lord Orochimaru, I have heard that you have been quite close to Lord Danzo recently. What brings you to remind me?" In response, Orochimaru set aside his experiment and replied earnestly, "Chiba-kun, my relationship with Shimura Danzo is merely one of mutual exploitation. You and I are true confidants who can support one another." Then, "Lord Orochimaru, having assisted you for so long, when might you bestow upon me 2 forbidden techniques?" "Ah, Chiba-kun, your words are misguided. Your assistance was rendered at the behest of the Hokage. If there is any reward to be sought, it should indeed be from the Hokage himself. What talk of mutual support between confidants? Truly, the words of a deceitful man are but a facade." Chiba rolled his eyes, recognizing Orochimaru as the quintessential figure who would not reveal his hand until the last moment. However, he had prepared himself well. Extracting a scroll from his bosom and presenting it to Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, I possess something that I am certain will pique your interest. Shall we consider an exchange?" "Oh." Orochimaru's expression transformed into one of keen curiosity as he accepted the sealed scroll. Following Chiba's indication, he released the sealing technique. With a resounding boom, a massive octopus tentacle abruptly emerged from a cloud of white smoke, causing Orochimaru's face to contort into one of astonishment. "Is this the tale of the 8 tails?" "Indeed, Lord Orochimaru, you possess a discerning eye. Given our shared understanding, a few forbidden technique scrolls in exchange would suffice." Chiba gently patted the astonished Orochimaru and, with a cheerful smile, remarked, "Having acquired the 5 tails, these 2 tails have become somewhat redundant. I shall retain one for my own protection, while the other must be put to productive use." Orochimaru, regaining his composure and shaking his head, replied, "I indeed have a certain interest in this matter, but the number of forbidden technique scrolls is overwhelming. How about this? I have recently inscribed some new forbidden techniques. You may select one at your leisure." 3 scrolls. Chiba proposed. 2 scrolls. Very well, Chiba reluctantly acquiesced to the price of 2. "Just wait and see, Orochimaru. You shall witness whether I encounter any difficulties with my writing next time. Chiba, please take a look and decide which 2 forbidden techniques you desire." Before long, Orochimaru presented a collection of forbidden technique scrolls, gesturing for Chiba to choose freely. "I shall take these 2, Chiba said, casually perusing the scrolls before selecting 2. Chiba did not opt for Hinata's joyful technique, as she had yet to be born. Instead, he chose Izuna's joyful technique, Flying Thunder God, and Conan's joyful technique, Explosive Tag Multiplication. Both of these forbidden techniques were particularly suited to his own circumstances, enabling a swift transformation into tangible combat prowess. For over half a month, Chiba spent his time in Orochimaru's laboratory, primarily because the research held considerable promise. In the original storyline, Orochimaru would, after several years, successfully replace Shimura Danzo's arm with one adorned with a red wristwatch. If he could employ the Ghost Bud technique to reduce the rejection of Hashirama's cells, and the recipient was from the Senju bloodline, this process would be significantly expedited. Suddenly, a voice filled with urgency echoed from outside the laboratory. "Not good, Chiba. We have a major problem." It was Shoju, clearly distressed. "What is it, Shoju?" Chiba immediately set aside the experiment at hand, leaving behind a clone, and directly pushed open the door to stand before his brother. Did you not ask me to keep an eye on Lord Shimo before you left? Upon meeting, Ju swiftly pulled Chiba back, saying, in the past few days, rumors have suddenly spread throughout the village, claiming that Lord Shimo recklessly abandoned his mission, causing Konoha to suffer significant losses. Even his comrades have publicly condemned him. Sensing something amiss, I hurried to find you. Ju explained with evident concern. What? Upon hearing this, Chiba's expression changed dramatically. He had previously discussed with Shwomo the idea of taking on fewer tasks and adopting a more low-key approach, believing that this might help them evade turmoil. Little did he expect. Swish. Chiba was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and promptly lifted Ju. Soaring back to Konohagakure with the grace of a paper crane. Ju-sama, please don't despair. Upon returning to the village, Chiba could no longer soar freely and hastened with Ju towards the Ju household, his heart racing with worry. Father, I am home. It was the time when students returned from school, and Kakashi Hitaki arrived at his house only to find the living room eerily silent. Waiting long for his father's gentle reply. Father? Father. Kakashi, puzzled, pushed open Ju's door, and in an instant, his pupils dilated in disbelief, letting out a low, incredulous roar. Boom. It was as if thunder had struck outside, illuminating the dim room. There lay Ju, curled up in a pool of blood, exuding an aura of helplessness and solitude. Why? Why would you abandon me? The world in Kakashi's eyes dulled to a crimson hue as he collapsed before Ju, his small frame trembling uncontrollably. The father who always returned from missions bearing gifts, who gently stroked his head regardless of his misdeeds, and who kept the lights on for him no matter how late he returned home. How could he leave him? Why? Why must you leave me alone in this cold world? Kakashi's heart ached as tears streamed down his cheeks, falling into Ju's pool of blood and creating ripples. This was the first time he had cried in his life. The first time he had felt despair, for the one who shielded him from the storm was no longer there. There would be no more gifts, no more gentle strokes on his head, and no one to wait for him to return home. Just as Kakashi was overwhelmed by sorrow, struggling to accept the harsh reality, the door to his home suddenly burst open. Before he could react, two towering young men stormed in, one of whom Kakashi recognized as a subordinate and friend of his father. What has happened? Ju-sama. The two were none other than Chiba and Ju, who had rushed over. Upon witnessing the grim scene, Ru's eyes blazed with fury. Ju was also his savior. He could not comprehend how the resolute white fang of the leaf could choose to end his life due to mere rumors. Under Kakashi's detached gaze, both men knelt before Ju. Ru hesitantly reached out to touch Ju's body, then recoiled as if electrocuted, his face contorted with anger and regret. Chiba. Ju-sama's body has. Ru glanced at Kakashi, swallowing back the words has gone cold, and whispered, let us take care of Ju-sama as remains. As a final farewell. Chapter 94. Resurrection? Trust in Science. Clang. As Shinshu was about to move to handle Shuao Mao's body, a glimmer of cold light suddenly flashed. Kakashi, from an unknown source, drew a short sword and brandished it to drive Shinshu back. Do not touch my father. He is not dead. Kakashi resembled a frightened beast, desperately baring his fangs, attempting to fend off the two who posed a threat to his father. Alas! Shinshu let out a heavy sigh, showing no signs of anger. He understood that this child was undoubtedly harboring a great deal of pent-up fury, yet he was at a loss for how to express it, resorting instead to this manner of emotional release. Chinya, we should hasten to assist Lord Shuao Mao. No, Shinshu, Kakashi is correct. Lord Shuao Mao is not dead and can still be saved. Just as Shinshu contemplated having Chinya subdue Kakashi, so he could reclaim Lord Hitaki Shuao Mao's body, Chinya suddenly interjected. Shinshu, you guard the door and prevent anyone from approaching. I must attend to Lord Shuao Mao's treatment. Chinya, what are you saying? Upon hearing Chinya's words, Shinshu was taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on Chinya's face, searching for some revelation. Shinshu had initially believed that Chinya's statement was merely to placate Kakashi, to ease the child's troubled heart. However, Chinya's solemn expression indicated that he genuinely believed Shuao Mao could still be saved. Are you out of your mind, Chinya? Shinshu looked at Chinya with disbelief and whispered, Lord Shuao Mao's body is already cold. How could he possibly be revived? Hurry. And you, Kakashi. Chiba first pushed the rope tree outside, then turned to Kakashi, urging, hurry and step aside. If you delay any longer, Lord Tsukumo will truly be beyond salvation. I refuse to yield. You merely wish to deceive me. Kakashi raised the dagger in his hand, coldly fixing his gaze upon Chiba. Bang. Chiba could have retrieved the emblem of the Hatake clan to persuade Kakashi to comply. Yet he chose to strike him unconscious instead. System: activate rebirth on Hatake Tsukumo. Chiba placed his hands upon Shomo, observing as the revival card transformed into luminous particles that gracefully dissipated, weaving through his fingers and entering Shomo's being. Previously, when he had successfully revived the Shigure couple, the system had granted Chiba a singular opportunity to utilize the revival ability. As long as the deceased body remains intact and the time since their passing does not exceed 1 hour, he could bring them back to life. Lord Shomo, you must surely return to us. Chiba felt a sense of trepidation, fearing that Tsukumo might not meet the conditions for revival, and silently began to pray. Tsukumo had once saved his life and treated him with the affection of a relative. He could not bear the thought of Tsukumo perishing. Minutes passed. Yet there were still no signs of Tsukumo's resurrection. Instead, Kakashi, who had fainted nearby, began to stir awake. What have you done to my father? Kakashi exclaimed as he sprang up, brandishing a knife at Chiba, his eyes ablaze with fury, ready to strike at any moment. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, a familiar cough echoed through the air. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief as the knife clattered to the ground, leaving him frozen in place, as if struck dumb. Father? Despite Kakashi's earlier insistence that his father was not dead, he had been acutely aware that his father could never return. Yet now, what was happening? His father was speaking again? No, his father was sitting up and standing, aided by another. Kakashi was in a daze, suddenly recalling a novel he had read that described a similar situation. It must be a trick. My father has returned from the dead. Having experienced profound joy and sorrow at such a young age, Kakashi's mind struggled to process the events unfolding before him. What on earth, Chiba? Did you truly bring Lord Tsukumo back to life? At that moment, SHG returned upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing the vibrant Tsukumo, his reaction mirrored Kakashi's. As he was struck speechless, frozen in place, SHG knew of Chiba's remarkable medical skills, even surpassing those of his own sister. Yet how could anyone possibly revive the dead? Stop with the wild thoughts, you two. Chiba insisted, observing their bewildered expressions. Lord Tsukumo merely experienced significant blood loss and entered a rare state of apparent death. You must trust in science. Despite his words, a smile crept onto Chiba's lips. Watching Naruto, many had felt a deep sorrow for Kakashi, who had lost his father at such a young age. Now, he had seemingly reversed that fate. The sense of accomplishment he felt was far stronger than the eye-rolling it may have caused in others. It is truly wonderful that you are all right, Lord Tsukumo. Father, why did you do this? Have you considered my feelings? Ninjas possess remarkable resilience. Once they regained their composure, SHG and Kakashi approached Tsukumo, surrounding him with their chatter. Lord Tsukumo needs to rest. You two should refrain from making such a fuss. Chiba admonished. At that moment, the protagonist, Tsukumo, finally spoke. Kakashi, SHG. Please step outside for a moment. I need to speak with Chiba. Father, Kakashi clutched Shuma's arm tightly, unwilling to let go. Fearful that this moment before him was but an illusion, he dreaded the thought that once he released his grip, he would never see his father again. Be obedient. Go quickly, Shoma said with a pained smile, gently ruffling Kakashi's hair. Only then did Kakashi silently relinquish his hold and, under the guidance of Shinshu, exited the room. Chiba, how did you manage to bring me back from the brink of death? After Shinshu and the others departed, Shoma turned to Chiba, incredulously inquiring. Chiba's words may deceive the two from the rope tree, but they cannot fool someone who has truly experienced death. Is it a secret? I have come to know it, and I shall guard this secret with my life. Upon seeing Chiba smile without speaking, Shomo understood immediately and chose to remain silent. Lord Shomo, why would you do such a thing? What will happen to Kakashi if you perish? Chiba furrowed his brow and inquired. In response to Chiba's questioning, Shomo sighed. His gaze clear as he replied, it is precisely for Kakashi that I have made this choice. Chiba was momentarily stunned, suddenly comprehending everything. It turned out that Shomo had remained unaffected by the rumors from the very beginning. The sole purpose of those who spread such rumors was to incite Shomo to take his own life under the guise of justification. Upon reflection, it is indeed plausible. How could a decisive, resolute elite jonin possibly succumb to emotional turmoil and choose to end his own life merely due to the disparagement of a few? Chiba scoffed with a mocking smile. It appears that Konoha is truly afflicted to its very core. Shikumo remained silent. He had initially contemplated ending his own life to safeguard Kakashi, yet he never anticipated his resurrection. Now, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. Lord Shikumo, I understand the concerns that weigh upon you. Chiba discerned the anxiety etched upon Tsukumo's face and spoke gently. I have a suggestion that could preserve your life while simultaneously deterring those who might harbor designs against Kakashi in the future. Chapter 95. Danzo's Fury and the Desire to Eliminate Chiba. I possess certain connections that may allow you to temporarily withdraw from Konoha and serve as a guard for the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Chiba proposed. The daimyo's guard? Tsukumo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Chiba affirmed with a nod. I happen to overhear that the daimyo seeks to recruit formidable individuals as his protectors. And you are an exceedingly suitable candidate. At present, the 12th Guardian Ninja has yet to take shape, and the daimyo is eager for talent. The criteria demanded by such influential figures for their direct guards are rather straightforward: reputation, strength, and character. In terms of reputation, Tsukumo currently surpasses even the legendary Sannin. Regarding strength, he could effortlessly overpower the individuals within the daimyo's court. As for character, Tsukumo has demonstrated his willingness to forsake missions for the sake of safeguarding his comrades. Furthermore, with Chiba's endorsement, should Tsukumo choose to accept, he would undoubtedly secure a position as a direct guard to the daimyo, earning both recognition and favor. Although Chiba found it somewhat perplexing, he recalled that in the original narrative, a mere word from the daimyo could dismantle Konoha's existence. If you were to become the daimyo's direct guard, no one in Konoha would dare to target you, let alone use Kakashi as leverage against you. They would be eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with you instead. Chiba's words are far from frivolous. Even the most formidable regional officials would hesitate to offend the emperor's trusted eunuchs, nay, the imperial guards, particularly for Shimura Danzo, who harbors aspirations of becoming Hokage. If he were to incur the disdain of the feudal lords, he would forever remain unable to ascend to the esteemed position of Hokage. This is indeed a viable strategy. You have matured, Chiba. Observing the young man before him, eloquently articulating his thoughts, Tsukumo could not help but feel a surge of emotion. The child who once required his protection has now grown capable of offering him guidance. Lord Tsukumo, we must not delay. Chiba smiled and said, I suggest you leave Konoha at once to implement this matter, and then publicly announce your appointment as the daimyo's guard. I understand, Chiba, Sakujo replied, nodding slightly. His expression revealing deep emotion. I truly owe you a great debt this time. Without your assistance, I fear the outcome would have been dire. Chiba waved his hand and said, There's no need to thank me, Lord Shomo. I merely repaid the favor I owed you back then. Shomo was taken aback. Realizing that a light-hearted remark he had made long ago had been remembered by Chiba all this time, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Rescuing you from such a distance was truly the second wisest decision of my life. Oh, what was the wisest decision you made? Chiba inquired with curiosity. Haha, naturally. It was marrying Kakashi's mother. Shomo laughed heartily. Chiba, damn it, why did he even bother to ask? After the jest, Shoamao spoke earnestly. Chiba, I shall depart shortly. After I leave, I hope you can look after Kakashi for me. Rest assured, Lord Shoamao, I will. Chiba nodded in agreement. Once Shoamao became the direct guardian of the daimyo, he would have influential connections, bringing him a step closer to his small ambition of taking over Konoha. After discussing serious matters, the two stepped out of the room. Before Chiba could fully comprehend the situation, Kakashi fell to his knees before him. Thank you for saving my father. I was disrespectful to you earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Kakashi could hardly envision a future without Shoamao. Alone in this frigid world, gradually transforming into an emotionless shell of a person. Yet now, with his father still alive, it was truly wonderful. Thus, his gratitude towards Chiba was nearly overwhelming, akin to the overflowing leaves of a tree. There is no need for thanks. Lord Shoamao will soon embark on a journey. You two should have a good conversation. Chiba smiled as he playfully tousled Kakashi's hair, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Henceforth, Kakashi would no longer have to endure the tragic fate scripted in the original storyline, where he faced the demise of his father, the loss of comrades, and ultimately, the death of his mentor. Kishimoto, do you not possess a heart? Chiba, if there comes a day when I meet my end, would you be able to bring me back to life? After leaving the Shimo family, Shinji insisted on escorting Chiba back to the laboratory, chattering incessantly along the way. Of course, even if I cannot revive you, I can perform the impure world reincarnation and have you by my side every day to annoy me. Chiba rolled his eyes with a hint of annoyance. He could not be bothered to engage with Rope Tree and, with a sense of delight, opened the system rewards that he had not had the chance to view earlier. Successful treatment. Congratulations, host, for receiving physical enhancement, perceptual enhancement, in reaction enhancement. Indeed. What a remarkable reward for a revival. It is truly impressive. Chiba was immensely pleased with this reward. The triadic enhancement was likely to elevate his overall combat prowess to a new echelon. The Flying Thunder God technique demanded exceptional perceptual acuity and reflexes with this recent augmentation. My training will undoubtedly yield greater results with less effort. As for the physical enhancement, I am curious to ascertain the extent of its improvement. Having distanced myself from Konoha and with no one around, Chiba could no longer contain his excitement and decided to put it into practice. The 8th gate of opening, activate. Whoosh. Suddenly, Chiba activated the 8 gates, startling Ju, who quickly distanced himself, his expression filled with vigilance. Chiba, you wouldn't be annoyed by my chatter and be thinking of giving me a beating, would you? Don't follow in my sister's footsteps. 5th gate, open. 6th gate, open. Chiba, neglecting to attend to Shiboku, unleashed the full power of his chakra, which surged forth like a roaring river, forcefully breaking through the 2 doors. The 7th gate, the gate of shock. As Chiba was poised to breach the 7th gate, a subtle sensation of tearing coursed through his meridians, prompting him to halt just in time. At present, I can smoothly unlock the 6th gate, and if desired, I could forcibly activate the 7th gate. The enhancement effect this time is remarkably powerful. Qianya had closed the 8 gates of Duinjia, feeling a surge of excitement. It had only been a short time since he began his training in the 8 gates, yet he had already reached the threshold of the 7th gate. The completion of the 8th gate, Yi Kai, was within reach. How could this be? Only when Qianya withdrew from the 8 gates did Xingtian dare to approach. His face a mask of indignation as he complained, "You brat, how is it that every time you save someone, you grow stronger? Qianya, could it be that each life you save grants you some hidden advantage?" Chiba was momentarily startled, fearing that Ju had uncovered his secret. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the thought of Ju. Upon arriving at the laboratory, Chiba gravely instructed, Ju, please keep an eye on the movements of Shimura Danzo. I have disrupted his plans, and I am concerned he may retaliate against me. Shimura Danzo? Are you suggesting that this incident involving Lord Tsukumo was orchestrated by him from behind the scenes? Ju exclaimed, astonished. I cannot speak for others, but Danzo is undoubtedly involved in this matter, Chiba asserted with unwavering conviction. It's laughable, in the world of Naruto. Whenever someone commits a nefarious act and the mastermind remains elusive, the blame is invariably placed on Danzo without fail. 2 weeks later, news spread throughout Konoha that Hatake Tsukumo had become a direct bodyguard to the daimyo. The rumors surrounding Tsukumo swiftly evaporated, as if they had never existed. And the villagers spoke of the revered White Fang with pride. In the depths of Konoha, a loud crash echoed. Shimura Danzo, upon receiving the report from his subordinates, slammed his palm onto the table, reducing it to splinters in a fit of rage. The root ninja before him trembled in fear, stammering, according to reliable intelligence. The reason for Hatake Tsukumo's sudden change of allegiance to the daimyo is due to Chiba's machinations. Chiba, that very Chiba, Danzo seethed through gritted teeth. I have yet to settle the score with him, and he dares to oppose me. His countenance darkened as he paced back and forth within the chamber. After a moment of contemplation, he halted and, with a menacing glare directed at his subordinate, declared, "This cannot stand. We must eliminate Chiba immediately." The pace of Chiba's growth is truly astonishing. Both his strength and influence have surged to a level that leaves him alarmed. With the backing of the 3 legendary ninjas and the support of numerous prominent clans through his medical skills, he has now gained an ally in Tsukumo, who stands close to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. It dawned on Danzo that Chiba has not merely surpassed his control, rather, he possesses the means to contend with him directly. Lord Danzo, the Hokage holds Chiba in high regard, one of the root ninjas exclaimed in shock. If we act recklessly against him, it could be disastrous. Fool, why do you think Hiruzen has taken an interest in him? It is precisely because he seeks to replace me. Danzo kicked his subordinate to the ground, fuming, if I fall, none of you will survive. Hiruzen's intentions to support Chiba were all too evident, and Danzo could see through his schemes. Hiruzen was weary of the blood-staining Danzo's hands and wished to replace him with a more compliant tool. Danzo's recent actions against Tsukumo were not devoid of the aim to weaken Chiba, yet he never anticipated that Chiba's maneuver would only amplify his influence. At this juncture, it is no longer merely a struggle for power, but a fight for survival. Do you comprehend? Danzo spoke as if addressing his subordinates, yet simultaneously conversing with himself. Should he lose his grip on power, given his past dark deeds, even if Hiruzen and Chiba chose not to target him, his fate would be all but certain. I understand, Lord Danzo, the root ninja replied solemnly. It was clear that if Danzo were to fall, they too would face annihilation. It was better to risk everything for a slim chance of survival. By eliminating Chiba, Hiruzen would have no one left to rely upon, thus inevitably reinstating Danzo. Danzo waved his hand dismissively, saying, as long as you understand, go forth and control those close to Chiba, awaiting my command. Do you mean the 3 legendary ninjas, or Chiba's comrades in the Umbu, or, fool, how did I end up with such dim-witted subordinates? Danzo's fury surged as he kicked his subordinate down once more. Isn't there a civilian girl named Linyawara? Go capture her. Is such a simple task beyond your comprehension? Yes, Lord Danzo. Chapter 96. Danzo Shimura, what is your worth? Chiba, Lord Danzo has entrusted me to deliver a message to you. Speak. Outside the secret experimental base in Konoha, a root ninja approached, and Chiba stepped out with an air of annoyance. Ready to hear what this old dog Danzo had to say. Humph. The root ninja sneered at Chiba's impatient demeanor. You are to go alone to the fallen leaf slope within half an hour. Do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, Linyawara's life will be in jeopardy. What did you say? Chiba's complexion suddenly changed dramatically. He had anticipated that Shimura Danzo might target him. But he never imagined that the man would be so utterly ruthless, leaving no escape route and brazenly taking Noera Rin hostage to threaten him. It was akin to a master of chess, known for his cunning and composed style, suddenly overturning the board mid-game and swinging it at your face. Anyone would be taken aback by such an audacious move. Has Danzo realized that his defeat is inevitable and decided to gamble everything in a desperate bid for survival? Chiba speculated darkly. Just as the root ninja was smugly turning to leave, a black tendril shot forth from Chiba's body, piercing through her chest with precision. You. How could you? The root ninja had always been wary of Chiba, but she never expected him to reach her from such a distance. In disbelief, she slowly collapsed to the ground, her face contorted in horror as she witnessed Chiba extracting her heart from her chest, leading to her demise. Thud, thud. The tendril of the grudge absorbed her still-beating heart, before transforming back into a mass of black lines that slithered back into Chiba's body. A fierce battle was likely on the horizon. Let your heart serve as my second life. Looking down with indifference at the lifeless body of the root ninja, Chiba mused. At that moment, Orochimaru's figure silently emerged from behind, his golden slit-like eyes shimmering with intrigue. Chiba-kun, your audacity to openly cast forbidden techniques in my presence suggests you have acknowledged me as a confidant, does it not? Hiss, Chiba-kun possesses so many secrets. I would love to dissect him and uncover the truth. Orochimaru suppressed his thoughts, licking the corner of his lips. Chiba-kun, why not share this matter directly with Lord Sarutobi? Or I could accompany you. There is no need to risk yourself for an ordinary person. Chiba shook his head, his gaze sharp and resolute. No need. I shall go alone. On one hand, he was concerned for the safety of Noera Rin. On the other, since Shimura Danzo had opted to bypass Sarutobi Hiruzen and engage him in a deadly confrontation, this presented a splendid opportunity to eliminate Danzo once and for all. Danzo had brought matters to a precarious edge, and even if Chiba were to kill him, Hiruzen would have nothing to say. What was there to fear? The game was one of striking first and justifying later. No matter how formidable Danzo might be, could he rival the likes of Kakuzu and Haiden? The name of this place, however, felt rather ominous. Muttering this to himself, Chiba unfurled the dance of paper and soared towards the leaf-fall slope. The slope was quite distant from the experimental base, but Chiba pushed himself to the limit, barely arriving at the desolate hillside within the allotted time. This was precisely Danzo's intention, to leave Chiba no time for preparation. Otherwise, Chiba would have summoned Kakuzu, sparing Danzo the chance to accuse him of bullying a disabled elder, allowing the steadfast Kakuzu to confront Danzo instead. Did you not summon me? Why do you hide in the shadows? Come out, Shimura Danzo. Chiba called out coldly, surveying the empty hillside. You reckless youth, I did not expect you to dare come alone. I underestimated your audacity. A chilling voice resonated from the nearby woods. Moments later, dozens of root ninjas emerged from various hiding places, encircling Chiba completely. A few utilized techniques such as the Super Beast imitation to elevate themselves, effectively cutting off Chiba's escape routes. Shimura Danzo slowly stepped from the forest, standing behind the throng of root ninjas, gazing at Chiba from a distance, feeling a strange sense of nostalgia wash over him. Once, he too had been young and impetuous like Chiba, protected by a mentor and accompanied by friends. How he longed for those days. Had he possessed such courage back then, perhaps he would have been the Hokage now. After whispering this to himself, The brief flicker of emotion on Danzo's face vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, reverting to his familiar cold demeanor. Had I known, I should have eliminated you by any means necessary from the very beginning, then none of this would transpire today, Danzo declared frostily, his gaze fixed on Chiba. Yet, one could hardly blame him, who could have foreseen that an unremarkable commoner would swiftly rise to a status capable of standing on equal footing with him. Chiba disregarded Danzo's complaints. Surveying the surroundings with a frown before inquiring, I have come as per your request. Where is Rin? She is of no consequence to me. I would not deign to act against her. She remains at the Foundation, Danzo replied, subtly gesturing for the ninjas of the Foundation to prepare for an assault. He coldly declared, it seems that today, only one of us shall survive. Ah, that suits me perfectly. Chiba similarly chuckled coldly. He had not forgotten the grudge he held against Danzo, who had nearly caused his demise in Sunigakure. Moreover, this was the world of shinobi. What reason could one possibly lack to eliminate Shimura Danzo? What? Do you believe they can inflict harm upon me? There is no need to send your subordinates to their untimely deaths. Chiba cast a cold glance at the approaching root ninjas. To be honest, he had pondered throughout his journey and could not fathom where Danzo derived his confidence to confront him. After much reflection, the only plausible explanation was that Danzo's understanding of his abilities had stagnated at the level of 1 or 2 months prior. Believing his combat prowess to be akin to that of 1 or 2 small umbu squats. In response to Chiba's scorn, Danzo dismissed it nonchalantly, stating, if I perish, they shall not survive either. They fight for their own sake. After all these years with the root, having invested substantial resources and nurtured numerous individuals, was it not all for this very day? As long as they could deplete even a fraction of Chiba's strength, their sacrifice would be deemed worthy. Human life, in essence, was merely a consumable resource. With Danzo's words echoing, the root ninjas unleashed their techniques, brazenly launching an assault on Chiba. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball. Lightning release. A myriad of ninjutsu surged forth, as if they were devoid of chakra, painting the sky with vibrant hues. Water release, water barrier. Chiba let out a cold laugh, clapping his hands together as a torrent of water surged skyward, encircling him to form a thick wall. Chiba was the tail beast without a tail, with chakra levels surpassing even the most seasoned ninjas present. Did they truly think they could wear him down? Bang, bang, bang. Waves of ninjutsu crashed against the water barrier, merely creating ripples, under the might of Chiba's formidable chakra that could not even thin the wall. Be careful, he's behind you. Just as one of the root ninjas focused intently on the water barrier, a companion beside him, eyes wide with terror, cried out. Dance of the paper talismans, rain of paper. Chiba resembled a deathly angel, soaring gracefully through the throngs of people, leaving a flurry of white paper in his wake. The root ninjas collapsed like mere straw, their fall as elegant as a theatrical performance. In close quarters, the dance of paper and the curse of earth were devastating, rendering the root ninjas utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon Chiba, nor could anyone compel him to linger for even a moment longer. At that moment, from behind, Shimura Danzo suddenly formed a series of hand seals, heedless of his subordinates in front, and unleashed a barrage of chakra-infused air currents towards Chiba, akin to bullets. Alas, several unfortunate root ninjas did not meet their demise at Chiba's hands. Instead, they were taken by surprise and fell victim to the incoming vacuum bullets. Chiba ascended with the swiftness of a falcon, deftly evading the onslaught of vacuum orbs, casting a cold smirk downward towards Danzo. What audacity! Daring to wield wind release in my presence? Danzo? Shino Danzo was initially taken aback, but soon his aged visage flushed a deep shade of crimson with indignation. This impudent youth, when it comes to wind release, I could very well be your forebear. Danzo felt humiliated. His mastery of wind release was unparalleled, so much so that even the wind shadow of Sunigakure could not be compared to him. Chiba's words were nothing short of outrageous. Oh, is that so? Then why not put my wind release to the test? Chiba sneered from above. This is a parting gift, super wind release, spiraling shuriken. Chapter 97. Is this how it shall be? Impalement. Chiba held aloft a wind-based spiraling shuriken, larger than that of his peers. The surging wind chakra emanated with ferocity, slicing through the skin of nearby root ninjas like a blade. Even before its release, the terrifying aura prompted a palpable fear among those present. Such a violent chakra had long surpassed the limits of human control. How could it possibly coalesce and take form outside the body? Shimura Danzo, who prided himself as a master of wind techniques, was rendered utterly astonished. Even he could not channel such a vast amount of wind chakra into a single technique, Yet Chiba was accomplishing the impossible. A sense of dread surged within him as he witnessed Chiba hurl the forming spiraling shuriken in his direction. In a panic, he swiftly seized two root ninjas, using them as a shield, while retreating hastily. A terrifying whirlwind erupted, instantly engulfing the nearby root ninjas. Amidst their heart-wrenching screams, the once azure storm was soon stained crimson with blood. The ninjas within were mercilessly shredded, as if cast into a blender, reduced to a gruesome pulp. Indeed, the upgraded power was markedly enhanced. Had it been in the past, the visual impact would not have been nearly as striking. Chiba nodded in satisfaction. He surveyed his surroundings and noted that only a few of the once numerous root ninjas remained standing. So, Shimura Danzo, how does my wind release technique compare to yours? Chiba effortlessly eliminated the remaining root ninjas and then cast his gaze into the distance, a cold smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, Shimura Danzo emerged from the edge of the storm, clutching two severed limbs. His pristine white clan robe was torn to shreds by the tempest, barely clinging to him in a desperate attempt to cover his vital areas. In that moment, Danzo resembled a wild monkey that had stumbled down from some distant mountain, utterly disheveled. You insolent brat. Danzo discarded the severed limbs, covering the tattered remnants of his robe with one hand, while fixing a piercing glare on Chiba. His face darkened with fury. His opponent had ruthlessly trampled his dignity with the very wind release technique he prided himself on. Since he could remember, he had never endured such a profound humiliation. Come forth, Dream Eater. After a few deep breaths to steady his resolve, Danzo performed a series of hand signs to summon a spirit beast, allowing the remnants of his robe to fall away, transforming into a true root ninja. With a thunderous crash, a colossal spirit beast resembling an elephantine leopard descended from the heavens, shaking the ground with its arrival. It opened its massive jaws towards Chiba, voraciously consuming everything around it, an overwhelming suction forming a tangible cyclone in its wake. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo swiftly appeared beside Chiba, aligning himself with the Dream Eater to encircle Chiba in a deadly trap. With a powerful exhale, he unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp wind akin to the sides of a weasel, combined with the Dream Eater's suction. The fierce vacuum blades howled as they sliced through the air, akin to taut steel cables, instantly tearing Chiba's form asunder. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Aware that Chiba could evade physical harm through his paper technique, Danzo unleashed his signature move after dispersing Chiba's figure. With an explosive force, the wind chakra erupted like a rocket, generating spiraling waves of air that accurately struck the airborne Chiba. Chiba's form was instantly shattered, and the myriad of paper strips became tattered and torn under the assault of the immense vacuum, drifting down like feeble fragments with no sign of reformation. Huh. Is it resolved? Danzo cautiously surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, the very soil of the fallen leaf hill surged upwards, crashing towards him like a tumultuous wave. Sand waterfall funeral. Chiba's silhouette emerged above the golden waves, arms outstretched as he commanded the sand waterfall, his icy gaze fixated on Danzo below, who resembled an ant. Having perused the script beforehand, he was hardly susceptible to Danzo's combination attacks. What had just been obliterated was merely a shadow clone he had strategically left behind. Dream Eater. Danzo roared, his eyes filled with fury, pivoting to flee. At his command, the Dream Eater let out a sorrowful cry, positioning itself in front of him, only to be shattered by the oncoming deluge of sand, dissipating into white smoke. Utilizing the massive form of the Dream Eater as a shield, Danzo sprinted perilously, narrowly escaping the engulfing sands of the grave. Waiton, Shaki no Jutsu. Yet, before Danzo could exhale a sigh of relief, a barrage of magma spheres rained down from the heavens, completely engulfing him. No, he bellowed in despair. In the next instant, his figure, consumed by the scorching torrent, mysteriously vanished, as if rewinding, returning to the previous position amidst the quicksand, from which he sprang forth, gasping for breath. Oh, this old fool has mastered the Izanagi technique so soon? Chiba mused, slightly taken aback, yet not entirely surprised. Danzo, wielding immense power within Konoha, had managed to acquire the Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques, though it was no small feat. Once the Izanagi technique was activated, Danzo could erase unfavorable realities, essentially allowing him to reload his existence, rendering him invincible during the casting process. Close it. This is dull. Chiba descended slowly from the sky, gazing down upon Danzo with an air of disdain. Is it not preferable to meet your end in such a straightforward manner? This, after all, is my gift to you. Chiba remained unperturbed. Even if Danzo possessed merely 2 crimson orbs, or, as in the original narrative, 10, he could effortlessly crush his opponent. Such arrogance. I have fought alongside the Senju brothers, charging into battles for Konoha, shedding blood upon the battlefield. While you were yet to be born, Shimura Danzo, enraged, charged towards Chiba, whose contemptuous demeanor he found intolerable. It would have been better had you perished on the battlefield back then, rather than becoming the twisted abomination you are now. Chiba shook his head lightly, speaking with an air of indifference. Since you are so intent on experiencing despair, I shall oblige your wish. I hope you can maintain such fervor for a while longer. With a swift motion, upon meeting Chiba's gaze, Danzo felt a surge of elation and hastily removed the bandages from his face, revealing his crimson right eye. The Sharingan. 3 obsidian tomos spun rapidly, and Danzo drew forth a kunai, lunging it fiercely towards Chiba's chest. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, caught off guard by the 3 tomos Sharingan, would experience a fleeting moment of distraction, a moment ample enough for Danzo to pierce Chiba's heart. Die. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed. Danzo, in a state of shock, glanced down only to find Chiba's right hand had already penetrated his own chest. When he raised his gaze once more, he was met with Chiba's blood-red eyes. Ah, you've uncovered my secret. You are. A tempest of realization surged within Danzo as he comprehended everything in an instant. No wonder Chiba had grown so swiftly. No wonder he had sought to usurp him. This was all part of Uchiha's insidious plot to seize Konoha. Swish, swish, swish. In that moment of invincibility, Danzo's body continuously reset, allowing Chiba to extract a scalpel and begin carving flesh from Danzo's form. Ah! The words that hung on Danzo's lips were swiftly replaced by agonized screams. It was then that he grasped the meaning behind Chiba's earlier words. To die swiftly would be a mercy, while the agony of being unable to live or die was the greatest torment of all. Previously, it was Danzo who inflicted suffering upon others. Now he understood the taste of such torment when it was inflicted upon himself, with the notion that being unbound was equivalent to being bound. Danzo truly experienced what it meant to be dismembered, the excruciating sensation of skin and flesh being relentlessly stripped from his body, a pain that pierced his very soul, rendering life unbearable. Damn it, I shall personally slay you. Danzo howled in a frenzy. At that moment, he was stripped bare, like a lamb to the slaughter. Especially as Chiba repeatedly carved into his flesh, mercilessly castrating him. What man, even one who had long occupied a high position like Danzo, could endure such humiliation? The dual torment of physical and mental anguish drove him to the brink of madness. I shall not yield so easily. Self-imposed curse seal. Danzo activated the Izanagi technique once more, his crimson eye transforming into a transparent hue. He summoned all his chakra, forcefully imprinting a curse seal upon Chiba. Swish. Yet, in the depths of Danzo's despair, Chiba's movements showed no sign of hesitation. He retaliated with yet another blade, carving away a piece of flesh from Danzo's freshly restored body. Why is my self-imposed curse seal ineffective against you? Under the relentless torment in Chiba, Danzo's mental state shattered completely. He could no longer perceive a glimmer of hope for survival and began to wail in despair. Ah! A frog at the bottom of a well cannot discuss the ocean, just as a summer insect cannot speak of ice. Chiba cast a disdainful glance at Danzo and remarked, I am a man known as the tail beast without a tail. Do you truly believe that with your meager chakra, you can bind me? Feel the pain. As if carrying a sack of rice up several flights. Ah! The duration of the Izanagi technique was nearing its conclusion, and so too was the life of Shimura Danzo. After enduring extreme suffering and despair, he suddenly found a glimmer of long-lost tranquility, memories from the past flashing rapidly through his mind, where the leaves of Konoha danced. The fire burned ceaselessly. Hizashi, you are the leaf bathed in sunlight, while I am the root buried deep underground. Danzo's gaze abruptly cleared, a fleeting determination flashing in his eyes. You wretched boy, I will never allow Konoha to fall into the hands of you inherently wicked beings. For the sake of Konoha, I shall die before permitting you to live. Enter for symbol seal. Chapter 98. Half the country, a beauty and embrace? With a furious roar, Shimura Danzo unleashed a torrent of blood, his entire being enveloped in darkness, coalescing into pure black seals. An intricate network of black seals intertwined, transforming into a continually expanding black sphere, swiftly spreading to engulf everything around him, dragging it into the underworld. Chiba, let us descend into hell together. Danzo coldly regarded Chiba at his side. The inner four-symbol seal was potent enough to encapsulate everything within several hundred meters, leaving Chiba with no means of escape. Whoosh! Just as he was about to be consumed by the inky seals, Chiba's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing on the opposite side of the falling leaf slope. leaving Danzo's eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Why did you suddenly use that technique without giving me a heads up? I'm in quite the rush. In the air, Chiba spoke with a tone of complaint, raising her hand to unleash a flurry of intricate paper creations, molding them into a structure before the astonished gaze of Danzo.